Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 81 100. Chapter 81 The world is about to change. The huge office fell into a dead silence. 3 generations of Hokage folded their hands and remained silent. However, all this, in Danzo's eyes, is simply a shame. Like a slap slapped on the face. A moment ago, he kept saying that he wanted to dominate Chinyu's fate. Now it was easily counterattacked by Jiraiya. Most importantly, Jiraiya also said that Chinyu was better than him. Call him a product of the old days. For him, this is a huge shame. Okay, very good, Jiraiya, you really have become defiant. Danzo said twice. Don't forget, I'm Konoha's advisor, you're nothing. Neither is that kid. Having said that, Danzo smashed the crutches in his hand and said sternly, everything I did is for the safety of Konoha. You should know very well what problems will be caused once the 3 generations of Mizukage are leaked. Right now, your only choice is to follow my advice, otherwise you will encounter a crazy backlash from Kurigakure and Sunagakure villages. Moved even the 3rd generation of Hokage. Danzo, are you crazy? You're not going to use this to blackmail us into making a decision, are you? For Danzo's character, the 3 generations of Hokage are very clear. In order to achieve the goal, he will do whatever it takes, even his Hokage dares to murder him, let alone Chinyu. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly and said with a grim face, I'm thinking of Konoha, and now I will recall Chinyu and Namikaze Minato immediately. If he doesn't want to, then he has the heart to defect. Once we return to Konoha, we will put him in prison and seal the 3 tails. We must not let the murder of the 3rd generation of Mizukage flow out. When necessary, get the method of sealing the tailed beast from Chinyu's hands. Jiraiya's expression changed, and she stopped talking, but was stopped by the 3 generations of Hokage. Danzo is enough. 3 generations of Hokage said coldly, have you forgotten who is Hokage? Chinyu's killing of the 3 generations of Mizukage is beyond our control, but it must not be imprisoned or treated differently. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning over old accounts. Voice fell, and the momentum of the 3 generations of Hokage changed in an instant. If we say that the 3 generations of Hokage on weekdays are peaceful, with an amiable face, then the current 3 generations of Hokage give people a taste of decisive attack. This is what Hokage looks like. Danzo looked livid, his cheeks twitching. Danzo was visibly discouraged in the face of the tough Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has too many handles and was caught by 3 generations of Hokage. For example, when he went to the daimyo mansion, he failed in colluding with outsiders to assassinate the 3 generations of Hokage. Undercover people who use their roots, slaughter Konoha's competitors, and more. These are all selfish actions. Danzo also suspected that the 3rd generation of Hokage might have mastered any clues about his collusion with Orochimaru. The current situation made Danzo look gloomy for a moment, and finally left with a big stride. I can agree with your approach, but the person who monitors it is sent by me. Danzo, who disappeared in the corridor in a blink of an eye, the 3rd Hokage breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiraiya. You're impulsive this time and offended Danzo, he's very vengeful. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane twitched their cheeks. In their eyes, it is normal for the 2 masters and apprentices to speak ill of others behind closed doors. Now in front of them, but dragging them into the water. Thinking of what the 3 generations of Hokage said about Danzo, the 2 coughed dryly, and Homura Mitokado spoke up. Since things have come to a conclusion, it's not good for us to stay any longer and leave first. These words, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane hurried away. For a time, only Jiraiya and 3 generations of Hokage remained in the huge office. Okay, they're gone, I know you have something else to say. Three generations of Hokage spoke again. Jiraiya pulled up a chair and sat down without any hesitation. In addition to the information just now, Fukasaku-sama also brought me a sentence. This ninja world is going to change. What? Three generations of Hokage changed dramatically. The meaning of this sentence is too great. If it was an ordinary person, he would never take it seriously. However, the strength displayed by Uchiha Chinyu, and the talent like a monster, made him also moved. Now, given this intriguing speech, how can people not pay attention to it? Teacher, I guess Chinyu must know that the three toads will tell me all this before they say this sentence. Jiraiya said solemnly. When I was teaching him the art of psychics, I was as superficial as Danzo, thinking that I could easily suppress this kid by myself, but unfortunately I was wrong. In an instant, I learned the art of psychics. Not only was the summoning successful, but the three toads were summoned at the same time. This is something that is difficult for even me to do. As the face of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya has certain privileges. For example, summon two immortals and display the combined sage art. Feel free to enter Mount Myoboku and more. However, all of this is based on the premise that he has obtained the approval of the Great Toad Immortal. However, now that Chinyu had never even entered Mount Myoboku, he was able to break the precedent and summon the three great toads at the same time. This alone is enough to see that Chinyu is different. You mean, even the two immortals of Mount Myoboku noticed Chinyu? The third Hokage said solemnly. Jiraiya nodded and said, the Great Toad Immortal had prophesied before that the ninja world would be in turmoil. I originally thought it was referring to the Third Ninja War, but now I think it's probably related to Chinyu. Furthermore, Lord Fukasaku told me that Immortal Big Toad decided to let Chinyu enter Mount Myoboku to practice sage art, hoping to use this to find a breakthrough in Chinyu's body. Let him practice sage art. Three generations of Hokage changed. Jiraiya, are you saying that Immortal Fukasaku intends to use the sage art practice to test Chinyu's learning talent? The strength he shows now is beyond our understanding. If even Sage Mode is a master, it may be a bit passive for us. After 15 years of dormancy, he was once shocked. Mangekyo Sharingan, a powerful Raiden Thunder style, a monster-like learning talent. Now even the third generation of Mizukage was killed, and the three tails were easily tamed. All this, even three generations of Hokage, it is difficult to do. If Chinyu is allowed to master the sage mode that Jiraiya has learned so hard, that strength will probably skyrocket to another terrifying level. Chapter 82 I just killed three generations of Mizukage. The furrowed brows of the third generation Hokage, Jiraiya sighed helplessly, and said, I have thought about this too, but with the talent Chinyu has shown now, he is not studying sage mode on Mount Myoboku, he can also go to Shikatsu Forest and Raichi Cave. Quote. Don't forget how greedy those big snakes are. If Chinyu gives enough conditions, it is not difficult to get the opportunity to learn sage mode. Having said that, Jiraiya took out the token that Fukasaku gave him and said, what's more, Immortal Big Toad has survived for a long time. With him staring at Chinyu, we should get more information. Three generations of Hokage fell silent. What Jiraiya said. As Jiraiya said, everything Chinyu showed was beyond their control. Moreover, let him leave for a period of time, practice sage mode, and test the depth of his learning talent. Maybe not a bad thing. Okay, since you already have an idea, I'll leave this matter to you. The third generation Hokage sighed. Be careful with Danzo until you understand Chinyu's position. Also, I hope you can find a way to improve Minato's strength, otherwise, in the face of Chinyu's rise, his chances of winning will become smaller. Of Hokage will attach great importance to Chinyu's departure and retention, as well as his position. But in the face of the choice of the next Hokage, the three generations of Hokage still tend to know the bottom line of Namikaze Minato. Looking at Jiraiya who was rubbing his nose, the third Hokage said helplessly, "If you are willing to inherit this position, I don't have to have such a headache." Sanin in the past, how outstanding, is also the face of the old man. Now he can walk, retreat, and even you are hiding. If you were here, we Konoha would not be in this situation. Listening to these words, Jiraiya's expression froze at first, but then quickly recovered, and said with a blank look, "You old man, don't play emotional cards for me here. Don't forget, I raised a Minato to replace me. However, don't worry, when Fukasaku-sama left, I asked Minato a chance to learn Sage Mode. As long as he learns Sage Mode, his strength will definitely surpass me as a teacher." The face of Chinyu's strong rise, Jiraiya said that he was not worried, which was really a joke. Especially seeing his proud disciple being surpassed step by step. There is always a hurdle in my heart. So driven by selfishness, and with the help of a small relationship, Jiraiya became selfish. Hee, you're still the same guy, and you like to play tricks in private. The third generation Hokage chuckled and said, "I really hope that under the Sage Mode, Minato can surpass Chinyu." "Che, you old man, don't you believe in your disciple?" Jiraiya rolled her eyes and said, "Don't forget, Minato is Konoha's golden glitter, and his talent is the best among the many students I have brought. 1. With him going out in person, I believe that he will definitely be able to surpass Uchiha Chinyu. Just wait for the news." These words, Jiraiya disappeared into the office without turning her head. This figure leave, the third Hokage sighed quietly, stood up and looked at the Konoha ninja village outside the window. Did the ninja world really change because of a boy? 3 days later, Chinyu and his party crossed the border of Konoha, and after circumventing many war zones, they finally saw the sealed gate of Konoha. During these days, Chinyu also learned from Namikaze Minato's mouth that after the Shinwukun bridge was bombed, Iwagakure lost the supply of food and grass. Vanguard was wiped out by Chinyu and Namikaze Minato, resulting in low morale. At the same time, the most important thing happened. In Kumogakure village, the third generation of Raikage personally led the troops, and attacked the tail orc Jinchuriki column force of Iwagakure village, and a larger scale battle broke out. Although, the final outcome is not yet known. However, Kumogakure's approach gave Konoha shinobi a chance to breathe. With Iwagakure village has all stopped. It can be said that in the face of the four great powers, Iwagakure village's combat power and numbers are second only to that of Konoha, and at the same time even stronger than Kumogakure village. Kumogakure was obviously holding it, after suffering a loss in Chinyu's hands. Seeing that Iwagakure is also suffering at the front line, in order to suppress Iwagakure, the 3 generations of Raikage will take such a risk to attack the village of Iwagakure. However, when it was learned that the target of the 3rd generation Raikage attack was a tail beast, Chinyu knew that his purpose was obviously because Killer Bee knew how to fit perfectly with the tailed beast, and planned to take this opportunity to hunt the tailed beast to enhance the strength of Kumogakure village. "Chinyu, you are finally back." Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly sounded. 3 figures appeared in front of the team like ghosts. "Brother." Uchiha Itachi glanced at Chinyu and stopped talking. As for the boy standing beside Uchiha Itachi, who was 4 or 5 years older and carrying a dagger on his back, Chinyu also instantly recognized it. "Okay, if you have anything to say, leave it to uncle." Chinyu rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head and said, "Shisui, long time no see." In the last memory of Uchiha Chinyu, there is also the memory of Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui has a gentle personality, and in the village, he is very concerned about the tail of a crane like Chinyu. In that vague memory, Uchiha Shisui also instructed, the last time he learned the art of shuriken. "Chinyu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Last time I had the cheek to teach you the technique of shuriken." Uchiha Shisui smiled bitterly. Seeing this scene, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. I can't tell him that the last crane tail was taken away by his genius. This beautiful misunderstanding can only keep him going. Okay, let's stay with the old things. You three came here in person. What happened? Uchiha Chinyu said. Words fell, even Namikaze Minato's expression stiffened. He passed the information about Chinyu to Jiraiya. Jiraiya has been refraining from talking about what happened next, as well as decision-making. Now Uchiha Fugaku is waiting here in person, enough to see the seriousness of the situation. I used Itachi and Shisui as an excuse to get rid of the scrutiny. I came out here to try my luck. I didn't expect to meet you. Uchiha Fugaku opened Sharingan, and after looking around, he said, the recent family gathering the ground is being watched by many Anbu people, and even more of them belong to the roots of Danzo. Quote. This kind of change, the first person I think of is you. I want to know what happened. Uchiha Fugaku didn't take it to heart for Namikaze Minato's presence. It can be said that in the heart of Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato is the only high-level Konoha he is close to. It is also the only hope that can become a candidate for Hokage. However, now that Chinyu is a variable, he still can't hold his breath. They've all acted. It's very efficient. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and said, it's not a big deal. I just killed the 3 generations of Mizukage, and then turned the 3 tails over. It seems that Danzo is also getting old. Little things can't sit still. The small voice made the 3 of Uchiha Fugaku stunned. Looking at Chinyu's eyes, it became unreal. Killing the 3 generations of Mizukage and kidnapping the 3 tails, is this still a trivial matter? Chapter 83. Sure enough, everything is true. Chinyu, you said that you killed 3 generations of Mizukage, wouldn't you be joking? Uchiha Fugaku grabbed Chinyu's shoulder and asked anxiously. Brother Fugaku, it's true, we can also testify. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and looked at Chinyu's open backpack. The 3 tails are still resting in the backpack. When the 3 of Uchiha Fugaku heard the words, they were in a hurry, and they hurriedly surrounded them. Who disturbed this uncle to rest? Sanwei stretched and emerged from the backpack. Yes, is it a tailed beast? Uchiha Itachi was obviously startled, and subconsciously took a half step back and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chinyu's hands were quick and he grabbed his shoulders. It's really Isofumio. As the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku has also seen the portrait of the tailed beast. For the scene in front of him, it still seems unreal. Hey, kid over there, I heard that you have Ichiraku ramen in Konoha, how about taking me to try it? I won't treat you badly. Sanwei said suddenly. Me, Uchiha Itachi pointed to himself and said, is this really okay? Don't worry, as long as I can eat enough, I won't run wild. Otherwise, I'm going to beat you up, Sanwei said in a sullen voice. You little saner, if you don't train for a day, your bones are itchy. Qinfeng slapped Sanwei's head directly. The dignified tailed beast is directly cowardly. Right. Uchiha Fugaku et al. Are not wrong. The dignified tailed beast, in Chinyu's hands, completely seemed to live as Erha. Is this still the existence they know that one anger can destroy mountains and forests? Brother, can I take it to eat Ichiraku ramen? Uchiha Itachi said after a moment of hesitation. However, as soon as these words fell, 4 figures flashed out in the dark, surrounding Chinyu and his party. Uchiha Chinyu, Lord Hokage of the 3rd generation, I hope you can visit the Hokage mansion. Anbu, who took the lead, said coldly. However, they clearly knew the purpose of this mission, and the moment they saw the 3 tails, their pupils suddenly shrank. Chinyu, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. Was quickly stopped by Namikaze Minato shaking his head and said, don't worry, there is no big deal with Teacher Jiraiya here. Chinyu, don't take it to heart. Don't worry, if I want to leave, they won't be able to stop me. Chinyu said with a smile. However, as soon as these jokes were spoken, the nerves of the four Anbu present were suddenly tense. When they came out, they were instructed by the three advisors. After the four looked at each other, they found that Chinyu had disappeared out of thin air. Alert! Anbu, headed by him, exclaimed urgently. Four Anbu ninjas immediately opened up. I'm here, don't take it slow, I don't care if you waste time. The voice floated in front of the sealed gate. In addition to Namikaze Minato, who was already used to it, the faces of the three Uchiha Fugaku and the four Anbu also changed drastically. This body instant technique is too fast. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed slightly. He is well known in the ninja world for his instant body technique. In the moment just now, the speed of Chinyu's explosion was not inferior to him. Go on, this is my kunai, let me know if there is anything. Namikaze Minato handed Hiraishin kunai to the Anbu ninja headed by him. Go, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't mess around. During this period of time, after getting along, Namikaze Minato also understood Chinyu's character. Approachable, but decisive in killing. There are principles of life, and there are untouchable scales. Yeah, Anbu ninja, who took the lead, nodded gratefully and quickly caught up with Chinyu. Watching the four leave, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't hold back his breath. Minato, didn't you agree to help me watch Chinyu? Why even killed the third generation of Mizukage and brought back Mizuo Isofu? I'm afraid Danzo won't give up on this matter. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly and said, Chinyu's means are more than I imagined. However, to really get to the bottom of it, the third generation of Mizukage was killed by the backlash of the tailed beast. Chinyu only suppressed the three tails, and the responsibility is not on him. It's just that I'm worried that Danzo doesn't think that way, and if this is not handled well, I'm afraid it will make things more complicated. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. Now their Uchiha clan's position in the Konoha shinobi village is already very embarrassing. If something happens again, it will make things worse for the Uchiha family. Uncle, I'll go take a look. Uchiha Shisui's expression sank, and as soon as his figure swayed, he cast a teleportation technique and disappeared in place. In front of the Hokage mansion. It seems to be very quiet here, but there are already dark whistles all around. There are as many as hundreds of people. Jiraiya was leaning in front of the door, staring and waiting for Chinyu's arrival. The lecherous immortal, didn't you go to the bathhouse for a peek today? Chinyu greeted with a smile. Anbu, who was present, twitched his cheeks involuntarily. Jiraiya came back to her senses, and Kakuzu's eyes were twitching. If it was an ordinary person, exposing his old bottom like this would have already given him a punch in the head. You kid, you are really restless. Jiraiya suppressed the helplessness in her heart and said, let's go, they are all waiting for you. Don't worry, I will help you in this matter. Also, Fukasaku-sama has promised to give you a chance to learn sage art. After this is over, you can go to Mount Myoboku. As for Chinyu's character traits, Jiraiya has repeatedly confirmed with Namikaze Minato. So, when they first met, Jiraiya threw out the sweet pastry, hoping to make the next thing smoother. Okay, what's the benefit? Let's talk about it later. Let's get down to business first. Chinyu patted Jiraiya's shoulder with a smile. Otherwise, even if the business is messed up, it won't be of much use if you throw it out. Chinyu, who was the first to walk towards the Hokage building. Jiraiya couldn't see Chinyu more and more. He didn't know, facing the high-level officials of Konoha, and the hundreds of Anbu around him, under such strict guard, why he still had such great confidence. Teacher, here we are. Jiraiya knocked on the door, and after getting a response, he pushed it away. Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Chinyu. Do not. It should be said that more is still placed on Neosuke. They are eager to confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. Sure enough, everything is true. 3 generations of Hokage said solemnly. Chapter 84 Danzo's Mind. The huge office fell into a dead silence. After seeing the 3 tails shrinking countless times, like a rag doll, sleeping on Chinyu's backpack, the pupils of the 3 advisors including Danzo suddenly shrank. It can be said that the scene in front of him was too shocking. In their eyes, the tailed beast should be sealed in a vessel, or in a human body. To be able to act like this and act so harmless to humans and animals is completely beyond their cognition. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? Chinyu, welcome back. 3 generations of Hokage spoke first. I have heard from Namikaze Minato's report about your activity on the front. I also heard about the fact that the country of water kidnapped Nohara Rin and planned to replace the 3rd generation Mizukage and become the Jinchuriki column force of the 3 tails. However, the person who died this time, the 3 generations of Mizukage, has been implicated in politics at the highest level, so for you and Konoha, we will make a few decisions after consultation. 3rd generation of Hokage went straight to the topic as soon as he opened his mouth, staring at Chinyu, trying to find a change in his face. The 3rd generation of Hokage is really straightforward. I like this way of doing things. If you have a decision, let me hear it. If it's reasonable, I won't mind. Chinyu smiled genially. Boy, you are presumptuous. Danzo snorted coldly. This understatement made their faces slightly changed. On weekdays, those juniors, when they saw them alone, were already full of awe. Not to mention, Chinyu is now facing the 3 high-level leaders of Konoha and Hokage at one time, and he can still be so calm. This can't help but make people think, what trump cards are there? Why am I being presumptuous? Chinyu smiled playfully. Is it because I let you need it to not be presumptuous? Don't forget, I came back with meritorious deeds, and should be rewarded for meritorious deeds, not a teacher to ask for guilt. The low voice made Danzo's expression stagnate. However, before he could speak this time, he was stopped by 3 generations of Hokage detectives. Okay, Chinyu is right. The 3rd generation Hokage's eyes flickered, and he said, this time, Chinyu is only indirectly related to the death of the 3rd generation of Mizukage. You have also made a lot of credit on the battlefield, but this time the matter is too connected, so I hope you can stay in Konoha village for the next period of time, waiting for the end of the war. During this period, I will arrange for Anbu to protect you. The slightly elusive voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Chinyu, and even Jiraiya became nervous. He was entrusted by Namikaze Minato to solve this matter perfectly. If anything goes wrong, it's his fault. Is that all you need? Chinyu said indifferently. As long as they don't prevent me from eating, drinking, and picking up girls, it's not a big problem. I'm happy to relax, and I'll give you some face. Hearing these slightly teasing words, Jiraiya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chinyu is willing to agree to this condition, the next thing will be easy to solve. He also explained to Namikaze Minato. Okay, since Chinyu agreed to this request, then Minato will be responsible for the next thing. A smile appeared on the face of the 3rd generation Hokage. Chinyu, if you have nothing else to do, then leave first. During this period of time, he also thought hard about a lot of candidates to monitor Chinyu. However, after some deliberation, it was decided to enable Namikaze Minato. Whether in friendship or strength. Namikaze Minato also has the art of Hiraishin, has good mobility, and is more capable of this task. Then I'll go first. Chinyu glanced at Danzo with a gloomy face, smiled genially, then turned and left. Jiraiya smiled helplessly. The face of Danzo, he was on the verge of worrying that it would cause trouble. Now that Chinyu is so provocative in public, this is simply the daring of a master artist. Teacher, I'm leaving first. Jiraiya followed quickly. However, just as he turned around, his expression changed drastically. Secret art, the art of turning the heart. 5 figures appeared in all directions in an instant, and at the same time displayed the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. At the same time, the 5 root ninjas also rushed out one after another, and all they used were sealing techniques. The 5 elements great binding technique. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Even the 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya were taken aback. The corner of Danzo's mouth pursed lightly, and the moment he revealed a playful smile, he also burst into flames. A blink of an eye, Danzo appeared first behind Chinyu, and many curse marks spread out from his left hand, which he photographed directly on Sanwei's body. Sealing technique self-worked curse seal technique. As soon as the shot was taken, 5 people from the Yamanaka family, under the leadership of Yamanaka Wind, performed the art of turning their hearts around. Then let Aburame take the root and activate the sealing technique to limit Chinyu's actions. And, it was Danzo who attacked Sanwei. This plan, in the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage and others, is exceptionally seamless. However, the person they faced this time was unfathomable, and was known as Chinyu, who had been lurking for 15 years before becoming a blockbuster. At present, this method is probably not enough. Danzo, your methods are really disappointing. Chinyu smiled warmly. In the moment of turning around, he had already activated 9 Tomo Sharingan. If you really want to say, whose spiritual power is stronger, Yamanaka Feng's 5 people add up, I am afraid it is not as good as 1/10 of Chinyu who owns Tsukuyomi. At the moment when the secret technique was performed, the 5 entered Chinyu's consciousness space first, and the first thing they saw was the huge Sharingan suspended in the consciousness space. The magic seal formed by the flying in his hands stopped instantly, and his expression fell into a dull state. Seeing Aburame taking root and others attacking, Chinyuju Tomo Sharingan turned in vain, and Susanoo quickly condensed. The huge body and the burst of air waves directly blew away the approaching Danzo and Aburame and others. The originally small Hokage office was also directly broken through. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Danzo was moved by seeing the huge body about 10 meters tall in front of him. He had also seen this kind of monster once in Uchiha Madara. It is precisely because of this battle that the original Hokage eventually fell seriously injured. Susanoo in front of him can be regarded as the incarnation of disaster. Orangutan Yuhi exudes a fierce aura. Chapter 85. I also like more people to practice hands. The huge Susanoo appeared, the Hokage mansion was instantly destroyed. Under the strong wind and waves, the rolled-up building fragments scattered around, like a storm. Is this the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan owned by Uchiha Madara, the most powerful pupil technique? The 3rd Hokage rushed out of the ruins, looking at the huge body, a look of anger flashed across his face. Danzo, are you crazy? Why not follow the negotiated decision? The hysterical growl made both Jiraiya and Homura Mitokado's expressions change. Hokage, who belonged to the moderate faction, would be so furious. However, before they could react, Susanoo's right hand suddenly probed, and with a gesture of lightning speed, he directly caught Aburame who was thrown away and took the root. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Danzo, who fell to the side, turned ashen, and shouted in a hurry, Chinyu, let go of the people quickly, you dare to destroy the Hokage mansion. If you are still in the village and kill your companions, then enough to be convicted of treason. Danzo, you're crazy. The 3rd generation of Hokage's face changed dramatically, and he shouted anxiously, you are not qualified to decide this matter, shut up for me. Chinyu, don't be impulsive, leave this matter to me. The rush of words echoed in the heaven and earth. The presence of Jiraiya and Homura Mitokado, and even a group of Anbu ninjas, have never seen it, and the third generation of Hokage is so furious. Unfortunately, some things can't be solved with just a few words. At least, not in Chin Yu's eyes. A warm smile appeared on Chin Yu's face. Nine Tomo Sharingan turned in vain, Susanoo's right hand suddenly clenched. Don't! Aburame cried out in pain. His most powerful is the technique of sending bad insects, and he has all-pervasive means of attack. Susanoo, who has absolute defense and doesn't even have half a hole, it is obviously not useful. Facing Chin Yu's smile, like a death-threatening smile, the tingling pain all over his body hit his mind crazily the next moment. PFF'd. A sound like a watermelon shattering suddenly came out. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Especially those Anbu ninjas, they ask themselves that there is still a big gap compared to Aburame's roots. In terms of means, it is even more incomparable. However, this kind of existence that can be called an elite Jonin is not enough to hold the 5 fingers tightly, and it is directly crushed like a watermelon. Now, in their hearts, there is only a little bit of luck, thankful that they didn't make a reckless move just now. Chin Yu, you are courting death. Danzo roared. Aburame takes the root, but he has spent a lot of effort to cultivate the confidant, and is the mainstay of the root Jinchuriki column. Under his warning, Chin Yu pinched him to death in public, which was the biggest challenge to him. Haha, this Susanoo is still very jerky when I control it. I accidentally pinched him to death. This is an accident. I believe Danzo, you will understand. Chin Yu smiled playfully. However, this smile, at this moment, undoubtedly became Kai Guguo's provocation. Come on, kill him for me. Danzo looked grim. As Konoha's high-level advisor and the leader of the Roots, this is the first time he has been so despised by others. However, as soon as the voice fell, 2 figures, like ghosts, surrounded Danzo one after the other. Enough Danzo. Jiraiya squeezed Danzo's left shoulder. As for his right shoulder, it was caught by Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who came closely behind him, turned pale when they looked at the illusory figure standing in the ruins in front of them. What they feared the most had happened. Minato, Jiraiya, and Chin Yu are unscrupulously killing their comrades in the village. This is a betrayal of the village. Danzo shouted sharply. Don't stop me, I will let this junior know that Konoha Ninja Village is not a place where he can act wildly. Quote. Danzo is enough, Minato and I are not stopping you. Jiraiya looked at Chin Yu, who was in Susanoo, and said solemnly, we are worried that you will be killed. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The head of the dignified Roots, and the 3 high-level leaders of Konoha. The strength that Danzo possesses can definitely be called cage level. It is precisely because of his strength that Danzo wants to become Hokage again and again. However, Jiraiya, who is now Sannin, gives this assessment. Whether it is true or not, but falling in the ears of other people is undoubtedly a slap in the face. Bastard, Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about? You kind of get out of the way, and I'll let you understand why I can be the leader of the Root. Danzo shouted angrily. However, the person who appeared first in front of Danzo this time was the 3rd generation of Hokage. Danzo, that's enough, you go back to me now, without my order, you can't walk out of the mansion half a step, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the old feelings. 3 generations of Hokage said coldly. In the past, you still weighed the pros and cons and knew what fear was, but now you are blinded by the benefits, and you haven't seen it until now. That kid, in such a riot in the village, facing so many people, he can still show a relaxed face, which proves that he is not afraid at all, and has enough confidence to escape. Die the same. Danzo's expression froze, and the moment he met Chin Yu's gaze, he had no way to refute. It was the first time he had seen Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old opponent who had a good strategy, say such a lack of confidence. What's more, this is the Konoha Ninja Village, their base camp. In this kind of time and place, the 3 generations of Hokage also give this evaluation. For Danzo, it was more than expected. Chin-Yu, you killed the man, and your anger should be gone. Why don't you just let it go? Uchiha Fugaku was the first to lose his anger. As the head of the Uchiha clan, if he doesn't break the deadlock now, the situation will probably worsen. And, he also has a responsibility, in this case, to be fair. Looking at the smiling Uchiha Chin-Yu, Uchiha Fugaku's nerves tightened to ultimate. As for Chin-Yu's strength, he has always been hearsay. But after seeing it with his own eyes, Uchiha Fugaku realized that Chin-Yu's strength was far beyond his imagination. If Chin-Yu insisted on going his own way and wanted to make a big fight, his whole cards would be exposed. Once this time comes, the situation of the Uchiha family will be even more severe. Fugaku is right, the matter of Chin-Yu is here, and we will give you an explanation next. The 3rd generation of Hokage also agreed. This time it was Danzo being too reckless. Seeing that even the 3 generations of Hokage spoke to persuade, the expressions of the people present changed one after another. Looking at Chin-Yu's eyes, there is also a hint of urgency. A moment ago, the high evaluation of Jiraiya and others made it clear to them that if the teenager in front of them said no, there would be a fierce battle waiting for them. Hehe, since uncle, I talked to the 3rd generation of Hokage, I don't give this face, it seems that I have become a sinner. Chin-Yu smiled dryly, but I also like it very much. Danzo will send me some more people to practice. Practice your hands. Chapter 86. This joke is not funny. You bastard. Danzo growled savagely. As a high-level Konoha and the leader of the root, when has he been so despised by others? Moreover, Chin-Yu's strength is indeed beyond his control, but he still has trump cards. Danzo, shut up for me. 3 generations of Hokage shouted coldly. Mito, you send Danzo back to me. Without my order, you can't let him leave the root. Sarutobi you. Danzo is pissed. However, with the unmistakable gaze of the 3 generations of Hokage on the pile, the words that came to the mouth were instantly swallowed back into the stomach. With a sudden flick of his sleeves, he turned around and said in a cold voice, HMPH, I will go back myself, but I won't give up easily on this matter, even if there is anyone behind you to support you. Words. Danzo really didn't stay any longer. Him leave. Uchiha Fugaku's mood not only did not calm down, but became even more heavy. This beam is tied. Teacher. Jiraiya couldn't help looking over. 3rd generation Hokage sighed heavily and said, Minato, send Chin-Yu back first, and leave the rest to me. Namikaze Minato didn't dodge. From the beginning, he was uneasy. It's a pity that he didn't expect things to be so noisy, completely beyond his control. If he had expected it, he would never let Chin-Yu go to the Hokage mansion alone. The only thing that can be done now is how to repair the gap between the 2 sides. Chaotic thoughts flashed through my mind. Namikaze Minato flickered and fell on Chin-Yu's side. Uchiha Fugaku was obviously uneasy, and quickly followed. Chin-Yu, let's go. Namikaze Minato spoke first. Well, I've caused you trouble. Chin-Yu laughed dryly. Namikaze Minato said with a bitter face. Fortunately, you know how to keep your hands. Just kill one. If the group kills all of them, I can't handle this. I don't know what to say. Are you showing mercy or saving face for me? Next, don't forget to give me a delicious meal. And me, I didn't cause trouble just now. Isofuji Sano also got out of Chin-Yu's backpack. Looking at one person and one beast, at this juncture, he has not forgotten to eat, and Uchiha Fugaku's mood is even more heavy. With the departure of Chin-Yu and the 3, only Jiraiya and the 3 generations of Hokage remained in the huge ruins. The other Anbu members, apparently going to evacuate, the other village names and ninjas who were alerted. Jiraiya, if you use your whole cards, are you sure you can defeat Chinyu? The 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly spoke up. As a teacher, he is well aware of Jiraiya's ability. If it is said that among Sannin, Orochimaru's efforts are all poured into the development of forbidden technique. Tsunade specializes in medical ninjutsu. Then Jiraiya is the existence that is best at fighting. It can be said that Jiraiya is the strongest in Sannin's mid lane. 50% chance of winning, this is still the conclusion that Chinyu has no hidden cards. Jiraiya said solemnly. If he still has any cards, then I don't have much confidence. If there are other people in the field, they will definitely take a deep breath when they hear Jiraiya give this kind of evaluation. Sannin, that is comparable to the existence of Cage level. If you cast Sage mode, it is not difficult to achieve Super Cage level. However, now facing a junior, it is unbelievable to give such a high price. 3rd generation of Hokage was silent, and after a full 7 or 8 seconds, he said, "In your eyes, the most terrifying thing about him is probably not him now." Yes, his terrifying talent for learning, right? Yes, Jiraiya nodded solemnly. That's why I promised Fukasaku-sama, let him go to learn Sage mode, and make a final evaluation of his harmfulness. Studying Sage art in Jiraiya, the 3 generations of Hokage were also shown off by him. Therefore, it is clear how difficult it is to learn Sage mode. In each era, there are hundreds of thousands of testers, and only one can reach it. In other words, there is no way to achieve even one. Moreover, once the cultivation fails, it will turn into a frog, or be turned into a frog stone statue directly. It can be said that practicing Sage mode is a double-edged sword. After seeing Chinyu's horror with his own eyes, the 3rd generation of Hokage's mind flashed an absurd thought. If Chinyu fails, will it be better for the whole thing? However, as soon as this idea came up, it was suppressed by the so-called heart of justice of the 3 generations of Hokage. Then, when do you plan to send him? The 3rd generation Hokage sighed and said, this time Danzo broke the original agreement and fought Chinyu, and this hatred has ended. Although he didn't kill the 3 generations of Mizukage, he is also indirectly related to him, so I hope you will deal with this matter as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded and said, don't worry, I will arrange for him and Minato to go tomorrow. It will take at least a few months to practice Sage mode. After this time, the 3rd Ninja World War will probably end. On the other hand, Chinyu, escorted by Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato, returned to the residence of the Uchiha family. Since the previous Uchiha Chinyu lost both his parents when he was young, his residence was arranged beside Uchiha Fugaku's house. Following them, there are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. You are finally back. Uchiha Makoto heard the footsteps and opened the door first. When he saw Chinyu, a soft smile appeared on his face. Chinyu, welcome home safely. Auntie, you're still the same, sweet-mouthed. I don't have any gifts, why don't I bring this to you? Chinyu raised Sanwei with his backhand. The sudden move made everyone bewildered, even Uchiha Makoto. Boss, you are immoral, you just accepted me as a younger brother, and now you give me away and spread it out. Other tailed beasts will not be so easy to fool. Sanwei was in a hurry. Who else talks about this thing? Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but startled and said, what is it? Isofu Mio, like Kyubi, 9 tails, is a tailed beast weapon. Uchiha Fugaku spoke first. Chinyu, this is a joke, but it's not funny. Also, are you planning to get your hands on other tailed beast weapons? Chapter 87 The Forbidden Land of the Uchiha Clan. Fugaku, don't be so serious, what should you do if you frighten the child? Uchiha Makoto glared and said, "Chin-yu, my aunt made a delicious meal for you. I have one more important thing to announce." Important things. Uchiha Fugaku and others couldn't help but startled. Chin-yu was no exception, but quickly looked at Uchiha Makoto's slightly bulging belly. "Auntie, are you pregnant?" The sudden words made Uchiha Fugaku's expression stagnate, and he said anxiously, "Makoto, is what Chin-yu said true?" Uchiha Makoto was stunned and said, "Chin-yu, I only found out when I went to the doctor just now. How did you see it?" At this moment, even Uchiha Fugaku and others noticed something was wrong. Could it be Mangekyo's power? Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said, "Makoto, be careful next time." "Itachi, Shisui, you go help with the meal. Minato, you also have a side meal. You haven't had a drink with me for more than a year." "Hehe, Fugaku, you are really kind. I haven't tasted my sister-in-law's craftsmanship for a long time. Namikaze Minato is not a fool." An instant, I saw Uchiha Fugaku's intention to discuss with Chin-yu alone. If it was someone else, Namikaze Minato would never let Chin-yu out of sight. But as a good brother, Namikaze Minato is very clear that Uchiha Fugaku will not bet on the fate of the family casually. Otherwise, the fate of the family will not be changed, and it will be placed on him. "Thank you, Minato." Uchiha Fugaku looked at Chin-yu after showing gratitude, and said, "Chin-yu, come with me, I want to chat with you alone." Yeah, Chin-yu did not refuse, at least with the kindness of the past. For Uchiha Fugaku's family, he still held due respect to the elders. Uchiha Itachi, who was stunned. "Just leave it alone for a meal, it won't mess up." Yes, what the boss said is correct, just give me a half-full meal." Sano Isofu didn't take Chin-yu's disrespect at all. Looking at the dignified tailed beast, it was enough to degenerate into a meal. This huge gap made Namikaze Minato feel helpless. But more, still shocked by Chin-yu's methods. If he was really allowed to encounter other tailed beasts, would he be tamed like the three-tailed beast? Once this time comes, the entire ninja world will probably tremble for it. Chin-yu followed Uchiha Fugaku and went all the way to the basement. Seeing that the mysterious sealing techniques along the way were lifted one by Uchiha Fugaku, Chin-yu knew that the purpose of this trip was probably a forbidden place for the Uchiha family. When they passed through the last corridor, the two finally reached the front of the seal gate. This gate, cast with special chakra iron, has the ability to absorb chakra. Able to be immune to a certain degree of attack. Coupled with some sealing techniques, a little bit of S-level ninjutsu can be broken. Chin-yu, you should have guessed that this is a forbidden place for our Uchiha clan. Except for the patriarchs of each generation who can come in, only those who have opened Mangekyo Sharingan can do it. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. This time, it's up to you to start. Chin-yu did not refuse, and took half a step forward. Nine-tomo Sharingan turned around in vain. The mysterious sealing technique on the door was spinning rapidly. The next moment, it turned into a blood-colored eye. A huge spiritual force rushed straight into Chin-yu's mind. HMPH, Uchiha Madara, get out of here. Chin-yu snorted coldly, and the huge mental power surged out like a frenzy. This is the sealing technique left by Uchiha Madara, activated by Mangekyo Sharingan. It will trigger the demonic illusion shock left by him to test the strength of the successor. Looking at Chin-yu, who was instantly sober, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. On that day, he entered for the first time. Although he also opened Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no way to do it to Chin-yu's level. At that time, it took him a minute to wake up, and he had been praised as a genius by the previous patriarch, his father. Now Chin-yu only took a short breathing time. This huge gap made Yuji Fugaku, who was already mentally prepared, also shocked. If he is a genius, then Chin-yu in front of him is Kai Guguo's evildoer. Let's go. Chinyu walked into the secret room first. There are many scrolls inside, and a rough stone tablet with a Mangekyo Sharingan carved on it. Uchiha Fugaku regained his senses and quickly followed. This is the place where our Uchiha clan kept ninjutsu scrolls and family iron news, but when Madara left, many of them were taken away, leaving only a few ninjutsu. You can read it. Uchiha Fugaku looked around. Later, as for that stone tablet, you can use Mangekyo to open it, and maybe you will get some special inheritance. However, before that, I want to know, what are your thoughts on going back to Uchiha Madara? Having said that, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes became a little sharper, and he wanted to see a change in expression on Chinyu's face. If I said that I met Uchiha Madara on the battlefield, would you believe it? Chinyu smiled and met his gaze. Voice was not loud, but when it fell to Uchiha Fugaku's ear, it shook his nerves like thunder. You really met him. Did you do what he ordered? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed dramatically. From the change in his expression, Chinyu was more certain that Uchiha Madara never gave up to win over Uchiha Fugaku, who opened Mangekyo Sharingan from the very beginning. After all, this is a ready-made combat force. Moreover, as long as he can bewitch the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan, it is not difficult to make a comeback again. Uncle, you underestimate me too much. Chinyu shook his head with a smile and said, he really wants me to inherit his will, but if I told you that he was killed by me, would you believe it? He was killed by you. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara is like a god. After opening Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku had also been in contact with him and of course knew his horror. Yes, he is already dead. There is no need for me to tell lies to lie to you. Chinyu said lightly. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence and said after a long time, 10 years ago, I also met him. At that time, although he was equally old, he was still stronger than me. For the continuation of the Uchiha clan, I played against him, but unfortunately it didn't reach your height. Over the years, you should have also seen the decline of the Uchiha family. In fact, if he hadn't taken away all the resources of the family such as forbidden technique and ninjutsu, our Uchiha family would not have gone into decline. Chapter 88 The Inheritance of Uchiha Madara. Having said this, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but paused and said, I thought that the Uchiha family would continue to decline, but I didn't expect that geniuses like you and Shisui would emerge. However, I don't want you. You go Uchiha Madara's way. Even he can't escape the result of perishing. I don't want to let the family go to perdition again. Chinyu did not refute this remark. If Uchiha Madara didn't hide his clumsiness when he left that day, he would keep the scrolls of Mangekyo Sharingan, practice ninjutsu and forbidden technique. I am afraid that the Uchiha clan will not have only a few high-level combat power. How about a family? There are 7 or 8 Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. Looking at the entire ninja world, who can compete with each other? Chinyu, I hope you can give me the answer. Uchiha Fugaku continued to repeat. Uncle, don't worry, my dream is to be a salted fish. As long as they don't overdo it, I will still keep myself safe. Chinyu said with a light smile. As the words dissipated, the field suddenly fell into a dead silence. After Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered, he finally sighed and said, since you said so, I won't ask any more questions. You have opened Mangekyo Sharingan, then look at the stone tablet and see if there is any inheritance suitable for you. It is also good to have more power to protect yourself. I'll go back first to see Makoto and the child. I'm getting old too. I'm afraid I'll give you a seat in the future as the patriarch. These words, Uchiha Fugaku turned around and left. Chinyu rolled his eyes and was instantly helpless. After so much foreshadowing, it turned out that everything was for the sake of being a hand lover. However, what he is most interested in now is the inheritance of the Uchiha family. After casually flipping through the scrolls around him, Chinyu finally understood why Uchiha Fugaku hated Uchiha Madara so much. Here are some other things that record how brilliant Uchiha Madara's record was during the Sengoku period, and how he extols his power. There are only 3 who have everything to do with ninjutsu. Kaden Fire Style, the art of fire singing. Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Kaden Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. In addition to the last Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation, as long as chakra is low enough, S-level power can be erupted. The rest are crap. At this moment, Chinyu finally understood, what is selfishness from the great god. Still, it's not all Uchiha Madara's fault. As a great existence praised by the family, if it is surpassed by future generations. Okay, if he's dead, if he's still alive, knowing that Uchiha's title of first person has been taken away. I'm afraid I can't let go of this feeling. However, the smallest mosquito legs are meat. For others, it takes time to cultivate, but for Chinyu, there is no threshold for any ninjutsu. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Kaden Fire Style, the 1 key full level of the art of fire and singing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu for 1 click full level. Ding dong, congratulations to the host Kaden Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation 1 click full level. Hearing the sound of the 3 systems, Chinyu put the scroll back into the distance and looked at the rough stone tablet. On the steel, that vague Sharingan, his Mangekyo Sharingan was touched. The next moment, without any sign, it spun rapidly. Hum. A roar flashed in Chinyu's mind, and his consciousness quickly entered the demonic illusion space of the stone tablet. A huge blood-colored Sharingan is extremely dazzling in the dark environment. My heir, this is a memory of the Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique I left on the stone tablet. If you can get it, maybe you can try this invincible technique. Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly sounded, and it felt very ethereal, giving people a sense of grandeur. Chinyu's 9-tomo Sharingan rotation suddenly stopped. After exiting the consciousness space, there was a jerky pupil technique driving method in his mind. Ding dong, it is detected that the host has acquired the Mangekyo amplifying eye, whether it is full level with 1 click. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his brows, looking very surprised. He just guessed what this so-called invincible technique is, and the system brought him a surprise. In the original book, Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, in addition to Limbo's art, has another unknown pupil art. However, according to Chinyu's speculation, this unknown pupil technique is actually an increase. A powerful auxiliary method that can enhance all attacks such as ninjutsu, hitomijutsu, etc. For example, Grand Fireball, Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, 3-headed Susanoo. All of this, I am afraid, is in the eyes of the increase, and is displayed into the forbidden technique-like power. Otherwise, in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke has already reached the same height as Uchiha Madara. Why is the ninjutsu he performed, but he is not as powerful? It seems that Uchiha Madara left the Uchiha clan and took away most of the ninjutsu scrolls. But it leaves one of the strongest pupil techniques. However, this is not incomprehensible. Uchiha Madara has always held the mentality of the strong, and does not care about the weak at all, even the clan is no exception. Instead of leaving some ninjutsu and forbidden technique scrolls, cultivate a bunch of mediocrity. It is better to leave the strongest pupil technique to the strongest clansmen, so that stronger chess pieces can be cultivated. However, if Uchiha Madara knew that his deliberate layout, the strongest pupil technique he left behind, was taken away by the person who killed him. I'm afraid I don't know what to feel. System, immediately reach full level with one click. Chinyu commanded, taking back his thoughts. Master, please wait a moment. Congratulations to the host, Mangekyo's amplifying eye has been fully upgraded with one click. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chinyu smiled playfully, and had the urge to try it. The next moment, the stone tablet in front of him clicked, revealing a crack that traverses the entire Sharingan carving. It seems that this strongest pupil technique, Uchiha Madara, is only ready to be given to one person. Just like his domineering thinking, one chess piece is enough. After taking back his thoughts, Chinyu didn't stay any longer, and he got the strongest thing. Chinyu didn't have the mood to study and sing about the other Taiwan. One was killed by himself. After Chinyu left, the sealed door opened and closed automatically. The living room, Uchiha Fugaku hurried back. Looking at the people who were already waiting to eat, the seriousness on their faces was replaced by a smile. Everyone, let's eat first. Chinyu will take some time to come back. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Makoto, you've worked hard this time too. After the child is born, Itachi, you will love him a lot. Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of my younger siblings. Uchiha Itachi agreed. But the next moment, looking at the eyes of the corridor, the pupils shrank suddenly. Brother, you came back so soon. Dad said you needed time. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but stunned, looked back hastily, and said, you didn't gain anything either. As the patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku was verbally passed down the secret of the stone tablet, but unfortunately he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. But compared to Qin Feng, who has a system and has two strong spiritual powers, it is obviously not as good. It's a bit of a gain, and the strength has skyrocketed again. Chinyu smiled playfully, looked at Namikaze Minato and said, otherwise, let's learn from each other and practice. Chapter 89. Are you tickling me? You got something. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. Even Namikaze Minato and others on the side were no exception. The strength that Chinyu has now is far beyond their cognition. If there are gains now, does that mean that the strength has risen again? Let's get a little something. Chinyu said with a smile. Okay, what do you have to eat first, and then delay it, the food will be cold. Uchiha Makoto persuaded. Namikaze Minato and the others were full of urgency, but they pressed down and ate hard with confusion. The time for a meal passed in a blink of an eye. Uchiha Makoto had just packed up the tableware. In the dining room, except for Chinyu, everyone else stood up in unison. Chinyu, I want to discuss with you. The three said in unison. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Namikaze Minato all looked at each other. Facing Chinyu's unknown harvest, he clearly held a trace of urgency in his heart. Dad, brother has gained something, but in such a short period of time, you probably haven't mastered it yet. Are you going too fast? Uchiha Itachi suddenly said. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui froze for a while, obviously agreeing with what Uchiha Itachi said. In their eyes, whether it is a ninjutsu or a pupil, it takes at least a process to learn to master it. No, Chinyu, I believe you have already learned it. Namikaze Minato said with a firm expression. You Uchiha clan are famous for their pupil skills. I think your gains, if it is pupil techniques, then the speed of learning will be faster, right? Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's expressions froze for a while, and their expressions suddenly changed when they watched Chinyu nodded with a smile. It can be said that the time difference between Uchiha Fugaku and Chinyu returning to the living room is only a minute or two. In such a short period of time, I am afraid that even the pupil technique will not be able to adapt. The time you have been in contact with Chinyu is too short, and his learning ability can be called a monster. Namikaze Minato's mouth was easy to say, but his face was more solemn, and said, then, we have to fight a battle. Field. In the village, Chinyu said with a playful smile, there are at least 30 or 40 people on guard outside. If they miss something, they will be bitten by Danzo and won't let go. Uchiha, Fugaku and Shisui also looked stagnant. Not long ago, Chinyu even destroyed the Hokage building, and even killed Aburame to get his roots. Although the main responsibility lies with Danzo, Chinyu is now being watched. If there is more trouble, it will indeed be targeted by Danzo. Don't worry, we'll leave the clone here and practice outside the village. Namikaze Minato smiled playfully. Hiraishin Kunai was taken out in the backhand. The next moment, Chinyu and others, with the help of Namikaze Minato's Hiraishin technique, disappeared into the mansion. Only one avatar remained. Boom! From Konoha Shinobi Village, in a huge basin. 5 figures descended on the ground like ghosts. Minato, your Hiraishin technique has become more and more proficient. Uchiha Fugaku glanced left and right, and said, in the future, if you really want to escape, I'm afraid no one will really be able to catch it. Listening to these words, I don't know if it was a compliment or a demeaning remark. Namikaze Minato reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, okay, let's make a quick decision. All 3 of us want to fight Chinyu. Who will fight first? In the hall just now, the unanimous actions of the 3 revealed their thoughts. After all, the strength Chinyu showed had already made them feel jealous. Now that there is a harvest, it will be a nightmare for them. You 3 come together, Chinyu said with a smile. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Namikaze Minato's expression changed and he said, Chinyu, are you kidding me? Just kidding. Chinyu shook his head with a smile and said, I've always been serious. Remind you, wake up 12 points, my attack power is bursting. Looking at Chinyu who was full of confidence, Namikaze Minato sank. After looking at each other, they reached a consensus in an instant. Go! Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed urgently. With a swipe of both hands, more than a dozen shuriken flew out instantly, turning the angle and attacking Chinyu together. At the same time, under the rapid flipping of both hands, a series of spells were formed, and the fiery chakra accumulated under the mouth, and was swallowed out in an instant. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. The 7 to 8 meter grand fireball instantly condensed and rolled out towards Chinyu. At the same time, 2 figures appeared first behind Chinyu. Rasengan. The Water Blade. The tyrannical chakra fluctuations were driven to ultimate. One casts the Hiraishin technique, and the other casts the tyrannical teleportation technique. It can be said that as Konoha's Golden Glitter, and the name of Shisui, who is resounding in the ninja world, it is simply the ultimate speed. However, Chinyu was already mentally prepared, and at the moment when the blood in his eyes flowed, Jutomo Sharingan turned in vain. The powerful pupil power exploded like a frenzy. Gorilla Yuhi, like a raging wave, turned into a huge Susanoo of dozens of meters. 3 attacks landed on Susanoo. It was as if they were attacking an invisible wall. The great fireball jutsu was instantly detonated. Rasengan and the blade of flowing water were directly annihilated. However, what made their pupils shrink the most was the Susanoo displayed by Chinyu, showing the shape of Shira with 3 heads and 6 arms. Angry eyes round, compassionate smile, solemn and majestic. This is mind-blowing. His pupil technique has changed, and the breath he exudes is several times stronger. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed dramatically. Namikaze Minato and Shisui also hurriedly retreated. Looking at the huge figure like a small mountain, there was a hint of solemnity on his face. Are you trying to tickle me? Chinyu smiled warmly. If even the defense can't be broken, then this battle doesn't seem to need to continue. The low voice made the 3 of Namikaze Minato froze for a while. The 3 of them looked at the entire ninja world, and they were also outstanding existences. When were they so despised? When they looked at each other, a flash of determination flashed in their pupils. Chapter 90 The Difficulty of Super Defense Beasts. Use all your strength, don't hide your clumsiness. Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly. Eyes rolled in vain, and the Mangekyo of the three-pointed star opened up in an instant. A burst of purple pupil power came out, turning into Susanoo more than 10 meters high. Uchiha Shisui also moved, and the blood in his eyes spread, turning into eyes like a sickle hooking the moon. Green pupil power, like a frenzy, turned into a Susanoo that was not inferior to Uchiha Fugaku. Looking at the three of them hand in hand, it's a big killer move. Although Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, the Susanoo displayed can't compare to Chinyu. But Namikaze Minato looked a little shabby compared to it. In desperation, he bit his finger, and the moment the blood overflowed, he swiped directly on the palm of his hand. The art of psychic. Boom. Smoke rose into the sky, and a body like a hill appeared in it. Minato, you kid, it's rare to call me out. However, it's still better than that bastard Sharingan kid. Every time I come out, it's a thankless effort. Next time I meet him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson or two. As soon as Toad Wentai appeared, the barrel of the gun with the dry smoke in his mouth suddenly stiffened in the air. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, and Chinyu, who was in it with a warm smile, his heart seemed to be suddenly tightened by an invisible big hand. Ms. Wen, it seems that this is a good opportunity for you to teach me a lesson. The words mixed with playful laughter made Toad Bunta's nerves tense. Namikaze Minato, who had a wry smile and fell on his head, it was the first time he had the urge to his mother Sao. Minato, what are you doing? Why did you have sex with him? And you didn't notify me in advance, so you can prepare. Toad Wentai couldn't help saying. Namikaze Minato reluctantly patted Toad Bunta's head and said, Boss, we are going to learn from each other, but I remind you, don't look at Chinyu with the same eyes as 5 days ago, otherwise you will suffer. Just to learn from each other. Toad Wentai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at Susanoo, who was blood-like and exuded a calamity-like smell, Yuhi's expression became a little more solemn. 5 days ago, this kid was clumsy, or is he stronger now? The breath he exudes has skyrocketed several times. I don't know either, maybe there is a hidden clumsiness, or a stronger one. Minato glanced at Chinyu and said, I can only be certain. If you don't take it seriously, you may die. As soon as these words fell, even Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's expressions became condensed. Get your hands on it. The three of them reached a consensus in an instant. Blazing Spear. As soon as the Susanoo controlled by Uchiha Fugaku shot, the 5 fingers were caught in the void, the flames entangled, and instantly turned into a long spear. Without any bells and whistles, he directly stabbed Chinyu into the air. A shot was fired, and the air along the way, like a cloth, was instantly torn apart. The flames rolled back down, turned into a fire dragon of hundreds of meters, and roared away with the posture of Wanjun. Uncle, I'm here to help you. Uchiha Shisui snorted coldly. His Susanoo 99, the right-hand hurricane wrapped around, instantly turned into a spiral-pointed drill. Accompanied by the sharp hurricane tearing sound, the dark green hurricane, like a raging tide, instantly rushed into Uchiha Fugaku's kilometer fire dragon. Fire rides the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. At the moment when the two merged, the fire dragon instantly soared to a kilometer, and the storm rolled back, and the sound of the dragon roared into the sky. Minato, you use Kaden fire style, and I use toad oil to break Chinyu's defense in one fell swoop. Let that kid see how serious we are. Toad Wentai hurriedly shouted. Good. Namikaze Minato hurriedly agreed, and under the rapid flip of his hands, Toad Bunta's abdomen suddenly swelled. The next moment, the attacks of the two blazed out simultaneously. Kaiden, Fire Style, Toad Oil Refinery. As soon as the three attacked, the fire soared into the sky, and the whole sky was illuminated. Qin Yu, who was standing under the attack, had an even bigger smile on his face. Tomo Sharingan turned frantically, his pupil power was extracted like a frenzy. Boom! The blazing flame instantly drowned Qin Yu in a monstrous gesture. The rewinding waves of fire caused the surrounding rock basins to scorch instantly. The three of them succeeded in one hit and quickly opened the distance. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared straight at the battlefield, with a hint of urgency on their faces. You guys, don't be too nervous, being hit by such a powerful Kaiden, Fire Style. Even if there is Susanoo, it will be melted. Toad Wen said too hastily. However, the hand it grabbed the bong suddenly clenched tightly. Looking at the ferocious figure in the firelight, his face changed drastically. It's the hardship of the beasts recorded in the family Tuin. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed. Looking at Susanoo with 3 heads and 6 arms in the firelight, he was covered in a layer of armor like a samurai, and his eyes were almost split. Fugaku, what method is this? The Susanoo that Qin Yu used seems to have increased its power again. Namikaze Minato asked eagerly. Even Uchiha Shisui, who was beside him, couldn't hold his breath. What he was best at was pupil art, and the blow just now was almost his ultimate killer move. Coupled with Uchiha Fugaku's Kaiden Fire Style attack, the power has skyrocketed several times. However, in the face of Qin Yu's defense, it seemed pale and powerless. It's the booster eye, Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. I also saw it in Uchiha Madara's codex. After he opened Mangekyo Sharingan, one of the pupil techniques he possessed was an augmented eye that could greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu, pupil techniques, etc. Now the difficulty of the beast that Qin Yu is using is to use the augmented eye to reduce Susanoo's defense. The strength is increased, the armor that turns into. Now Qin Yu's defense has increased by at least 3 to 5 times. What? Namikaze Minato's face changed suddenly. The defense just now has left them helpless. Now it has increased to 3 to 5 times, which can definitely be called absolute defense now. A sense of powerlessness quickly sprang up in Namikaze Minato's heart. The next moment, an absurd thought flashed through my mind. Fugaku, what would happen if the booster eye was used in an attack? Namikaze Minato said hurriedly. At the same time, a roar sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Under the rapid operation of the booster eye, the inheritance from Uchiha Madara resurfaced in his mind. The use of a ninjutsu is like a tide, quickly flooding Qin Yu's mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, whether it is immediately full level with one click. Chapter 91. This is just an appetizer. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Qin Yu's mind, making his expression stagnate. It can be said that in the original work, Qin Yu felt the most shocking, not when Uchiha Madara used the 6 paths mode, or when Limbo's prison. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, that was displayed during the confrontation with the ninja allied forces and the 5 shadows. Like a meteor falling from the sky, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, that kind of apocalyptic attack makes people feel inexplicable suffocation. Originally, Qin Yu was very satisfied with obtaining ninjutsu such as Amplifying Eye and Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation in the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan. But compared to Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, there is still a small lump in my heart. The sudden inheritance now undoubtedly makes Qin Yu happy. System, full level immediately. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Congratulations to the host, Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, has successfully reached the full level with one click. The system's voice gradually disappeared from his mind, and Qin Yu withdrew from the space of consciousness. The moment when the blood moon-like Nine-Tomo Sharingan turned frantically, Susanoo with 3 heads and 6 hands moved with both hands. You mean the booster eye is used for attacking? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but startled. Uchiha Madara's deeds that I had seen in the past flashed in my mind, and the next moment my expression changed drastically. Susanoo with 6 hands flying quickly, his pupils contracted and he roared anxiously. Let's go quickly. According to the handbook records, if the booster eye is used on the attack, it can instantly destroy a ninja village. The hysterical roar echoed in the heaven and earth. However, before they could react, a huge black shadow was cast from the sky. An inexplicable oppressive force was born from the heart. Everyone's nerves were suddenly tense, and they hurriedly looked up at the sky. The moment they entered their eyes, the whole person was stunned. As if struck by lightning, he was dumbfounded. Huge meteorite with a diameter of 5 kilometers. The rolling gesture of falling from the sky caused the air and clouds along the way to be torn apart instantly. With a harsh roar, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Escape, run away. Uchiha Fugaku growled anxiously. Faced with this kind of attack, he didn't think about fighting at all in his mind. The only thought is to run away. A madman, this is simply a madman. Toad Wen's voice became hoarse, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his pupils, saying, Minato, if you don't take it seriously, you will die. I'm skeptical on horseback, and now I'm dead if I take it seriously. In this case, I can't use it now, so I'll go back first. Abandoning these words, Toad Wen disappeared out of thin air. Namikaze Minato landed directly on the ground, looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui who were running away. A flash of determination flashed in his pupils. In a flash, he disappeared out of thin air. Shisui, Fugaku, you instilled chakra into me. This time we played too much and played too hot. If this meteorite fell, it would also be affected within a radius of several kilometers, so I want to transfer it. Go. Namikaze Minato appeared first in front of the two of them. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who were originally frightened, looked at each other and looked at each other. Minato, are you sure? Fugaku couldn't hold back. Although he had a sense of powerlessness in his heart, as Namikaze Minato said, it was the result of their playing with fire. If he patted his butt and walked away, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm 30% sure, it's the first time I've transferred this kind of thing. Namikaze Minato said with dry lips, but with your chakra support, I may be able to be 50% sure. We're running out of time, let's start now. Looking at the huge meteorite rapidly approaching in the sky and rapidly expanding in the pupil, Namikaze Minato threw the 3 Hiraishin kunai in his hand without any hesitation. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui pressed their hands directly on Namikaze Minato's shoulders. The chakra dormant in the body, like a frenzy, poured into Namikaze Minato's body without any reservation. With the roar, the 3 Hiraishin kunai collided with the meteorite in an instant. When, under the splash of sparks, Hiraishin kunai was nailed into the meteorite in an instant. The next moment, under the impact of the powerful air wave, Namikaze Minato's hands flew up. At the moment when a series of surgical seals formed and cold sweat oozes out of his forehead, a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. Hiraishin barrier. Hum. The vibration of the air suddenly sounded, and Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui felt the chakra in their bodies, as if they were emptied by a big hand in an instant. This place, Namikaze Minato obviously haunts here frequently, within a radius of dozens of miles, the Hiraishin spell has already been laid. When the last magic seal was formed, a Hiraishin enchantment covering the sky of 10,000 meters was instantly condensed. The black and ink-like cracks collided directly with the meteorites that fell from the sky. The huge airwave impact, and the huge impact force, made this crack, as if it was overwhelmed, and made a crisp cracking sound from the space. One after another cracks like cobwebs spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Minato, will it be impossible to transfer? Fugaku couldn't hold his breath and asked anxiously. This meteorite that fell from the sky was hundreds of meters away from their heads. Just looking up, there is already an inexplicable aura of death, attacking head-on. If Namikaze Minato does fail, then there is a dead end that awaits them. Don't worry, it can be done. The blue veins on Namikaze Minato's neck became prominent, and his hands clasped together suddenly. The little chakra left in the body was instantly drained. Hiraishin space enchantment, which had reached its limit, expanded a little in an instant. In the next moment, the situation quickly reached a deadlock, and there was a loosening. The meteorite that fell from the sky was swallowed by the dark space crack in an instant. After just 10 seconds, the meteorite with a diameter of 5 kilometers was completely transferred away. Looking at the restored clear sky and the disappearing crack in space, Namikaze Minato fell to the ground panting heavily. The sweat left on his forehead and the rapidly depleted physical strength made him unable to stand up for a moment or three. The whole body's muscles, under the frantic refining of chakra, came out with tear-like stings. However, before they could be happy, the words that fell in their ears at the next moment were like straw that crushed a camel. The performance is very good, but this is just an appetizer, and the hard dishes are still behind, but can you take the second bigger one? Chinyu smiled warmly. At this moment, it feels like a demon. Namikaze Minato and the others didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. A little black shadow is rapidly zooming in, and the speed is so fast that the gesture of the meteorite that day reappeared in front of him. Crazy. Do not. It should be said that they feel that they are simply crazy. The moment before, they had to work hard and chakra, just barely enough to transfer a Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star. Now Chinyu told them that this was just an appetizer. There's a bigger one in the back, if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Riding on a horse, are we playing with fire and playing with ourselves to death? Namikaze Minato couldn't help laughing bitterly. Now it is difficult for him to even move a finger, the chakra in his body is exhausted, and he can't escape with the technique of Hiraishin. The only thing I can do now is to die. Chapter 92 He killed Uchiha Madara. A huge meteorite descended from the sky with a 10,000 stance. It quickly enlarged in their pupils, as if there was an invisible big hand tightly clenching their hearts. That bastard boy, is there no way to remove this ninjutsu? Uchiha Fugaku smiled wryly. Or just use up the chakra just like us. If you don't come here soon, then we'll be waiting to die. Hearing these words, Namikaze Minato, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath, couldn't help but look up at the sky. At the moment of entering, the huge meteorite that fell from the sky quickly twisted like ripples on the surface of a lake. The next moment, it crashed into the sky. Do not. It should be said that in their eyes, the entire sky is like a star moving. When everything calmed down, there were still huge rocks in the sky. Only the traces of destruction from the first wave of attacks remained. Don't look at it, the second meteorite is just demonic illusion. I don't want to be depleted like you. Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded. The three suddenly woke up and looked at Chinyu who appeared behind them. They laughed bitterly in an instant, realizing that the battle was decided. You kid, I was almost scared to death by you. Uchiha Fugaku patted Chinyu's shoulder helplessly. However, we also lost convincingly. It's just that move just now, wouldn't you really be able to use the second meteorite to hide your clumsiness here? Regarding this question, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but looked at Chinyu with a hint of urgency on their faces. Looking at the entire ninja world, they are also considered to be the powerhouses standing above the peak. However, in the face of Qinyu's attack, they walked behind the gate of hell, which cast a shadow over them. No, Qinyu said with a smile. However, this statement is not false. With Qinyu's current chakra possession, without the support of the three tails, it would be very difficult to cast the first Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. Not to mention the second one. Then I'll trust you for now. Uchiha Fugaku rolled his eyes and said, it's not too early, let's go back quickly, in case we get caught, but we'll end up in trouble. On the other hand, Konoha Shinobi Village, inside the route. Danzo's face was so gloomy that ultimate, his hands clenching the crutches were also highlighted by blue veins. Hee, Danzo, I didn't expect you to find me in such a hurry. Orochimaru's voice came out suddenly. Soon a ninja in Anbu costume was seen walking in through the gate. After taking off the painted mask, his pale cheeks were revealed. It's really not easy to see you this time, there are a lot of Anbu along the way, you won't be kicked out by my teacher, right? Orochimaru stuck out Yuhi's tongue and said playfully. In Orochimaru's eyes, to deal with an old fox like Danzo, only 3 generations of Hokage are qualified to fight against him. It's Uchiha Qinyu. Danzo turned his head and said with a gloomy face, I prepared 10 elites at the Hokage mansion, and even I shot myself, but I couldn't subdue him. Susanoo, who was also cast by him, killed the Aburame under my command to take the route. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be infused with magic sound. Danzo, are you telling the truth? Orochimaru's expression couldn't help but linger, and said, if you are telling the truth, I suspect that the war that happened in the village of Grass Ninja is related to Qinyu. It was that kid who ruined the Grass Ninja village. Danzo's expression also changed. As the leader of the route, his intelligence network is still very large. On the second day after the destruction of Grass Ninja village, he had already received the news of the report, and he was still guessing who handled it. Yes, you should be curious, who will fight him in which battle? Orochimaru's face showed a trace of solemnity. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid he killed Uchiha Madara. Boom. The cane in Danzo's hand was crushed again. Looking at Orochimaru's eyes, full of shock, he said, Orochimaru, do you know what you are talking about? That Uchiha Madara, who can only be defeated by the god of the ninja world, didn't die, but was killed by that kid. Are you kidding me? As we all know, in the Battle of the Valley of the End that day, the original Hokage Senju Hashirama killed Uchiha Madara with a slight advantage. It is precisely because of this battle that Senju Hashirama has completely established the title of the strongest in the ninja world. Now Orochimaru told him that Uchiha Madara was not only not dead, but was killed by Qinyu. This huge gap made it difficult for him to accept. From the beginning, I was as unwilling to believe as you, so I wasted time to investigate. Orochimaru laughed dryly, a frenzy flashed across his face. However, Uchiha Qinyu is still too tender, and he didn't kill all the people in the whole Grass Ninja village, let me find out the clues. He should have killed the elderly Uchiha Madara. I was far apart in the battle that day, but the traces of their battle were clearly presented in front of my eyes. It is indeed the Kekkei Genkai that I value. Danzo looked gloomy to ultimate. For Orochimaru, Danzo will not doubt. They are like-minded dark ones. Moreover, after seeing Qinyu's strength, Danzo believes that it is not impossible for Qinyu to win against the aged Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, I want to know, how can you deal with that kid? Danzo spoke again. The smile on Orochimaru's face faded and he said, are you worried, is he jeopardizing your position? For this rare pair of eyes, of course I won't let it go. Also, I have successfully improved that trick recently, but I want you to take me to the Senju family's residence, and I want to pick up something. Danzo's expression suddenly changed, and he said solemnly, I didn't expect that even the second-generation Hokage couldn't do it, and you really succeeded in doing it. If Sarutobi knows, I don't know what the expression will be. Hehe, I also heard a lot of thanks to Mr. Sarutobi. If he hadn't ruthlessly expelled me from Konoha village, I wouldn't have easily torn off the mask and conducted research recklessly. As long as I get that thing, I believe it's easy to obliterate Uchiha Chinyu. Chapter 93 Special Welcome Ceremony. That's great. Danzo's face flashed a ferocious look, and said, Sarutobi is a fool, he knows that Uchiha Chinyu is an untamable mad dog, and he asked Jiraiya to send that kid to Mount Myoboku to study Sage Mode. Quote, his current strength is unfathomable, so I will take you to the Senju clan's station now, and I will obliterate him before he learns Sage Mode. Sage Mode. Orochimaru's expression sank, remembering the battle with Jiraiya that day, and said sharply, don't worry, Sage Mode is not so easy to learn. Jiraiya spent 3 months on that day, but I couldn't even find the door to Raichi Cave. No matter how talented he is, at least he needs a process. Death is very close to him. Danzo glanced at Orochimaru, who was full of confidence, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Then let's set off quickly, the rest is up to you. I want that kid to understand that not everyone can provoke him. At Uchiha Fugaku's house, Chinfeng and his party rushed back to the hall. However, the sight of the site made Namikaze Minato and the others smile wryly. Bang! Jiraiya raised her hand and smashed it directly on the head of the future 4 Hokage. You bastard, if I didn't take a look for myself and found out that these are shadow clones, I'm afraid I wouldn't know if you ran away now. Jiraiya reprimanded. You have to remember that as a guardian, the only thing you have to do is to never let Danzo find an excuse to attack Chinyu. Now that you're all right, take him back and run out. Jiraiya, who rarely peeked at the bathroom, Chinyu sat down with a smile and said, Lord Jiraiya, don't worry, Danzo definitely wants me to die. However, he must choose to act secretly. If I guess correctly, maybe he has been conspiring with someone to take the head on my neck. And when you came this time, I'm afraid you found some clues, and you plan to send us to Mount Myoboku in advance. The slightly elusive words came out, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly changed. Jiraiya's expression froze, and she rolled her eyes and said, sure enough, there is no way to hide it from you. I do have something important to do, so now I plan to send you and Minato to Mount Myoboku to learn Sage Mode in advance, and I also brought the scroll. She spoke. Jiraiya undid the scroll around her waist and spread it out. The quickest way to enter Mount Myoboku is to perform a reverse psychic technique inside Mount Myoboku. But with the seal scroll of the Toad family, Jiraiya has a certain power to conduct directional channeling and transfer Chinyu and Namikaze Minato to Mount Myoboku. Teacher, do I want it too? Namikaze Minato said with a stunned expression. Now that the Konoha battle situation is not clear, can I move the time back? Now the village of Iwagakure is at war with Kumogakure. Mizukage, the third generation of the Land of Water, was indirectly killed by Chinyu, and the Battle of Kikyoyama in Sunagakure village was at a disadvantage. However, the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. If something went wrong, Namikaze Minato could rely on Hiraishin's technique for quick support. Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't have been abused just now, right? Jiraiya rolled her eyes and said, I don't have enough strength, are you overwhelmed? This opportunity is rare. The battlefield is changing rapidly, but only by improving our own strength can we be able to respond to more emergencies. Namikaze's expressions froze. They glanced at Chinyu, and after remembering the scene of being abused just now, they nodded with a wry smile. Well, in order to avoid being abused next time, I really need to improve my strength. Haha, this is just like my student, but I hope you don't get hit. Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder and said, "Goodbye." Reverse the psychic technique. The inexplicable words made Namikaze Minato startled, but unfortunately he didn't wait for him to react. Jiraiya had already cast a psychic spell and teleported them away directly. Inside Mount Myoboku, on the huge square. In addition to Fukasaku and Shima, in addition to Toad Wentai, Toad Jien and Toad Hero, together with a group of small toads are also present. Okay, I didn't expect Wentai to be suddenly summoned by Namikaze Minato to leave, but do you agree with the plan it proposed? Fukasaku asked while holding a cane. Since the boss proposed, I agree. Toadian nodded in agreement. Toad Hero, who was on the side, was no exception, saying, "Last time, he summoned us to deal with Isofumio, showing contempt for our three brothers, and he really needs a proper dismount." Yes, we agree too. That boy, since he is going to practice here for a while, of course he must be honest. The scene suddenly boiled over. For this group of toads who like to join in the fun. Even the things that the three big toads are in favor of, it will be a good show next. This kind of liveliness can't be made up for nothing. My child's father, is this really good? That boy's strength seems to be very good, and the great immortal, let us entertain him. Now that Mrs. Wen is not here, I'm afraid this matter is a bit wrong. Shima couldn't help but said. Shenzuo shook his head with a smile, and said, "This is Mount Myoboku, but it's our territory. How could that kid be so wild? Are we afraid we won't be able to suppress him? Besides, the child suffers a loss. It would be a shame if the father didn't act." Looking at Fukasaku's insistence, Shima shook his head helplessly, and the next moment his nerves suddenly tightened. They're coming. When Fukasaku and the group of toads heard the words, excitement immediately appeared on their faces. "Get ready, use the water cannons uniformly, don't worry that the kid will die, we will do our best." Fukasaku shouted loudly. Boom! In the huge open space of the square, as soon as the mysterious magic seal appeared, white mist lingered, and two figures immediately appeared. The face of such a long-distance space crossing, Namikaze Minato was well prepared, but also suffered a brief dizziness. And wanted to see the situation of Mount Myoboku clearly. The sound of breaking air coming from all directions made his pupils shrink suddenly. Water cannon. One after another water bombs swept out of the sky like cannonballs, and there were hundreds of them. However, the most unacceptable thing for Namikaze Minato is that the water cannon will increase in size with the size of the toad. In particular, Toad Jien and Toad Guang, the water bombs displayed by the two were at least 10 meters in diameter. If a ton of water hits a person, it will definitely shatter one's bones. This welcome ceremony was too unexpected. Haha, I found that I like this kind of welcome ceremony. Chinyu suddenly laughed. Immediately, Namikaze Minato's spine froze, and when he recalled what happened not long ago, his heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 94 I was shot while lying down. Susanoo. The blood in Chinyu's eyes was like a tidal wave, and it swept away suddenly. Ninetomo spun frantically, and the tyrannical pupil power quickly surged out. The huge Susanoo was quickly supported with 3 heads and 6 arms, directly comparable to the height of Toad and others. Boom! Hundreds of water cannons landed on Chinyu's body. The huge impact made Susanoo shake a little. The amount of water that splashed out was like a torrential rain, swaying the whole world. This is Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. His form is different from what you described. Fukasaku's expression changed slightly. However, this is only their first wave of attacks. For the appearance of Susanoo, they had already expected it. Toad Guang and Toad Jien moved instantly, and they slammed down towards the ground, like a big mountain, approaching Susanoo across the sky. The double knives and long fork in his hand slashed directly down, and the air along the way sent bursts of sonic booms. Looking at this violent scene, The eyes of the toads present brightened, and there was a hint of urgency in their pupils. Don't. Two screams suddenly sounded. In addition to the mouth from Namikaze Minato, there was also the mouth of Toad Bunta, who hurried back. The sudden scene caused a slight pause in the attacks of the two toads, and even Fukasaku, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but startled. After all, the welcome ceremony this time was proposed by Toad Wentai, mainly to kill Chinyu's arrogance. However, now Toad Bunta says no. This gap is a bit too big. Nita Wen, what's going on? Immortal Shima was the first to lose his temper. It was the first time she saw herself. This daring son who was not afraid of the sky, showed such a panicked expression. Unfortunately, before Toad Wentai could answer, Chinyu's words drifted away mixed with a smile. Okay, the return gift for you has arrived, please come out and receive the gift. Chinyu was in Susanoo. Susanoo with 3 heads and 6 arms moved, and instantly formed a series of spells. When his hands clasped together suddenly, Toad Wen was too stunned, and roared hysterically, "Escape, hurry up and escape from this place." The violent scene shook the minds of everyone, and followed the eyes of Toad Wentai to the sky. In the scene of entering the goal, even the 2 toads who shot were stunned. This is too much to play. A meteorite falling from the sky with a diameter of 5 kilometers, the shocking feeling is completely unmatched by ordinary people. If there is really a word to describe it. That was a disaster. Mad, you big lunatic, we are just joking, you don't have to make a big move. Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath. It has sage art, but it is obviously powerless in the face of this Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star. In the face of such a large-scale attack, unless you have a large-scale defense like Gaara in the original book. Perhaps, a stronger attack than Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, otherwise awaits them, but the test of death. Chinyu, can this attack be removed? Toad Wen was too impatient. It escaped from the battlefield just now, but due to the time difference and space jump, without the coordinates of the specific spell, he ran back home. When I thought about the ridiculous welcome ceremony I just proposed, and the doomsday attack method I encountered after being summoned to fight by Namikaze Minato. Toad Wentai didn't have time to think about it, and rushed back here desperately. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Sorry, I can only use this attack, but I can't resist it. Chinyu said with a smile. However, you can ask Minato to use the Horaitian enchantment and he should be able to transfer again. It's me again. Namikaze Minato was stunned, feeling the urgent gazes from all around him, and came out with a wry smile. Why, what you did, I was the one who was hurt in the end. Okay, don't complain too much, I'm playing the role of the bad guy, and I'll give you the role of the good guy. It's worth working hard for Sage Mode. Chinyu patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. Looking at the meteorite rolling down in the sky, the 2 immortals couldn't hold their breath and hurried over. You brat, I'll settle the account with you later. Immortal Fukasaku said, biting Kiba with anger. However, as soon as these harsh words were spoken, Immortal Shima slapped the back of his head and said, if you hadn't indulged these children, this situation wouldn't have happened. I'll be in bed tonight, and I'm punishing you. Minato will trouble you this time. Injecting our Sage Art chakra into your Horaitian technique should be able to transfer this meteorite. 2 great immortals, as one of Jiraiya's teachers, of course know what ninjutsu Namikaze Minato can do. And the reputation of Konoha Yellow Flash, many of them have heard of it. Then you guys start first. I'll take a rest first. Chakra is a bit overdrawn. Chinyu yawned. However, with that energetic look, a toad almost gnashed Kiba's teeth. Unfortunately, at this juncture, no one dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with Chinyu. An extraterrestrial meteorite has already made them stand ready. If there is another one, it will be a dead end. Go. Namikaze Minato snorted anxiously, looked at the fast-approaching rocks in the sky, and threw out 3 Hiraishin kunai in the same way. Hiraishin kunai held by the 3 toads quickly rushed in 3 opposite directions. After all, Namikaze Minato only came to Mount Myoboku for the first time, and there was no Hiraishin spell at all, so it was impossible to cast the Hiraishin enchantment at the beginning. 5 kilometers. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. Okay. With the help of the tyrannical jumping force, the 3 toads finally rushed out 5 kilometers away. At the moment when the shouting sound came out, Namikaze Minato quickly flipped his hands. Hiraishin, S enchantment technique. 3 Hiraishin kunai instantly collided with the meteorite. The transferred surgical barrier immediately centered on the 3 toads and quickly tore open, like a huge mouth that was as black as ink. Feeling that the chakra in the body has just recovered a little, don't take it out quickly, Namikaze Minato's face instantly turned pale. Use our Sage Art Chakra. Fukasaku and Shima exclaimed in unison. The moment a warm current followed the toad's claws on his back, the huge Sage Art Chakra poured into Namikaze Minato's body. The space barrier that was slowly torn apart instantly seemed to have eaten a catalyst, and instantly turned into 6 or 7 kilometers. Like a black silver river, he opened his mouth and swallowed the meteorite that fell from the sky. Such a shocking scene lasted for more than half a minute, and when everyone reacted, the meteorite falling from the sky with a diameter of 5 kilometers completely disappeared in the sky. The jet black crack also healed quickly. Whoosh whoosh. Namikaze Minato gasped, and fell to the ground. Although he is blessed by the power of the 2 great immortals, the consumption of physical strength and the depletion of his own chakra are also not a small burden for him now. However, the words that fell in his ear the next moment made Namikaze Minato, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, almost broke his nerves. The big thing is bad, the madman is gone. Toad Wen said too hastily. A cold air rushed to the forehead of all the toads in the field, and Namikaze Minato, who was lying and was also shot. Will something happen again? Chapter 95. He said he has learned. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? Sure enough, there is no shortage of such powerful ninjutsu. Looking at the ninja world, I am afraid that few people can match you. On the top of Mount Myoboku, Chinyu saw a huge pavilion built here as soon as he reached the top. The big toad fairy lived in this place. Looking at the figure in front of him, it was obviously dozens of times larger than in the Hagoromo era. Chinfeng said with a smile, the big toad immortal is disturbing. Hee, young man, you are really interesting. Immortal Big Toad smiled kindly. You're special, I don't see the slightest future in you. There are only 2 explanations for this situation, one is the dying person, and the other is that your strength surpasses me, so I can't see through you. In my eyes, you are the second. To this statement, Chinyu responded with a casual smile. Immortal Big Toad, you are serious, you should know why I came here. I know, you are for the Toad Sage Art of our Mount Myoboku. The Big Toad immortal did not continue to entangle, and still maintained a lazy demeanor. However, for the trouble just now, if you want Fukasaku and Shima to teach you Sage Art personally, I'm afraid it will embarrass you 1 or 2 times. I hope you can understand. For the Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, that appeared just now, the great toad immortal is vividly visible. He doesn't care. But if there are 1 or 2 more, I am afraid it will make people overwhelmed. Sage Toad, don't worry, I will learn Sage Mode and I will leave. Chinyu responded with a smile. Also, I don't dare to bother the 2 immortals Fukasaku and Shima, I'm enough to teach myself. Self-taught. The great toad immortal frowned, looked at Chinyu with a warm smile on his face, and said with a sigh, this toad sage art, the cultivation process is very complicated. Once the cultivation fails, it will become a petrified statue. Also, if you can't adapt to control Sage Art Chakra, you will also partially turn into a toad. Once you lose control, you will change from a human to a toad. Are you still determined to practice it yourself? Having said that, the great toad immortal looked at Qin Yu, with a hint of urgency flashing across his wrinkled cheeks like tree bark. In his eyes, the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating toad sage art, he has clearly stated. If you weren't a fool, when you first came into contact with this mysterious sage art, you would definitely be the first to find a stepping stone. Thank you for the reminder from Immortal Big Toad. The kid asks himself for his talent and has a little confidence. If there is a scroll, self-study is enough, Qin Yu said with a smile. Immortal Big Toad was startled, and confirmed again and again, you really plan to teach yourself. In case of an accident, I don't care about the old man. Faced with the fact that his kind reminder was ignored, Immortal Big Toad was obviously also angry. However, Qin Yu still smiled and nodded and said, thank you, Immortal Big Toad. Immortal Big Toad was silent for a while, and soon his right index finger waved lightly. The scroll placed at the top of the back of the chair seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and flew straight towards Qin Yu. Boom! Qin Yu reached out to catch it, and his body was shocked by the tremendous strength. Looking at the big toad immortal who still kept his eyes closed, he had no intention of speaking at all. It seems that this old toad will also have a temper. However, Qin Yu didn't take it to heart, and he couldn't tell others that I was a god with a system. Able to fully level any ninjutsu, taijutsu, and one ki. I'm afraid that half of what I said, everyone else thinks it's an idiot. Qin Yu didn't care, and turned over the scroll in his hand. In addition to depicting a toad sitting cross-legged, there was also a description of how to operate the sage mode and how to absorb the power of nature for his own use. It can be said that at first glance, the content is very jerky. Ding dong, it is detected that the host has acquired sage mode, whether it is immediately full level with one click. The crisp system sound echoed in my mind. Qin Yu raised his brows, smiled, and gave an order. Immortal Big Toad, who had not spoken all the time, was startled when he saw the smile on Qin Yu's face. It can be said that from the very beginning, it planned to let Qin Yu see the mysterious and astringent beauty in the scroll, and then he asked for advice again without thinking. However, now it has once again exceeded its expectations. Is this giggling? Immortal Big Toad couldn't hold back his breath, and he stopped talking. However, before he could blurt out the words, he saw Qin Yu put away the scroll. Ding dang, congratulations to the host sage mode for one-click full-level success. The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face, and he handed the scroll back to Immortal Big Toad. Thank you for the success of the Big Toad Fairy. The boy has learned sage art, so he won't stay here any longer. Have you already learned it? Immortal Big Toad took the scroll and couldn't help but be stunned. In his memory, even the most gifted Hagoromo, learning sage mode, spent 7 days. Now Qin Yu just glanced at it and told him that he had learned sage mode, which is too much. Grandpa, are you okay? That kid didn't do anything disrespectful to you, right? Immortal Fukasaku threw himself down. Following him were Shima and Namikaze Minato, as well as a group of toads. After Namikaze Minato transferred the meteorite, Qin Yu was found to be missing. Fukasaku and Shima teamed up to activate Immortal Perception, quickly searched for Qin Yu's whereabouts, and finally caught up to this place. Qin Yu, are you okay? I heard that this is the forbidden area of their Mount Myoboku. If you break in at will, I'm afraid they will stumble when you learn sage mode. Namikaze Minato fell on Qin Yu's side and lowered his voice. Persuade. HMPH, it's still Minato, you kid. Immortal Fukasaku snorted coldly. Boy, I don't need to investigate what happened just now, but now you have broken into the forbidden area of our Mount Myoboku. If you don't apologize, even if we promised little Jiraiya to teach you sage mode, we won't guide you well. In fact, this time immortal Fukasaku decided to guide Chinyu's Sage Mode, which was the foreknowledge of Immortal Big Toad. However, as Immortal Big Toad said, this kind of predictive ability is very vague on Chinyu. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, cast by Chinyu just now, was almost frightened. Now Immortal Shenzuo distorted the facts in order to regain his place, obviously intending to suppress Chinyu's arrogance. However, the voice of the next moment made the people present stunned. He said he had learned it. Chapter 96 The Stunned Big Toad Fairy. The old voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. The nerves of all the toads were tense at once. These words were not from Chinyu, but from the mouth of Immortal Big Toad. Grandpa, you say he has learned it? Immortal Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath. It has lived for more than 800 years, but it has not witnessed many successes and failures. They have great talent and stupid people, but to learn Sage Mode in an instant, isn't this a fool's dream? Boy, are you kidding me? It's so hard to learn Sage Mode. We Mount Myoboku can only learn 2 or 3. Now you say you have learned it as soon as you open your mouth. Are you demeaning us? Hold your breath. It can be said that Mount Myoboku, Shikatsu Forest and Dragon Crypt can be called the 3 holy places, precisely because Sage Mode cannot be copied, and each has its own characteristics. Chinyu, are you serious? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and was the first to lose his breath. Unlike other people, Namikaze Minato is well aware that Chinyu's pervert learning talent. I thought that he would only show this advantage over ordinary ninjutsu. If it is said, even Sage Mode is easy to learn now. This is too shocking. Don't you believe it? Chinyu rolled his eyes. Then I'll show you a demonstration first, and let you give up. Voice fell, and the nerves of all the toads, even Namikaze Minato, were suddenly tense. While staring straight at Chinyu, a hint of urgency flashed in the depths of his pupils. Together with the Big Toad Fairy is no exception. Who tilde? Chinyu took a deep breath, and after using the system to reach full level with one key, he had more ways to use Sage Mode in his mind. At the moment when the body is completely relaxed, I feel the natural chakra flowing slowly around. The air, which was flowing slowly, stopped at this moment. This is impossible. Immortal Big Toad was the first to lose his temper. The next moment, I couldn't help but suddenly opened my eyes, and when I entered the scene, even the great Toad Immortal was moved. All the toads present, and Namikaze Minato, even split their eyes. Sage Mode. Chinyu opened his eyes abruptly, and the power of nature wandering around, as if encountering an invisible big hand, was pulled away abruptly. At this moment, Chinyu directly turned into a giant black hole, swallowing up the force of nature with a radius of 10,000 meters. The mysterious pattern quickly spread out in the eyes, forming the posture of the Toad Sage Mode. The breath exuded is even more ethereal. If it is not visible to the naked eye, it is impossible to detect Chinyu's existence based on chakra perception alone. It can be said that Chinyu now seems to be integrated with the heaven and the earth. Really Sage Mode. Immortal Shenzuo's eye sockets were about to split open, as if seeing a ghost, he rubbed his sockets 7 or 8 times. Looking at the young man in front of him, it became a little unreal. A moment ago, he was full of questions about his talent, and that he could learn Sage Mode. Also show off 1 or 2 in public. However, now this face was beaten too fast and too hard. Popping, without questioning that. By the way, Minato, I forgot to tell you a training method. Chinyu said suddenly. When cultivating Sage Mode, you can use the experience overlap of Shadow Clone to increase the speed of cultivation. Of course, this also depends on the individual. However, with your qualifications, you should be able to learn it in about 10 days. Moreover, after the Sage Mode disappears, it can also be recovered in time through the clone. Chinyu said, while looking at these toads whose minds were confused, he sighed helplessly. I'll show you a demonstration myself, as a thank you for learning Sage Mode this time. Chinyu flipped his hands and instantly displayed Shadow Clone. This is the clone technique that Namikaze Minato taught him that day. The forbidden technique multiple shadow clone of the second generation Hokage. It can perfectly inherit the strength of the main body, but the amount of chakra has also been reduced. Boom. The two avatars appeared on Chinyu's side in an instant, and immediately entered the Sage Mode state without any instructions. Seeing that the three Chinyus could be in Sage Mode at the same time, the toads present gasped. Even the great toad immortal became unable to sit still. The next moment, after seeing Chinyu's body release Sage Mode, the avatar on his side was also released instantly. Sage Mode then appeared on Chinyu's body again. The sudden scene has become a straw that crushes the nerves. Even the great toad immortal was taken aback. You really are a monster. Not only did you learn Sage Mode in an instant, but you also came up with this method in such a short period of time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Big Toad Immortal said excitedly. Looking at this old toad, his whole body was shaking with excitement. Chinyu was really worried that if it was stimulated to suffer a heart attack, it would be a big trouble. Cough, you are serious, immortal Big Toad. My affairs on this road are all over. Next, Minato will ask you to take care of me. Goodbye. Chinyu smiled and waved his hand, releasing the reverse psychic art, return to the ninja world. By the way, I forgot to ask you how long Hagoromo took back then. The inexplicable words caused the big toad fairy to fall directly to the ground. The violent scene changed the expressions of all the toads, and hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. They don't know the name Hagoromo. However, for the great toad immortal, it was a dusty memory. Now thousands of years later, the name is mentioned again. This is simply shocking. Grandpa, what happened? Who is Hagoromo? Shenzuo couldn't hold back his breath, and asked eagerly. Namikaze Minato was curious about the toads surrounding him. No, it's not something you can know about. Immortal Big Toad sat back in his chair and said, as long as you know, you have to do it as a last resort, and definitely don't turn your back on him. You remember, he's probably not a monster that exists in this time and space. No wonder I can't see his future clearly. Words echoed throughout the top of Mount Myoboku. Toad and Namikaze Minato, who were present, looked at each other. It would be too shocking for the dignified great toad immortal to give such an evaluation. Moreover, this made them even more curious as to what kind of identity Chinyu was, and even Namikaze Minato had this idea. However, for Namikaze Minato, the most important thing to solve now is how to learn Sage Mode in a short time. Otherwise, it won't be able to do it after 10 days, it will be a slap in the face. Chapter 97 _ Boom. Uchiha Fugaku's house. A low burst of air came out, making it seem a little sudden under the dead night sky. The white mist shrouded, and Chinyu's figure appeared in it. Looking at the still quiet courtyard, Chinyu's brows could not help but wrinkle. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his brows and disappeared in a flash. Itachi, be careful, there are 5 people in the dark. Uchiha Fugaku shouted anxiously. When he shot a shuriken with a sneak attack in the dark place just now, he thought about using Susanoo. Pity that the entire Uchiha clan is being watched closely because of Chinyu's affairs. If at this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku also exposed his whole cards, that would probably push the Uchiha clan to the top of the storm. Moreover, under this kind of surveillance, it is possible to launch a sneak attack so smoothly. Whether it has anything to do with it, I am afraid it is worth thinking about. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet. The sound of 5 tearing air rang out, and 5 water dragons burst out of the air, attacking all around at different angles. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed suddenly. In the face of such an attack, he was able to retreat completely. However, Uchiha Itachi can be called a genius in Konoha. However, that is also among the juniors. According to Uchiha Fugaku's speculation, Uchiha Itachi's current strength is comparable to that of Chunin. Is too difficult to retreat under these 5 major water dragon bullets. Susanoo. A familiar voice suddenly sounded, which made Uchiha Fugaku startled, and soon saw a familiar figure appear in front of Uchiha Itachi. Yuhi, the orangutan, is like blood, and Susanoo, who is full of the smell of disaster, exudes a frightening aura. One step ahead, blocking Uchiha Itachi. Boom. 5 water dragon bullets instantly hit Susanoo's body, and under the huge impact, Susanoo, like an iron tower, did not move at all. The water drops all over the sky, falling like a downpour. Brother. Chinyu, why are you back? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku were taken aback, and they did not expect that Chinyu would come to the rescue at this juncture. However, before they could react, Chinyu's whole body disappeared out of thin air when the lightning flashed on Chinyu's body. This speed is too fast, even Sharingan can't catch it. Is it a lightning flash? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. However, compared to him, Uchiha Fugaku, when Chinyu disappeared, directly displayed Mangekyo Sharingan. With this superb pupil power, he could vaguely see Chinyu, as if he had turned into a lightning bolt, plunged into the dark. That kid is back. According to the original plan, let's retreat quickly. A ninja wearing a mask said coldly. Abandoning these words, he turned and left without any hesitation. This time, they sneaked into Konoha in order to lure Chinyu to appear, and then sneak out of the village. However, just as he turned around and entered the figure first, his pupils contracted suddenly. Why did you appear here? So the rumors are true. The ninja's expression changed drastically, and at the same time he exclaimed, he took out a kunai with his backhand and stabbed it directly into Chinyu's chest. At such a close distance, the only thing he can do is to use this desperate move to force the boy in front of him back. Only in this way can he be able to save a trace of life. PFF'd. The hot blood tensed up, shining like fireworks. The masked ninja who shot was stunned. In the face of his desperate blow, the young man in front of him had no intention of avoiding it at all. He didn't even raise his hand to block. In the eyes of the masked ninja, it was completely a madman's way of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the last huge earthquake in his hand made him stunned. When the crisp metal collision sound came out, and the kuwu in his hand, at the moment when it approached Chinyu's body, the circulating arc directly collapsed the kuwu. The enormous power made him able to clearly feel the stinging pain from his wrist when he was dying. Looking at the flying world, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects landing, the masked ninja saw Chinyu disappear into place out of thin air at the last moment. At this moment, he finally understood that the young man who had recently risen in the ninja world was not a rumor. Dad, where did you go? Did you see clearly? Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back his breath. The person he has always respected the most, arguably Uchiha Shisui. Also, from a young age, Uchiha Itachi took Uchiha Shisui as his goal of growing up. However, after seeing Chinyu's strength with his own eyes, as well as the fast-rising disguise as a pig and eat a tiger, Uchiha Itachi's young mind was instantly conquered by Chinyu. It's over, Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. Soon, they saw Chinyu flash out in the dark and landed in front of them. It's over. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed suddenly. In his eyes, the time before and after was just 5 or 6 seconds. In such a short period of time, Chinyu killed all 5 ninjas who attacked. This speed is too shocking. The eyes of Uchiha Itachi, if it was him, he might not be able to escape this fate. Kill it. Chinyu patted Uchiha Itachi's head and said, "Go back and rest first, and leave the rest to me." Looking at Chinyu with a calm face, Uchiha Fugaku's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "You won't let one go on purpose, are you going to catch up to see who shot it?" Chinyu, don't forget, now the Uchiha family is on the cusp of the storm. This time they can make a sneak attack so smoothly, I'm afraid there will be other people behind them. I hope you can think carefully and don't mess around. The Uchiha family is in danger. Quote. The face of others, Uchiha Fugaku may have already shot to stop it. But after seeing Chinyu's great strength with his own eyes, Uchiha Fugaku did not dare to humiliate himself. "Uncle, don't worry, others have come to the door. If we hide, we will only gain an inch. You can't let your aunt and the child in your womb be implicated. Leave these things to me, I'm not just someone who can deal with it." Chinyu laughed dryly. The thunder arc on his body crackled, and the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost. Seeing Chinyu who had completely disappeared, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but said, "Dad, do you need to inform Shisui?" Fugaku told Uchiha Itachi about which battle after Chinyu and Namikaze Minato went to Mount Myoboku. Even Uchiha Shisui's hidden strength was pierced. However, if it were before, Uchiha Itachi would definitely respect Shisui to the ground. But after hearing with his own ears, Chinyu's deeds after the 3 of them joined forces and defeated him. Although there is still respect for Shisui, it is no longer as awe-inspiring as before. No need, if he insists on shooting, I think in the world of shinobi, there are very few people who can stop him, but Chinyu didn't go to Mount Myoboku to learn sage art, why did he come back suddenly? Uchiha Fugaku frowned picked up, showing a confused expression. Chapter 98 Mitarashi Enko _ Konoha Village, outside the Seal Gate. The night was dark, like black ink, lingering. A petite figure flashed out of the dark without warning. The front is the sealed gate. As long as I leave here, I can see that guy. The messy thoughts flashed in my mind, and the scenes of parting that day quickly passed through my mind. Stay temporarily, who are you? A cold shout suddenly sounded. Soon I saw a figure, flashing out in the dark, and stopping in front of the sealed gate. It's you, little girl. Sarutobi-Samu raised his brows and said solemnly, "Enko, this has been done 10 times, and every time you have to force it, saying Orochimaru is back. Now, you're breaking out of the confinement room again, and you're giving me another headache." Seeing this stubborn little girl in front of her, Sarutobi-Samu also felt helpless. Since Orochimaru's defection, Mitarashi Enko has been attacking and sealing the gate every once in a while. Threatened to find Orochimaru's trail. However, the current Mitarashi Enko has just been promoted to Chunin and is only 13 or 14 years old, so no one will care about this. The first shock may even be regarded as a nonsense. However, as time went on, things got sour. Every time Orochimaru secretly comes back, Mitarashi Enko will make a fuss. In the end, they will all be imprisoned in the thinking room. Orochimaru's defection was unbearable, and his mind became confused. Yes, Orochimaru is back. This time he stayed for a long time. I felt his breath just now and left the village. Enko said anxiously. I have to say that in the world of Hokage, due to the war, the younger generation grew up quickly. Under the circumstances of this kind of slaughter and growth, Enko's figure has reached 1.6 meters now, wearing a mesh top, and on that small scale, it also exudes a girlish smell. Enko, don't be ridiculous, otherwise don't blame me for sending you to the thinking room again. Sarutobi-Samu said displeased. Counting on the last time you stormed the seal gate, you will be imprisoned for 30 days this time. Quote, "For this kind of thing that is regarded as unreasonable, whoever touches it too much will become unhappy. If you don't believe it, then you will be offended. This time I must ask Orochimaru to find out." Mitarashi Enko shouted anxiously. The Shadow's snake hand. A white snake suddenly appeared from the ground, and it was so fast that it quickly wrapped around Sarutobi Samu's right foot in a swift manner. The violent scene changed Sarutobi Samu's expression. The first few hits, Mitarashi Enko was just a simple hit and didn't use ninjutsu. After all, there is a rule in Konoha that once a ninja attack is performed on the ninja guarding the sealed gate, it will be considered a missing nin. So, from the beginning, Sarutobi Samu didn't take Mitarashi Enko to heart at all. Not to mention that a mere little girl would betray the village. However, this move at the moment was beyond his understanding, and when he realized it, the white snake had already opened its mouth and bit down on his neck. The feeling of dizziness pounded his mind, facing this Orochimaru-specific neurotoxicity. Sarutobi Samu only held on for 2 or 3 seconds before passing out. "It's finally settled, this time I have to ask him to find out." A trace of resentment flashed on Mitarashi Enko's pretty face, and he walked towards the door. However, just as she stepped out, a bright figure appeared in front of her neck in an instant. "You seem to have forgotten that the sealed gate is not guarded by one person." A gloomy voice came out, and the shot was obviously a ninja wearing an Anbu mask. As he said, "For the safety of Konoha Shinobi Village. The sealed gate is usually guarded by 2 ninjas, divided into one bright and one dark." Seeing the sudden attack, Mitarashi Enko's face turned pale. However, at such a close distance, she had nowhere to hide. Could it fail again this time? A wave of unwillingness quickly sprang up in Mitarashi Enko's heart. However, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded. "I'm sorry, she's not alone either." A figure entwined with thunder instantly appeared in front of Mitarashi Enko. The violent scene made Anbu Ninja's face change drastically. "It's you." The face of Chinyu, who even dared to make a scene in the Hokage building, as Anbu, of course he knew it. Seeing Chinyu's sudden attack, Anbu's ninja, in addition to being shocked, was hit on the back of the neck with a backhand. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed. Anbu Ninja being solved in an instant, Mitarashi Enko couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly looked at the back in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. "This is the family emblem of the Uchiha clan. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan?" Mitarashi Enko couldn't help but asked. "Let's go quickly, and take action on the guardian ninja who seals the gate. This is equivalent to mutiny." Since Orochimaru's defection, Mitarashi Enko has been locked in the thinking room, rarely leaving. Little is known about the recent ninja war. Therefore, in the face of Chinyu, who has recently risen strongly, it is not clear at all. "Hee, I didn't want to meddle in my own business. I was able to sneak out of the village, but I just heard you say that Orochimaru's whereabouts can be found, so I will take care of such troublesome things. I hope you didn't disappoint me." Chinyu smiled dryly. He reached out and rubbed Mitarashi Enko's head. Mitarashi Enko was stunned, and quickly broke free from Chinyu's hand. His cheeks turned cold. He quickly stepped back and said, "How can you rub someone's head casually? And you said that you can sneak out of the village without a sound, which is a big joke." In addition to the sealed gate, the entire Konoha village is sealed by the perception ninja with a barrier all the time, and even small bugs can easily be found by leaping. Besides, why are you looking for Orochimaru? Are you going to be his lackey? A series of questioning voices echoed between heaven and earth. Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. "It seems that you idiot girl, you haven't heard of my murderous name." Chinyu pulled back his hand and said, "Let's go, they will wake up soon. If you still want to catch up with Orochimaru, you must talk to me well or you'll be spanked. Chapter 99 Enhanced Edition Seal of Evil Seal. You bastard, dare to tease me verbally. Mitarashi Enko's character has always been bruised. However, looking at Chinyu's playful smile, he was finally discouraged. After seeing with her own eyes the figure entwined by lightning just now, she clearly knew that the young man in front of her was not simple. At least a little better than her. Right. Only a tiny bit. Mitarashi Enko clenched his fists and comforted himself. As soon as we leave now, we will become missing nin. Do you really not regret it? What do you regret? Chinyu grabbed Mitarashi Enko's slender hand, turned around and walked away quickly. Come on, I am the Uchiha clan, and they are best at hypnotism. They will wake up soon and forget what happened just now, so you finish your work as soon as possible, and when you come back, you will still be the ninja of Konoha. Mitarashi Enko had planned to break free from Chinyu's hand, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help but startled. This time she went after Orochimaru's footsteps. However, it does not mean that he will leave with Orochimaru. Just now, she just acted with an obsession, but now she calms down and pushes hard, but she can't bear the consequences. As the two left, after 7 or 8 seconds, the bodies of the unconscious Sarutobi Samu and Anbu ninja moved involuntarily. This is advanced hypnosis, capable of performing subconscious activities similar to sleepwalking. Chinyu had arrived before Mitarashi Enko appeared. Originally intended to use hypnotism to make these two guards unconscious, but I didn't expect that Mitarashi Enko would collide at such a juncture. If she hadn't threatened to track down Orochimaru, Chinyu wouldn't have gotten involved in this troublesome matter. Even if she is a well-developed little girl, she is no exception. Okay, your curse mark should be able to make you perceive the existence of Orochimaru. Now is the time for you to come in handy, Chinyu said suddenly. Mitarashi Enko's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but stop his footsteps, looking at Chinyu with unbelievable eyes. It can be said that in the eyes of Mitarashi Enko, the moment he became Orochimaru's apprentice, he became an experiment. Mitarashi Enko once stopped Orochimaru when Orochimaru was fleeing. Unfortunately, the final result is to be given an immature curse. I know a lot of things, but I'm not good at explaining, Chinyu said with a smile. You. Mitarashi Enko was suffocated, but before she could make trouble, the stinging pain in her neck made her face turn pale instantly, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover the curse mark. Did you sense Orochimaru's existence? Chinyu raised his brows. Take your hands away. A little sealing technique I know can temporarily suppress the pain for you. You can suppress Orochimaru's spell, are you kidding me? Mitarashi Enko said, biting Kiba. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, believe it or not, this is your problem. You wouldn't think that when you saw Orochimaru, it was so painful that you didn't even have the heart to speak. This incomplete spell was planted by Orochimaru on Mitarashi Enko's body. After all, as Orochimaru's disciple, she went to many places with Orochimaru as a cover to cover her ears. Although the memory was sealed by Orochimaru in the end, this spell was also planted with a perceptual seal that could not be approached. Closer you get to Orochimaru, the greater the pain will be. With Mitarashi Enko's current strength, I am afraid that the moment he sees Orochimaru, he will become unable to bear the pain and will faint in an instant. Looking at Chinyu with a smile on her face, Mitarashi Enko felt the tingling pain in her neck. She knew that what she said was not wrong. He did not trust Chinyu's ability to suppress Orochimaru's spell. This is the teacher she has always respected and one of the legendary Sannin. It's just that Chinyu moved as soon as the idea came into being. The black flame was wrapped around the second finger of the right hand, and at the moment when Mitarashi Enko hadn't reacted, it directly touched her neck. Strengthen the seal of evil seal. In the original work, Kakashi needs the assistance of the formation to be able to display the Seal of Evil, and temporarily seal the seal on Sasuke's body. But for Chinyu, having Uchiha Madara's augmented eye, everything is just a breeze. Facing the violent Chinyu, Mitarashi Enko's expression suddenly changed. However, just as she was about to move, she felt the tingling pain in her neck, which quickly subsided. Did it work? Mitarashi Enko was stunned. She never thought that the young man in front of her could easily use the sealing technique to seal Orochimaru's spell. Okay, now that the pain is gone, it should be easier to sense Orochimaru's whereabouts. Chinyu reached out and rubbed Mitarashi Enko's head again. This time, trust me, I didn't lie to you, I am a very powerful ninja. Snort. Mitarashi Enko snorted coldly, but this time he accepted Chinyu's gentleness. After a pause for a second or two, he turned his head and looked at the forest basin not far away. Orochimaru is over there, the feeling is strong, it's not very far away. These words, Mitarashi Enko rushed out first. Seeing this scene, Chinyu was instantly helpless. He suddenly remembered that Mitarashi Enko's character is almost the same as Uzumaki Naruto in the original book. On the basin 2 or 3 miles away, 5 figures stood quietly here. Lord Orochimaru, are you sure you do this? That damned boy will appear here. Yamanaka whined, face gloomy to ultimate. Aburame, who has been with his partner to death, was easily crushed into flesh-chan in public. This vivid scene made him want to swallow Chin-Yusheng. Don't worry, with that kid's means, I believe he will arrive, but have you done what I asked you to do? Orochimaru smiled softly, the tongue of the orangutan Yuhi, on the dry lips swept over. Lord Orochimaru, don't worry, when you went to the Senju clan's station, I already got that thing. A look of confusion flashed on Yamanaka's face, and he took out a wooden box and handed it over. With these things, can you really defeat Uchiha Chinyu? According to Lord Danzo, that kid's strength may have reached cage level now. The failed joint attack in the Hokage mansion, Yamanaka had fantasized about using other means to defeat Chinyu. In other words, it can be done with the help of the number of people. If one person cannot, then prepare 10, if 10 cannot, then prepare 20. It is precisely because of this reason that the subsequent failure will lead to Aburame taking the root and being killed by Chinyu in public. Chapter 100. Do you really think I'm a fool? Hee, Yamanaka, you are still the same. Orochimaru smiled femininely. If you don't believe me, then you must also believe in Danzo. Since he entrusted this matter to me, it proves that my strength is not comparable to him. What's more, don't forget, that trick was developed by the second-generation Hokage, and after my hand improvement, the power is not a mere Uchiha Chinyu that can fight against it. Speaking of this, Orochimaru's face flashed a ferocious look, his right hand grabbed his cheek, and the corners of his eyes were also enlarged 7 or 8 times, and he said softly, his Mangekyo Sharingan is destined to belong to me. The ferocious voice reverberated in the forest. Cracking sound suddenly sounded, making Yamanaka's wind nerves tense. Don't worry, it seems that the death of Aburame taking the root is not a small blow to you, and even the most important field of perception is ignored. The Snake King smiled grimly. This is my person, it seems that the prey is hooked, and I'm guessing the same, putting people back on purpose. Lord Orochimaru, our people are all dead. A blood-stained ninja wearing an Anbu mask rushed out of the woods. However, the moment he appeared in front of Orochimaru, his pupils shrunk suddenly. An orangutan Yuhi's tongue, like a viper waiting for an opportunity, without any fancy, pierced his throat. PFF'd. Blood tightened, and Anbu's ninja fell to the ground in shock. Haha, since your mission has been completed, it's useless at all. Orochimaru smiled softly, looking at the dense forest not far away, and said, boy, since you're here, how long are you going to hide? The small voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Yamanaka whined hurriedly, hand seal with both hands, releasing the realm of perception. Whoosh! A broken sound suddenly sounded. A petite figure rushed out of the forest on the left. Looking at the incoming figure, Yamanaka's brows couldn't help but twitch. Too fast. This was his only thought, completely different from the Chinyu he had encountered. Shulker. Mitarashi Anko appeared 7 or 8 meters away from Orochimaru. Dozens and hundreds of poisonous snakes erupted from his right hand, and rushed towards Orochimaru with a stench. The violent blow made Orochimaru's expression suddenly change, and then he snorted coldly and said, Anko, I didn't expect you to catch up here. It seems that the teacher underestimated you. The last time we met, when the teacher left, you refused to go with me. I said that the meeting would definitely kill you. This time, there is no teacher-disciple relationship to be missed. Orochimaru, who was among the venomous snakes in the sky, disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, already coming behind Mitarashi Anko. The body turned into a venomous snake, and it quickly wound up, with a big mouth in the blood basin, directly biting Mitarashi Anko's neck. Too fast. In Mitarashi Anko's mind, the only thought flashed. Originally, her idea was to use a sneak attack to subdue Orochimaru with a shulker multi-serpent hand. Unfortunately, he was too impulsive and completely forgot the gap between the two sides. Looking at the fishy wind blowing in his face, Mitarashi Anko has only one thought in his mind now. How long have you been riding a horse without brushing Kiba? Anko, go to hell. Orochimaru laughed horribly. However, as soon as the voice came out, a figure surrounded by thunderlight rushed out from the ground. What a cruel teacher, it's the first time I've seen it. Chinyu jokingly smiled. I'm better at sneak attacking than she is, though. Rasengan. Chinyu's right-hand chakra circulated wildly, and then without any fancy, he smashed it directly into Orochimaru's chest. Boom. The chakra, which was madly compressed, was directly detonated like a volcano at this moment. The huge impact was released like a frenzy, turning into a torrent that directly overturned Orochimaru. In front of everyone's eyes, like a sandbag, it smashed heavily on a big tree dozens of meters away. Boom. The big tree that adults could embrace was broken. Sir Orochimaru, Yamanaka-Keisa's face changed suddenly. However, I didn't have time to think about it, so I quickly pulled away and retreated. Although he was determined to take revenge on Aburame, when he saw that Uchiha Chinyu had escaped his perception domain, he was able to perform such a deadly attack on Orochimaru. The little fighting spirit that had been born in the first place disappeared in an instant. Hee, you don't need to make a fuss, he's not dead yet. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, the snake can shed its skin. I've been waiting for you and Danzo to join forces and bring it to the door. It seems that you can't hold your breath anymore. I'm afraid it took a lot of effort to deal with me. Let me guess. Did you get the impure world reincarnation and the improvement was successful? The small voice, in this piece of heaven and earth, seems to be filled with magical sounds. Orochimaru, who had collapsed in a large font in the ruins, wriggled terribly with the originally sunken chest. After a while, he, who was already dying, stood up again, revealing a hideous cheek under the human skin mask on his face. Good boy, I thought that Danzo was overestimating you, but I still underestimated. Orochimaru said, sticking out Yuhi's tongue. Since you know that I got the forbidden technique impure world reincarnation developed by the second generation Hokage, why are you still chasing after him? What is it that gives you such courage? What? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, if it was these fists, would you have laughed? Orochimaru, who said your words, Mitarashi Enko suddenly realized that he no longer had a sense of existence. Thinking of the conversation in front of the city gate, Mitarashi Enko became impatient. "You, who are you?" Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but stunned for a moment, then said with a grim smile, "Enko, you don't even know his identity, yet you dare to hang out with him. It really makes me feel that you are still the same as when I left. Silly and naive." Uchiha Chinyu, the Uchiha clan has been hiding for 15 years and is the most outstanding, enchanting genius boy. Having the title of blood-colored Asura that shocked the ninja world, dare to fight in the Hokage mansion and kill the murderer of your colleagues, I think you will soon degenerate into missing nin and become the same existence as me. Speaking of which, Orochimaru grinned and stretched out his hand and said, "Actually, we are all like-minded people. It is better for you and me to join forces, possess the technique of impure world reincarnation, and your powerful pupil technique, the entire Konoha ninja village will fall into our hands." Quote. The slightly long voice made Mitarashi Enko stunned. She never imagined that the young man of the same age, whom she had always despised, would have such an identity. "What's the matter?" Chinyu said with a playful smile. "I've already said it before, but I have a famous reputation. However, I won't believe a fool's words like you do. Orochimaru, if you want these eyes, talk with your fists, you can't be as sneaky as mine." Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. "Have you found it?" "Yes, of course I found out. Under my feet, there was such a big movement, and there were 3 statue-like figures in black robes, who didn't move even when you were smashed. Do you really think I'm a fool? Hokage I can fully level up with one click." Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101 Iron Sand Boundary Law. A chain of pitch-black iron sand shot out from the ground beneath his feet. The speed is as fast as hundreds of thousands of long spears are used, with a stern sound of breaking through the air. "Be careful, run away." Mitarashi Enko's face changed suddenly. However, the moment the words fell, Chinyu's hand was already pressing on her shoulder. "Don't worry, I really don't care about this kind of trick." Chinyu smiled playfully. The bloody orangutan Yuhi quickly filled his pupils, and the next moment he occupied the entire eye socket. Susanoo. Gorilla Yuhi's pupil strength was filled with the smell of disaster, and under the stretch of her huge body, it instantly turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. This time, Chinyu did not use Uchiha Madara's booster eye. However, it is enough to resist this iron sand boundary law. Boom! The spear turned into iron sand instantly stabbed Susanoo's illusory body. Under the huge impact, even the ground was overturned. Susanoo, standing in the ruins, was like an impregnable wall, not shaken in the slightest. Hundreds of iron spears were easily stopped. This is too powerful." Mitarashi Enko's face was full of disbelief. Especially after meeting Chinyu's pair of 9 Tomo Sharingan, he couldn't help but slapped. The brief contact of sight gave her the illusion that her soul was almost taken away. "Is it Susanoo? Sure enough, you are not an ordinary Uchiha clan. It seems that you are the only one who can open this cursed eye besides Uchiha Madara." Orochimaru was shocked. However, without showing it on his face, he licked his dry lips and said, "These eyes will soon become my thing." "No, it should be said that your whole being will soon be mine. You know that I got forbidden technique impure world reincarnation, and you dare to die. I would love to see you in despair." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Chinyu smiled playfully, looked behind him, and only the 2 remaining people in black cloaks said, "Apart from the 3rd-generation Kazekage, do you want to defeat me with the 1st-generation Hokage and the 2nd-generation Hokage, who are incompetent in combat power alone?" "This is a joke." "What?" Yamanaka Feng's expression changed drastically. although he knew that Orochimaru brought a powerful whole card this time to deal with Uchiha Chinyu. However, he never imagined that Orochimaru even summoned the two Hokages. Haha, Orochimaru, no wonder you called us out this time. It turned out to be a kick to the iron plate. A hearty laughter suddenly came out. Soon I saw two people wearing cloaks, finally revealing their true colors. As Chinyu said, this time Orochimaru dared to stand on the opposite side. The first Hokage and the second Hokage obviously became his confidants. Hey, big brother, you can see clearly, this is a member of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect that such a tyrannical clan would appear during the time we left. It seems to be similar to Uchiha Madara. The second generation Hokage put his hands around his chest, Lang Yu said. Looking at Chinyu, his eyes were full of undisguised coldness. It can be said that if the first Hokage was an idiot, then the second Hokage was an iron fist. Senju Hashirama became Hokage by virtue of his great strength and prestige. However, whether it is Senju Hashirama's life or the era of the second generation Hokage, Konoha's rapid revitalization is inseparable from the series of policies of the second generation Hokage. If you exclude his paranoid personality, he is indeed a good leader. However, all of this is not important to Chinyu. The second generation Hokage is as true as the rumors, and it's always playing with targets, but the Uchiha Madara you just said, I killed it a few days ago. Chinyu smiled playfully. Impure world reincarnation for the first time, this ninjutsu seems like a no-brainer. But Chinyu knew the original book like the back of his hand, and to break the impure world reincarnation, in addition to using the powerful seal technique. The second way is to cast demonic illusion and let the caster lift it himself. For the sealing technique, Chinyu now only has 2 or 3 minor techniques. To seal 2 Hokages and 1 Kazekage, this is simply not enough. The only thing that can be done is to rub Orochimaru on the ground and let him obediently disarm impure world reincarnation. Boy, you said you killed Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama was startled at first, then laughed. No wonder I haven't met that guy during this period of time, so he was still hiding and living. This guy is really not easy. Big brother, now is not the time to be concerned about this kind of thing. Senju Tobirama said coldly. We don't know the authenticity of what he said, but according to Orochimaru, this kid is a curse. Since it is rare to come back, we must clear him. Seeing the dignified second-generation Hokage say such words, Mitarashi Enko's expression changed involuntarily. Chinyu, why didn't Enko explain it to you? Tell the two respected Lord Hokage, I Orochimaru is a missing nin. You are the hero of Konoha, maybe they will believe it. Orochimaru's chest injury is recovering. However, the stinging pain on the wound made him want to swallow Chinyu alive. Now that he can be preconceived and bite Chinyu back, it can make him feel aggrieved, and his mood will be a little better. Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Chinyu smiled playfully. A group of turkeys, is it worth my explanation? Kill them all. As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu took a step forward and disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appeared again and had come behind Orochimaru. What a fast instant art. Orochimaru's face changed drastically, and at the same time as he pulled away and retreated, he shouted in a hurry, you guys don't stop him soon. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked stagnant, obviously buried in the control spell in advance. Suiden, water style, water dragon bullet art. Mokuden, wood style, wood dragon jutsu. The two Hokages made a killing move as soon as they made their move. The water dragon and the wooden dragon, which were dozens of meters away, strangled to Chinyu as soon as they appeared. Spiritual art, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru was not idle either. His hands quickly flipped to form a series of spell seals, and at the same time he showed a hideous smile. Boy, you've been fooled. Your speed is very fast, but in the face of 3 absolutely defensive Rashomon, and 2 cage-level attacks. I'll see how you dodge. Chapter 102 Orochimaru, I caught you. Boom. Orochimaru slapped the ground with his right hand. At the moment when the ground rumbled, the rock immediately flew up, and the 3 Rasho gates appeared in the shape of a pin, blocking Chinyu's 3 ways out. At the same time, the wooden dragon and the water dragon attacked frantically from behind, forming a lore situation. The violent scene shook Mitarashi Enko's nerves, and he subconsciously made a move, but saw Chinyu smile. It's a pretty good calculation. Chinyu smiled playfully. However, a turkey and tile dog is a turkey tile dog. Under absolute strength, no matter how hard the shell of the tortoise is hiding, it can't save you. Sage mode. Chinyu's eyes widened, and the clone that had been prepared for a while, instantly dissipated after casting Sage mode. Under the crazy profusion of Sage Art Chakra, it is combined with Chinyu's Raiden Thunder Style Chakra. The violent power poured into the limbs like a torrent. Roar. Accompanied by a roar of the sky, under the blessing of the Fairy Chakra, Raiden Thunder Style Chakra's activation of the body erupted to ultimate. Chinyu, who was originally only 1.7 meters tall, changed rapidly, reaching more than 2 meters. The muscles are highlighted, giving people a tower-like feeling. Feeling the power that instantly swelled to ultimate in his body, Chinyu clenched his right fingers tightly, and the thunder light exploded instantly. Under the crisp sound of crackling, there was no trace of fancy, and he slammed down directly at Rashomon who was blocking his way. Sage Art Overweight Storm. Boom. With a punch, it was instantly detonated like thunder rolling in the sky. The violent thunder light is like a 9-day divine thunder pouring down. The endless power it contained, the moment it slammed into the gate, Rashomon, known as the Absolute Defense, sank under the eyes of the public. Boom. The sound of shattering sounded. The Rashomon, which had been struggling to support it, collapsed. Under the shocked gazes, Chinyu directly clasped Orochimaru's neck with his right hand, revealing a playful smile. Orochimaru, I caught you. Sage Art Chaojong Flow Violent. As soon as Chinyu grabbed Orochimaru's neck, he slammed down on the ground without any bells and whistles. Facing the violent scene, and the blow that was completely unexpected, Orochimaru just had time to show a shocked expression, unable to react at all. Boom. The ground shattered in response, and endless thunder light shot up into the sky, wandering between heaven and earth like a thunder dragon. The earth under his feet was even more overwhelmed, and the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters was overturned. In particular, the formations within 100 meters of Chinyu were directly lifted up and blocked all around. It collided head-on with the incoming water dragon and wooden dragon. For a time, the sand and dust rolled in the sky and the earth, and the 3 Rashomon lost Orochimaru's chakra support and instantly collapsed between the heaven and the earth. The violent scene shook the nerves. Mitarashi Enko, who was in Susanoo, could almost swallow an egg with his open mouth. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he finally couldn't hold back his breath. Is this a monster? At this moment, Mitarashi Enko finally understood why Chinyu claimed to be fierce and famous. With such a strong lineup, she could directly hit the teacher she looked up to with one punch. With such strength, who can match it? In the eyes of the 3 shadows, such a resolute attack could be carried out. Who else can do it? Boy, you are courting death. Senju Tobarama's expression changed drastically, and he hurried out. In the eyes of Senju Tobarama, although they are able to play the strength now, there is not one of them. However, let a mere kid, under the eyes of the 3 shadows, smash the impure world reincarnation caster to the ground with one punch. This is a shame for him. Tobarama, stop. Senju Hashirama stopped, looking at the figure of the dissipated sand and dust reappearing, with a look of surprise on his face. So you got the approval of immortal Mount Myoboku. In the records, the great toad immortal has the ability to see people's hearts and the future. If it imparts sage mode to you, it proves that you are not a person of great evil, which is really different from Madara. Looking at the dignified first-generation Hokage and giving this kind of evaluation, Yamanaka was stunned. This is completely different from the script. Lord Hokage of the first generation, why don't you kill him quickly, leaving the people of the Uchiha family, but it's a disaster. Yamanaka became anxious. Now Orochimaru's figure is still shrouded in sand and dust. Yamanaka couldn't believe that Orochimaru would be intact under this violent impact so close at hand. Shut up. Senju Hashirama's face suddenly turned cold, and the whole person's breath instantly pressed against the Yamanaka wind. The violent scene made Yamanaka wind face change dramatically. Feeling this rolling breath, there is an illusion of being in the abyss of the quagmire. However, this feeling came and went quickly, and after Yamanaka recovered, everything had disappeared without a trace. Haha, I just scare you. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. You boy, I don't know who you work for, but you're in cahoots with Orochimaru. However, I advise you to go quickly, that kid has Orochimaru under control. The inexplicable words made Yamanaka wind and the others startled. But looking at the dissipated sand and dust, the pair of orangutan Yuhi's eyes were bloody. Orochimaru, whose entire head was shattered by a third, as if in a daze, and those hands that flew quickly. Yamanaka-Keisa's face changed drastically. A face-to-face, Orochimaru, who was regarded as an ace by Danzo, lost. The art of impure world reincarnation, solution. If it was someone else, with only half of their head left, I'm afraid they would already be dead. However, Orochimaru was in front of him, and only one cell could be resurrected. Known as Hokage's immortal little powerhouse. Haha, I didn't expect this to be the most embarrassing battle, but with one move, even the forbidden technique was lifted. Senju Hashirama laughed. It seems that the Uchiha family has indeed produced a peerless genius. Boy, I want to ask, my precious granddaughter, how is she doing now? To outsiders, Senju Hashirama is known as the great ninja god. But in the Senju family, he is Sun Chong. Tsunade's gambling skills were learned from him. She left the village. She seems to like gambling, and she will lose every time she gambles. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose. For him, these three shadows of impure world reincarnation might be good. But this is for others, facing Uchiha Chinyu. I'm afraid even the complete Susanoo defense can't break through. Rather than wasting time, it would be better to catch the thief first and catch the king and give Orochimaru a second. What? This fellow Ozuna? Senju Hashirama turned petrified at once. Chapter 103 The Whereabouts of Sasori of the Red Sand. Senju Tobirama on the side snorted coldly. If it wasn't for your old favorite, she wouldn't be like this at all. However, this is a digression. We may meet again next time, boy. If you want to kill us by this means, it will not be so easy. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are unknown no matter how many times you look at them. For these words, Chinyu did not take it to heart at all, and said with a playful smile, next time we meet, you will find that you still have to look up to me, but you will not be able to do it. Goodbye. Snort. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, but had a feeling he couldn't refute. Boy, let's go. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were obviously different, laughed again, and his body collapsed like dust in the sky and the earth. Yamanaka Wind, who witnessed this scene, turned around and ran away first. Chinyu, he escaped. Mitarashi Anko hurriedly wanted to chase him out. Mitarashi Anko does not know who is right and who is wrong. But the only thing to do now is to stop the Yamanaka Wind. Otherwise, let him escape back to the other side, the result is unimaginable. Don't come out, Orochimaru is not that simple. Chinyu raised his brows and directly abandoned the Orochimaru in his hand. The sound of thunder light crackling on his body soared, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost. Boy, you die with me. Only half of his head left, Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, Snakes of Yuhi, the gorilla, appeared on the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters. The slender body quickly inflated like a balloon, and it rolled backwards with the sky-high fire and air waves. With Orochimaru's body, it was directly blown up. Boom! The violent explosion wave rolled backwards, and the fiery flames directly ignited the surrounding trees. For a time, the whole world fell into a sea of fire. Some big trees that could only be surrounded by a few people were cut off by the middle. Chinyu controlled Susanoo to walk out of the sea of fire. After looking down at the scroll in his hand and the vial, Susanoo dispersed. Thank you for saving me again. Mitarashi Anko regained his senses, his cheeks slightly he said, you are really amazing. But, teacher, is he dead? Orochimaru's whereabouts are significantly more important to Mitarashi Anko. The 100-footed worm dies without being stiff. Orochimaru has developed the technique of undead reincarnation. If you kill him 100 times, I'm afraid he can be resurrected. Chinyu said lightly. After disarming demonic illusion, Orochimaru came to his senses. Just because of his injury, it was obvious that he could not continue to fight, so he directly abandoned this body and detonated the hidden shadow snake hand that had already been lurking around. However, he underestimated Chinyu's strength from the very beginning, so he made a wrong step and made a wrong step. This so-called Big Bang attack is nothing more than a child's thing. Tickle Susanoo. He's not dead yet. Mitarashi Anko's expression changed suddenly. He turned around and planned to continue his pursuit, but was stopped by Chinyu's probing hand. Stop chasing. With my methods, it's hard to catch Orochimaru, who is determined to run away, let alone you. Chinyu patted Mitarashi Anko on the shoulder. It's not too early. You go back first, I have other things to deal with. Aren't you going? Mitarashi Anko was stunned. After what happened just now, he had already regarded Chinyu as the backbone and was conquered by his powerful strength. Now suddenly let her go back alone, it is indeed a bit unaccustomed. Are you afraid that the wicked person will file a complaint first? Chinyu, I can testify for you. The fight just now was short. But Mitarashi Anko was no fool, and also saw that someone in Konoha got mixed up with missing Nino Orochimaru. Now they are sneaking out of Konoha Shinobi Village, and if they are sued by the wicked first, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, I don't care about this kind of trifle. Chinyu rubbed the head of Mitarashi Anko and said, I still have business to do. I'll find a toad to escort you back. The art of psychic. A series of spell seals were formed in Chinyu's hands, and they were suddenly slapped on the ground. A burst of white smoke filled the air, and the iron-armed toad appeared first in front of him. It's a psychic beast. I heard that you need to gain their trust to achieve the conditions for psychic. Mitarashi Anko showed an unexpected look. However, when she entered the scene, she was stunned. It's you. Iron-armed toad was stunned and said anxiously, no, you don't want to kill me. Looking at the dignified psychic beast, as if frightened, he stepped back quickly. Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but said, you didn't really want to kill it last time, did you? Chinyu flipped through Byakugan and said, of course I didn't, but I almost took it by mistake and took it to the whole family. Okay, I'll give her to you for the rest of the journey. If you have nothing to do, go back quickly. Leaving these words, Chinyu's body flashed with lightning, and the next moment he disappeared out of thin air. Seeing Chinyu, who disappeared in an instant, Mitarashi Anko stopped talking and looked at the iron-armed toad. He looks quite fierce, but he is actually quite good. It's just that the joke just now was a little bad. He wanted to make me laugh, which scared you. Joke. Iron-armed Toad shook his head into a rattle, and said anxiously, "He is a devil, and he really almost destroyed my hometown just now. That meteorite is so big." Looking at the hands of the iron-armed Toad, I felt that if the hands were 5 kilometers long, it would really show the situation at that time. On the other hand, after Chinyu and Mitarashi Enko separated, they chose the right direction and plunged into the canyon. This is the only way to Sunagakure village and the main road to Kikyoyama. Normal times, the Konoha ninja village will assign many ninjas to be stationed here. However, the war between Sunagakure village and Konoha shinobi village is now at a fevered stage, and the outcome will soon be decided. Konoha ninjas stationed here has decreased significantly. However, when Chinyu came along the way, he didn't even see half of the dark whistle, which was too strange. "Sir, I'm here," a familiar voice suddenly came. Kakuzu was soon seen jumping out from behind the rock. "Did you take care of the nearby secret post?" Chinyu stopped and landed in front of Kakuzu. After not seeing each other for a while, Kakuzu's breath has obviously recovered a lot. It seems that many of the 4 hearts destroyed by Chinyu have found replacements. "Sir, you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of Sasori of the Red Sand. I have found it," Kakuzu explained. "He passed by here a little while ago and killed Konoha's dark post. It seems that he planned to escape the search of Sunagakure village and ventured into the territory of the Fire Nation. It's better to send it to the door in person than to spend our energy to find it." Chinyu nodded and said, "However, the 3rd generation of Kazekage is probably dead, and the Sasori of the Red Sand may have made him a puppet." 3 generations of Kazekage were killed. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly and said, "Then, sir, do we still need to hunt him down?" Before Kakuzu wanted to hunt down Sasori of the Red Sand, everything was to get the Iron Sand Realm. Now that the 3 generations of Kazekage are dead, and the heart can't be used for him, it will not be of much use to continue to pursue. Especially the lunatic that even Kazekage hunts, it's hard to get rid of. "Don't worry, the target is different, but he is still useful. This time I will go after you with me." Chinyu looked at the wood next to him lightly. "We have guests here." Chapter 104 Your Talents. "Who?" Kakuzu's expression froze, and he did not find the existence of the target in his perception. "Watch out for your feet." Chinyu smiled playfully, which made Kakuzu's nerves suddenly tense. "Ka ka ka." A sound of wood biting suddenly sounded. Soon the ground was torn apart in an instant, and 2 figures emerged from the ground. The 4 arms were like long whips, entwining directly towards Kakuzu. At the same time, the bloody mouth opened wide, and a sharp blade stained with venom stabbed towards Kakuzu's chest. At the same time, another figure emerged from the ground, 6 arms suddenly opened, and the organs in the chest were activated instantly, and a death hug came towards Chinyu. Ninjutsu, Black Secret Skills, 1 shot. Bang! The dark entrance swallowed Chinyu in an instant. Kakuzu on the side was no exception. He was directly entangled by 4 arms, and the poisonous blade in the puppet's mouth stabbed directly into his chest. Doden, Earth Style, Hardened Soil Corners. Kakuzu's expression sank, his right hand hidden in his sleeve suddenly squeezed, and the skin color on his body changed instantly. When the crisp metal collision sound came out, and the sharp blade stained with venom broke directly. Futon, Wind Style, Wind Breakthrough. The resentment behind Kakuzu shot out instantly like a spider web. A cyan face appeared, and the violent hurricane immediately exploded like a tide. The puppets wrapped around the body were instantly torn apart and scattered between the heavens and the earth. As for the black ants that caught Chinyu, they burrowed directly into the ground, emerged from the forest floor more than 10 meters away, and landed next to a ferocious figure wearing a black cloak and lying on all 4s. It's the same as my goal, it's good to catch one first, and the other one seems to be a good puppet. I didn't expect you to show up. Kakuzu was anxious. He had always been indifferent, but instead revealed a playful smile. Even I can't deal with it. It's a fool's dream to solve the adults. Sasori of the Red Sand was stunned at first, then glanced at the Black Ant Queen, clasped his hands together, and shouted sharply. Then I'll kill him first and see what he can do. The defense power of black ants can easily block a dozen or so tons of impact. Black secret skill, bayonet at the end of limbs. The limbs of the crows scattered around, instantly ejected the chakra blades that were contaminated with venom. Stab directly into the abdomen of the black ant. When the crisp metal collision sound reverberated between heaven and earth. Sasori of the Red Sand's expression changed suddenly as he looked at the sharp blade that sank indirectly. In his expectation, these 4 sharp knives, coupled with the sharp knives in the black ant's body, can easily tear Chinyu to pieces with the combined attack of the black ants. However, in the scene in front of him, let alone blood, there was not even the slightest smell of blood. Bang! A low crash sound came from the black ant's body. Sasori of the Red Sand hurriedly looked, but what he saw was a fist wrapped in lightning. The cracked sawdust looked very unsightly under the thunder light. Looking at the black ant who was boasting by himself the moment before, capable of withstanding the impact of more than 10 tons of force. Being easily broken by a fist, this slap in the face was too fast. Can people take a nap with peace of mind? Indifferent voices came out of Black Ant's body. The next moment, Chinyu grabbed the shattered crack with both hands, and exerted force with both hands. The black ants were torn in half. Chinyu took a step forward, stretched out his body, and looked at the confused Sasori of the Red Sand. You saved me a lot of time by showing up in person. Chinyu smiled warmly. Come on, be my subordinate, and I will bring you delicious food and spicy food. With these words, Chinyu almost had the shadow of a white beard. However, under absolute strength, I am afraid that Biao will say, be my son, and someone will agree. As your subordinate, Sasori of the Red Sand couldn't help but linger. I thought you were coming to me for 3 generations of Cage. However, destroying my puppet and planning to make me your subordinate is impossible. I escaped in Sunagakur village because there wasn't even a decent strong man there, and I couldn't even have the desire to hunt. Having said that, Sasori of the Red Sand opened his mouth instantly, and the poisonous thorns shot towards Chinyu like a torrential rain. Seeing the fast approaching attack, Chinyu smiled warmly and said, that means that the negotiation failed, and it must be resolved with fists. When the voice fell, the thunder light flashed, and Chinyu stepped out. The next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, causing the poisonous needles in the sky to fall directly. Behind, Sasori of the Red Sand's face changed dramatically, and the voice of the words came floating in the moment when his nerves were tense. You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Chinyu smiled playfully. The 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and the thunder light was wrapped around it, and it slammed down head-on. Recurrent violence. Boom. Like a thunderstorm falling from the sky. The huge impact force shattered Fei Liuhu. The ground under his feet was even more overwhelmed and collapsed suddenly. The cracks like cobwebs quickly rolled back around. The debris splashed around, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, more or less stained with venom. However, once he got close to Chinyu's body, he was directly thrown out by the lightning bomb. It was impossible to add a single scar to Chinyu. Sir, Kakuzu landed on Chinyu's side instantly, intending to suppress it, but was stopped. It's an empty shell, this is a puppet he controlled. Chinyu looked at the big tree on the left with a smile on his face. If you want to leave, I hope you still show some strength, otherwise you can only be my subordinate. You. Sasori of the Red Sand walked out in the dark, wearing a black cloak, with Yuhi's blood-like hair, which was very eye-catching. He turned his eyes, locked on Chinyu's body, and said coldly, "You are the blood-colored Asura widely rumored in the ninja world during this period of time, Uchiha Chinyu. I didn't expect someone like you to collude with missing nin." For Sasori of the Red Sand, Chinyu's current prestige can fully act as a hero for Konoha. Now, instead of colluding with a notorious ninja like Kakuzu, the subversion between the front and the back is a bit too big. Hee, in my eyes, this is a talent, just like you. Chinyu said with a playful smile. How are you thinking, do you want to continue fighting? Sasori of the Red Sand couldn't help but startled, completely not expecting Chinyu to give such a reply. He and Kakuzu have met, and they've teamed up on some missions, and it's clear how taboo the latter's ninjutsu is. Now, Chinyu has been praised as a talent, which seems to be a bit of a gap. Chapter 105. You are more reliable than Orochimaru. A talent. Sasori of the Red Sand smiled playfully. However, just wanting me to surrender just by talking is a bit underestimating me. I just got this thing, and I plan to treasure it. Now it seems that it should make you look at it with admiration. For the newly acquired 3 generations of Cage, it can be said that it is the second treasure in the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand. After all, there is no single puppet worth more than a cage-level puppet. Really? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, I just plan to send him to the battle. Let's see if your puppet technique is better, or my forbidden technique is stronger. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Impure World Reincarnation, for 1 click full level. The voice of the system sounded in my mind at the right time. This is the scroll that Chinyu grabbed when he hit Orochimaru head-on, and the improved version of Impure World Reincarnation was recorded on it. Kabuto in the future, it is not enough for Chinyu now. In addition, the bottle that was found was marked with the cell extract of the 3rd generation of Cage. Forbidden technique. Kakuzu was startled, then saw Sasori of the Red Sand. His expression changed slightly. He took out a scroll with his backhand and opened it directly. There is also a shadow word in the center of the mysterious magic seal depicted on it. Facing Chinyu, who didn't know the depth, Sasori of the Red Sand obviously planned to strike first. Come out, my art. Sasori of the Red Sand snapped. At the moment when the surgical seal in the hand changed and the sound of gas explosion suddenly sounded, a puppet wearing a black cloak appeared out of thin air. On the joints of the mouth, there was a crackling sound. This is a human puppet made with 3 generations of Cage. Kakuzu saw the clue instantly. A flash of pride flashed across Sasori of the Red Sand's face, and he shouted sharply, You guessed it right, but you will soon become my collection too. Iron Sand Boundary Law. 5 fingers twitched, and the puppet of the 3rd generation Cage suddenly burst into flames. The dark iron sand was spit out from the puppet's mouth, and a trace of stagnation appeared. The next moment, like a pear blossom in a rainstorm, it attacked the 2 of Chinyu head-on. For a time, the world turned into darkness, and Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. Chinyu disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the dense forest dozens of meters away. Chidori. Lightning spewed, as bright as fireworks, and an exclamation sounded suddenly. How did you know I was here? A ninja at the root, his nerves suddenly tense. I thought that Chinyu's 3 powerhouses had no time to discover his existence. I never thought that the gate of hell had already opened at the moment when I regained my senses. I guess. Chinyu smiled playfully. In the country of fire, Danzo's claws, Kiba, are definitely not small. Moreover, this is the only way not far from Kikyo Mountain. Danzo will never let go of the ambush chess pieces here, and at the rear, he has all the masters on the battlefield in his hands. What's more, Chinyu's punch that broke Fei Liu, who just now made a lot of noise. Not difficult to alert these claws to the arrival of Kiba. PFF'd. Blood splattered. The right hand wrapped around Li Guang instantly pierced the chest of the root ninja. Murderers, people will always kill them. Matsuri product delivered to the door. Chinyu took out the bottle containing the 3 generations of cage cells with his backhand, and his hands flew like wheels quickly, forming a series of magic seals. Bang bang bang. The iron sand instantly penetrated the ground. Kakuzu had already retreated with the help of the ground grudge. Seeing Chinyu facing his proud treasure puppet and daring to attack the root ninja distractedly, a haze flashed across the Sori of the red sand's face. This is contempt for his artwork. Okay, I'm going to see what forbidden technique you have to fight against my treasured puppet. Sasori of the red sand snarled. At the moment when the 10 fingers swung and flew, endless iron sand burst out from the mouth of the 3 generations of cage. Iron sand realm, endless sand gun. Roaring together, the black iron sand in the sky instantly turned into hundreds of thousands of dark spears. Sasori of the red sand grabbed it with 5 fingers in the air, showing a closed posture, and shot towards Chinyu. This wave of attacks obviously excluded Kakuzu, intending to kill Chinyu with one move. Forbidden technique impure world reincarnation. Chinyu folded his hands suddenly, and smiled playfully at the incoming iron sand. Bang! The thunder-like rumbling crashed back into the forest with a radius of 10,000 meters. A huge air wave was raised, rolling up a large piece of dust. Sasori of the red sand and Kakuzu could see clearly, his pupils shrank suddenly. The long spear that the iron sand filled the sky was 3 meters away from Chinyu, and was blocked by the same iron sand wall. Behind the iron sand wall, there is a half-opened coffin, exuding a formidable aura. Sasori, I didn't expect you, this guy, to really make me a puppet. A familiar voice came from inside the coffin. The coffin board was kicked away, a figure wearing a cage cloak walked out slowly. This is the 3rd generation of cage. Kakuzu's pupils shrank suddenly. Looking at the familiar and unusual figure in front of him, as well as the puppet in the sky. Is this a different kind of self-doing-it-yourself? Necromancer. Sasori of the red sand's expression also changed. He did not expect that Chinyu would use his own body to repay his own way, summoning 3 generations of cage to confront him. Sasori of the red sand couldn't help laughing at the face of the 3rd generation cage with a thin and angry face. Haha, I didn't expect that. You also know the alternative eternal art, but you thought that a dead person in the summoning area could defeat me, so I'm sorry. Sasori of the red sand took out the huge scroll behind his back with a backhand, and smiled hideously. Come on, let me show you what I used to kill 3 generations of cage. Red Secret Technique 100 Machine Exercises. The scroll was stretched out in response, and dark figures shot out like sharp arrows. Hundreds of puppets instantly turned into a torrential rain, densely packed and shrouded in the sky. All kinds of weapons, stained with venom, scythes like death gods, and huge sharp blades, etc. In the sun, the cold light flows. The whole world is filled with Senhan's murderous intent. Kakuzu's face became more solemn, and he couldn't help but look at Chinyu and said, as expected of a character that adults like, it is enough to hunt down cage level with this single hand. Snort. 3 generations of cage snorted coldly and said, the dignified cage was treated like a puppet so quickly and summoned the 2nd time, but seeing you is better than seeing Orochimaru. I hate you and Sasori even more, the Sasori who messed up my body into a puppet. And I believe that you will be able to teach me a lesson, Sasori, you are more reliable than Orochimaru. Chapter 106_. Really, it feels weird to be praised by a dead person. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. I originally planned to settle this matter in a low-key manner, but, with such a fuss, it seems that a quick solution is better. Quick fight. Sasori of the red sand's expression froze for a moment, and then he roared with a hideous face. Well, I also want to see, how can you face me with this trick? Just rely on a waist, how to fight quickly. 100 machines exercise. The heavens strangle. Roaring again and again, the 10 fingers suddenly pressed down, and the puppets in the sky, like a torrential rain, attacked head-on. The face of this dark scene, Kakuzu and the third generation of Cage also showed solemn expressions. They said that they were relying on Chinyu, but in the face of this kind of lineup, they would inevitably be a little nervous. Seeing the fast-approaching puppet, Chinyu moved. Nine-Tomo Sharingan suddenly turned, and the gorilla Yuhi was like blood, representing Calamity's pupil power, which exploded like a tide. Roar. A frantic roar came out of Susanoo's mouth. As soon as the huge body of 100 meters was displayed, the puppet that was charged from the sky was directly overturned by most of the moment when the 6 arms flew. Looking at the attacks that hit like raindrops, it felt like hitting an iron plate. Sasori of the Red Sand's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Susanoo in front of him, a ruthless expression flashed on his face, and he tore his clothes with his backhand. Correct. Can't do more than tearing clothes off. If it was a woman, Chinyu would gladly accept it. But looking at the lumps of wood, I don't know if there is Sasori with a handle, but he washed and fell asleep. Sure enough, when I faced off against me, I sensed something was wrong. 3 generations of Cage's expression changed drastically. This kid is really crazy. His appearance has not changed for so many years. It turns out that he has transformed himself into a puppet. Uchiha Chinyu, let me play, maybe it will come in handy. Sasori who used himself, the 3 generations of Cage were obviously unable to hold back. Hehe, I have to say, it's your honor to be able to see my ultimate art. Didn't you say that we need to fight quickly? What can we do now? Sasori of the Red Sand's face was hideous. Your special pair of Sharingan, with such a powerful tool, is perfect for my collection. For Sasori of the Red Sand, everything special, beautiful, is a flash in the pan. Especially the existence of human beings with birth, old age, sickness and death, to retain this perfect moment, only through human puppets. At least, that pair of Yuhi's blood-like special Sharingan is completely a treasure for Sasori. Hehe, if you want it, you have to grab it with your strength. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, however, if I were you, I'd better think of a way to solve this trouble first, and then talk to me about it. Chinyu pointed to the sky. Soon, a huge black shadow projected down with a rolling gesture. The inexplicable depressing breath spread out like a hurricane. The harsh sound of breaking the air gave people a feeling of tearing the eardrums. Especially the strong wind pressure falling from the sky makes people feel suffocated. The strange scene made Kakuzu's nerves suddenly tense. Before I had time to think about it, I hurriedly looked up at the sky, and when I caught my eye, my eyes were split open. A huge meteorite with a diameter of 5,000 meters fell from the sky with a 10,000 stance. For anyone, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Boy, when you fought Orochimaru just now, you didn't use all your strength. Cage the third generation asked eagerly. In his eyes, Chinyu, facing the 3 cage levels, could instantly break through Orochimaru's defense and defeat Orochimaru with lightning speed. This was beyond his comprehension. I thought it was because of Orochimaru's carelessness. But facing the current scene, the 3 generations of Cage know clearly. The face of Orochimaru's battle, even if Chinyu didn't use tricks, it was enough to crush 3 cage levels who were not even 1 in 10. And then took the head from Orochimaru's item. You need a knife to kill a chicken. You also need to see what kind of chicken it is. Compared to Orochimaru, Sasori is a little more likable. Chinyu smiled playfully. Well, if you survive this blow, I will consider making you my subordinate. Abandoning these words, Chinyu released the impure world reincarnation with his backhand, grabbed Kakuzu's shoulders, and the lightning surged from his body, turning into a thunderstorm and swept out. Looking at Chinyu, who left the battlefield in an instant, the three generations of Kazekage whose body was slowly dissipating, and the puppets of people densely covered in the sky. Sasori, who was in shock, and his face became more and more blue. He thought that the mutiny of Sasori of the Red Sand would bring a huge threat to the village of Sunagakure. But now compared with Chinyu, this so-called threat is just child's play. Kazekage, only the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara recorded in the Codex can achieve such a powerful strength. This is the existence of stomping the foot that can make the ninja world earthquake. Now suddenly another one appears, and this time there is no strong checks and balances. The ninja world is about to change. Sasori, if you don't die and still remember your old love for Sunagakure village, remember to tell Chiyo to tell Sunagakure village not to provoke this lunatic. If you can do this, use my body to transform into a puppet. I definitely don't count. The hurried voices echoed between heaven and earth. 3 generations of Kazecage's body dissipated like dust. Hearing these unexpected words and the huge meteorite rolling down from the sky, a trace of madness flashed on Sasori of the Red Sand's face. Red secret skill, ever-changing hand. Sasori of the Red Sand roared again and again. Hundreds of puppets moved in an instant, spreading out like a big net. At the same time, his hands were opened, and his wrists suddenly split into 4 pieces, and the contained curse was infused with chakra frantically. In an instant, it turned into thousands of puppet hands and went straight to the meteorite in the sky. Hundreds of puppets, complete with Sasori and 3 generations of Kazecage's Iron Sand World method. The attack from the sky collided with the meteorite that fell from the sky. Boom! The huge impact force rolled back like a frenzy. The torrent, like a Category 12 hurricane, directly overturned everything in the surrounding 10,000 meters. Some century-old trees were even broken. Kakuzu fled to 6 or 7 kilometers away, stopped, and hurriedly performed various ninjutsu to defend against it. Compared with Chinyu standing quietly in Susanoo, he used the 5 elements of ninjutsu all at once. Facing the impact of this huge wave, he still had the feeling of being overturned at any time in the raging tide. This person is really incomparable. Doden, Earth-style Iron Shield Wall. Kakuzu flipped his hands and squeezed chakra frantically. Layers of soil walls bulge in front of them, forming a strong defensive line. When the 10th layer of defense was built, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. The ground shattered in response, and the huge impact force instantly shattered the soil wall. Kakuzu just felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer and flew out. For a time, the heaven and the earth seemed to whine, and under the flying of countless rubble, Kakuzu, who had used the Doden Earth-style hardening method, also felt a tingling pain all over his body. After an unknown amount of time, Kakuzu pushed away the gravel that was covering his body. Seeing Chinyu, who was still standing quietly in the ruins, he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked at the canyon. The sight of the scene left him dumbfounded. Chapter 107 In the huge world, the dust that rolled backwards was scattered with the wind. Looking at the passage leading to Kikyo Mountain, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At this moment, it was razed to the ground, which was completely beyond Kakuzu's expectations. He asked himself to use all the means, all the grudges and hearts, and I am afraid that it would not be able to cause such a huge impact. Is this God? Kakuzu looked at Chinyu with a shocked expression. Okay, let's go to receive new companions, Chinyu said suddenly. Kakuzu couldn't help but startled and hurriedly looked at the ruins. I saw a figure in a state of embarrassment, even with a broken arm, struggling to climb out from the periphery of the deep pit. Thinking back on the world-destroying blow just now, Sasori was still in shock, looking up at the footsteps that suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations on your surviving. Chinyu smiled warmly. Do you choose to be killed by me and then summon through the forbidden technique, or surrender now and become my subordinate? Subordinates. Sasori of the Red Sand was dumbfounded. He was an invincible figure in Sunagakure village and dared to murder 3 generations of Kazekage. It is also based on its own puppets and powerful means. In the eyes of Sasori of the Red Sand, this is enough to dwarf the crowd. Unfortunately, facing Chinyu's so-called trump cards, it was completely a child's play. I'm willing to surrender. Sasori of the Red Sand was deflated like a balloon. However, as a puppet master, all the puppets in my collection have been destroyed, and I have no strength. Is this still useful to you? Hee, don't worry. Chinyu laughed dryly. The pair of Mangekyo Sharingan turned around suddenly, and the blood quickly faded like a tide. Everything around him twisted as fast as the surface of the water. The next moment was directly torn apart and shattered. Sasori of the Red Sand was stunned when he looked at the 3 generations of Kazekage who were still standing beside Chinyu. This is demonic illusion. In the eyes of Sasori of the Red Sand, he is a puppet with 5 senses different from ordinary people. Pull him into demonic illusion. Unfortunately, this time he met Chinyu who had Tsukuyomi and booster eyes. Sasori, I didn't expect you to lose to 3 generations of Kazekage said coldly. Unfortunately, you underestimated the enemy from the beginning. After seeing that I was summoned by the psychic, there was a flaw in your mood, which led you to fall into the demonic illusion. However, if I encounter that scene, I'm afraid that I, like you, will be completely unable to get out. Facing him, you will not lose unjustly. Remember what I told you in the demonic illusion space, don't let the Sunagakure village provoke this monster. Those words, the 3 generations of Kazekage scattered like dust. Sasori glanced at the puppet scroll that was still intact, and Sasori couldn't help but be silent. The trick just now, is it real, or is it caused by demonic illusion? Sasori couldn't help speaking. When I thought about the powerlessness of facing Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, my heart seemed to be clenched tightly by an invisible big hand. Guess. Chinyu smiled playfully, patted Sasori's shoulder and said, if you can't guess, you can give it a try, but this time it won't be so easy to fool. Abandoning these words, Chinyu looked in the direction of Konoha Shinobi Village. He really wanted to know if the current Konoha Shinobi Village would turn upside down and expose his tricks. It's almost time, I'll go back to Konoha first, you guys can be on call anytime. Looking at Chinyu, who disappeared out of thin air as soon as the lightning flashed on his body, Sasori of the Red Sand said what he said, but he still swallowed it back into his stomach. Don't doubt your master's strength. It wasn't just you, but I was also deeply involved in demonic illusion, which means that you still have spare power. Kakuzu glanced at Sasori. I don't care about you, I just don't want you to be cleaned up so quickly that I'll feel lonely. Konoha Village, Seal Gate. A petite figure rushed in from the door. Mitarashi Anko glanced left and right, and found that there were no other whistleblowers, so he tiptoed to the dark place. However, just 2 or 3 steps away, a familiar voice sounded. Anko, you're finally back. Mitarashi Anko's muscles tensed, he hurriedly followed the sound, and saw a crowd of figures, which changed his expression drastically. Teacher Shinosuke. After Orochimaru left, Mitarashi Anko was assigned to the team of Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the 3rd Hokage, known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, due to the curse mark. However, this time with him, there are senior advisors such as Danzo, Yamanaka Style, and 3 generations of Hokage. Hee, Jiraiya, what else do you have to say? Danzo clenched the crutches in his hand and said with a gloomy face, didn't you say that you have sent that kid to Mount Myoboku to learn cultivation? Just now, maybe it was Yamanaka's one-sided remark, but now Mitarashi Anko really rushed back from outside, this should mean that I didn't set him up on purpose, right? After getting a report from Yamanaka case, Danzo decides to strike first. After all, if the third generation of Hokage were to know that he had colluded with Orochimaru, he would inevitably be monitored again in the days to come. Anbu route that has been built so hard will also be destroyed. Danzo, this is just your one-sided statement. Jiraiya said with a sullen expression. I know exactly how difficult Mount Myoboku's practice is. Besides, your one-sided remarks alone cannot prove that he has left the village. Could it be that Yamanaka's words can't be used as evidence? Jiraiya, don't forget, you haven't been in Konoha Shinobi Village for a long time, this time is not too lenient. Danzo snorted coldly. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Now that Mitarashi Anko has returned, Anbu, who I sent to confirm Chinyu's whereabouts just now, has also returned. Let's listen to his report first. Voice fell, and a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, at the garrison headquarters meeting, I found Uchiha Chinyu, who is meditating on chakra. What? Danzo's expression changed suddenly. It's impossible, he clearly escaped from Konoha Shinobi Village, this is what Yamanaka saw with his own eyes, and Mitarashi Anko can testify. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Anko and said, Anko, tell us honestly, Yamanaka Fung mentioned that you and Chinyu appeared outside Konoha Shinobi Village together, is this true? For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Anko's body, making her face pale. Chapter 108 The Psychic Beast Dream Taper. Who is he? Mitarashi Anko said as he bit Kiba off. She knew very well that it was Danzo's villain who complained first. Although Mitarashi Anko thought about it, he directly pierced the matter. However, her words are mild, and compared to a big man like Danzo, what she says is probably fart. If it is not good, it will bring trouble to Chinyu. Thinking of this, Chinyu flashed through Mitarashi Anko's mind. In her eyes, it is better to say that Chinyu is a bad person, but rather Danzo and Yamanaka wind. You bastard, he learned to talk nonsense at a young age. Yamanaka Wind took her down for me and sent her to the torture department. Danzo's face sank, and he shouted angrily. This time, the collusion with Orochimaru was revealed, and it can be said that Mitarashi Anko is an important witness. No matter where Chinyu is, the most important thing is to solve her first. It's Lord Danzo. Yamanaka's body flickered, and he was about to shoot first. Thinking of what happened just now, it was a shame for him. Stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Jiraiya, who was beside him, stopped in front of Yamanaka Wind. Danzo, since Chinyu is still in the garrison, you may cause injustice if you act indiscriminately. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed a warning color. Danzo's face sank involuntarily. Looking at Mitarashi Anko who was close at hand, he said coldly, Sarutobi, this matter is about Konoha's safety. With his methods, he can sneak back one step ahead of Mitarashi Anko. To find out about this matter, just catch him and hand it over to the torture department to find out. Danzo, are you crazy? Sarutobi Hiruzen growled sharply, his face changed drastically. Just think I'm crazy. Everything I do is for the safety of Konoha. I just sent everyone from the roots to raid. Those words, Danzo flickered and rushed out with Yamanaka Wind. Crazy. Recalling the scenes that happened in the Hokage building, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The face of the powerful Susanoo, what means does Danzo have to deal with it? Catch up, don't let things get worse. The third generation of Hokage's face sank, and he hurried to catch up. In the face of foreign aggressions such as the 4 major countries, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already very busy. Now that Danzo is still going his own way, how can this make him calm down? The headquarters of the guard where the Uchiha clan is located on the edge of the Konoha shinobi village. Especially the forest road leading to the headquarters, except for the Uchiha clan, there are not many Konoha ninja activities on weekdays. The courtyard where Uchiha Fugaku is located is guarded by the entrance. Chin-yu, they are here. Uchiha Fugaku, standing outside the courtyard. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from the surroundings, I couldn't hold my breath anymore. Well, go back, don't come out. Chin-yu raised his head and glanced around. Shadow clones were specially arranged here to collect Sage Art Chakra, one of which has been lifted. Now only this one remains. Can you do it with just one shadow clone? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't hold back his breath. However, he is very clear that this is not just a personal grudge. Once he intervenes, it will be an excuse for Danzo, and even Konoha, to exclude their Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I can do it alone. Chin-yu said lightly. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback for a moment, and dozens of black shadows rushed in all directions. Only you. This lineup is not enough. Chin-yu smiled warmly. The eyes of the root ninjas falling from all directions changed slightly, showing a posture of encirclement, trapping Chin-yu inside. The face of Abarame's roots, such elites can easily crush the existence with one hand. No wonder they weren't nervous. However, Danzo had already made arrangements for this scene. Go. The root ninja who took the lead, as soon as his footsteps fell, his hands quickly flew up. The dozen or so ninjas following him shot almost simultaneously. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Futon, Wind Style, Daitapa, Great Breakthrough. Raiden, Thunder Style, Ground Walk. Quote. Dozens of ninjas shot out in unison. One after another attack, like a raging wave, attacked Chin-yu across the air. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui in the room. As for the stronghold, a sealing technique was obviously applied, which completely blocked the sound of battle. Susanoo. Chin-yu's eyes turned Tomo Sharingan in vain, and Yuhi, the orangutan who exuded a calamity, quickly spread out and turned into Susanoo, who was more than 10 meters tall. The technique of Shadow Clone, although it can retain a certain strength of the main body. But the power that pupil power can exert is obviously less than 1/10. Boom. The violent air waves rolled back, flames splashed, lightning flashes, etc., ravaged the world. If Chin-yu hadn't been prepared and stayed away from the courtyard where Uchiha Fugaku lived, I'm afraid this wave of shock would have destroyed the outer wall. Moreover, as the mansion of the head of the clan, it obviously also has a seal enchantment. Dad, what the hell is going on? Uchiha Itachi's expression changed. When has he encountered such a battle? Moreover, it still happened in the territory of Konoha Shinobi Village. Danzo is finally in trouble. I don't know how Chin-yu will deal with it. Uchiha Shisui's expression also changed. Susanoo who was under attack, the remaining dozen or so root ninjas also moved instantly, their hands clasped together suddenly, and the chakra was madly extracted. Enchantment adamantine sealing chains. A chain of chains made of chakra condensed, turned into a pair of training, and wrapped directly around Susanoo. Susanoo's body was tightly bound in the blink of an eye. Chin-yu, this is a sealing technique that can even bind Kyuubi, 9 tails. Today, for the safety of Konoha Ninja Village, you should just go ahead and capture it. Danzo's roar suddenly sounded. Soon he saw a figure flashing out in the dark, his hands quickly flipped, and he pressed directly in the void. The art of psychic. Boom. A large piece of white fog rose into the sky, and the rolled-up hurricane spread out like a wave. Woo! A deafening long howl suddenly sounded, and the behemoth with a pale yellow body and a slender nose appeared in front of everyone. Dad, is this an elephant? Uchiha Itachi's expression changed, looking a little surprised. No, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. This is Danzo's psychic beast, the Nightmare Taper. This is a rare futon, wind-style, psychic beast. It seems that this time Danzo is really planning to come, and I don't know if Chinyu can handle it. Chapter 109 Let Go of My Clone. Roar. The dream taper roared in the sky, and a huge wave of air rolled back. Let this piece of open space roll up into the sky with sand and dust. Uchiha Itachi looked tense, and quickly grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's hand. Dad, are we going to shoot? Hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly, but before he could speak, Uchiha Shisui, who was on the side, said first, Itachi, this is Chinyu's business, and my uncle also focuses on the overall situation. For these words, Uchiha Fugaku was silent. He clearly knew that Chinyu in front of him was just a clone. The real him was led out of Konoha Shinobi Village. At this juncture, Danzo will attack, if he sees it through. I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Chinyu, you can't escape today. Danzo threw himself on the dream taper's head. Futon, wind-style, hurricane breakthrough. The seal was quickly formed, and the chakra in his mouth was poured frantically, and Danzo spit it out. At the same time, the dream taper at the foot also shot. The attacks of the two converged in an instant, and a powerful hurricane wave erupted. In particular, the wind blade hidden in the hurricane cut off all the trees and rocks along the way. The tens of meters of root ninjas around them also moved in an instant. Only this time, under the offensive of Danzo's futon, wind style, the ninjutsu they performed was unified by Kaden, fire style. The fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. As soon as the attacks of the two converged, the flames shot up into the sky, and even the clouds that had accumulated in the air were directly reflected on Yuhi. Immerse Susanoo in an instant. Danzo, are you crazy? 3 generations of Hokage and others rushed over. In the distance, they could feel the sky-high fire and fiery waves. Hurry up and put out the fire. Jiraiya's expression also changed. He didn't know why Chinyu appeared in such a place when he was studying sage art at Mount Myoboku. But if the relationship is completely deadlocked, everything he has done will be wasted. HMPH, Jiraiya, you're still too naive, now is a good opportunity. Danzo roared. Where is the seal class? Cast the 6 Chiong barrier to trap Uchiha Chinyu. The 6 people who were all around were already ready, and the 6 people who were waiting for the order flashed out in an instant and landed in 2 directions. With the formation of a series of magic seals, the purple magic circle centered on the 6 people was quickly linked to form a purple seal enchantment. After everything was completed, the flaming flames dissipated. Susanoo with cracks all over his body is revealed. Seeing this scene, everyone's nerves suddenly became tense. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold his breath anymore, grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's hand tightly, and said anxiously, Dad, if you don't do anything, brother will be in danger. Shisui, you won't stand idly by, will you? Facing Uchiha Itachi's request and Danzo's smirk, Uchiha Fugaku was helpless. He couldn't tell them at this juncture. After a quick operation, Chinyu in front of him was just shadow clone. Danzo, hurry up and remove the barrier. 3 generations of Hokage shouted anxiously, otherwise don't blame me for doing it myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had caught the Hokage robe, Danzo's expression sank, and he said sharply, Hiruzen, don't be so confused, you are very aware of how dangerous this kid is. Don't use your so-called kindness to bring hidden dangers to Konoha. Now this kid is suppressed by me. If you are willing to join hands with me, you will definitely be able to take this kid down. You. 3rd generation of Hokage suddenly became angry. and was about to burst into a battle suit when an unexpected figure appeared beside Jiraiya like a ghost. The sudden scene made everyone present dumbfounded. Eye sockets were almost split, looking at the person in front of him, full of disbelief. "Chin-Yu, aren't you inside the barrier?" Jiraiya was the first to lose her breath. Danzo's actions seem to be very violent, but a series of attacks are set up, but they are intertwined. Under this kind of offensive, even a tailed beast can be trapped. However, now Chin-Yu appeared in front of them at this juncture. "Is it too fast?" "No way, you were clearly banned by me, why are you here?" Danzo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at the sea of fire in the barrier. The target is the other one, Uchiha Chin-Yu, who is under the cracked Susanoo. "Let go of my clone, what is coming for me?" Chin-Yu smiled playfully. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be filled with magic sound. In particular, the root ninja who participated in this shot had a stiff expression. "A resolute attack, even a clone could not defeat, this is too shocking." Boom! Inside the barrier, Susanoo in the flames shattered, and Chin-Yu, who was in it, turned into a white mist and collapsed between the heavens and the earth. Looking at this scene, Danzo and the others were stunned. Just now, they still had a trace of fantasy. Chin-Yu in the fantasy formation was real, and what was in front of him was just Chin-Yu's avatar. However, all this seemed pale and powerless. "It's impossible, Danzo, can't be wrong." Danzo's expression turned ashen. "Meng Taper, kill him." Originally envisioned as a means of one-hit kill, but now it has failed. "This gap is too big." Roar! The nightmare taper roared in the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and the endless power of devouring rolled back in its mouth. The violent power shrouded Chin-Yu and the others like a tidal wave. The face of repeated defeats, Danzo was clearly in a frenzy. "Be careful, this dream taper has its own space in its body and can devour anything." 3 generations of Hokage reminded in a hurry, "Hurry up and disperse." "No need." Chin-Yu smiled warmly, and the double surgery seal flew over, like a phantom, dazzling people. The fiery chakra gathered in his mouth, and the next moment he swallowed it. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. The fire soared into the sky, and a grand fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters gathered in an instant. At a close distance and with a strong suction, the moment the flames burst into flames, it was directly swallowed by the dream taper. The wind helps the fire grow. Under the eyes of the dream taper, its body rapidly inflated like a balloon. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, it exploded. Boom! Endless flames soared into the sky and rolled back with a tyrannical wave. The violent scene caused the 3 generations of Hokage and others to use defensive ninjutsu. After everything returned to calm, there was only a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters, and scattered pieces of meat, and there was no trace of the nightmare taper. Such a scene made everyone stunned. In their eyes, the aloof psychic beast was solved by a move Kaden, fire style, grand fireball. Although, this Kaden fire style is special and bigger, but it's too much of a child's play. "Save people, hurry up and save Danzo-sama." A root ninja suddenly called out. Soon he saw Danzo wrapped in flames, lying on the edge of the forest in the distance. He kept rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Sweden, water style, water colliding wave. The face of the 3rd generation Hokage changed suddenly. As a ninjutsu professor, the 3rd Hokage's hand seal speed was like a phantom, and he completed it first. Opened his mouth and spat out a large wave of water, pouring it down on Danzo. In an instant, the flames surrounding him were directly extinguished, revealing a slightly charred body. Chapter 110. There is no shortage of clowns in front of the strong. There was a burning smell in the air. The traces of the explosion and the scattered flames around it are even more shocking. Danzo lying on the ground, whose life and death are unknown, everyone dared not take a breath. As the leader of the route, the first advisor of Konoha Ninja Village, with the help of dozens of people, he even summoned the powerful psychic beast, the Nightmare Taper, but was defeated by one move. Although this grand fireball is a bit special. But this was too shocking. Someone, send Danzo down and keep me under guard. From now on, the route will be disbanded immediately, and all personnel will be reviewed by Kurama 6 spirits. If there are no problems, arrangements will be made. A series of orders were issued quickly. After many people glanced at Chinyu subconsciously, they daring to stand out. Uchiha Fugaku also hurried over with Shisui and Itachi. Chinyu, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Fugaku pressed Chinyu's shoulder to persuade. Faced with these words, there was a hint of urgency on the faces of everyone present. In their eyes, Chinyu's strength is too strong. If attacked at this time, I am afraid it will turn into a fierce battle. Hee, uncle, you are worrying too much. This is Danzo teasing me. How can I be willing to kill? It doesn't make sense. Chinyu laughed dryly and looked at Danzo, who was charred all over. The world is too boring to be able to have a little gadgets and not be too lonely. Hope he doesn't die. The small voice, as if infused with a magic sound, made everyone's spine shiver. In their eyes, they thought that Chinyu would not be able to swallow this breath and would explode into trouble. However, at this moment, they suddenly woke up. Chinyu never put Danzo in his eyes from beginning to end. Just like a strong man, don't mind a few more jumping clowns. Itachi, let's go. Chinyu rubbed Itachi's head and turned to walk. By the way, the road that Danzo destroyed is up to you to repair. The cheeks of those present couldn't help twitching, looking at the big pit with flames still remaining in front of them. This horse riding is standing and talking without back pain. Haha, Chinyu, don't worry, we will handle the matter here, you go to rest first. Jiraiya laughed heartily. In his opinion, this is the best solution. Brother, shall we go for a walk in the village? Uchiha Itachi grabbed Chinyu's hand with a look of hope. Itachi, didn't we agree to practice shuriken? Uchiha Shisui said suddenly. However, he was quickly stopped by Uchiha Fugaku. Let them go, let's deal with it here. I hope those guys in the stronghold will notice, otherwise your claims will probably be broken. Uchiha Fugaku's face was solemn. Uchiha Shisui's expression froze, and said, Uncle, if one day you are given a choice, will you stand by Konoha, or by his side? Faced with this question, Uchiha Fugaku was silent. It can be said that when what happened just now, this choice appeared in Uchiha Fugaku's mind. However, it has not been decided yet. Chinyu and Uchiha Itachi leave. Jiraiya and third Hokage looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya, didn't you say send him to learn sage art? The third generation of Hokage couldn't hold back his breath. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane were also confused. Jiraiya smiled helplessly and said, I don't know either. I've contacted Mount Myoboku and will have an answer soon, but I really hope not, otherwise this kid's talent would be too terrifying. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of several people present became solemn. Sage art. That is a legendary technique, superior to ninjutsu. Being able to learn ninjutsu is already 1 in 100. And those who can learn sage art are 1 in 1,000,000, and the difficulty can only be achieved through various practices. Only been a day since Jiraiya sent Chinyu to Mount Myoboku and now. If you really learned sage art, it would be too shocking. Do not. It should be said that it is a monster against the sky, and it is not an exaggeration. Okay, this matter will be handed over to Jiraiya. Next, we need to deal with Danzo's matter. Don't make mistakes at this juncture. The third generation of Hokage reminded in a deep voice. I checked just now. Danzo's injury is not fatal. I think that kid has seen it right from the beginning. Kaharu Utatane said with a livid face. If so, then this kid is really scary. On the other hand, Chin-yu, led by Uchiha Itachi, came to the commercial street. This is the second time he has visited this small street after crossing. However, compared with the era in the original book, during the war period, all materials and personnel were in short supply, resulting in very few people who could spend extra. The huge commercial street is sparsely populated, not to mention the people who can consume. Brother, let's take a detour, Uchiha Itachi said suddenly. Chin-yu raised his brows, and just as he was wondering, he saw 7 or 8 Uchiha people dressed as guards rushing through the market. Ryoko, today is the last date. If you don't pay the security management fee of 10,000 yuan, it will be difficult for us to do it. The tall and thin ninja who took the lead stopped in front of a store and spoke first. Are you afraid of them? Chin-yu looked at Uchiha Itachi. In his understanding of the original book, Uchiha Itachi is not a coward. After all, this is a ruthless man who dares to do even the genocide. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment, then said, Dad told me to try not to conflict with people, especially the people in the clan. Don't have a conflict. Chin-yu looked at these gangsters, the gleeful guards. He finally knew why the Uchiha clan, in the Konoha shinobi village, were becoming less and less welcome. A mouse droppings ruined a pot of porridge. Even the 10,000 yuan security management fee, dare to say it. This seems more reasonable than grabbing. Everyone, the security management fee has been increasing every month recently. It's too much. It used to be only 2,000, but now it's 10,000. Ryoko is a widow in her early 30s. Chin-yu remembered that Ryoko's husband had already died during the first conflict in Kikyoyama. Moreover, her daughter seems to be the little fangirl of Itachi in the original novel in the future. Chapter 111 What a terrible guard. HMPH, now is an extraordinary period of war. For the sake of our Uchiha clan, the garrison is always ready for battle. As a clan member, if you don't support it, will outsiders be convinced? Uchiha, who took the lead, shouted sharply. This violent shout immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding merchants and some passers-by. However, in the face of the infighting of the Uchiha clan, they obviously had the mentality of watching a play. In particular, those merchants who had just been blackmailed were even more fortunate, and some even bit kiba and cursed. Can you raise your hands? It's a time of war. It's good for everyone to have enough to eat. If I pay the security management fee of 10,000 yuan, my daughter will starve to death. Ryoko begged urgently. Damn, you told me just now that you didn't, and now you say that you can come together. Could it be that you don't support our Uchiha clan's guard duty? Uchiha shouted anxiously. So many people are looking at you. You're so cold to our guard team's heart and damage our prestige. For the sake of the family, I'll give you another chance. If you don't hand it in, don't blame us. Get started. As soon as these words fell, the guards immediately became vicious. Ryoko's face turned pale all of a sudden, and she begged urgently, Uchiha, for the sake of my husband working with you, can you give me another month? My daughter still has to pay for school fees, and I really can't make it. Quote. Facing the scene in front of her, Ryoko couldn't help but took a few steps back and leaned against the door behind her. Uchiha's face was somber to ultimate, listening to the mocking voices and eyes around him. A ruthless look flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he shouted sharply, Okay, if you dare to interfere with my work, then we will do it ourselves. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you dare to break the rules. This is a shame for our clan. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha reached out and grabbed Ryoko. No, Ryoko's face turned pale. She is just an ordinary person, and it is precisely because she has no ninja talent that she opened a small shop in this place. After all, Not everyone is as pervert as the Might Guy father and son. In order to become a ninja, they have trained their taijutsu to ultimate. In the face of this group of wolves and tiger-like guards, Ryoko had no choice but to retreat. He could only watch helplessly as this group of people approached quickly. "You don't touch my mother." A childish cry came. Soon I saw 4 shuriken blazing out from the street on the left. The expressions of Uchiha and the others suddenly changed, and they never thought that someone would dare to attack their garrison in Konoha Ninja Village. However, in the face of this naive way of attacking, while their faces showed anger, they took out kunai with their backhands and directly blocked the shuriken. Seeing one step ahead and falling in front of Ryoko, the little girl who was only 8 or 9 years old, Uchiha, who took the lead, looked so gloomy that ultimate. This time, he personally led the team, but was blocked over and over again, which was a shame for him. "Mom, are you okay?" Uchiha Izumi hurriedly grabbed Ryoko's hand and asked. However, before Ryoko could answer, Uchiha's angry cold shout came from behind. "Bastard girl, in the public, dare to take action on our guards. This is a big crime of betraying the village, take it down for me." 2 Uchiha tribesmen immediately reached out and grabbed Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi quickly, and said anxiously, "No, you misunderstood. Ryo Izumi didn't offend your heart. You all look at the same clan. Forgive Izumi, I will give you the money." "Mom, don't, I can fight. I've entered the ninjutsu academy now, and I can protect you, just like Dad did back then." Uchiha Izumi broke free from Ryoko's arms, and looked at the 2 close kinsmen, her eyes lit up involuntarily. "Itachi, hurry up and help me." In the ninjutsu academy, Uchiha Itachi is outstanding, but surpasses other peers. Early in the morning, he became the object of many people's attention, including Uchiha Izumi. However, facing this request for help, Uchiha Itachi hesitated. In Chinyu's memory, Uchiha Itachi was a diamond bachelor. When he exterminated his family, he was indifferent to seeing Uchiha Izumi killed by Uchiha Obito. If I had to find a word to describe Uchiha Itachi, it would be the best friend. "She asked you for help, won't you help her?" Chinyu said with great interest. Uchiha Itachi looked stunned, looked at the 2 guards who were like wolves and tigers, and rushed towards Uchiha Izumi, shook his head and said, "Dad said, to avoid disputes with the clan, I, as the eldest son of the clan leader, even more lead by example." Quote. "Really?" Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "I don't have so many rules and regulations." "Izumi, are you talking about the genius son of the Fugaku patriarch? He doesn't seem to want to help us." Ryoko obviously heard Uchiha Izumi mention Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, who was still standing in the same place, indifferent, his face darkened. In her eyes, Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the garrison. Even he didn't restrain his subordinates and let them do their best, let alone his son. Chan disappeared, that person mommy is gone. Uchiha Izumi's pupils shrank suddenly. Soon as the urgent cry fell, Uchiha Kage and the others stopped for a while when an unexpected figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi. "Yo-yo, the garrison is really scary." Chinyu smiled playfully. "The right foot is like an iron whip, mixed with lightning." He swept away towards the 2 clansmen. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The 2 guards, before they could think about it, subconsciously raised their hands to block. Click. Boom. The dull collision sound, coupled with the crisp sound of bones breaking, echoed, giving people a creepy feeling. Looking at the 2 figures, like cannonballs, they swept out and smashed heavily on the big tree more than 10 meters away. The huge impact force made the tree cut off in the middle. The 2 members of the guard team, with a puff, spit out a mouthful of blood, and passed out directly. The violent scene made everyone's face turn pale. Looking at the figure in front of him, with a worn smile on his face, bathed in thunderlight, a rumor flashed in his mind. Yes, it's the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu. There were ninjas in the field, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. As soon as these words came out, Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's nerves were shaken. Since the destruction of the Hokage building, the 3 generations of Hokage have issued a gag order, but the fierce name of Uchiha Chinyu, under the intention of Danzo, has already become the incarnation of the devil. Let the whole Konoha ninja village feel at a distance. However, these deeds spread for a short time, and Chinyu rarely appeared in public, so very few people knew him. Chapter 112 The 3 Elders. You are Uchiha Chinyu. Uchiha's expression changed. In the face of other people, he may be able to be tough, but the characters rising like a comet in front of him are not something he can casually challenge. Hehe, I heard that you are charging security management fees, and that you are betraying the village by taking action against the garrison. Chinyu smiled warmly. Look at me, I accidentally shot 2 members of the guard team into the air. Am I missing Nin? The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. Everyone present, their cheeks twitched involuntarily. Even the people who were watching the fun just now became silent. This is a ruthless character who even dares to destroy the Hokage building and kills in front of the whole village. In the face of such existence, who would despise themselves for living too long? Uchiha Kage's face turned pale. Not long ago, he heard that Uchiha was seriously injured by Uchiha Chinyu. Originally, I was dismissive, but now when I face it directly, I understand what invisible oppression is. In the moment just now, he couldn't even see Chinyu's movement. Not to mention fighting. Chinyu, you are too funny. We were just joking just now. As a model of our Uchiha family, how dare we disrespect you? If there is nothing wrong, let's go first. Uchiha said anxiously. The guards behind him also quickly joined in. The young man in front of him killed people in front of Hokage, not to mention injured a few of their guardsmen. If you have money to spend, you have to spend your life. Abandoning these words, the members of the security team present couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Holding Uchiha Izumi, breathed a sigh of relief. However, after thinking about the incident, the guards will come back to find a place. After such tossing, I am afraid it will get worse, and my mind can't help but tighten. Stop, don't you plan to apologize before leaving? Chinyu said with a smile. The nerves of the people present were suddenly tense. Looking at Chinyu with a smile on his face, he finally understood what a fearless ruthless man is. Hit someone and make an apology. This is simply domineering. Chinyu, you, don't go too far. Uchiha's expression changed. This time he has lost face and become the laughing stock of the family. Now Chinyu is also asking him to apologize, which completely demolished his descending steps. Facing the gazes from all around, Uchiha couldn't help clenching his fists. Stop all of them. A slightly old voice suddenly came. Soon, 3 gray-haired old men dressed in robes of the Uchiha national emblem came. The 3 elders of the Uchiha clan. Didn't they say that they would never step out of the Uchiha station casually? I heard that these 3 people have 3 Tomo Sharingan, the existence of the elite Jonin, and there are rumors that they have a strength comparable to the Penumbra. Some aged ninjas in the field exclaimed. As one of the big Konoha clan, it is the Uchiha clan known as the strong clan in the ninja world. In every era, there will be strong people. It's just that there is a gap in the strength of these powerhouses, although the 3 old men in front of them are not as dazzling as the strengths of Uchiha Itachi and Shisui in the original book. However, in the face of Konoha Ninja Village, ordinary ninjas has Sharingan, and the mighty Kaden, fire-style, ninjutsu, and demonic illusion. Members of the Uchiha clan, as long as they have a little talent, have a much higher chance of becoming a strong man than other ninjas. This is also the advantage of Kekkei Genkei. Elder Huo, Elder Long, Elder Yu. Seeing the appearance of the three elders, Uchiha Kage seemed to see a savior, with a happy expression on his face, and hurriedly greeted him. However, as soon as he approached, the headed Elder Huo raised his hand and threw it directly. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded suddenly. Let everyone's nerves cannot help but a tight. You bastard, who gave you the power to charge management fees indiscriminately here? I have seen everything that happened just now. Uchiha Dragon shouted angrily. Elder. Uchiha was stunned, covering his hot half cheek, unable to speak. If this kind of thing hadn't been supported behind the scenes, they wouldn't dare to charge public security management fees so brazenly. Moreover, from Uchiha Shi's mouth, he learned that the support behind this is also related to the three elders in front of him. Hey, what an old man, doing this kind of thing will even lose our old face. Elder Long shouted angrily. Now hurry up and apologize to Qin Yu and everyone, or my clan rules will serve you. The awe-inspiring voice made the expressions of the guard team members present instantly change. The Uchiha clan has always claimed to be a big clan. Whether it is self-esteem or the rules of the clan, they are more rigid than the rules of the Konoha shinobi village. If Elder Long really pursues it, he will probably be beaten to death as well. Hee, Elder, you are too funny. They should apologize to Ryoko and Izumi. I'm just nosy. Qin Yu smiled warmly. No, I don't dare. Ryoko hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Long piled up a smile and said, Is this Izumi? We three old men have also heard that there is a good girl in the clan, and she was really brave just now. Why don't you apologize quickly? Uchiha Kage and others looked ashen. Just not to mention the three elders, Qin Yu, who just stared at them, has already made them dare not make trouble. Everyone looked at each other with unwillingness on their faces, but they bowed their heads and apologized. I'm sorry, we've gone too far. This will never happen in the future. Really apologize. The merchants present were stunned. Looking at the usually arrogant guards, they took the initiative to lower their arrogant heads. For them, this was simply unexpected. Hee, Qin Yu, do you think this is the case? Elder Long said with a smile on his face. I will guarantee that there will never be such a problem of illegally charging management fees. According to the original market regular pricing. Quote. It can be said that the power has been superseded and transferred to the suburbs. The marginalized Uchiha family, the so-called garrison work, is similar to the current patrol police and urban management. Manage street security and so on, the real executive power no longer exists. It is for this reason that the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan has grown stronger. In order to avoid the final detonation of the conflict, the three generations of Hokage have always adopted the Wairo policy and turned a blind eye to such excessive management fees. It's just that people didn't expect that Uchiha Kage planned to make a fortune in the war, and at this juncture, the management fee that was originally 2,000 yuan was suddenly raised to 10,000 taels. This kind of high-priced management fee requires 7 or 8 tasks to be put in the ninja to be able to collect enough, not to mention the lonely Ryoko. Since the elders are all asking for mercy, if I still bite, I don't seem to give the elders face. Qin Yu said with a smile. However, I'm still making a fool of myself. I'll cover this store in the future. Don't let me see forced buying and selling, otherwise I don't mind killing a few more people. The faint voice of words fell, and the next moment, the violent murderous aura rolled back on Qin Yu's body like a frenzy. Chapter 113. Do you want to be the patriarch? Hum. A powerful murderous aura swept through the audience like a hurricane. Some people with slightly inferior strength, and even ordinary people, heard a roar in their minds. Uchiha Kage and the others who were suppressed by Qin Yu's breath, his face turned pale, and with a thud, he couldn't help falling to the ground. While his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his gaze towards Qin Yu was full of horror. At that moment just now, it gave them the feeling that they were in the midst of a raging wave. Like a small boat that could capsize at any time, as long as Chinyu had a thought, they would surely die. However, it's not their fault. With Chinyu's control over Mangekyo Sharingan now, as well as his strong mental willpower, just one look is enough to be as powerful as the murderous aura released by Orochimaru in the original book. Especially with the superposition of the power of the booster eye, the threat of the spirit is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Chinyu, don't be impulsive, I think they will understand, and I will never trouble them in the future. Elder Long's expression was stagnant, and he rushed to relieve the siege. The sudden burst of breath just now was also tense for him, giving him the illusion of being under death. If Chinyu hadn't dissipated this murderous intention in time, I'm afraid at that moment, he could not help but retreat and pull away enough safety distance. Hee, Elder Long, you are really out there, I just remind you, you don't have to take it to heart. Chinyu patted Elder Long on the shoulder and said, it's all gone. Seeing such a move that did not take seniority into consideration at all, the three elders' cheeks couldn't help twitching. However, when he thought of the purpose of this time, he still held back his unhappiness. Cage you to go back to the station first, this time you will be punished. Elder Long scolded. However, in the face of this painless scolding, the members of the guard team quickly fled this ghost place. In their eyes, the clan rules can still be perfunctory. But in the face of blood-colored Asura Chinyu, it was like walking on thin ice, and he lost his life accidentally. Watching the group of guards flee, the surrounding merchants also suppressed their curiosity, glanced at Chinyu in horror, then turned and left. Seeing that the huge street was suddenly empty, Chinyu looked at the three elders with great interest, and said, there is nothing to do without going to the Three Treasures Hall. The three elders came out of the clan on purpose, don't tell me it's for the sake of the style of punishing the garrison. Quote. You bastard, Chinyu, don't go too far. We can be regarded as the elders of the clan. In front of outsiders, we will give you face, so now you should maintain the due respect for the elders. Elder Yu who has not spoken, suddenly scolded. In the eyes of Uchiha Yu, they are the heritage of the Uchiha clan. An old house where a treasure. This is the capital of relying on the old to sell the old. Idiot. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, Itachi, are you hungry too? Let's go. Idiot. Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi were stunned. In their eyes, the elders are superior. If Konoha advisors are compared, what are they more afraid of than elders? That must be the elder of the Uchiha clan. Chinyu, you. Elder Yu suddenly exploded with anger, but was interrupted by Elder Huo, who was silent and did not speak. Among the three elders, Elder Huo is known as the Great Elder. With his turbid old eyes, he clenched the crutches in his hand after reflecting Chinyu's figure, and said, Chinyu, are you interested in becoming the patriarch? A small voice swept the audience like a hurricane. Uchiha Itachi's steps stiffened, and even Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's expressions froze. For them, this amount of information is a bit large. As the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku has been in power for a long time, and he has been doing things without much fault. However, it has been adhering to the principle of moderation, which makes many radical Uchiha people feel dissatisfied. It's just that Uchiha Fugaku's strength has always been stronger than when the three elders were young. It can definitely be called the first person in the same generation. Therefore, only he is qualified for the position of the patriarch. However, now Uchiha Chinyu's bloody Asura name is rising like a comet. Famous on the battlefield spread far and wide. Hokage building in the Konoha ninja village. Just now, he pressed Danzo's head and burned his body with fire, and his life and death are uncertain. With these numerous achievements, it is still possible not to be investigated and suppressed. This is something that the three elders can't imagine. It is for this reason that after they got the information, they rushed here quickly. Patriarch. Chinyu raised his brows. Although he expected it, he didn't expect these three old men to come to the door so quickly. Yes. Uchiha Dragon nodded and said in a deep voice, as long as you are willing, we can recommend you to become the Patriarch and compete for the next Hokage seat. With your aptitude, strength and means, plus the heritage accumulated by our Uchiha clan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The slightly long-sounding voice, which can be called a sweet pastry, made Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko, and Uchiha Izumi's faces change dramatically. This is rebellion. Overthrow the current patriarch and let Uchiha Chinyu take over. This is a great shame for any patriarch. No one will accept such results. For a time, Uchiha Itachi and Ryoko clenched their hands subconsciously. Looking at the 15 or 6-year-old boy in front of him, he was unexpectedly recommended as the patriarch. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, you'd be willing to believe it was all true. Sorry, I'm not interested in the matter of the patriarch or not. As for Hokage, that kind of trouble is a lot. I still like to wash and sleep. Chinyu smiled warmly. Also, I don't like to be even more human puppets. Since the three elders have nothing else to do, please come back. You. Uchiha Yu suddenly became angry. However, he was quickly stopped by Elder Huo's detective and said, we are also advocating this matter, and you don't have to object too quickly. It's not too early. The three old bones of us still have things to deal with, so we left first. Abandoning these words, Uchiha took the lead to turn around and lead the team away. After Elder Yu glared at Chinyu, he quickly followed. As the three of them left, the field became empty. Chapter 114 The Combination of Ninjutsu and Cooking. Brother, do you really not want to be the patriarch? If you want, I can try to persuade Dad to give you the position, as long as you don't do it. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back. It was learned from the mouth of Uchiha Fugaku that he, Shisui and Namikaze Minato joined forces. But even the corner of Chinyu's clothes could not be touched, if he really grabbed it. Uchiha Fugaku voluntarily abdicates, which is better than being embarrassed in public. What's so good about this patriarch's position? There are a lot of troubles, and I have to take into account the goddamn family dignity of those guys, so I don't want it. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, only your dad would take this kind of shit up. Body. Aren't you hungry? Let's find something to eat. Looking at Chinyu who didn't care about the position of the patriarch, Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko and the others were stunned. Mom, aren't we going to cook? It's better to keep Itachi and the others to eat. Uchiha Izumi said anxiously. His gaze subconsciously crossed Itachi and landed on Chinyu. Liangzi was slightly startled, with a hint of hesitation on his face, and said, Chinyu, thank you for saving our mother and daughter, but I don't have anything good to entertain at my house, only an old hen. I hope you don't take offense. Uchiha Itachi was clearly aware of the situation at Ryoko's house, and subconsciously looked at Chinyu. Do you guys make medicinal herbs? Chinyu raised his brows, looking a little surprised at the medicinal herbs scattered around. In the original work, the hospitals that appear are mostly medical ninjas and Western medicine. Rarely does this herb appear. Even if there are, many are already sold as pills. Now all the medical ninjas in the village are on the front line. I happen to be in the hospital and I know the distribution of some herbs, so I found time to dig some herbs in the forest and opened this small shop to get a good meal. Liangzi squatted pick up scattered herbs on the ground. Chinyu raised his brows and met Uchiha Izumi's gaze, causing her Yuhi to bow her head hurriedly. Do you really mind if we stay for dinner? Uchiha Izumi's cheeks slightly Yuhi, nodded and said, I hope to thank you. Then leave this meal to me. Chinyu reached out and rubbed Uchiha Izumi's head, making her whole body stiff like an electric shock. It was the first time that she was violated by someone other than her mother. Can you do it? Ryoko couldn't help but startled. In her eyes, the Uchiha family has always been stronger, especially men, and they are even more dismissive of cooking and housework. For someone like Chinyu who took the initiative to ask to cook, it was the first time I saw him. I can't help it. I'm stubborn. I'm not used to your food. Chinyu smiled genially. For miso soups, salted soup bases, etc. Chinyu, who really does not suit the taste of Chinese people. Watching Chinyu quickly bring the old hen raised at the door into the back kitchen, Liangzi couldn't help but look at Itachi. Itachi, does your brother really know how to cook? Why don't you let my mother do it? She also cooked for people in the hospital. Uchiha Izumi couldn't hold back. Liangzi also had an urgent look on his face, not to mention whether Chinyu was a guest or not. But if she let the only old hen in her family go to waste, this made it difficult for them to gather any more food to thank Chinyu. Uchiha Itachi looked hesitant and hesitantly said, I don't know either, but I heard that my brother's cooking skills are better than Ichiraku ramen. Minato-sama also said that if I hadn't been delayed by ninjas, I'm afraid even Ichiraku ramen would be incomparable in terms of cooking skills. You can't even beat the old man. Uchiha Izumi was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips. Itachi, I didn't expect you to lie. In this commercial street, Ichiraku ramen is the most popular yuhi shop. Yes, Izumi is right. You little brat came to my shop last time. Why are you talking bad things behind your back again? A female voice came from behind. Uchiha Itachi's expression froze, and he saw Ayame came running at an unknown time. Looking at the aggressive little girl, Uchiha Itachi said with a livid face, this is what they said, I don't know. HMPH, disgusting. Ayame glared and said, I won't welcome you in the future. Izumi, next time I'll find you. 3 generations of Hokage are visiting my ramen shop today. Even 3 generations have come to patronize, and some people say that our family's ramen is not, hee. Leaving those words behind, Ayame turned around and ran back to the store. Looking at the storefronts that are only 4 rooms apart, I can already see the hand fights. Uchiha Itachi knew that this time it was out of his mouth. Itachi, don't take it to heart, Ayame is not malicious. Uchiha Izumi explained in a hurry. Also, is your brother really okay? If not, I have a little money and can invite you to eat Ichiraku ramen. I'm afraid it's not good. Brother rarely cooks. Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Looking at these 2 hairy children with a worried look on their faces, Liangzi smiled sweetly and said, okay, Chinyu is our honorable guest, how can you show such an expression? Let's go in and help. If we help, we might be able to make a delicious meal. Hearing this suggestion, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other with a deadly look. In Itachi's eyes, even if Chinyu's cooked food is too difficult to swallow, for the majesty and face of his brother, he must be wiped out. People fight for a breath, Buddha fights for a breath of incense. Ayame of Ichiraku ramen must not be underestimated. Seeing that the momentum was completely different for a moment, like Itachi who was going to die, Uchiha Izumi and Ryoko couldn't help but be stunned. With their own thoughts, the 3 of them pushed open the door of the kitchen, and when they entered the scene, their pupils shrank suddenly. Looking at the hen that had been bled and dehaired in just a few minutes, Chinyu threw it into the sky. With a swipe of the kitchen knife with his right hand, the lightning flashed by as fast as lightning. It's sizzling. The hen was split and opened in an instant, turning into a large piece, with traces of purple arcs circulating on it, locking in the gravy it should have, and exuding a meaty smell. Kaden fire style palm fire. Chinyu's right hand was full of fire, and the fiery flame was entangled in the palm of his hand, and then he pressed it on the clay pot beside him. The water that was originally boiled on a warm fire boiled in an instant, and the speed was astonishing. Is this a combination of ninjutsu and cooking? Ryoko exclaimed. This scene in front of her was the first time she had encountered it. In particular, the neat and tidy method is even more dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, there was a hint of urgency in Ryoko's heart. She desperately wanted to confirm whether Chinyu was really like Konoha Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato said. On top of cooking skills, Ichiraku ramen can be beaten. Chapter 115 _ Brother, you boil the water, what are you going to cook? Miso soup. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help it. Ayame came here just now. Uchiha Itachi, who was hesitant to speak, Chinyu smiled dryly. I heard it all, Aunt Liangzi, do you have any noodles at home? Noodle. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Ryoko's face. During the late period of the war, the business was not too bad. Most of the food that could be found was sent to the front line. This has greatly increased the price of flour. She and Uchiha Izumi still eat wild vegetables and some coarse grains most of the time. Isn't it? Chinyu frowned, not thinking that the dignified Konoha ninja village would be in such a difficult situation under the chaos of war. Although it may be only a minority, it also represents the living index of the lower class people. Chinyu, I still have some money here, I'll buy some back. Ryoko scraped a few coins from her body and handed it to Uchiha Izumi. Seeing this scene, Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, no need, someone will send it after a while. Boil this soup first. Someone will send it. Liangzi and the others couldn't help but startled. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold his breath and said, brother, who did you send it to? Why don't I go back and get some? I remember there are many at home. Looking at the stupid son of the landlord's family, Chinyu felt helpless. Uchiha Itachi, who was still very smart, turned on the halo of a silly son after meeting him. This is probably the education problem. In the original book, Uchiha Itachi appears to be very independent under the pressure education method of Uchiha Fugaku. However, now, because of Chinyu's appearance, Uchiha Itachi has more support. When the elder brother becomes the one who relies on the elder brother, then the end is to become Uchiha Sasuke. This kind of elder brother treasure exists. It seems that this disease has time to be cured. Isn't it a show of showing off in front of the poor to say that there are many in the family? No need, you can just watch it here. Chinyu reluctantly lifted the lid of the pot. A tantalizing refreshing scent that opens with steam. Mom, isn't this the peach we picked a few days ago? Uchiha Izumi said anxiously. Isn't this a medicinal herb? How can it be used for cooking, and the fragrance smells very good. This is the main ingredient for my cooking, chicken soaked in 5-finger peach. Chinyu smiled warmly and put the chicken cut into large pieces into the pot. This so-called 5-fingered peach is not a real peach. It's just a mulberry plant with leaves that look like 5 fingers and fruits that look like peach, only the size of a finger. After watching Chinyu immerse the chicken in hot water, he quickly turned out a lot of ingredients on the shelf and put them into the soup pot. The speed of the craftsmanship was completely dazzling. Prepare me sesame oil, ginger green onion. Chinyu reported a series of materials, and both Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi were stunned. In their perception, cooking a meal is not that particular at all. It is good to be able to cook and swallow and fill the stomach. Looking at the confused crowd, Chinyu gave up his thoughts and went to prepare the materials by himself. Outside the Ichiraku ramen, the third Hokage took off his hat and sighed helplessly. After the third battle, he officially retired and handed over the Hokage's position to Namikaze Minato. However, only in his early 50s, he was still in his prime, and he asked himself that he was still very confident in his own combat power. Unfortunately, what happened one after another made him feel really tired physically and mentally. The thought of the nightmare tapir, who had been restrained in one move, and exploded to death, and the charred Danzo, were so painful that they were all smashed into a paste. Lord Hokage, it looks like you are in trouble again. He rolled up the curtain and said, "What kind of miso ramen do you want to eat this time?" 3 generations of Hokage came back to his senses, looked at the menu item, and said helplessly, "Would you like a char-siu ramen? I don't have a good appetite recently. I want to change the taste." No, or, forget it. During this time, the 4 major powers attacked, and they encountered Shinyu who rose like a comet, and Danzo recklessly suppressed them. For 3 generations of Hokage, it was all about exhaustion and loss of appetite. Originally, looking at that greasy miso ramen, and that burnt Danzo. At this moment, it seemed as if 2 heavy flavors had overlapped. Let the 3 generations of Hokage, there is a kind of nausea urge. Dad, I told you Hokage-sama earlier that you will definitely want char-siu ramen. Lord Hokage, this time it's still more than enough. As soon as the words fell, Ayame delivered the char-siu ramen that had been prepared in advance. The turbid sugar water, with a layer of lard floating on it, deliberately added more fatty pork char-siu and floated on it. This made the 3 generations of Hokage smile helplessly. It seems that ramen reservations should have been pushed back from the start. Now, I'm finding it hard to eat myself. However, feeling Ayame's big watery eyes, his face was full of urgency and hope. 3 generations of Hokage smiled helplessly and picked up the chopsticks. Lord Hokage, do you think my ramen is the best? Ayame asked impatiently. Ayame, you are so rude. Shuda hurriedly scolded. Don't take offense, Lord Hokage, this girl just heard that Uchiha Itachi said that Shinyu can make food that can beat Ichiraku ramen, so I feel a little uncomfortable. If you offend Lord Hokage, don't take offense. 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but startled, then shook his head with a smile and said, I've also heard that that kid can cook, but Ichiraku ramen, in Konoha Shinobi Village, and even the entire shinobi world are attracted by people, how can that kid be able to compare? Quote. Lord Hokage is right. Ayame couldn't help laughing, and the suffocated anger dissipated instantly. Hee, I always think about things. The 3rd generation of Hokage laughed dryly. However, before the words were finished, a faint and refreshing fragrance dissipated with the wind. The chicken flavor of the clear soup with the medicinal herbs penetrated into the nostrils of people as if it were all-pervasive. The sudden fresh smell made the 3 people present couldn't help but take a deep breath of air. 3 generations of Hokage's fingers twitched involuntarily. This horse is a big move of the index finger. Lord Hokage, Ayame's voice suddenly sounded. Hokage and Handa, who were immersed in the taste of chicken in the clear soup, quickly recovered. It's different from their traditional taste of thick soup as the base. This fragrance has a more elegant fragrance, which is very different. However, when he thought of the gaffe of his index finger and Ayame's gaze, the 3rd generation of Hokage quickly coughed. Cough cough. Me, this fragrance. No, really fragrant. Looking at the incoherent 3 generations of Hokage, Ayame snorted and looked at Ryoko's shop in dissatisfaction. This special scent made him think of that terrifying young man first and foremost. It's impossible, he didn't make it. Ayame shook his head hurriedly and pouted. Dad, are you hiding and making some special dishes? If you do this, it's unkind to not tell me in advance. Looking at Ayame with a serious face, he slapped his face with helplessness. At this juncture, to say such words is undoubtedly rubbing his old face on the ground. However, in the face of the scrutinizing eyes of the 3rd generation of Hokage, Shuda can only shake his head helplessly. No, this is the first time I have smelled this fragrance, which makes people feel a sense of appetite. Chapter 116 The Medicinal Diet of Ichiraku Ramen. The huge ramen shop seemed a little dead. In the face of this increasingly rich taste of fragrant chicken soup, the three present couldn't help but glance at each other. There was an inexplicable urgency in the pupils. I am eager to know, where does this smell come from? Cough cough. Why don't we go and have a look? Shuda couldn't help but cough dryly. At this time, not many people will come to patronize it, so let's go to the door. Yes, you can also. Right. 3 generations of Hokage quickly agreed, subconsciously looking at Ayame. Now 2-1, with the 2 in favor, the hammer is also struck. HMPH, just go. I don't believe he can really make something that tastes better than Ichiraku ramen. Ayame snorted coldly, turned around and walked out the door. Looking at this scene, the 3 generations of Hokage couldn't wait to stand up. Especially remember Jiraiya's report. Uchiha Chinyu tamed the 3 tails with the help of food. Lord Hokage, you said that we suddenly visited. If it is empty-handed, I'm afraid I'm a little embarrassed. Shida couldn't help saying. However, in the last sentence, the hand fight did not say it, but the 3rd generation of Hokage was very clear about what to express. If you eat for nothing, you always have to bring some souvenirs to be confident. Here is the ramen I just made, and I usually send some to Ryoko. Seeing that the back of the 3rd generation of Hokage has disappeared into the corner. He couldn't hold his breath with his hands, he took the pulled noodles with him, and quickly followed. Chinyu, why don't you let me buy some noodles? If you wait like this, the child is alive. Liangzi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, noticing his gaffe. Just looking at the pot of chicken soup that exudes an alluring aroma in front of me, I really can't help it. For a hungry person, the greatest sin is the food that can be seen and smelled. You can't get a good taste when you can get it. Especially Uchiha Izumi and Itachi, they were still suspicious a moment ago, but the moment the chicken was soaked in 6-fingered peach, and the fragrance of the soup filled the air, they fell directly. Compared to those thick-flavored miso soups, the 2 are the exact opposite of an ultimate. It gave them the look of a hillbilly who had never seen the world in town. If it wasn't for some self-control, I'm afraid all the yawns would flow out. Izumi, I'm here to play with you. Ayame's voice came from outside. However, as soon as the voice fell, he entered uninvited. Came to Uchiha Izumi's side, he couldn't help but poked his head to look at the soup pot. Ayame, do you smell the fragrant chicken soup? Uchiha Izumi was a little superior. Usually, Ayame also secretly gives Uchiha Izumi the leftover condiments, noodle soup, ramen and other ingredients in the store. It can be said that the change in Uchiha Izumi's expression now is the portrayal of her on weekdays. It's just that the current Ayame obviously doesn't care about this, and hurriedly pinched his nose and said, "What kind of smell is this? It smells bad. It's far worse than the smell of my miso soup." Ayame, who symbolically pinched his nose and sniffed everywhere, with a really fragrant face, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. "You're old man, haven't you brought ramen?" Hand-pulled noodle. The 3 of Liangzi who were present couldn't help but startled, they never thought that Chinyu would make such an idea. "What are you talking about ramen? My dad won't bring." Ayame glared. In her eyes, this soup is very good to be able to take a look at it. If they also bring ramen, it will bring down their identity as Ichiraku ramen. "Ayame, what nonsense are you talking about?" He walked in quickly with his hand behind him, raised his hand and tapped Ayame on the head. Chinyu is really embarrassed. This girl is being petty, she is not usually like this. "This is the ramen I made with my own hands, and some thin slices of beef, I hope you don't laugh at it." After watching Shuda put down a pot of ramen and thinly sliced beef, he stared eagerly at the soup pot behind Chinyu. Ryoko and the others were stunned. This is really delivered to the door. Haha, as a qualified chef, you also have the attributes of being a foodie. Chinyu laughed dryly, not surprised at all, and took the ramen directly. 3 generations, since you're here, come in and sit, I don't eat people. Hee, you are really good at this, kid. I thought you were very talented, but I didn't expect that even your cooking skills were attractive. No wonder Jiraiya and Minato rated you so highly. 3 generations of Hokage rolled the curtain and walked in. The hand on the side was completely unable to hold back his breath, and said, Chinyu, let me cook this ramen, my craftsmanship is okay. As he spoke, he couldn't help but reach out and grab ramen. No need, my noodles are not for cooking. Chinyu shook his head. Looking at the steamer that had already been prepared, a lot of water vapor was coming out. Put the ramen in it directly, sprinkle some water at the same time, and cover it in full view. Steamed noodles. His hands were startled. In his eyes, this is the first time he has encountered such a thing. However, Qinfeng did not answer, and took out a basin of ice water that had been prepared. At the moment when the steam rises rapidly and the noodles are soft, a cold river comes directly. After tossing the spoon a few times, it spilled too much water and went straight to the big bowl. The next moment, I poured the 6-finger peach chicken soup that had already been prepared and had been removed from the grease, and a fragrant chicken soup smell of medicinal herbs completely filled the entire store. Looking at the chicken noodle soup in the clear soup that night, the 3rd generation Hokage and Shuta took the lead and couldn't help it. They picked up the big bowl and took a sip of the chicken soup. An indescribable fragrance and warmth of medicinal herbs quickly spread in the stomach. Good soup. Quote. 3 generations of Hokage and Shita shouted in unison. Soon I picked up the noodles in the bowl and couldn't wait to send it to my mouth. At the moment of nibbling with the soup, the tough and dry gluten brings a kiba-like texture. It's completely different from the usual soaked noodles. And with this fragrant chicken soup, compared with the richness of miso, this bowl of chicken noodles in clear soup simply increases the appetite. Good face. Chinyu, what kind of cooking is this? It's completely beyond my knowledge. His hands were anxious. All this in front of him, let him open up a new world. This is medicinal food, Chinyu said lightly. He has always had confidence in Washa's cuisine, and even if he is facing Ichiraku ramen, he is capable of overpowering him. Chapter 117 The son-in-law in exchange for a bowl of noodles. Medicine. 3 generations of Hokage and others couldn't help but startled. They have heard of various local delicacies, but this is the first time they have heard of this medicinal diet. The combination of medicinal herbs and food creates a delicacy that regulates the body. This is the medicinal diet, Chinyu said lightly. It has the functions of conditioning the spleen and nourishing the lungs, removing dampness and relaxing the tendons, and coughing with tuberculosis. However, in the face of Chinyu's remarks, everyone present was obviously confused. Only his expression changed drastically, and he said anxiously, I understand, this is the principle I have always pursued, saving people with food, and I never thought that the combination of medicinal materials and staple food could be so delicious. Just, where did the chicken go? Shredded chicken. Chinyu turned around and brought out a pot of shredded chicken. Chili oil, with special ginger spice, as well as the aroma of vanilla and 5-fingered peach, gathered together and filled the air, making the sound of swallowing saliva sound in the field. 3 generations of Hokage and hand play. Uchiha Itachi and others haven't had a chance to taste it yet, but looking at the chicken soup ramen and shredded chicken in front of them, their appetites have increased greatly. If it weren't for the existence of Chinyu and the 3rd generation of Hokage, I'm afraid it would have been violent. Eat, everyone is hungry. Chinyu looked at Ayame, who was struggling with Duzui, and said, you don't eat, but it's not your turn. Don't eat it. Ayame shook his head stubbornly and said, this thing is terrible. I won't eat it. Ayame must not be rude. Hands shouted in a hurry. However, the voice just fell, and a shouting voice came quickly in the distance. Boss, you're not a brother enough. You didn't say yes earlier. You cook for me, and I kill you, like a knife that sees blood. A black shadow came galloping from a distance, and the speed was so fast that it spanned dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and landed in front of Ayame first. Looking at the chicken soup ramen, his eyes widened, full of urgency. Boss, she doesn't eat it, I eat it. Well, good soup. Wow, good face, grandma's, it's not good for you to hide from me, boss. If I hadn't woken up earlier, it would have felt like I missed 100 million. Erha, even the third generation of Hokage was stunned. Lord Hokage, what is this? Handa couldn't help but asked. 3 generations of Hokage coughed dryly. This seems. How to say. It's a reduced version of the tailed beast. Killing people in the face of a meal is still the kind of blood that sees blood. 3 generations of Hokage simply do not know how to explain. The integrity of this tailed beast is probably really lost, completely subverting everyone's cognition. The tailed beast of the human Jinchuriki column force weapon. Hand beat stunned. Looking at Mitsuha, who was completely bent over by the food. He finally knew how great the charm of food was. Itachi, this noodle is delicious. You're right, it's much better than Ichiraku ramen. Uchiha Izumi hurriedly picked up his ramen. Seeing the 3 tails who were eating the bowl and staring at the thief, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This made their nerves tense. It was delicious. This chicken soup, what other shredded chicken? Chinyu, this herbal meal. It's really surprising. It can regulate a person's body, and its achievements are enough to be compared with the great deeds of Master Tsunade's research on medical ninjutsu. Ryoko and the others were incoherent while eating. In the huge dining room, the 5 people and 1 beast simply devoured it, especially the 3-tailed, Chirp, Chirp, and Echo. Only the stubborn Ayame pursed his lips and looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes were full of Yuhi. If everyone else said it was unpalatable, she would be in a better mood. But now even the father has fallen, and even the tailed beast has thrown away the morality. This undoubtedly magnifies the temptation of medicinal diets infinitely. Thinking of the ignorant competition just now, the small grievance in my heart was directly magnified infinitely, and hot tears rolled in my eyes. Eat it, it's your portion. Bowl of ramen was laid flat in front of Ayame, making him startled. Looking up at Chinyu, the tears in Ayame's eyes rolled out of the corners of his eyes without any money. Yes, Ayame said aggrievedly. However, before the words were finished, Chinyu gently wiped away his tears and said, "Don't say sorry, as a man, but you don't want to be sorry by a woman. Hurry up and eat the noodles, otherwise this idiot will be hard-hearted." Robbed. Chinyu used the head of his chopsticks and threw the claw that the thief had probed over. Suddenly, there was a sound of wolf cries and howls in the dining room. The big eyes were staring, and tears were flowing, giving people a miserable feeling. "Don't put it on for me, there's still it in there, go and bring it out yourself." Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Looking at this dignified tailed beast, it was reduced to a meal, and it was sold in misery. Even the 3 generations of Hokage suspect that he is dreaming. This world has simply changed. However, compared with the 3 generations of Hokage, Shand looked at the usual carefree and grumpy Ayame. Now his eyes are tender and shy, and he sometimes peeks at Chinyu with a tender look. Let the hand hit an inexplicable illusion. His precious daughter, Tama, was deceived by a bowl of ramen. A bowl of noodles in exchange for a son-in-law. The time for a meal quickly passed in the snatch. 3rd generation of Hokage put on the Hokage hat and was very surprised to see the excited hands. "Chinyu, did you really give me the recipe for this medicine?" Handa grabbed Chinyu's hand and was so excited that he almost fainted. Completely forgot the idea of escaping the tiger's mouth with Ayame just now. It can be said that there are 100,000 willing to let the hand beat the son-in-law now. It's Washa medicinal food, Chinyu emphasized again. When he was on Earth, his parents ran pharmacy and gourmet restaurants. Now that we are in the world of Hokage, how can we promote the Chinese cuisine? So it was written down directly. Yes, this is Washa medicinal diet, this is simply the work of the gods. Handa couldn't wait to flip through the medicinal diet recipe in his hand. Looking at the various delicacies above, I was so excited that I fainted. Ayame and Uchiha Itachi hurriedly stepped forward to help them up. Seeing the excited hand beating and chanting words in his mouth, Ayame said embarrassedly, "Brother Yu, I will take my father back first. Your kindness, I will definitely pay it back in the future." "I don't need it. If you want to make a promise, I can't refuse." Chinyu reached out and rubbed Ayame's hair. This kind of intimacy immediately made Ayame's cheeks pierce Yuhi, and he couldn't help but bow his head. That mosquito-like, was not heard by many people. Facing the scene in front of him, the three generations of Hokage hesitated for a moment, then said, "Chinyu, I have a task in my hand that I want to delegate to you." Chapter 118 Danzo's Final Plan. Task. Chinyu raised his brows. On the cusp of such a storm, Chinyu was an unstable factor for the entire Konoha village. Now the third generation of Hokage even delegated tasks to him. This is probably something abnormal. "Yes, I think this task is the most suitable for you." The three generations of Hokage laughed dryly. "Come to the Hokage building tomorrow morning to find me, and I will tell you the details of the task." "I'd love to know, though, why didn't you kill Danzo today?" The voice fell, and the atmosphere in the field suddenly increased a little dignified. Ryoko and others don't know what happened for the time being, but they are very clear about Danzo's name. Now that the three generations of Hokage have broken this kind of thing in public, the meaning is different. If you don't kill him, maybe it's useful to keep it. Chinyu smiled genially. It's like the three generations of Hokage who tolerate Danzo, don't they have ideas? The three generations of Hokage were stunned at first, then shook their head and said, "You think too much, I'm just a moderate, and I don't want to let the contradictions get out of hand. Remember to come find me at the Hokage building tomorrow, and thank you for your hospitality today. This herbal meal is really different." These words, the third generation Hokage raised his hand, turned and left. "Brother, do you accept this mission?" Seeing the three generations of Hokage go away, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. Facing this kind of task issued by Hokage himself, it is extremely dangerous. Now Chinyu's existence is very embarrassing in Konoha Ninja Village. Case the third generation of Hokage specially delegated some dangerous tasks, such as letting Chinyu go deep into the enemy alone. Perhaps to assassinate some powerful country, this is completely the Longtan Tiger's den. Even if Chinyu really had a strong self-protection ability, such a task with ulterior motives would seem too much. "Don't worry, I'm also idle, I hope there is something to pass the time, not to mention that the third generation of Hokage is not an idiot." Chinyu patted Itachi on the shoulder, turned and left. "Boss, wait for me, I just smelled the fox smell of Kyubi, 9 tails, do you want to show me?" 3 tails fell on Chinyu's shoulders. "Don't go." Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "You are afraid that you won't be able to fight, so you came to me to help rescue you, right?" "No, boss, don't wrong me, God is a lesson, I don't have such thoughts." Mitsuo raised his fingers and swore. It seems that during this period of time, it has learned a lot in human society. On the other hand, in Konoha Hospital, the large army of medical ninjas had fallen out. Jiraiya stood outside the door with a solemn expression. Looking at the blonde woman who was half leaning against the wall, drinking wine, she fell into silence. Jiraiya, you haven't told me what happened. Tsunade wiped the drink from the corner of his mouth and said drunkenly, who is so bold and hurt an old stubborn Danzo? This kind of burn area can easily be life-threatening. This time, Tsunade came back to worship Matsuri who died not long ago. I just didn't expect that at the juncture, I would encounter such an unexpected event and be forcibly invited to the Konoha hospital. Although, the current Tsunade already has hyperphobia, but in the huge ninja world, her extensive medical knowledge is still unmatched by anyone else. Are you hungry too? Jiraiya sighed. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen and sit and chat. During this time, a monster has appeared in the village, and it has reached an uncontrollable level, so I hope you can stay here. Stay in the village. Monster. Tsunade's expression became stagnant, and the feeling of drinking disappeared. As the object of Jiraiya's unrequited love, after learning sage art, Jiraiya must show off in front of Tsunade. In the eyes of the outside world, Sanin's strength is neck and neck. But Tsunade knew very well that if Sanin wanted to choose the strongest, it would be Jiraiya. Now in the village, there are teachers and your precious apprentice Namikaze Minato. Could it be that we can't deal with it together? Tsunade frowned and followed Jiraiya away. However, as soon as Jiraiya and Tsunade left, a shadow like a ghost flashed into the ward where the operation had just been performed. The light of incandescent lamps is a bit dazzling. Danzo, who was lying on the hospital bed as if he was bandaged into a mummy, opened his eyes. You're finally here. Why did the mission fail? I gave you the Impure World Reincarnation Scroll and the second generation Hokage cells in order for you to win. Danzo's voice was very hoarse. However, there didn't seem to be much pain on his face. Hehe, I'm fortunate to have you fused with the first generation cells in advance. If you lack the strong recovery ability, I'm afraid you will die. Orochimaru stuck out Yuhi's tongue, but his face was extremely pale. Danzo intact, but immortality reincarnated, making his current strength less than 10 or 3. If it weren't for the partnership with Danzo, Yamanaka Wind urgently asked for help, and Orochimaru would not take such a big risk and enter the Konoha shinobi village again. HMPH, if you gave me that thing earlier this time, I would have killed that kid already. Danzo's expression became hideous. You didn't see that kid's arrogant appearance, as if he had my life and death master in hand, making me almost unable to disguise. Danzo, who has always been wily, would behave so rudely. Orochimaru's expression sank, and a rare solemn expression appeared on his face. Danzo, I forgot to tell you something important. That kid learned sage art. From the very beginning, after learning that Jiraiya is interested in sending Chinyu to study sage art, Orochimaru decided to deal with Chinyu before that. Sage art, which has always been hailed as more difficult than ninjutsu, would be so easily learned by Chinyu. This time before and after, but not half a day. Are you telling the truth? Danzo's expression changed drastically. It's a monster. If he really learned sage art completely in such a short period of time, it will be too variable for our future plans. In Jiraiya, before we get the information on Mount Myoboku, we can only implement the final plan first. Even if Konoha Shinobi Village is caught in the war again, we must eradicate that kid as soon as possible. Having said that, Danzo looked to the corner of the room. A young figure flashed out instantly and said, Lord Danzo, I have brought the scroll you asked me to prepare. Okay, as expected of the trump card I hid, I originally planned to let you grow up a little more and have more combat experience before I let you out. But the death of the root has left me with not many generals, so I have to work hard for you. I'm done. Danzo looked at the young man in front of him with a satisfied look on his face. Orochimaru followed the sound, and his eyes lit up quickly. Danzo, is that the kid? I didn't expect that plan, but it really succeeded, and it made you a bargain. No wonder you were able to combine with the first generation cells so quickly. It seems that this kid has a lot of credit. Chapter 119 The Terrifying Medicinal Diet. Hee, if you hadn't given up this child early, I wouldn't have gotten the successor of the original Mokuden, wood-style ninjutsu. Danzo struggled to sit up and laughed. This is my last trump card. The arm I want, have you brought it? Danzo untied the bandages on his body, except for some burn scars. There were no other serious injuries. Don't worry, I've already brought what you asked for. If I wasn't too careless last time and let that kid benefit, I wouldn't have lost so fast. Orochimaru took out a scroll, a look of grimness flashed across his face. Thinking about it, the dignified Sannin was instantly defeated after owning Impure World reincarnation. This is downright shame. Don't worry, as long as the plan is unfolded, that kid will be attacked on both sides. No matter how strong a person is, how strong can he be? Danzo took the scroll and laughed horribly. For this arm, he spent a lot of effort and killed many Uchiha people. It is even proposed that in this time against the village of Kurigakure, the Uchiha people, who have always been excluded, will be sent to the battlefield. Only regret is not getting Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Okay, let's start the operation now, let this kid start the plan. Orochimaru glanced at Tianzang and said, your body is starting to merge with the cells of the first generation, but to a certain extent, there are still certain exclusion. So, it will take a while. Outside the Ichiraku ramen, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked slowly. Tsunade, who was still smelling of alcohol, frowned and looked a little absent-minded. If that kid appeared on the battlefield earlier, wouldn't he have to go to the battlefield and die? A ridiculous thought flashed through Tsunade's mind. As a ninja, the strongest means is still limited to the attack at the level of spiritual power. Once you get close and you can't fight back in time, there is only a dead end. If this Chinyu did not lie dormant, he would go to the battlefield earlier. With the blood-colored Asura, Konoha Yellow Flash's prestige may not die at all. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help clenching his fists. Tsunade, did you listen to me? That kid is so strong. If he can be used by the Konoha Ninja Village, it will definitely increase the strength of the village to a new level, and maybe even end the war in the entire ninja world. Jiraiya looked back, glancing at Tsunade. Tsunade regained his senses, stared at Jiraiya and said, you're not going to make Uchiha's kid a Hokage, are you? That kid's character is unruly, so what if he has great strength? For the huge ninja world, the biggest contribution is medical ninjutsu. Only by developing medical ninjutsu to ultimate can you become a Hokage, which is an existence useful to the village. Just a little bit of strength, could it be that I and you can't be Hokage? After listening to this, the voice became hysterical at the end. It seemed a little vexatious, but Jiraiya knew very well that Tsunade thought of breaking up again. In the Second Ninja World War, due to the lack of medical ninjas, Naoki could not be treated in time, and finally fell on the battlefield. Afterwards, Tsunade advocated that she should make every effort to develop medical ninjutsu, and she even became the first person in the ninja world medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the Third Ninja War, the Battle of Kikyoyama just broke out, and Duan also died in front of Tsunade. Even medical ninjutsu is completely useless. Eventually Tsunade gets a hyperphobia and leaves the Konoha shinobi village. If I didn't come back to worship Matsuri Naoki, I heard from Jiraiya that such a big thing happened, and even Danzo dared to do it, I'm afraid they wouldn't stay longer. It smells so good, could it be that some new ramen has been made by hand? Jiraiya sniffed fiercely, feeling the fresh smell in the air, and walked up quickly. Lord Jiraiya, and Lord Tsunade. He was startled at first, and then his face showed surprise. You guys came just in time. I discovered this huge secret about medicated food. You guys hurry up and try this soup chicken noodle. Medicated secrets. Jiraiya couldn't help but startled. But for Tsunade, those words meant something different. Medicine is related to medical ninjutsu and can be mixed with food. The meaning is completely different. Two adults, don't stand here, hurry up and try it first. Hand beat the 2 bowls of noodles. Looking at the clear noodle soup and the wafting fragrance, Jiraiya couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks first. Tsunade with the help of booze is no exception. A mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of chicken soup. In an instant, the pupils of the two suddenly contracted, and after looking at each other, they swallowed. Tsunade and Jiraiya let out a contented burp when the last sip of chicken soup was exhausted. Is this soup made of peaches? Tsunade, as the leader of the medical ninja, instantly burst out. Looking at the ramen bowl that was not left, he slapped his face and said proudly, "Yes, the teacher said that this is a 5-fingered peach, which can strengthen your body, but I found out that the teacher is hiding some key secrets. After I woke up just now, I found that the amount of chakra in my body has increased a little, and the flow speed has become a little faster. If you don't believe me, you can check your body. If an ordinary person takes medicated food reasonably, he will definitely be able to strengthen his body and prevent all diseases. If a ninja takes it, I am afraid that it can enhance the control of chakra, the speed of production, etc." Chang's voice echoed in the ramen shop. Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned, and they spoke with suspicion. But the best way to verify right now is to visit your body for changes. The two of them glanced at each other at the same time, and then they started the perception-type ninjutsu and probed the body. Tsunade in particular, as a medical ninja, also has precise manipulation of chakra. Changes in the perception of the body are even as subtle as the cells. 7 or 8 minutes later, Tsunade and Jiraiya opened their eyes instantly, their faces filled with disbelief. The change in the body from the bowl of medicinal food just now was only a trace. But as Handa said, long-term conditioning will definitely make a ninja's starting line surpass his peers. Perhaps this method is difficult to achieve in a short period of time. However, it has far-reaching effects on the rise of a village. After 10 or 8 years, the strength and physical quality of the new generation can definitely be improved to a higher level. Thinking of this, Tsunade found the medicated meal so terrifying. Chapter 120, Putting it in the Forbidden Technique. Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice also became solemn. If medical ninjutsu is to save lives and wounds, then this medicinal diet is transformation. Let ordinary people, ninjas, and even the strength of the village undergo qualitative changes. For a village, compared with medical ninjutsu, medicated meals are even more profound. Jiraiya, you don't need to tell me, I also know the horror of this herbal diet. Don't forget that my mother is a medical ninja. Tsunade said in a deep voice. For the first time since her death, she became interested in something. In particular, the researcher behind the medicinal diet is also a teacher in the mouth. This thing must not be rumored. Jiraiya nodded cautiously and looked at the hand. Shand, we want to meet your teacher. The person who can develop this medicinal diet is very important to the rise of Konoha. Jiraiya, let's go there in person. We can research the medicinal diet so that the food and medicinal materials can be perfectly matched. It should be an elderly man. We can see the sincerity of Konoha by going there in person. Tsunade said suddenly. Facing this alternative medical approach, she is really interested. Jiraiya heard the words and nodded in agreement. I reported this to the teacher in advance. You can't show this medicinal food with your hands for the time being. For the development and safety of Konoha, you have a heavy responsibility. Ha ha. Suddenly burst out laughing, making Tsunade and Jiraiya dazed as well. I knew you guys would look like this. In fact, when the teacher was cooking the herbal meal, Master Hokage was also there. And, do you think that I alone can discover the beauty of this herbal diet? This is entirely due to Hokage-sama. Having said that, the third generation of Hokage walked out of the back kitchen of the store, holding the medicinal recipe given by Chinyu in his hand. Tsunade hurried up and snatched the recipe away, and the shock on his face grew thicker as he flipped through it. Teacher, who came up with the recipe for this medicinal diet? I want to visit him in person. For Tsunade, it's not difficult to mix herbs and staples. The difficulty lies in how to make the taste and medicinal properties of this herbal meal into the ultimate and become a delicacy in the world. Haha, it's rare that even Tsunade is interested. That old man is no longer in business. The third generation Hokage laughed dryly and said, this medicinal meal is actually something from Uchiha Chinyu. The small voice seemed to be infused with a magical sound at this moment, causing Tsunade and Jiraiya to be stunned in place. In their eyes, even handbeat is also called a teacher. To be able to develop something as far-reaching as medicated food, it should be the old Shinzen who is immersed in food. Now I actually told them that this heaven-defying recipe actually came from the hands of a teenager. This is too shocking. I knew for a long time that you didn't believe me. 3 generations of Hokage laughed helplessly. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen him cook, and if I scribbled the recipes alone and gave them to the hands at random. Tsunade was silent. The moment before, she had accused Chinyu of not being qualified to act as Hokage. But now with the combination of strength and contribution, looking around the entire ninja world, I am afraid that only a few people can compare with it. Teacher, I want to meet Chinyu, Tsunade said after a moment of hesitation. Jiraiya's expression froze, looking a little surprised. At first Tsunade was very picky about Chinyu and didn't take it seriously at all. The current performance has subverted Jiraiya's cognition. I know what you think, but now that you are on the cusp of the storm, you should not meet him for the time being. I have already arranged a task for him, and there should be results soon. 3 generations of Hokage said. Tsunade's expression changed slightly, but he finally nodded in agreement. Then let me study the dietary recipe of this medicine first. He said that. Tsunade had already taken the medicine recipe and turned to the Ichiraku ramen kitchen in fascination. Seeing this scene, the third generation Hokage smiled helplessly and gave his hands an apologetic look. Jiraiya, isn't there any information on Mount Myoboku yet? 3 generations of Hokage's eyes turned in vain. In Chinyu's heart whether he has learned sage art. Not yet, that group of toads are doing business. Unless the big toad immortal feels a sense of it, they will rarely take the initiative to see it. Jiraiya was helpless. Of course he can reverse channel into Mount Myoboku. It's just that at this juncture, he can't leave casually, and can only wait for news here. Alright then, I hope Danzo can stay calm after this toss. I suspect that Chinyu is keeping his life. I'm afraid he has some thoughts behind his back. The third generation Hokage sighed faintly. Okay, I'll leave it to you and Tsunade to deal with this medicine's dietary recipe for the time being. I've included it in the forbidden technique, so I can't just spread it out. I'll go back first and arrange tomorrow's tasks. There are so many headaches these days. These words, the 3 generations of Hokage slowly left. Jiraiya is not surprised that medicated diet is included in the forbidden technique. After all, this is a means to raise the strength of the entire village, and even the ninja world, to a level. Of course, if Chinyu knew that his unintentional actions would cause such a big shock, it was absolutely unexpected. The world of Hokage is obviously different from Earth. The natural power of heaven and earth has changed the medicinal materials, and it contains a trace of the power of heaven and earth, which will make the effect of medicinal diet infinitely magnified. Silent all night. Konoha Shinobi Village like broken gold. Chinyu stretched his waist and pushed open the door. During this time, he lived in Uchiha Fugaku's house. Although it is convenient in name, Chinyu knows that this is Uchiha Fugaku, and he is worried that something big will happen to him. Xiao you got up really early. Itachi went to school early for the first time in the past. I hope this time, I won't use shadow clone to perfunctory things again. Uchiha Makoto put breakfast on the table and said with a smile. I heard that today, it seems to be the senior graduation exam. She had heard of what happened yesterday. But as a virtuous domestic helper, she knows exactly what to ask and what not to. Thank you, Auntie. Chinyu took the breakfast and replied politely. As soon as he picked up the bread, he saw a dark shadow fall in the courtyard. Chinyu, I'm Anbu under Lord Hokage. This is your task scroll for today. Anbu's ninja, after handing the scroll to Chinyu, disappeared again. Uchiha Fugaku was obviously startled by the sudden arrival of Anbu. Seeing that he was just here to deliver the mission, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this period of time, because of Chinyu's affairs, any wind and grass made Uchiha Fugaku almost startled with a heart attack. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 Freshman Graduation Assessment. Chinyu, what mission is this? There was a hint of worry on Uchiha Fugaku's face. He was afraid that something would happen to Chinyu, but he was also worried that he would be treated unfairly. I'll take a look first. Chinyu untied the scroll, looked at the content on it, and smiled helplessly. Chinyu, what's the matter? If the task is too much, I will help you get one or two. Uchiha Fugaku's nerves tensed. The moment I saw the scroll, I couldn't help but be stunned. Graduation assessment for freshmen. Right. Third generation of Hokage had prepared for Chinyu was the freshman assessment. The third ninja war seems to be drawing to a close. But as a result, tens of thousands of human lives were piled up. At the same time, they are constantly being recruited, and these new students go to the battlefield. Chinyu, are you sure? If not, you can push this task away. Uchiha Fugaku was also a little surprised. However, facing this kind of freshman graduation assessment, he also felt a headache. No, it's very interesting. Let me give this group of bastards a profound graduation assessment. Chinyu smiled genially. He drank the milk in one gulp, took the bread and left. This scene made Uchiha Fugaku shudder, and there was a chill in his spine. When he thought that Chinyu liked to act out of common sense, he couldn't help but quickly followed. The Konoha Ninjutsu Academy was the first to establish a standardized teaching base when the second generation of Hokage was in power. Taught by professional teachers, the scope of knowledge coverage will be larger. However, since it is a greenhouse guide, in such a time of war, it is more than the blood fog of Kurigakure village. There is also the prevalence of martial arts in Kumogakure village, and the hard stone test in Iwagakure village. The elite route of Sunagakure village is obviously inferior. However, in the long run, the development of the ninjutsu school will become more comprehensive, so that everyone has the opportunity to become a ninja. Itachi, didn't you come to class this time alone? In front of the gate of the ninjutsu school, Uchiha Izumi suddenly appeared. A pair of watery eyes kept looking behind Itachi, and clenched a lunchbox in his hand. Don't look, my brother is not here, he is still sleeping. Uchiha Itachi said with a blank expression. In the original novel, he was single by virtue of his strength. Except when acting as the pet of the younger brother, there will be other expressions. Usually, his face is cold and he can't be interested in anything. Itachi, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't wait for big brother you. Uchiha Izumi lowered his head. You, he said with a face. Today is the graduation exam for the senior year, do you want to watch it? Itachi, don't go too fast, can I go to your house after school? Since today was the graduation exam, dozens of students gathered on the playground early in the morning. It's just that during the war, when the manpower was completely insufficient, even most of the teachers of the ninjutsu school were recruited. This time, there are only a few people who can come to lead the class. Among them, the temporary headmaster of the ninjutsu school is Sarutobi Shinosuke. And Yamanaka Inoichi of the class teacher and teacher. As a member of Ino Shikucho, the two are also the brains of the Konoha Shinobi village, so it is at the same time that they make plans in the rear. There is also a part-time school teacher. There are so many people who graduated this year, 48 people in total. Yamanaka Inoichi is 2 or 3 years older than Namikaze Minato. Looking at the group of freshmen in front of them, who were still fighting, the excitement on their faces made them feel helpless. Well, the number of people seems to be a lot, but according to the current changes on the battlefield, this is a drop in the bucket, not to mention that if they really want to grow up, I am afraid they will need a trial of blood and fire. Nara Shikaku sighed helplessly. Recalling that they graduated at the same time as them, hundreds of people have now entered the battlefield, and very few can come back alive. As the brains of the Konoha ninja village, they clearly know that the establishment of the ninja school is to give everyone the opportunity to become a ninja world. Also increase the delivery of the number of ninjas. Unfortunately, in the face of the elite route taken by the other 4 villages, it has fallen behind. Okay, don't worry too much. Now that the war is coming to an end, they may not need to go to the battlefield. Sarutobi Shinosuke said. There are also many outstanding students in this class of freshmen. What Shinosuke said is not wrong. If we let the students hear our conversation, I'm afraid it will be a big problem. Yamanaka Inoichi came back to his senses and looked around the field. In my class, there are Ibiki, Tanbo, Mizuki, Steel, and Uruka. Haha, when it comes to top students, my class is more than yours. Nara Shikaku laughed dryly and said, Anujuo Genma, Kamizuki Izumo, Inazuka Yoshino, and Sarutobi Asuma. Their strengths are all first-class existences. Among the freshmen, they can definitely be called outstanding. Looking at the 2 teachers, who directly turned on the tout mode, Sarutobi Shinosuke shook his head helplessly, and said, why hasn't the invigilator consultant arrived yet? You said, Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama are both in Konoha, who will be the invigilator this time. In previous graduation assessments, in order to maintain fairness and openness, Hokage will select the most powerful and prestigious people from the clan to invigilate the examinations. Last time, it was Minato invigilating the exam. I still remember how many freshmen cheered when Konoha Yellow Flash came on the stage, and they even had to hold back their strength to perform. Yamanaka Inoichi said with a big laugh. That year of freshmen graduating is probably the most lively one. Time passed quickly under the conversation of the 3 of them. Looking at the time for the assessment, the invigilator had not yet arrived. Sarutobi Shinosuke's brows furrowed involuntarily. 3 teachers, long time no see. A pretty voice suddenly sounded from behind. The 3 of Sarutobi Shinosuke were stunned at first, but when they saw the person coming, they couldn't help but startled. Kushina, are you the proctor this time? Yamanaka Inoichi was startled. Uzumaki Kushina can be said to be not much different in age from them, and it is the same age as Namikaze Minato. However, because of her status as a Jinchuriki column force, she has been trapped in the Konoha ninja village all the year round. Her strength and prestige are obviously a bit insufficient compared to previous invigilators. Don't get me wrong, I came here to carry out the task of maintaining order according to Lord Hokage's order. Uzumaki Kushina clearly guessed their intention and explained anxiously. Maintain order. Yamanaka Inoichi and others couldn't help but startled. Kushina, you mean, the people who came this time have caused a sensation that even Minato can't compare? Sarutobi said with a frown. Now in the minds of the freshmen of Konoha Shinobi Village, I am afraid that even the prestige of Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama cannot be compared with Minato. Nara Shikaku, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. In the rumors of the outside world, Namikaze Minato is not only powerful, but also handsome and gentle, and it is the #1 nympho list. These advantages alone are not comparable to ordinary people. Don't look at me, I was also temporarily notified, otherwise I wouldn't have to leave the bed early in the morning. Uzumaki Kushina yawned. As a human Jinchuriki column force, there is no need to perform tasks and cannot leave the village yet. It felt like being in captivity. Chapter 122 It's all trash. Teacher, I'm here to apply for early graduation. Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, it was like a hurricane passing through, making everyone stunned. In their eyes, Uchiha Itachi is a freshman. In a ninjutsu school, it's a 3-year system. Individually talented ninjas with outstanding strength. For example, Kakashi, Namikaze Minato, etc. all graduated 1 year early. However, it was the first time that a freshman like Uchiha Itachi asked to graduate. What arrogant Uchiha brat is. Last time we couldn't beat a shadow clone, next time we must get our revenge. He is only in the first year, and he plans to apply for graduation early. Does he think he can be better than Kakashi? Kakashi graduated early 2 years ago, and it was a shock to their group of first-year students. After all, that was White Fang's son, not the same as the outcast Uchiha clan. Itachi, the last time you came to school with Shadow Clone, it was already a big mistake. Now you want to graduate early, which is not in line with the rules. Sarutobi Shinosuke frowned. As the principal, he is also the eldest son of 3 generations of Hokage. In the face of a little kid who is only 6 or 7 years old, he used Shadow Clone to fool the class under his own eyes. The reason is that the subjects studied are too boring. This is a shame for their group of teachers. If, now also promised Uchiha Itachi to participate in the graduation examination to graduate early. Even more slaps in the face. Yes, this hateful Uchiha clan is not qualified to participate in the assessment at all. It would be an insult to the school if a person taking Shadow Clone classes could be allowed to graduate early. Quote. A series of objections sounded one after another in the field. A Uchiha Shisui, hailed as a genius. This has deepened their hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Finally, Uchiha Shisui hoped to go away. Now there is another Uchiha Itachi competing with them. This is something they absolutely don't allow. He's eligible to graduate. The unpredictable voice made everyone in the field suddenly tense. But the moment they saw the person coming, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. It's the bloody Asura, Uchiha Chinyu. The exclamation came out among the graduates, like an invisible big hand, tightening the heart. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression froze. He had been in contact with Chinyu. Is also the eldest son of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Of course, he knows his horror. He said anxiously, Uchiha Chinyu, this doesn't seem to be a place for you to come. Brother. Uchiha Itachi was also surprised. As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Chinyu's right hand slammed. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and a black shadow swept out of the sky. The enemy. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked nervous and exclaimed. However, he soon saw Kushina flickered and grabbed the scroll first. Stop screaming, this is the Hokage appointment letter. After Uzumaki Kushina threw the scroll to Sarutobi Shinosuke, he looked at Chinyu. Are you the rumored villain? You're not bad looking. It's alright. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, I'm the graduate assessor this time, so whether Itachi can graduate or not is up to me. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the field. Is this a related household? This is going too far. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, why let such a person serve as a graduation invigilator? Who would be convinced if he abused his power like this? A group of graduates were in a state of commotion. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was blue and Yuhi didn't answer. Thinking of the gaffe just now, he couldn't help shouting sharply. Uchiha Chinyu, you have also seen it. It's not that we don't want it, it's everyone who doesn't agree. Uchiha Itachi is only 7 years old now, so it won't help much if he graduates. In Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes, Uchiha Itachi would graduate early because of Chinyu's words. This is downright shame. Then what do you mean? There is something wrong with my vision. Chinyu smiled warmly. If I say that everyone here is rubbish, will you take it? A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chinyu took a step forward. The violent murderous aura rolled away with a tenacious posture. Wherever they went, let alone those graduates whose muscles were stiff and trembling. His face was as pale as paper. The three of Sarutobi Shinosuke's expressions also changed, they are Jonin. But the breath in front of them gave them the feeling that it was like a sharp blade on the throat, which could kill them at any time. Chinyu, are you crazy? Dare to act wild in the ninjutsu school, this matter has spread, and even the third generation can't forgive you. Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. In the face of this blood-like murderous aura, he had to resist with all his strength. At this moment, he finally understood why Uchiha Chinyu got the title of Scarlet Asura. Haha, I'm a graduate invigilator. Chinyu smiled warmly. Of course I'm qualified to decide the items of the exam. I announce that today's assessment project is to leave the gate of this playground alive. The voice suddenly became cold and severe, like a biting cold wind. Blood red, instantly occupying Chinyu's eyes, Jutomo Sharingan turned around in vain, crackling thunder arcs all over the body. Alert, send it immediately. Sarutobi Shinosuke was stunned. He never thought that Uchiha Chinyu would choose to attack at the ninjutsu school. Once this outrageous behavior spreads, it will definitely make people intolerable. However, as soon as these words were said, a figure wrapped around Lei Guang passed by him in an instant. With both hands like electricity, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi grabbed one hand on their faces before they could move. Without any bells and whistles, he smashed directly to the ground. Boom! The huge impact force shattered the ground. The heads of Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku shattered. The blood splattered like fireworks, making the scalp tingle. This speed can't even keep up with hand seal. Murdered! Someone exclaimed in surprise, making Sarutobi Shinosuke pale. The whole person was like an electric shock, and hurriedly pulled away and retreated. At the same time, quickly hand seal with both hands to display the psychic technique. Chapter 123 Rub on the ground. The art of psychic ape demon. Sarutobi Shinosuke slammed on the ground with his backhand, and the tyrannical chakra poured frantically. Boom! A low sonic boom resounded, and under the white mist, an ape figure appeared. Boy, you haven't summoned me for a long time. What happened? The ape demon walked out of the white fog. As the strongest psychic summoned beast in the ninja world, except for the immortals, the monkey demon has always been the killer of the 3 generations of Hokage. It is a secret psychic beast signed by the Sarutobi clan. It can be said that Sarutobi Shinosuke can become one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and the monkey magic has played a key role. Ape demon, now is not the time to gather old people. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked at Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku who were dead and couldn't die any longer. His face turned pale, and he shouted sharply, I try my best to delay the time, I will send out a distress signal first. Is it that Uchiha Chinyu, who is known as the Bloody Asura? The monkey demon met the bloody eyes of Yuhi the orangutan, and the hippie smile disappeared. I will transform into Rui's golden hoop, temporarily suppress him, and give you time to delay. The ape demon roared, knowing that the situation was serious. His hands clasped together suddenly, and at the moment when the seal was formed, he turned into a wishful Vajra. Please. Sarutobi Shinosuke glanced hurriedly. In his eyes, it was not a problem for the ape demon with the indestructible body of King Kong to buy some time. Go. The ape demon roared, and on the Rui golden hoop, two smart eyes suddenly turned down. It turned into a black shadow and swept straight towards Chinyu. Wherever it passed along the way, it made a loud noise, like tearing cloth. The short tens of meters is just a blink of an eye. When everyone reacts, the monkey demon has already slammed into Chinyu's abdomen with Wan Jun's posture. Give me up. Seeing that Chinyu seemed to be stunned, standing in the same place dumbfounded, the ape demon roared angrily when he saw the time. The Rui diamond bar, which was originally 10 centimeters in diameter, suddenly ballooned in size. It transformed into a thickness of 3 or 4 meters, making the explosive force of the impact even go up several floors. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded through the sky. The huge air waves rolled back like a hurricane. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand the impact, and cracked like a cobweb in response. Under the rolled-up dust, the scene that gradually revealed made Sarutobi Shinosuke and Tsurumo stunned. The illusory fingers rested on the wishful diamond stick, which was more than 10 meters in size. Seemingly fierce and unparalleled, the impact of Wan Jun's posture was easily resisted by the fingers in front of him. The cruel words he said a moment ago were like an invisible slap on the cheeks of Sarutobi and Sarutobi Shinosuke. Not only did this slap in the face come quickly, but it was also slapped loudly. Is this your full strength? Chinyu smiled warmly. It was disappointing. Have you ever tried the feeling of being pressed and rubbed on the ground? The low voice, at this moment, was like a death urging, making everyone's nerves suddenly tense. The blood-like pupil power of the orangutan Yuhi, under the rotation of the 9-tomo Sharingan, skyrocketed wildly. The blink of an eye, it turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo with a height of 30 or 40 meters. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Susanoo in front of him, it was like a child's play at all. Yuhi, the gorilla who represents the disaster, is jumping, giving a godlike posture. The 3 heads and 6 eyes turned in vain and locked on the Rui diamond stick. Without any bells and whistles, he pressed down suddenly with a dashing stance. Ape demon, hurry up and escape. Sarutobi Shinosuke growled anxiously. Unfortunately, everything seems pale and powerless. The 6 gorillas Yuhi moved their big hands, completely blocking the retreat of the monkey demon. Under its frightened gaze, it quickly zoomed in. Boom! The big hand suddenly pressed, and the playground with a radius of several hundred meters collapsed. The huge impact force made the Rui King Kong stick, which is known to be indestructible, directly rubbed on the ground. Under the head-on blow, the Rui diamond stick more than 10 meters long was directly buried in the soil. This is almost in response to what Chinyu said just now. The Rui diamond stick was completely pressed and rubbed on the ground. Boom! The soaring sand and dust rolled and dispersed. Chinyu looked around and looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke. This glance immediately made his face turn pale, and before he had time to think about it, he pulled away and quickly retreated. Kushina, as the most powerful person in Konoha Ninja Village, Jinchuriki column force weapon, you must stop Chinyu, and I will inform the 3rd generation now. Abandoning these words, Sarutobi Shinosuke ran away in full view. The violent scene made everyone who stayed in the field startled. Even Uzumaki Kushina is no exception. 2 Jonin mentors, and when he raised his hand, he directly suppressed the so-called strongest psychic beast. This is too shocking, as if there is an invisible big hand tightening the heart. Little girl, don't shoot randomly, you can't provoke this person. QB Ninetales' voice came out from Kushina's consciousness space. If you want to die, you can go anyway, but if I remember correctly, these terrifying eyes are comparable to that person. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned. It was the first time she had ever seen QB Ninetales, who had always been fearless, and when she saw Hokage, she was going to clamor for a fight. However, it can't be blamed on QB Ninetales if there is an experience of being teased like a pet by Uchiha Madara. No one wants to relive those days. No, I can't watch other students get killed, Uzumaki Kushina shouted anxiously. With a flicker of the figure, he attacked Shinyu first. Seal Art Adamantine Sealing Chains. This is the secret Kekkei Genkei ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. In addition to Kagura's eyes, this trick is the most powerful. At the peak of Uzumaki Kushina, it was able to stabilize the tail beast. Even QB Ninetales can suppress. It is for this reason that the people of QB Ninetales, the Jinchuriki, column power, will let the people of the Uzumaki family inherit from generation to generation. A pity that in the generation of Uzumaki Naruto, due to the lack of guidance from the predecessors, Kagura's mind and sage body were unable to actively awaken. At the same time, even adamantine sealing chains and other sealing techniques were completely lost. Otherwise, if you have the three major items of the Uzumaki family, the so-called genius can only stand in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the 7 or 8 chains, like cobwebs, they are entangled in a fierce posture. Chinyu's whole body was full of thunder, and it shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly passing through the attack of the diamond chain. Since you want to play, I'll let Susanoo accompany you, but don't stop me from killing. Chapter 124 The Hell-Style Graduation Assessment. Sarutobi Asuma was born rebellious, especially because his father was Hokage and his elder brother was one of the 8 colors of Konoha. This caused him to be 4 or 5 years older than the others before entering the ninjutsu school. Even after becoming an adult, because of disagreement with the 3 generations of Hokage, he left Konoha Ninja Village and became one of the 12 ninja protectors. Sarutobi Asuma, who is about 14 or 15 years old, is only passing through the ninjutsu school in order to obtain a qualified ninja status. His own strength has already reached the level of Chunin, infinitely close to the level of a special Jonin. However, in Sarutobi Asuma's mind at this moment, the thoughts are the same as others. Facing the person in front of him, he was already shocked by the tyrannical murderous aura, and was frightened by the violent killing. The body fell into the situation of being killed for a moment and facing the attack, it was like a shadow of death, and the eye sockets were almost split. Move, move me, the hysterical roar roared in his heart. However, no matter how he struggled, his entire body was like a stubborn rock, just trembling autonomously. Are you going to die? Messy thoughts flashed in Sarutobi Asuma's mind, watching the dazzling sharp blade rapidly dilate in his pupils. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. A young figure appeared in front of him one step ahead. When the crisp metal collision sounded in vain, and at the moment of the collision, sparks sputtered. Is it Uchiha Itachi? Sarutobi Asuma and the others looked stagnant. Just when they suspected that Chinyu was unfair and did not suppress Uchiha Itachi, the words that fell in their ears suddenly made them nervous. I didn't expect that you used pain to drive away the fear in your body. At least this performance did not disappoint me. Chinyu smiled warmly. However, your 3 Tomo Sharingan alone are not enough, otherwise you won't be able to block my attack. Uchiha Itachi was startled, a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. However, a large hand wrapped in thunderlight pierced through his chest like lightning. The game is over, Chinyu smiled playfully. Hot blood splattered, and Sarutobi Asuma, who was close at hand, even smeared his face. Seeing that even his own cousin could kill him, the graduates present couldn't help but roared in their minds. For a while, without the obstruction of Uchiha Itachi, Chinyu was like a wolf entering a flock. With the sharp blade in his hand, every time he unsheathed it, he could kill a life. In just 10 seconds, 48 graduates were lying on their backs in a pool of blood. Crazy. Uzumaki Kushina's face turned pale. As soon as he made a move, he took 48 lives, which was a heinous crime. Too late to entangle with Susanoo, and the moment he looked at Chinyu, his heart suddenly shook. Okay, let's go. Chinyu stepped forward and appeared in front of Kushina like a thunderbolt. Watching the Raiden Thunder style instant technique, the speed is like a ghost, and even the naked eye can't keep up. She finally understood why there were rumors in the ninja world that the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu had already overwhelmed Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. Help, come on quickly, Uchiha Chinyu is killing the graduates. A hysterical roar echoed through the school. Anbu's figure flashed out in the dark, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade. They were just about to go to Ichiraku Ramen to continue researching medicinal foods when they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Shinosuke, what happened? 3 generations of Hokage also fell from the sky. It can be said that as long as the ninjas stationed in Konoha came, even Uchiha Fugaku, who had been following him, was no exception. Lord Hokage, it was a complete mistake for you to appoint Uchiha Chinyu as the graduation invigilator. Sarutobi Shinosuke turned pale, grabbed the wrist of the 3rd Hokage, and roared anxiously. That guy, in the name of the examiner, exceptionally suggested that Uchiha Itachi participate in the examination. I just objected, and he shot and killed Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku. You guys hurry up, I just let Kushina stop him. If you slow down, I'm afraid that 48 students will be killed. Seeing Sarutobi Shinosuke looking crazy, everyone present was moved, even Uchiha Fugaku. However, as the head of the Uchiha clan, there is also the premise of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku saw the clue in an instant. Nanosuke, you've fallen into demonic illusion. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and 3 generations of Hokage and other powerful and experienced ninjas all spoke in unison. When the voice fell, everyone who was just guessing came to a consensus in an instant. Let me do it. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Under this kind of watchful eyes, he dared not cast Mangekyo Sharingan. However, as long as you know that Sarutobi Shinosuke has hit the demonic illusion and left the space domain of the caster, 3 Tomo Sharingan alone is enough to forcibly break it. The blood-colored light flashed in his pupils, and the moment 3 Tomo appeared, Uchiha Fugaku snorted. Give me the solution. Thunderous roar resounded in Sarutobi Shinosuke's mind. The tyrannical pupil power, like a tide, rushed straight into Sarutobi Shinji's mind. With the whole body shaking, Sarutobi Shinosuke let out a groan, and a trace of Yuhi's blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The negative emotions that had enveloped him were gone. The anxiety, despair, irritability and other symptoms disappeared. Looking at the appearance of the 3 generations of Hokage and others, it became particularly clear. Is this really demonic illusion? Sarutobi Shinosuke touched the blood that should have been on his body. Now there is no trace of it at all. No way. Sarutobi Shinosuke turned around and hurried to the playground. Seeing this scene, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt nothing. A freshman's graduation assessment can be tossed like this, and it also applies such powerful demonic illusion. Even Sarutobi Shinosuke, known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, was recruited, not to mention those freshmen. Lord Hokage, I'm going to teach that bastard a lesson, Uchiha Fugaku said anxiously. But soon a Byakugan was called. Fugaku, stop acting, let alone you, even if we add up, I'm afraid we won't be able to teach him a lesson. Jiraiya said helplessly. This time, I'm afraid it will be the most hellish graduation assessment in history. I don't know if anyone can survive it. In case of death of consciousness, it will be a headache. Tsunade said. Originally, she planned not to meet Chinyu for the time being, but she never thought that because of this kind of thing, the time to meet would be brought up. Let's go, since everyone is here, let's go and have a look. I hope that kid didn't make things too serious, otherwise the parents behind those students may have to toss again. The third generation of Hokage felt a headache. The group rushed to the entrance of the playground in a mighty manner, and looked at Sarutobi Shinizuke, who was standing at the entrance dumbfounded. And in the playground, the people who are like dementia, standing in the same place, deep in demonic illusion. While secretly relieved, Tsunade's expression changed slightly. Being able to let so many people fall into the same demonic illusion space at the same time, his demonic illusion accomplishments are simply amazing. If we don't have psychological preparations in advance, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out for a while. Tsunade couldn't help saying. Chapter 124 _ Uchiha Chinyu, are you crazy? Use demonic illusion on these students. Sarutobi Shinizuke roared. Stepping out one step, he swept straight towards Chinyu, who was leaning against the tree trunk. However, just after taking 7 or 8 steps, Jiraiya came first and stopped in front of him. Master Jiraiya, why did you stop me? Sarutobi Shinizuke hurriedly wanted to break free from Jiraiya's hand. Unfortunately, this hand is as motionless as cast steel. No matter how hard he tries, it is useless. Don't be impulsive, he will kill you. Jiraiya looked at Chinyu. He was deeply touched by the warm smile on the latter's face. He will kill me. This is Konoha Ninja Village. In front of the 2 adults and Hokage, he dares to kill me. Sarutobi Shinizuke said anxiously. Even if he kills me, how sure is he to escape from Konoha? Having said that, Sarutobi Shinizuke subconsciously looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. As the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, he believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was Hokage, would never watch him get killed. 50%. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, he has a 50% chance of killing you, and a 50% chance of leaving Konoha Ninja Village safely. He has too many cards. We don't know the depth of Chinyu at all. I'm afraid this 50% is still optimistic. However, I believe that Uchiha Chinyu has no intention of Konoha. Sarutobi Shinizuke was stunned. It was the first time he had seen his father give such a high evaluation. This is Konoha Ninja Village. Could it be possible to leave safely after killing someone? Okay, let's go check the situation first. 3 generations of Hokage patted Sarutobi Shinizuke on the shoulder. However, as soon as they took a step, they saw figures coming from all directions. Lord Hokage, what happened? My son, Shiranui Genma, took the graduation examination today. My son Gang Ziti is also. Lord Hokage, what happened to Tanbo Feiju? What happened to my Inuzuka flower? Quote. Looking at the dozens of parents who appeared in an instant, Sarutobi Shinizuke's face flashed with joy. Parents, you have also seen that this Uchiha Chinyu used demonic illusion on the students without authorization. Even I can't break this test, let alone these ordinary students. Noisy. The face of the 3rd generation Hokage sank, and he never thought that at this juncture, Sarutobi Shinizuke would contribute to the flames. What's more, the 3rd generation of Hokage found that Chinyu seemed to be confident. You have to throw things away. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't. Chinyu glanced at Sarutobi Shinizuke lightly. Even demonic illusion can't take it. Going to the battlefield is a real dead end. I'm just helping them make a decision as soon as possible. If you can wake up automatically, you will meet the graduation standard I require. If you can't wake up, then I'm sorry. You can only wait for the next class to graduate. A small voice, revealing an unmistakable taste. Sarutobi Shinosuke's expression turned ashen, and when he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Brother, I'm awake. Uchiha Itachi opened suddenly, and 3 Tomo Sharingan exuded a fascinating smell. He succeeded, and he is indeed a genius of the Uchiha family. When he was only 7 years old, he started 3 Tomo Sharingan. Looking at the Uchiha family, I am afraid that even adults can't compare with him. Don't forget, there is an even more terrifying existence here. After 15 years of dormancy, it was only natural to know when he opened Sharingan. Chapter 126 _ The most powerful graduates ever. In the huge playground, dozens or even hundreds of pairs of eyes fell on Chinyu. While everyone was amazed, for Sarutobi Shinosuke, it was a slap in the face. Especially what Chinyu said just now was like an invisible slap. He couldn't help but hold Yuhi on his cheeks. He looked at Uchiha Chinyu, his expression changed, and he shouted sharply. No, it must be that Uchiha Chinyu deliberately favored Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, how could he break free in demonic illusion with a little brat? 3 generations of Hokage's face sank, and he shouted anxiously, Shinosuke, what are you doing? Dad, it's not me who is fooling around, it's Uchiha Chinyu. He used demonic illusion, which even I, the principal, couldn't get rid of, to attack these graduates. This is simply a lunatic, who can break free. Sarutobi roared anxiously. Road. Also, from the very beginning, Uchiha Chinyu planned to make Uchiha Itachi graduate exceptionally, so deliberately releasing water is no exception. I can't believe that as a Jonin, the headmaster of Konoha School, I can't compare to a student. A hysterical roar echoed in the heaven and earth. The expressions of the parents present couldn't help but stagnate. In their eyes, as Sarutobi Shinosuke said, even the dignified Jonin and the principal of the Konoha school couldn't do it. Not to mention, these are generally 8 or 9-year-old freshmen. Now that Uchiha Itachi can break through in demonic illusion, it will undoubtedly become intriguing. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, a smile appeared on Sarutobi Shinosuke's face. The next moment, it became extremely stiff. Teacher, I'm awake too. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing in the heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they hurriedly looked at the sound, and what they saw was a bad boy, Sarutobi Asuma. He even respectfully greeted Chinyu with a teacher-student salute. I'm awake too. Bujowo Genma also suddenly opened his eyes. Me too. I also came out in demonic illusion. Why are you all faster than me? Teacher, I came out too. Cut, who was afraid just now and didn't dare to commit suicide. How embarrassing, how dare you say it and show it off. Quote. The voices that came out one after another, and the young men who opened their eyes one by one. At this moment, it was like a chain reaction occurred. That smile on his face was completely subverted by Sarutobi Shinosuke's brutality. It's impossible, isn't Uchiha Chinyu in the demonic illusion space, wanting to kill you all? Why are you able to come out without hating him at all? Sarutobi Shinosuke growled in a hurry. Of the figure, he performed the technique of instant body, and appeared in front of Sarutobi Asuma. He was about to ask questions, but was stopped by Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. Ninosuke, we have to admit that the demonic illusion space created by Chinyu is powerful. Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at Chinyu with fear. However, we must also admit that he made these students feel a sense of death in advance, which is a transformation of their spiritual mood. It can be said that they experienced a life and death, and then experienced a courageous decision to commit suicide. This will not only improve their survival rate in the Third Ninja War, but as long as they survive, I am afraid they will still be the graduates with the most powerhouses in the past. Everyone in the field was stunned. In the beginning, as parents, they came to Xingxi to ask for guilt. Unfortunately, everything in front of them subverted their cognition. Chapter 127 _ Has your child committed suicide? It's impossible, he must have let you out on purpose, otherwise, this demonic illusion space cannot be destroyed at all. Sarutobi Shinizuke looked grim. Watching 48 students and 2 teachers also come out of the demonic illusion space. This is a shame for his dignified school principal. Brother, Mr. Chinyu didn't let us out on purpose, it was Itachi who told us how to do it. Sarutobi Asuma said with a respectful face. The test this time is courage. After being killed, reshape the body again, and then muster the courage to face life and death and make the final choice. This is the ultimate goal of the teacher. Having said that, Sarutobi Asuma looked at Chinyu and said, if I were to evaluate it, the graduation assessment this time is more important than what I have learned in 3 years. Yes, when we first graduated, we were worried about how to deal with the enemy on the battlefield, but now we are not afraid. After this experience, I won't be frightened like I was just now. Cut, do you really think that the battlefield is full of powerful beings like the teacher? Don't forget, the teacher is known as the blood-colored Asura. The scene suddenly boiled over. Looking at the students who hated Chinyu at the beginning, his attitude was instantly one-sided. A teacher on the left, a teacher on the right. This ride is like a dream. Haha, did you see that my son, Feiju Tanbo, passed the most brutal graduation examination in history? His future achievements are definitely greater than that of my father. Jonin is just around the corner. One parent laughed out loud. Cut, wait a moment, I have to go to the party. I have already prepared my speech. My steel is iron. The demonic illusion space of the blood-colored Asura successfully stood out in the cruelest graduation assessment in history, and became the genin the best. The parent standing beside him said unconvincingly. For a time, the huge playground was instantly occupied by the sound of boiling show-off. There are some outrageous dialogues flying all over the sky. Has your son tried suicide? How many of your sons committed suicide? How did your son commit suicide? Looking at these bizarre conversations, even the 3 generations of Hokage and other high-level executives looked at each other in dismay, and could only smile bitterly. Even they didn't expect that the cruelest graduation assessment in history would form a wave of follow-up in the future. Many people greet each other when they meet. Have your children committed suicide? This sentence has become the strongest synonym for this class of graduates. It is also the title of a blood-colored Asura disciple. Has the title of suicide. Of course, all of this is just an afterthought. At that time, I am afraid that even Chinyu would not have thought of his unintentional act. Let these 48 graduates become the mainstay of Konoha's future combat power Jinchuriki column, 48 suicides. Okay. 3 generations of Hokage glanced at it, and the lost Sarutobi Shinizuke sighed secretly. He knew very well that if Sarutobi Shinizuke did not choose to run away, he would definitely not become an alternative existence in this group of people. As long as he is killed by Chinyu, he will reshape the illusion again and muster the courage to choose suicide. Will also be shrouded in the present honor. Unfortunately, all this now makes his so-called refutation seem pale and powerless. Even the title of Konoha's 8 colors can't fill him up. Next, the genin graduation ceremony will be held. Since all the parents are here, let's join together. As for Chinyu, the 3rd generation Hokage looked at Uchiha Chinyu. However, before he could speak, Chinyu, who was leaning against the tree, smiled genially. With a bang, his body turned into a cloud of white mist, which collapsed between the heavens and the earth. The violent scene left everyone stunned. The 2 horse-riding brothers had the same temperament. Using Shadow Clone for genin graduation assessment. Is this looking down on people, or making fun of people? Compared with the shock of everyone, Sarutobi Shinosuke can't wait to find a dog hole to get into. Even a mere clone can't fight, let alone seek revenge for Uchiha Chinyu. Teacher, this Uchiha Chinyu really doesn't play cards according to common sense, but everything he does is flawless, and people can't be picky. Tsunade said suddenly. These 48 freshmen have changed their aura, giving them a sense of tenacity and decisiveness. If they are on the battlefield, they are comparable to experienced ninjas. This assessment method may be able to learn from one or two. Faced with this proposal, the three generations of Hokage and Jiraiya laughed helplessly, and couldn't help but turn over a Byakugan. Tsunade, don't be too naive, you can instantly cast demonic illusion to form a conjoined space. Looking at the entire Konoha ninja village, it may be possible for everyone except the Kurama family to wash and sleep. Jiraiya explained helplessly. Moreover, in order to maintain such a huge demonic illusion space at the same time, I am afraid that the caster's mental strength, demonic illusion attainments, etc. have extremely high requirements. It can be said that this time's assessment cannot be replicated. The third generation of Hokage on the side also nodded in agreement, looked at the direction in which Chinyu's shadow clone dissipated, and sighed. This kid, every time he does things, it is unexpected. Sometimes I really don't want to be an enemy of him, otherwise I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. These words fell. Jiraiya and Tsunade who were present were silent, but they could not refute for a moment. On the other hand, outside Konoha Shinobi Village, a dark shadow like a ghost fell on the basin. Kakuzu, who was originally sitting on the rock with a gloomy expression, woke up. Lord you're finally here. Kakuzu tightened his expression, then heaved a sigh of relief. Chinyu nodded and said with a frown, what is it that made you contact me so urgently? After Chinyu exited the demonic illusion space just now, he saw the eagle used by Kakuzu for communication, so he left his clone in the ninjutsu school and left alone. In his eyes, Kakuzu has the strength of cage level, and is accompanied by Sasori of the Red Sand. I am afraid that facing a small country, it can be easily destroyed. It's Biwa Juzo who has news. Kakuzu turned over and took out a scroll. When he was approaching Kisame Hoshigaki, he learned that Danzo was secretly in contact with the Land of Water, which seemed to be related to the murder of the third generation of Mizukage. Although I don't know the ins and outs of the matter for the time being, I thought that this matter is related to you, so I make your own decision, come and report. Quote. Chinyu took the scroll, and the content described above was more detailed than what Kakuzu described. Even the time when the messenger sent by Danzo spoke with the daimyo of the Land of Water was clearly recorded. It seems that after more than half of the 7 ninja swordsmen were slaughtered, and the third generation of Mizukage was killed for no reason, the status of Biwajuzo and Kisame Hoshigaki was improved and they were able to access these key confidential information. Chapter 128 The Bounty of the Tang Kingdom. Sir, are we going to strike first? Kakuzu said suddenly. I found out not long ago that Anbu stole out of the Konoha Shinobi village by himself. This should be Danzo's messenger. As long as the Lord gives an order, he can be killed soon. Having said this, Kakuzu's face has a murderous look. After all, Kakuzu is walking in the ninja world as a bounty hunter. In the original book, he is in Akatsuki. It is also an existence that even dares to kill his teammates. At the moment, only facing Chinyu, will he restrain his stinky temper a little. Haha, such a fun game, why did it end early? Let Danzo continue to dance. Chinyu smiled warmly, and Nine Tomo Sharingan turned around abruptly. The instant the black flames rose, the scroll was directly burned to ashes. Where is Sasori? Chinyu frowned. He didn't want the younger brother he had just received, so he was disliked by Kakuzu and directly killed him. He took a mission and went to destroy the country of soup. What kind of cult? I saw that the famous name was very good and the reward was a lot, so I let him act without authorization. Kakuzu explained. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out a reward order. There was no portrait of the character Chinyu had in mind, but a description in words. Offer a reward of 50 million taels to destroy the evil gods in the country of soup. According to the time, Hidan, a cultist, should be 11 or 12 years old now. In this chaotic ninja war, the evil gods should rise, and Hidan should be released. It seems that because of this reason, the name of Tang Jiguo can't wait to carry out a reward task in the black market. Although, the country of soup and the country of soil are bordered by the border, it is also one of the small affiliated countries. On weekdays, if something happens in the country of Tang, the daimyo of the country of Tang will also pay, and let Iwagakure village take action to solve one or two things. Unfortunately, the village of Iwagakure has now been attacked by the surprise attack force led by the third-generation Raikage. The purpose is precisely the two-tailed beasts, and an offensive and defensive battle has been launched. In a short period of time, it was impossible to free up his hands to suppress the heretic god sect for Tang Jiguo. In the face of the increasingly invading cultists, Tang Jiguo daimyo had no choice but to place a bounty on the black market. Sir, are you not going to interfere in this kind of thing? Kakuzu couldn't help asking. The young man in front of him, although he is decades away from him, is facing the oppressive force of this back. It only appeared when facing the original Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Within the Cthulhu sect, there is a very good goal that may be our companion. Chinyu smiled genially. Besides, don't you worry about Sasori and plan to go together. Since it is possible to meet, it is also a fate, and it is also a good thing to kill this boring time. Kakuzu's expression was stagnant, and Chinyu had clearly guessed his thoughts. He touched the back of his head awkwardly, and said, "It seems that nothing can be hidden from the adults. Sasori's guy keeps saying that he is looking for some materials for the sake of art. I'm worried that he won't bargain. If he can't get back even 50 million taels, it's a loss-making business. So, I hope your lord will allow me to take a trip in person." Looking at an art madman and a wealthy slave, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. In his memory, Akatsuki's members were all problem characters. If it is placed in modern times, it can definitely be called a psychologically distorted terrorist. Okay, since it's still some time before Danzo's attack, let's go to the land of soup to see, you lead the way. Chinyu patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. He knew very well that Kakuzu's bottom line was money. If he refused his request in terms of money, I am afraid it would not be worth the loss. Sir, don't worry, I have everything ready, Kakuzu said with a happy face. However, this time, the bounty of Tang Jiguo's name is the highest in recent years, and many people in the black market have accepted it. Mission. So, we will meet with them next, and if necessary, I want to solve some small problems. Not reject Kakuzu's proposal. Moreover, facing the most mysterious black market organization in Hokage, Chinyu was still interested. After getting Chinyu's approval, Kakuzu didn't stop for a while, and he led the way in a flash. After Chinyu left Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku hurried back to the place where the Uchiha clan was stationed. When he returned to the front of the house, not only did he not find Chinyu's whereabouts, but he was alarmed by the scene in front of him, and his face turned gloomy. Patriarch, the three elders have been waiting for you for a long time. The 4 members of the garrison guarding the gate said in unison. One of the leaders was Uchiha Stone, who was injured by Uchiha Chinyu. I didn't expect your injury to heal so quickly. I think that if Chinyu had attacked a little harder, you might have grass growing on your grave now. Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. Uchiha Shi's stride suddenly stiffened, and his cheeks couldn't help twitching. He went to provoke Uchiha Chinyu, and the matter of taking bloody Asura as his younger brother had already spread in the station. However, because he was the deputy captain of the garrison, no one dared to mention it in person. Now Uchiha Fugaku dares to say a word, and for Uchiha Shi, it is simply a face. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shi's face turned gloomy and said, "Fugaku, I gave you face, so I called you the patriarch. If I don't give you face, you are not even a fart now. I tell you now, because of your incompetent leadership over the years, the three elders have decided to dismiss your patriarch position, and I will inherit it from now on." You. Uchiha Fugaku's expression froze for a moment, then he sneered and said, "You are a waste. If I am not the patriarch, even if it is Chinyu and Shisui's turn, it will not be your turn. As a leading dog, you'd better lead the way for me." "Bastard." Uchiha Shi's face turned ashen, and he shouted in exasperation. However, as soon as the voice fell, he instantly met the three-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Fugaku. An inexplicable suppressed breath, like a frenzy, came head-on. This is pure murder. Although he couldn't reach Chinyu's level, it was enough to shock and frighten Uchiha Shi, the younger generation who had never been on the battlefield. "Okay, now is not the time to quarrel, Fugaku. Don't blame Shi, he is also thinking about the rise of our Uchiha clan," Uchiha said lightly with his hands behind him. Took a short pause, looked back, and said without a smile, "I heard that Makoto is pregnant with your child again. If there is another genius like Itachi, this is definitely what the ancestors gave to our Uchiha clan. Bless. So, as a father, you should protect them well, and don't let anything happen at such a juncture." Chapter 129 The Eve of the Storm. "Aren't you planning to do something to Makoto?" Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly turned cold, and the breath he exuded rolled back like a frenzy. Sharingan turned in vain, and the three-pointed star Mangekyo was instantly revealed. A tyrannical pupil force rose into the sky through the body, and with a tenor-like posture, it rolled away, causing the complexions of the surrounding guard team members to change dramatically. The next moment, a dark shadow flashed out in the dark, three-tomo Sharingan, which looked unusually infiltrating in the dark. In an ups and downs, Kue was pushed directly against Uchiha Fire's back. "Elder," offended, Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. In this world, in addition to his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi can only show indifference to those who respect him. "Elder, this is Mangekyo Sharingan, and three-tomo Sharingan." Uchiha's expression changed drastically. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of everyone present also changed. In their eyes, during Uchiha Fugaku's tenure as the patriarch, everything was peaceful. I didn't expect that such power would be hidden. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi, who was only 7 years old, even started three-tomo Sharingan. This is something that even the adults like them can do with great effort. Hehe, it seems that Fugaku you are hiding too deeply. Elder Huo seemed to have expected it, and he was under this pressure, but he didn't take it to heart. However, it is precisely because you have this kind of strength that you choose to forbear. You lack the sharpness of Uchiha Chinyu, and you do not strive for the benefit of our Uchiha family at all. So, after our elders, there is another kind of clan's main battle member who decides to remove your clan leader's position. Words fell, Uchiha Itachi's expression changed drastically. Yesterday, he was ramen in Ichiraku. IKEA discovered the ambition of the three elders, and decided to graduate early. I never thought that the three elders would be faster than him. He was interrupted by Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. Are you planning to push Chinyu up to compete for the Hokage position? Are you not afraid of being attacked by him? Elder Huo laughed dryly and said, he is a hero, and you can't compare with him. Also, I have your family as hostages. As long as he really takes Hokage's position and everything is done, he can't step down from Hokage's position. Forgot to tell you, we cast the secret fire spirit seal on Makoto's body. As long as you do something wrong, don't blame us for not remembering our old feelings. The hoarse voice revealed a hint of threat. Uchiha Itachi's expression sank, and he was about to burst out when Uchiha Fugaku's probing hand pressed his shoulders. Come on, let's go see your mother. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, I don't think the elders will stop me, right? Elder Huo said with a bark-like smile. Don't worry, I will still allow this request, but for the next time, I hope you can stay at home and don't run around. Watching Elder Huo give way, Uchiha Fugaku walked towards the dining room with Itachi with a cold face. Just after taking a few steps, Uchiha Itachi lost his breath. Dad, why don't we resist, dare to cast a curse on mother, and take us as hostages to threaten brother? This method is simply hateful. Fugaku patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said, did you look down on those clowns who jumped on the beam, or did you look down on your big brother you? They will regret it. The evil people in this world are not terrible. The most terrible thing is the smiling tiger. Don't look at your cousin's kindness. When you become crazy, no one will believe in doing anything. However, the Konoha ninja village will be restless next time. The three elders, as well as Danzo, don't even have the last bit of Pure Land. I really hope Minato can come back sooner. Watching Uchiha Fugaku and his son leave. Uchiha Shi was the first to lose his temper. Elder Huo, will I inherit the patriarch next? But does the plan really work? Fugaku doesn't seem to care about it at all. I thought I was going to fight him, and I had 30 confidants on all sides. In their eyes, in the face of this kind of rebellion, who would not resist furiously? This kind of natural feeling makes them not used to it. It smells like the eve of a storm. Don't worry, I promise you that the position of the patriarch belongs to you. As for Uchiha Chinyu, he is still a kid. I heard that he values feelings and loves Itachi. Elder Huo's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. With them as hostages, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to make any big waves. How can a mere brat fight with us old bones? Haha, the elders are right, he is just a little boy, he is nothing without us Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shi laughed unbridled. 3 days later, in a deserted town 30 miles away from the land of soup, two figures in cloaks flashed past the half-collapsed town gate. Landed on a road full of weeds. Boss, the meeting point is ahead. Kakuzu lifted his cloak and led the way again. Chinyu quickly followed. Coming to the world of Hokage, it was the first time for him, and he felt like he was on a mission. Moreover, I learned from the news along the way that this time the bounty quest of Tang Jiguo attracted many wandering ninjas and some small country families. Among them, Chinyu was also interested. Under the leadership of Kakuzu, Chinyu quickly came to an abandoned toilet. After knocking on the wall with a special rhythm, the roar of the organ soon came. A neat crack appeared on the originally solid wall. The stone door moved with a roar, and a man with tattoos appeared, and a dim passageway. Who? The tattooed man asked warily. However, the moment he saw the token in Kakuzu's hand, his pupils shrank suddenly. The blood-colored Shira order turned out to be a 9th-level bounty hunter. I was too rude. The tattooed man hurriedly gave way and looked at Chinyu. Does this guy have identification? If not, then just wait outside. As soon as these words fell, Kakuzu turned his right hand, and there was an extra kunai. The cold light of the blade circulated, and it went straight to the neck of the tattooed man. The speed was so fast that the tattooed man didn't have time to react at all, so he could only watch helplessly, the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils. Chapter 130_Treat My Pets. The attacking kunai rapidly enlarged in his pupils, making the tattooed man's face turn pale instantly. The thought of death just came into his mind, and the next moment, he saw a hand clasping Kakuzu's wrist first. Okay, don't frighten people. Chinyu said lightly. Put Kuwu away, it seems to be very lively inside. It's the boss. Kakuzu didn't refute. After glancing at the tattooed man, he put away Kuwu. Boss. The tattooed man's face changed involuntarily, looking at Chinyu, who was shrouded in cloak and was obviously thinner. It is too shocking to be called the boss by a 9th-level bounty hunter. This is an underground black market, respecting strength. It is different from the outside world's evaluation of status. Even the vicious 9th-level bounty hunter in front of him was so respectful. This means that the young man in front of him may be terrifying to another level. My boss asked, what happened inside? Kakuzu asked coldly. Usually, every time he comes, this underground black market is unusually deserted. It is so lively now that it has undoubtedly subverted his cognition. Yes, it's an auction. The tattooed man said anxiously, because this time, because of the huge reward, many small families and forces have been summoned, so the person in charge temporarily decided to hold the auction here. Auction. Chinyu couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time he had discovered that there were auctions in the world of Hokage. However, it's really hard to say if anything good can come out. If it's just some scraps of iron and steel, I'm afraid it's disappointing. My lord, it seems that you also have intentions. The tattooed man immediately saw Chinyu's thoughts, and said anxiously, if your lord is also here for the mission of Teng Jiguo, it is still early to set off, so you might as well go. Eye-opening, I heard that there are legendary artifacts in this auction. Artifact. Chinyu looked surprised. In the world of Hokage, very few artifacts have ever appeared. Among them, the first so-called artifact that appeared was the Thor sword owned by the second-generation Hokage. It's a pity that in the end, he was defeated directly after he beat Rasengan. My lord, let me tell you secretly, that artifact is incomparably powerful. An ordinary genin, possessing this artifact, can instantly fight against Jonin. I think your lord is wise and divine. If you get this kind of weapon, you can go to the next level. Has become the dragon and phoenix among people. The tattooed man was not busy and flattered a few times. Kakuzu looked at Chinyu subconsciously. He didn't actually yearn for the so-called auction. After all, that kind of occasion, but need to spend money. For the miser like Kakuzu, it was nothing short of torture. Go and have a look, you don't need to spend any money anyway. Chinyu smiled warmly. As soon as these words fell, the tattooed man was stunned for a moment. It doesn't cost money, is it just to see it, or do you plan to rob it? Of course, the second thought, as soon as it emerged in the tattooed man's mind, was directly killed. In his eyes, although the underground black market is not a country, its power spreads throughout the entire ninja world, and it is even more prosperous. Whoever dares to make trouble in the underground black market will soon be hunted down by the entire ninja world. After all, there is no one person who doesn't like money. Money can make ghosts run the mill, and this principle prevails everywhere. No need to spend money. Kakuzu was also startled. Chinyu patted his shoulder and said, let's go, let's take a look, you'll know soon. Abandoning these words, Chinyu followed the tattooed man to the depths of the underground black market. After passing through 7 or 8 bends, they reached a depth of tens of meters underground. This is a huge circular space, surrounded by people in all directions. In the middle is a huge high platform, and a man with a strange tattoo is standing on the platform, introducing things with a loud voice. Sir, I will send you to this place. Due to the temporary auction, there is no VIP room here. I hope you don't mind. The tattooed man said respectfully. It was clearly still under the shadow cast by Kakuzu just now. Go back, I'm just taking a look. Chinyu said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, I soon heard the sound of the wooden seat beating on the stage. 3,000 taels for the third time, Congratulations to the lady over there for getting 100 ration pills. The tattooed man on the stage pointed the gavel at the crowd. All kinds of vulgar voices broke out in the field immediately. Ha ha, little beautiful girl, can you afford the 3,000 taels? I heard that you Akatsuki are old and poor. Why don't you stay with me for one night? I can give you 3,000 taels. Turtle Spider, you don't even look at your broken face. Who would be foolish enough to go to bed with you? Little girl, as long as you stay with me for one night, I will give you 200 military ration pills. I am a poisonous bee. Pull. I'll give out 300 ration pills. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Facing the booing of hundreds of people, the 5 figures in the flaming cloud cloaks in the crowd trembled slightly. Obviously a little bit unbearable, this kind of coarse salt slang. Chinyu crossed the crowd and finally saw the thin figure of the leader. Conan, one of the 3 apprentices that Jiraiya accepted in a Megakure village. However, compared with the original, Conan is only 17 or 18 years old now. There is no frosty coldness in the original book, and there is a hint of innocence. Facing these people's provocation by Kai Guago, Yuhi's cheeks were also suffocated. Conan was about to open his mouth to refute, and an unpredictable voice broke the one-sided situation. This kind of thing can also be used as money. Chinyu said slowly, I usually treat my pets as snacks. Use this kind of thing to sleep with a little beautiful girl, it's worth a lot. The small sound, at this moment, is like a hurricane passing through. After all, some forces such as soil spiders and poisonous bees just opened their mouths to tease them. Now Chinyu's words have turned into provocations. Boy, do you know what nonsense you're talking about? The soil spider said sharply, his face sank. This military food pill, in addition to the large number of medical ninjas in the 5 countries, can be produced. It is a rare thing for our small families and small forces. You are so loud, if you can't take it out, don't blame us for being rude. As soon as these words fell, everyone showed a look of interest. In their eyes, Chinyu was just a young man who didn't know the darkness of the ninja world at all. Kakuzu, is the Bingbian pill really that valuable? Chinyu raised his brows, looking a little surprised. Kakuzu nodded expressionlessly, not caring about the rudeness of these people. As long as Chinyu gave an order, he didn't mind killing the audience. Chapter 131 The Legendary Artifact. This one, thank you for your kindness. I believe in the military ration pill. It is also very important to you in this war-torn period, and you don't have to go through this muddy water. Conan said suddenly. In her eyes, Chinyu's words just now were extremely arrogant, but they were also to relieve her siege. However, as soon as these words fell, he saw Sanwei crawling out of Chinyu's cloak with hazy sleepy eyes. Boss, what's going on? There's a lot of noise, is there any food to eat? These dry pills make my mouth feel bitter. Sanwei yawned. Although he said this on his mouth, a bag of military ration pills hung on his paws. As soon as it was undone, it fell directly into his mouth. 10, 20, 30. Those with good deeds stared at the black military ration pill, which was directly poured into Sanwei's mouth. A ration pill can supplement the food intake of a day. Now Sanwei swallowed 30 as soon as he opened his mouth, and this horse riding can hold a person alive. You still have military ration pills in your hand. Bring me 2 bags. Don't look reluctant. Didn't you say it's not delicious? After that, I'll cook yuhi and burn lion heads for you. Chinyu rolled his eyes, like a miser. 3 taels. He really doubted whether this guy had been with Kakuzu for a few days, and his temperament was close to the red and black. However, when Sanwei heard Chinyu's enticement, he hurriedly handed over the 3 bags of soldier ration pills in his hand. Boss, you owe me 3 meals. Also, can you eat yuhi's burnt lion heads, or I'll go find some lions and chop off the heads. I think it will take at least 7 or 8 heads before I can eat enough. It looked like a porcelain doll, but Yuhi opened his mouth and shut his mouth. Yuhi was burning a lion's head, and he was in a posture like 7 or 8 heads. The people present were stunned. Where does the confidence of this porcelain doll come from? Chinyu rolled his eyes and pushed Sanwei back into the cloak. He was really worried that this guy really went to kill the lion. Taking the 3 bags of military ration pills, Chinyu looked at Conan and threw it out in full view. It's for you. Conan was stunned. Do not. It should be said that everyone present was stunned. There are hundreds of pills in this small bag of military rations. Now Chinyu makes 3 bags, which is at least worth tens of thousands of taels. This is undoubtedly higher than the bid of the soil spider and the poisonous bee just now. I can't ask for anything from you, and besides, I'm not that kind of person. Conan's expression froze, a trace of anger appeared on his face, and he hurriedly wanted to return the ration pill to Chinyu. However, as soon as the idea emerged, it was interrupted by the next words. I don't need that. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and said, it's a favor I owe your teacher. It's a help to Akatsuki. If you insist on that, I don't mind. In the Third Ninja War, Akatsuki under the leadership of Nagato and others was still under the so-called peace concept. As long as you hold a heart to restore peace to the ninja world, no matter what your background is, you can join the organization. It can be said that the current Akatsuki is not the awesome existence in the original book. No, sending any one person can also blow up the sky. Small civic organization active in the village of Omegakure. Rinnegan of the company chief has not been activated yet, so he can scare anyone. Completely down and out of the small organization. Teacher, Conan couldn't help but startled. When Jiraiya left, he told them that they must not reveal their relationship with him. Otherwise, there will be fatalities. After all, when Jiraiya volunteered to stay in Omegakure village to guide the Conan trio, Orochimaru had the heart of a killer. If Danzo knew, one of the dignified Sannin, known as the strongest being in the Konoha ninja village, actually guided the enemy. Moreover, each ninja guided by Sannin is not an unknown person. Among them, Jiraiya has a Konoha Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato who is a big shock ninja. Under this premise, Danzo will never allow any threat to emerge. It is for this reason that in the original book, Akatsuki was in contact with the village of Iwagakure. Danzo conspired with Hanzo of the Salamander to ambush the 3 Nagato who led Akatsuki's peace talks. Do you know who my teacher is? Conan couldn't help asking. 3 of them formed Akatsuki in the first place to catch up with Jiraiya. After all, letting teachers see their achievements is the best reward. Hehe, let's talk about Juju later. I still want to see the artifact in the auction earlier, but I don't want to stay in this smoky place. Chinyu laughed dryly and avoided answering. Conan's expression was stagnant, and he was about to speak and then stopped by a man who was beside him. Conan-sama, don't forget the purpose of our visit this time. If we get that thing, we Akatsuki will be able to gain a foothold in the ninja world. The man urged urgently. What's more, what this kid said just now has offended a lot of people. Speaking of which, Conan realized that the atmosphere in the scene had changed. Not to mention soil spiders and poisonous bees, even a lot of powerful people looked at Chinyu with a hint of murderous intent. Boy, your tone is really big. I hope you can leave this place alive after the auction is over. Two Spider gave a cold and gloomy look, and then turned his eyes back to the ring. Looking at this scene, Kakuzu's expression turned cold. Boss, do you want to kill them all? They probably saw the speciality of the 3 tails. This can't blame Chinyu for being too high profile. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Sanwei for being too flamboyant. Swallowing dozens of military ration pills in one bite, anyone can see the difference. However, if you let them know that the target they are targeting is the dignified tailed beast, I wonder if there will be such a confident expression. No need, this scene has just begun. Chinyu smiled and shook his head, looking towards the high platform. Okay, I didn't expect that this auction would usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it. This auction is coming to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact of this auction is. The tattooed man said, "Open your throat and drink." Soon, someone came up from the stage holding an old box. For a while, everyone held their breath, and the moment the tattooed man opened the box, his pupils shrank suddenly. Okay, I didn't expect that this auction would usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it. This auction is coming to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact of this auction is. The tattooed man said, "Open your throat and drink." Soon, someone came up from the stage holding an old box. For a while, everyone held their breath, and the moment the tattooed man opened the box, his pupils shrank suddenly. I believe you will also think that this is just an ordinary ninja tool, but I want to tell you, this is the powerful ninja fan that the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops in the village of Kurigakure had in the past. The tattooed man's tone changed instantly. Excited. Perhaps, you don't know who the Golden Horn and Silver Horn are, but as long as you know that the second-generation Hokage of Konoha Ninja Village died under the riots of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, it is enough to see how powerful this banana fan is. Now the last item is auctioned. The price starts from 100,000 taels, and the starting price for each auction is at least 50,000 taels. Chapter 132 I will take the lead. The slightly elusive voice fell, and there was an uproar in the field immediately. Not only shocked by the price, but also by the power of this banana fan. However, at the beginning, the price was 100,000, and each time it jumped at least 50,000. Under such a high price, these small families and small forces will undoubtedly be discouraged. There was an inexplicable silence in the huge field, and even the tattooed man on the stage couldn't hang on his face. Subconsciously, he looked at Chinyu. Hee, it seems that no one dares to bid, then I will take the lead, 1,000,000 taels. Chinyu raised his hand warmly. Immediately there was an uproar in the field. The moment before, let the pet treat the food pills as a snack. Now the reserve price has been increased tenfold as soon as he opens his mouth, which means he has a lot of money. It's basically the performance of a playboy. 1,000,000 taels. Conan's cheeks flashed with disappointment. They Akatsuki have always liked to save the dead, and they often help refugees. Although often in the black market, or in other countries to take some tasks to earn bounties. Unfortunately, for Akatsuki in the development period, it is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Originally, they were inquiring about an artifact auction. They held 700,000 or 800,000 taels, and they were lucky enough to be able to bring the artifact home. Now Chinyu opened his mouth, directly shattering the extravagant hopes of many people. Hee, I didn't expect this little brother. He really has a vision, this banana fan, but the powerful attack weapon of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn can exert the impact of the 5 elements of ninjutsu. The power is very powerful. If anyone can buy it back, maybe I can become a cage-level powerhouse on a par with the 5 countries. The tattooed man was overjoyed. This is an artifact at the bottom of the box. If he can't even buy the price of this thing, and blame it on the top, he will be a dead end. Boss, is this thing really worth 1,000,000? Kakuzu's expression was still indifferent, but it was obviously a little painful. Although, if he randomly takes a mission and kills an important person, he can get hundreds or even tens of millions of bounties. But for Kakuzu, every penny is his flesh. Hee, if I told you, this thing is worth at least hundreds of millions of taels, would you believe it? Chinyu laughed dryly. 6 Paths Ninja Gear. This is an awesome ninja tool that appeared in the 4th Ninja War in the original book. In the end, if Tenten hadn't exhausted his luck in marrying, he would become the king of leaks with the fate of being a single dog all his life. Once the Six Paths Ninja tool spreads out again, it will definitely create another big boss. Hundreds of millions of tails. Kakuzu was stunned. In his conception, that's a lot of money. In normal times, at least dozens of people were killed to get this astronomical sum. If Chinyu can spend 1 million in exchange for 100 million, this is simply a huge pie. 101 million tails. After holding back for a while, the soil spider gave Chinyu a vicious look and said. However, just as the eyes fell on Chinyu's body, the voices that followed made everyone's cheeks twitch. 2 million tails. Chinyu raised his hand with a smile and said, "Do you still have money, or in the next round, I will call less and let you call a few more times." Kai Guguo's provocation made the soil spider's face suffocate Yuhi, and the clansmen standing behind him drew their knives towards each other. The cold light shone on the blade, adding an inexplicable depression to the scene. "Stop." The earth spider stared at Chinyu coldly, and after pressing down with his big hand, he said, "Boy, don't ask me. My earth spider is a 5th-level bounty hunter in the black market, and there are tens of millions of tails. I'm afraid saying it scares you." "Really?" Chinyu smiled playfully. This scene made other forces who were interested in getting their hands on this banana fan, wishing they could slap the soil spider twice. Knowing that this kid is a dude, he opened his mouth to run the train, and even stimulated him face to face. If something goes wrong, they will directly take the price away again, which is not what they think. However, this idea had just emerged, and the words that fell in the ear the next moment made everyone's cheeks twitch. 20 million, this is my last offer. Any one of you who can quote a higher price can take this thing away. Chinyu said with a smile. Forgot to remind everyone, this time we are all here for the bounty task of Tang Jiguo. If you spend 20 million to get the awesome artifact, after completing the task, you can get 50 million. This is a win-win. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. The eyes of some families who were not very thoughtful at first suddenly brightened. As Chinyu said, this is not a short-term investment, as long as you get the banana fan. Even if the quest of the Land of Soup is solved, it can still be used on other quests in the future. This is a steady stream of wealth. Damn boy, the earth spider nearly gnawed Kiba's teeth. He had this idea from the very beginning, and originally planned to get the banana fan at the lowest price. Now that Chinyu has said it, he can't wait to swallow Chinyu Sheng. However, after feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, the earth spider didn't have time to bother with Chinyu, so he raised his hand and shouted sharply, "My earth spider has made 25 million, I hope my friends on the road will save face and take this banana fan. Give it to me. In the future, my soil spider will definitely repay it well." Of course, if there is anyone who doesn't have long eyes, they can bid for it, but I hope he can safely leave the border of the Land of Soup. Having said that, the soil spider looked around the field with a sullen face. I have to say that these ruthless remarks undoubtedly made some weak people and forces dispel their thoughts. However, it does not mean that no one dares to bid. Hee, the idea of the earth spider is so cute, but I, the poisonous bee, are not afraid of your spiders. I will produce 27 million tails. The poisonous bee is a feminine man with a pale face and a golden pattern on his face. There are also more than a dozen so-called clansmen standing behind them, and they seem to be almost the same as the Earth Spider clan. Looking at the tense atmosphere, Kakuzu couldn't help but stagnate and said, "Boss, aren't you determined to win this divine weapon? What you said just now seems to be detrimental to us." In Kakuzu's eyes, this banana fan is very valuable, and the method proposed by Chinyu is also very feasible. But with the smallest cost, in exchange for the largest value, for him. This is the best solution. What Chinyu is doing now has undoubtedly subverted his cognition. Hee, Don't worry, we won't participate in the next auction, and this farce won't end so easily, we can just watch the show. Chin-yu laughed dryly. Chapter 133 The Crazy Bamboo Clan. Kakuzu looked startled, and was about to ask questions when he heard another voice. I'll pay 50 million taels. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, shaking everyone's nerves. After seeing Chin-yu's bidding, they thought Chin-yu had gone crazy. It's a pity that now suddenly another ruthless character who directly raised the bid from 27 million to 50 million is undoubtedly beyond their understanding. The earth spider and the poisonous bee, who were originally tit for tat, suddenly turned gloomy, and looked at the sound coldly. Chin-yu and the others also took advantage of this chance to breathe and saw the person who made the bid. Do not. It should be said that the bidder this time is also a force. There were about 12 or 3 in number, and the middle-aged man who took the lead was wearing a white cloak, with the help of strong eyesight. Chin-yu could see the identity of this group of people. It turns out that a group of lunatics has come. It seems that this auction will be really lively, Chin-yu said with a smile. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment. He didn't have the improved eyesight of Mangekyo Sharingan, and Chin-yu's experience in the original book, so he couldn't tell the identities of these people at a glance. However, before they could speak, the soil spider's face sank, and he took the lead in drinking coldly. You bastard, don't think you can scare us by learning from that kid. My soil spider, in this underground black market, is also a bit prestige. If you say 50 million, I doubt if you can take it out. Of course, if you say that you will deceive the banana fan first, and then make up the money after completing the mission of the Kingdom of Tang, I am afraid that anyone present can do it. Hee, does your excellency mean that you have to bite down and hold on to it? The middle-aged man who took the lead sneered. Kakuzu raised his brows and looked at Chin-yu with a hint of surprise. Unlike ordinary people, he has lived for decades, and in addition to rich experience, he is also very sensitive to murderous aura. But he didn't expect Chin-yu to see the other party's intention in advance. Hee, I just want to bite you and hold on, so what? The soil spider laughed playfully. However, the moment the smile appeared on his face, he saw the middle-aged man who raised his head and shook off his cloak. The pale complexion is different from the bones of ordinary people, and there are 2 black marks on the forehead. With a pair of wide eyes, people's nerves suddenly tense. Yes, it's a lunatic in the village of Kurigakure, the Taikatori clan. The person with sharp eyes exclaimed first. Kill them all, isn't it 50 million? It's enough for me to get it out of you. The middle-aged man who took the lead jumped out frantically. As a race with one of the Otsutsuki bloodlines, it can be said that the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan have unique strengths. Moreover, the Bamboo clan is good at melee combat and taijutsu. The ability to freely manipulate their own bones and turn them into weapons greatly increases their melee combat strength. It can be said that every member of the Bamboo clan is a powerful taijutsu ninja. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and more than a dozen ninjas from the Bamboo clan suddenly burst into flames. The movement was as fast as a vigorous cheetah, and during several ups and downs, it landed directly in front of the members of the Earth Spider clan. The middle-aged man who took the lead, tore a hole in the palm of his right hand, and spat out a bone spear as sharp as a spear. Directly stabbed the soil spider in the face. Compared with other ninjas, the first shot is a ninjutsu test. The fighting method of the Taikatori clan is completely simple and rude. Coupled with a suit of bones that can be used flexibly, the offensive has become more fierce than ordinary taijutsu ninjas. Kill me. The earth spider's face changed suddenly. He never imagined that in the underground black market, the other party would dare to attack violently. However, the earth spider is not an ordinary ninja. Its mouth is agitated like a toad. Between the mouth, a white spider web is like a peacock opening its screen, headed towards the middle-aged man. For a while, the scene was completely chaotic, and some people who didn't want to be affected even pulled away one after another. Come on, let's stop them. The chaotic crowd, Conan's face changed drastically. Especially seeing the members of the Bamboo clan who are like wolves entering the flock, unscrupulously attacking others. It was completely unbearable. Conan is right. If we can subdue the madmen of the Taketori clan, our prestige for Akatsuki will also increase. In their eyes, this is a wonderful opportunity to stand out. Therefore, as soon as this proposal came out, it was immediately seconded by others. Are you going to die? Chin-Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Chin-Yu and the two stood motionless in the field like rocks. With that kind smile on his face, Kuraki couldn't help but stunned and shouted in displeasure, "Boy, are you contemptuous of us Akatsuki?" Master Conan, but he has the strength of Jonin, and the Earth Spider is the leader of the Earth Spider clan, and he has Kekkei Genkai. The leader of the Bamboo clan has been subdued by the Earth Spider, and the others are even less afraid. This is a good opportunity to form an alliance with the hidden world. Speaking of which, Kingmu was the first to lose his temper and shouted violently, "Do it!" Akatsuki members headed by him rushed out. Conan glanced at Chin-Yu hesitantly, then took out kunai with his backhand and rushed forward. "Thank you for your kindness, but you underestimate the strength of our Akatsuki. It's a little confusing here, be careful." Conan who dropped these words and rushed into the battle circle instantly. Kakuzu snorted coldly and said, "Boss, they really don't know what's good or bad. However, are the Bamboo clan really that powerful?" For Kakuzu, he has survived for 70 or 80 years. It is not that any race has also encountered it. After all, he is a person who can't afford to be too early. There is no benefit, and he will never provoke people casually. Just look at it, it's not an ordinary Kekkei Genkai. Chin-Yu smiled playfully. The moment his eyes turned slightly on the field, Conan had already fallen beside the soil spider. The face of Akatsuki's shot, when the Earth Spider was surprised, a trace of indifference appeared on his face, and he laughed heartily. "Little girl, you were late. This kind of opponent, my native spider, can easily be solved." The soil spider took out a chakra machete with his backhand, raised his hand and faced him, and the cocoon entangled by the spider silk slashed down with force. In his eyes, this knife is enough to kill the arrogant people of this Bamboo clan. Chapter 134 Good people are hard to do. The spider patriarch keeps people. Conan exclaimed urgently. She made a move this time, just for a win-win situation, so that the two families could shake hands and make peace. That's what their Akatsuki is all about. Now that the Earth Spider is a killer, Conan's nerves are suddenly tense. It's a pity that she is still a short distance away from the two of them, so she can't keep up with the blocking. The only way is to watch the blade wrapped around chakra and slash directly at the cocoon wrapped around the spider silk. Little girl, you Akatsuki are too naive. On the battlefield, you are either dead or I am dead. How can you stop when you have such a good opportunity? Give me death. The hysterical roar echoed in the sky and the earth, and even the fleeing people couldn't help but stop and looked at the sharp knife. Facing the madman Bamboo clan who provoked trouble, they could not wait to teach them a lesson or two. When the crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. The blade wrapped around the chakra easily cut the spider silk, but it gave the Earth Spider an illusion of slicing on the copper wall and the iron wall. The huge anti-shock force made his mouth hurt, and the sparks that spewed out made his pupils shrink. PFF'd. The spider silk cocoon was torn apart instantly, and white bone spurs, like spears, stabbed directly at the body of the soil spider. At such a close distance, all this makes people feel caught off guard, and the soil spider's expression is stiff, and he forgot to shoot for a while. He just stared at the snow-white spikes and stabbed straight at himself. PFF'd. Blood splattered, shining like fireworks. Looking at the body that was pierced in an instant, the earth spider's face was full of disbelief. Sorry, but the defense of my bones is comparable to that of fine iron. This is the strongest defense of our bamboo clan. The sharp bone blade pierced out of the spider's silk cocoon, directly cutting the cocoon open. Patriarch Taketori walked out of the cocoon, wearing white bone armor all over his body, like a samurai in armor. However, his suit of armor looked extremely ferocious, with white bone spikes protruding from the back, like a human hedgehog. The chakra knife that the earth spider slashed down was being bitten by the bones on the neck of the Patriarch Taketori. That seemingly powerful blow only left a shallow white mark on it. Boss, this is just like a monster. Kakuzu said indifferently with the same expression, as the boss planning to take him as a subordinate. It looks a bit special. In Kakuzu's eyes, Chinyu has a variety of subordinates. However, they all have one thing in common, and that is scary. Whether it's him, or Sasori, or even the ghost shark he hasn't seen yet, maybe it's like this. Kakuzu, are you belittling my vision? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, it should be easy for you to kill him, how many moves would it take? Kakuzu couldn't help but startled and said, within 10 moves, there should be results. For Kakuzu, this taijutsu ninja also has a bone armor that is as strong as iron. It is not easy for ordinary ninjas to subdue them. Kakuzu, who has 5 elements of chakra and a hardened body of Doden earth style. Such an enemy is not difficult to deal with. The unbridled chatter of the two seemed extremely disturbing in such a situation where the needle was falling. Hearing these words, the people present looked at each other in dismay. At first, they just thought that Chinyu was an arrogant dude, but they never thought that at such a critical point, he would dare to make a big deal. In their eyes, this is simply courting death. Hee, it seems that I was lucky this time, and I also met this kind of kid who doesn't know how high the sky is. Patriarch Taketori laughed playfully. I really want to know, he said that he can beat me in 10 strokes, how many strokes do you arrogant person need? 30 strokes, 20 strokes, or the same 10 strokes? Can I say a trick? Chinyu smiled playfully. The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment, making everyone's nerves tense. Madman. At this moment, this adjective just flashed through everyone's mind. In the face of such a vicious and wicked generation, who dares to say such frivolous words? If he is not a lunatic, he is a fool. This is simply a joke with his own little life. Good boy, you are really arrogant. I hope you don't run away secretly in the middle. Patriarch Taketori smiled playfully. His eyes flashed a ruthless look. He directly raised the bone knife in his hand, and slashed towards the earth spider's neck. Go. This blow, if it really hits, is definitely a dead end. Stop. Conan's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry. At the same time, the kunai in his hand, with a sudden shake of his slender hand, went straight to block the bone knife. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Under the splash of sparks, the bone knife's offensive suddenly came to a halt. What a little girl, dare to interfere with my good deeds. Patriarch Taketor's face sank, and he shouted sharply, no one can save the person I want to kill. Patriarch Bamboo, the spider was also seriously injured, and you also let out a bad breath. I hope you will be merciful and calm down. Conan pleaded in a hurry. Girl, I made a rude remark just now, you must save me. Two Spider's face was pale, and even his lips were trembling, and his appearance seemed to be dying. Looking at this scene, Conan's face flashed a hint of hesitation, and he subconsciously took a step closer. However, just after this step was taken, the dying earth spider in front of him suddenly burst into flames. The whole person was like a flash of light, a fierce light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he directly reached out and grabbed Conan's wrist. Under the venting of the giant force, Conan was directly taken flying, and rammed away at the nearby Patriarch Takatori. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Conan had no idea that the person he was trying to save would betray him at such a critical moment. Looking at the bone spurs so close at hand, Conan couldn't believe that there would be no more blood holes when his small body hit it. This is totally hard for good people to do. Kakuzu. Chinyu glanced at it lightly, as if all this had been expected. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, and the 5 fingers of his right hand hidden in his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly. At this critical moment, a big hand with black meridians suddenly appeared under Conan's feet, grabbed Conan's ankle, and threw it straight in the direction of Chinyu. This scene surprised everyone. In their eyes, they thought that Chinyu and Kakuzu were just talking on paper, but they never thought that they would really step in at this juncture. And the timing of the shot was so precise, it felt like it was right from the start. Chapter 135 _ Fuel bottle stand aside. Boom. A dull crash sounded suddenly. Conan just felt his body being thrown away, and saw the world turn upside down, and when he reacted, he realized that he had fallen into someone else's arms. Conan was stunned at this violent scene, then his cheeks quickly turned to Yuhi, and he hurriedly broke free from Chinyu's arms. She lived in the war-torn years, but she knew exactly what the difference between men and women was. Even in the face of Yahiko and Nagato, she didn't feel the same kind of uneasy feeling just now. "Aren't you going to say thank you?" Chinyu smiled playfully. "I saved you." "Thank you." Conan couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time she had seen someone have the cheek to say thank you. However, what Conan couldn't imagine the most, she said it herself. However, this seemingly flirtatious scene made the soil spider and the Patriarch Takatori in the field feel an inexplicable slap in the face. If the earth spider's calculations were seen through, then the Patriarch Takatori was the prey that slipped away under his nose. Especially when they were teased by a dude who didn't care about them just a moment ago. For him, it was a shame. "Boy, you've completely angered me." Patriarch Takatori's face sank, and he roared in anger. "If you don't do it now, when will you wait?" The awe-inspiring voice resounded, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. They thought it was just a one-sided battle, but they never thought that there would be so many twists and turns. "Haha, Bamboo Tori, I thought that you alone would be able to wipe out this group of guys, but I didn't expect you to let me take action." An unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. A figure, like a ghost, rushed behind Chinyu and the two in an instant. The beacon-like weapon in his hand was also stained with purple venom, emitting an inexplicable stench. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Conan's expression changed drastically. She never imagined that the poisonous bee, who had fought against the earth spider just now, would explode at such a juncture. "Conan-sama, be careful," Karaki exclaimed anxiously. Conan's expression tightened when he heard the words, and when he hurriedly looked at it, he realized that the Patriarch of Takatori was directly violent. "Before I could think about it, I hurriedly threw 7 or 8 kunai with my backhand." At the same time, both hands flew over, forming a series of spells. Paper spears. Conan let out a coquettish cry, and a large piece of white paper quickly flew out of his body, and the next moment it condensed into a spear. As Conan's 5 fingers clenched suddenly, the paper spear shot towards the Patriarch of Takatori, and instantly broke through the air. "Little girl, your ninjutsu is really surprising, but if you want to beat me with these 3-legged cat kung fu alone, it's still too naive." Takatori Patriarch smiled grimly. Looking at the incoming attack, he didn't take it to heart at all. The moment the meteor struck with a big stride, it hit him head-on. Clang clang. The crisp metal collision sounded, and sparks splashed. The shuriken was knocked over and flew out, and the paper spear was hit by the backhand of the patriarch Taketori at will. A distance of tens of meters, in this rampant situation, is only a few short breaths. When Conan watched his attack, he was instantly disintegrated and stunned. Feeling the tightness of the shoulders, the big hands were directly buckled on the shoulders, and they were directly taken and flew 7 or 8 meters away. The oil bottle should be obediently standing aside. Don't hinder others from fighting. Chin-Yu said lightly. Chapter 136_really hit. Conan, who was thrown away, just stood firm and hurriedly looked at Chin-Yu. Seeing that the patriarch Bamboo, who had attacked her, was less than 3 or 4 meters away from Chin-Yu, the fierceness and playfulness on her face tightened her nerves. In Conan's eyes, Chin-Yu was in such a dangerous place, all because of rescuing her. The patriarch Taketori was also surprised, but the next moment he couldn't help laughing, and a fierce light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Boy, since you like to be a hero, then I will send you to be one on Huang Izumi Road. The words fell, and the 5 fingers of the right hand of the patriarch Bamboo suddenly clenched tightly, instantly turning into a long bone knife about a foot long. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed straight towards Chin-Yu's neck. However, Chin-Yu and Kakuzu were dumbfounded in the face of the combined attack of the poisonous bee and the bamboo tori, without the slightest evasion and defense. If the strange scene made the onlookers tense their nerves, the patriarch Bamboo and the thin poisonous bee showed hideous smiles on their faces. In their eyes, the next will be a one-shot victory. The 2 people in front of them are indeed foxes and tigers. When 2 crisp metal collision sounds resounded suddenly, which seemed a bit abrupt in this fatal situation. It seemed like an invisible big hand gripping people's hearts tightly. Looking at the bone knife that was splitting forcefully, it was isolated by the purple airwave at a distance of an inch away from Chin-Yu. The iron cone stained with venom directly touched Kakuzu's back and couldn't penetrate a single trace. This bizarre scene made one couldn't help but take a deep breath. You broke my clothes, how are you going to pay? Chin-Yu raised his head suddenly. Hidden under the cloak, the pair of Gorilla Yuhi's bloody eyes immediately met his gaze. This is Jugo. You are blood. The patriarch Zutori's pupils shrank suddenly, his face full of disbelief. However, before he could finish his words, Chin-Yu smiled warmly. You guessed it right, you can't afford it. Kill it. The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. Boss, I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Kakuzu grinned grimly, and the cloak wriggled instantly. One after another, the jet black meridians shot out, turning into a large net and shrouding the poisonous bee's head on. At the same time, Chin-Yu also moved instantly. When the right hand was entangled with lightning, the sound of crackling electric current echoed. Chin-Yu's right hand protruded like lightning and grabbed the face armor of the patriarch Taketori. Without any bells and whistles, it slammed down suddenly towards the place. Raiden Thunder style, heavy storm. Boom. The tyrannical force was released like a dike. Under the entanglement of thunder, the patriarch Taketori smashed to the ground like a meteor from the sky. The 100-meter ground sank suddenly, and the next moment it shattered directly. The air wave that was set off rolled back, and the gravel flew down, forming a dust storm. The people present only felt the whole ground shake. After reacting, the huge square has been turned into ruins. 2 figures stand in the center. Kakuzu has already opened a distance of more than 10 meters, and the tentacle-like resentment behind him has long since pierced the body of the poisonous bee like countless spears. Gorilla Yuhi came out, and it was swallowed up by the blood vessel like a whale. As for the ruins, the patriarch Taketori, who was originally known as an absolute defense, had a crack in the bone armor all over his body. The next moment, as if a chain reaction had occurred, a spider web-like crack spread out. With the crisp sound of breaking, the absolute defense shattered. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. The boy in front of him was not lying. The Taketori patriarch was killed in one blow. Chapter 137 I also like kind women. Who are these two people? They can kill the bamboo patriarch and the poisonous bee with one blow. This strength is at least the level of an elite jonin, and when Taketori was at the end, he seemed to be terrified. The scene was in an uproar, and this scene was beyond their expectations. As for the people from the Bamboo Clan and the two Spider Clan who were still fighting, they hurriedly ran away after being absent for a moment. Don't run away, save me quickly. The Soil Spider, who was severely injured by the bone spear, panicked. Murdered Conan just now, and this sentence used up most of his strength. Most importantly, the moment Kakuzu takes Conan away. The big hand connected by black blood vessels tightly clasped his ankle. No matter how hard he struggled, there was no way to get rid of it. Kakuzu and Chinyu with the help of the poisonous bee and the patriarch of Taketori, and he could also find an opportunity to escape. Not being able to kill for a moment or three can also allow him to find opportunities in the melee. Unfortunately, the scene in front of him completely subverted his cognition. Even the patriarch of the poison bee and the bamboo clan was killed by one move, not to mention him. Feeling the gaze that fell on his body, the soil spider instantly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Kakuzu, he should still be useful. Chinyu looked at Kakuzu. These words fell, the earth spider's face immediately became happy, and he said excitedly, "Sir, as long as you don't kill me, the whole earth spider family can be used by you. As long as you want, I can give you anything." In the face of this kind of life and death disaster, let alone being a slave or a horse, even if he betrayed the entire ethnic group, he would not mind. "If you say that, I'm welcome." Chinyu smiled warmly. "Just now, the banana fan was raised by you to 27 million. I just didn't have enough money, but your words just now made the last trace of unbearable in my heart disappear. Kakuzu, let's borrow his head and put together the bounty from Bamboo Tori and Poison Bee, shouldn't that be enough?" The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, making everyone's expressions change dramatically. Originally, in their eyes, Chinyu was just a playboy. Never thought that when this Kiba was exposed, it would be so ferocious and ferocious. "No, you can't kill me, I can't die." The happy look on the soil spider's face instantly stiffened, and he quickly took out a medicine with his backhand and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the swallow fell on his stomach, the earth spider's expression instantly became hideous. Blue veins bulged, the whole body swelled in a circle, and the wounds on the body healed quickly to stop the overflow of blood. The strange scene immediately surprised everyone. Looking at the change in appearance in an instant, if the beast-like soil spider has obviously subverted their cognition. However, as soon as the earth spider was used as a means of pressing the bottom of the box, it was too late to think about it, and it turned around and ran away. This medicine seems to be very effective, but in the face of Chinyu and Kakuzu, the powerful and unparalleled means, the earth spider obviously has no fighting spirit. The only idea is to get away as soon as possible. However, as soon as the pace was taken, there was a squirming underground, and the blood vessels were pitch black as ink, like sharp thorns. It turned into a big net and tangled towards him head-on. The most unexpected thing is that in these black blood vessels, there is also a hideous mask of Yuhi color. This is the undead Kakuzu. Those with sharp eyes can see the clue in an instant. Facing this legendary figure in the underground black market, they finally understood who the earth spider had offended. "Stay here." Conan's face changed drastically. "As long as you are in the underground black market, most of them have heard the name of the undead Kakuzu. However, the moment she blurted out these words, she was interrupted by Qinyu's gaze. I like people with kindness, but I hope you won't be killed by kindness. Qinyu said lightly. Fell. Kakuzu clasped his hands together suddenly, and the tyrannical chakra exploded like a frenzy. Kaden, fire style, head hard. Ka ka ka. The mask hidden in the black blood vessel suddenly opened its mouth. Under the fiery chakra, large flames, like a frenzy, attacked the blood-veined soil spider. Do not want. The soil spider struggled and growled hysterically. However, all this seems pale. After letting him take the secret medicine, his power has greatly increased. It's a pity that all efforts are pale and powerless under the attack and the huge gap in strength. The sea of fire drowned the soil spider in an instant, and the waves of fire that rolled backwards spread all around. The people who stayed around to watch were immediately alarmed by the scene in front of them, and they hurriedly grabbed their way and fled. However, this place is deep underground, and there are only 2 tunnels around it that can pass through, so too many people can't escape for a while. Qinyu looked at this scene, and his eyes turned to the tattooed man on the high platform. The moment the lightning flashed on his body, he disappeared into place out of thin air. The sudden scene caused the complexion of many people who had been paying attention to Qinyu to change dramatically. After recovering, he had already seen Qinyu appear beside the tattooed man on the high platform. Big Sir, what's the matter with you? The tattooed man's face turned pale. Looking at Qinyu, who killed the 3 powerful men in an instant, and even the legendary bounty hunter Kakuzu, also known as the Adult. This kind of existence, but even the underground black market dare not despise. You can also see that the 3 of them were killed by me, and the reward added up is enough to equal the value of this thing. Qinyu grabbed the banana fan and said, of course, if you don't say enough, I can go more. Bring back some heads. As soon as he finished speaking in the second half, the tattooed man turned pale and waved his hand hurriedly. Sir, this is enough. In front of this young man who easily killed the Taikatori patriarch with one move, he was worried, and he could not even keep his head on his neck. Qinyu took the banana fan, and the moment he received it, he felt an ice cold coming through his body. But at the moment when chakra penetrated, Qinyu could easily find that a powerful booster seal was clearly placed on the banana fan. To exert the full power of this banana fan, it is not only necessary to have a strong chakra as a benchmark. Necessary to completely eliminate the restrictions in the banana fan of the master. Just as Qinyu frowned and pondered the solution, a long-lost voice sounded in his mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has obtained the 6 paths ninja banana fan, whether the proficiency level is full with 1 click. Chapter 138_1 click full proficiency. The ethereal voice, without the slightest emotion, made Qinyu's brows a little more joyful. I thought that getting this 6 paths ninja tool would not be able to come in handy immediately, and it would take a lot of hard practice to be able to use it. For Qinyu, this is tasteless. Unexpectedly, the 1-click full level system can easily full level even the proficiency. Full level immediately. Qinyu did not hesitate and gave the order directly. Ding dong, please wait a moment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the full level with 1 click, and obtaining the full level of proficiency in the 6 paths ninja fan. A warm current circulated in Qinyu's mind. Qinyu instantly understood what he understood about this banana fan. Even the chakra, which was originally circulating, was not smooth, and instantly reached the point where people and fans became one. Call. Qinyu sighed and looked at the rapidly spreading flames. His right hand suddenly clenched his fingers. There was a sudden burst of flames in front of him. Boom. There was a roar in the air, and ripples appeared in the air ahead. After feeling the plantain fan whale swallowing 1/10 of the chakra, a huge tidal wave of water attribute chakra exploded instantly. The huge waves were surging into the sky, turning into raging waves and rushing out, and with a rolling gesture, they took pictures of the flames that swept in front of them. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. I didn't have time to think about it, so I quickly took a breath and ran away frantically. Although there is no raging flames, facing such a tsunami-like attack, it is equally fatal. Conan, Sama, let's run away too. Karaki's face turned pale, and his expression was also mixed with a trace of anxiety. Not long ago, he had spoken unkindly to Chin-yu, and if the account was settled after the fall, it would be a nightmare. Conan glanced hesitantly at Chin-yu's back, opened his mouth before he could say anything, and finally turned around and ran away. Outside, the earth reverberated with a roaring earthquake. The tattooed guard at the entrance was startled at first, but then he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly turned his head and looked behind him, and what he saw was the stone gate that was smashed by the water waves. Boom! 2 stone gates weighing hundreds of pounds were thrown straight out. The water waves soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption, and even the guards who could not avoid them were directly swept away in this unexpected wave. The ninjas in the underground black market were also drawn out one after another. Some of them were well versed in water and even performed auxiliary ninjutsu. Obviously, there was no serious problem. Some people poured a large belly of water directly under the offensive, and the whole person fell into a coma. The huge volume of water rolled back around, and the figures of 5-6 paths flashed out of the water waves and landed wetly on the big tree beside them. Don't look at Mr. Conan, we have been delayed for a long time, and the reward mission is too important for us, we should hurry up and complete the mission first. King Mu urged urgently. Conan hesitated, bit Yuhi's lip quickly, nodded, turned and walked away. After they left, the huge ruins of the town and the tide also dissipated. Many people stood up in an unusually embarrassed manner, looking at the ruined and deserted town, their faces filled with bitterness. They couldn't help but look at the entrance of the underground black market. Looking at the slow walk out, especially the banana fan with big hair Kamui in Chin-yu's hand, many people's eyes flashed a trace of fire. With a single swing of this fan, it can exert the power of Sweeten, water style, which is second only to S-rank ninjutsu. No wonder the auctioneer will give such a high evaluation. If you let me get it, look at the ninja world. Not many people can stand against me. Quote. A ninja's face showed fiery heat. Looking at the banana fan in Chin-yu's hand, greed flashed in the depths of his pupils. However, as soon as this idea came to mind, it soon caused the big man behind him to slap him in the head. Are you crazy? You want to court death, but don't drag us into the water. Is this kind of existence that can kill Jonin at your fingertips? Is it something we can provoke? Stop daydreaming, let's hurry up and leave. If this killer doesn't agree with us, it will be a nightmare. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the people present instantly turned pale. Many people who were still holding other greedy thoughts flashed hotly in their eyes and hurried away. For a time, the originally bustling underground black market soon became empty. Even some members of the black market, after looking at Chin-yu and the two with deep fear, quickly ran away. Boss, it seems that the little girl you liked has left. Kakuzu looked up and said indifferently. Eyes fell on the banana fan and said, however, the boss's eyes are really sharp, and he can actually see that this fan is different. The breath that erupted from the fan just now makes me feel the smell of danger. Boss, the power of this fan has not been fully exerted, has it? For Kakuzu's curiosity, Chin-yu did not take it to heart. After all, it took more than 27 million taels to get it. Although this money does not need to be paid on him, if this banana fan is not powerful, it will be unexpected. I am afraid that his flesh was cut off. I only played half of it, but it has already consumed 1/10 of my chakra. Chin-yu put the banana fan into the ninjutsu storage scroll space with his backhand. For Chin-yu, this banana fan is very good, but if it is like a peacock opening its screen, it will be a bit ostentatious. Moreover, the huge consumption of chakra by this banana fan also made Chin-yu more urgent to get the cells of the first generation of Hokage in the hands of Orochimaru. As long as the cells of the original Hokage are absorbed, Chin-yu's Mangekyo Sharingan will transform into Rinnegan. At that time, Chin-yu's chakra volume will skyrocket to another level. At the same time, the strength will also jump further. Half the power. Kakuzu was also a little surprised. Sweetened water style just now has caught up with his full blow. If it is only half, then the power of the banana fan will be fully exerted, and the power will skyrocket. However, after hearing the blow just now, 1/10 of Chin-yu's chakra was consumed. This made Kakuzu give up trying. Also, Kakuzu is not stupid. This banana fan has been in the hands of the black market for so long. If they were to discover the true power, no one would give up such treasures. This shows that in order to exert the true power of the banana fan, I am afraid that some means are needed. I'm afraid that only the boy in front of him, who can't see the depth of it, can do it. There are quite a few people with a lot of chakra, and you are not bad. But you will find out later that some people can be called human-tailed beasts. Chin-yu patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. Let's go, or leave Konoha for too long and I'm afraid there will be another good show. Chapter 139 The Forced Palace of the Uchiha Clan. Konoha Shinobi Village, inside the Hokage office. The three advisors gathered here. However, compared to Homura Mitokado and Kaharu, half of Danzo's body was bandaged and looked a bit miserable. The only remaining left eye, staring straight at the third generation of Hokage in the first place, made the atmosphere extremely depressing. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were standing on the side, fell into silence, looking at the teacher from time to time. Sarutobi, what's the matter? Haven't found the whereabouts of Uchiha Chin-yu yet? Danzo said with a sneer. You kept your promise that he wouldn't defect. It's been 3 days now. I've said it long ago, Uchiha is an evil family. This is what the teacher said that day. Did you forget it? Having said that, Danzo looked at Jiraiya and said, if you all cooperated with me to make a shot that day, he would have nowhere to escape. Now those lunatics of the Uchiha clan actually started the first generation of Hokage that day, and left a promise and decree, demanding that the Hokage election be held in advance, intending to win the Hokage position. This is simply wishful thinking. These words fell, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were also caught off guard by the sudden action of the Uchiha family. Although, as Hokage, he will not interfere with the changes in the position of the Uchiha clan's patriarch. However, Uchiha Fugaku was abruptly replaced, and Uchiha Shi took over as the patriarch. This kind of operation really surprised them. Danzo, don't be impatient, your injury has just begun to recover, and such a big fight will have an impact on your condition. 3 generations of Hokage persuaded. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, Sarutobi, of course you want me to calm down a bit so that I can sit in a more stable Hokage position. However, don't forget that the first Hokage of the day knew that in Konoha Ninja Village, most people did not trust the Uchiha family, so they set up 2 rules to make up for the resentment in Uchiha Madara's heart. First, if the contemporary patriarchs and elders of the Uchiha clan, and even all members of the clan, are jointly recommended, they will be eligible to run for the position of Hokage. Secondly, in order to get the Hokage position, in addition to getting a 50% approval rate, you also need to be in the Konoha Ninja Village, with enough strength to convince everyone. Those 3 old guys, who have been slow to attack, are still hiding in the clan, just to wait for this opportunity. For a long time, the Uchiha family has produced a lot of geniuses, but White Fang, Sannin, Minato, etc. are all able to overwhelm them. Without absolute certainty, those old guys are arrogant and do not care about the world, but now it can be counted. Kiba is exposed, and under these conditions, ask yourselves who can suppress that kid. The slightly elusive voice reverberated in the office, causing the expressions of the people present to change. Danzo's words sounded very annoying, but it was not without reason. Now the three elders of the Uchiha clan have forced the palace with the promise of the first Hokage. This makes it impossible for them to refuse. No, we still have Minato. As long as he learns sage art and cooperates with Hiraishin's technique, his strength will definitely skyrocket. Kaharu said suddenly. Although you mentioned it, Uchiha Chinyu's talent can be called a monster-like existence. However, Jiraiya, who was present, was carrying sage art, and was very aware of the difficulty of learning it. Uchiha Chinyu only entered Mount Myoboku for a short period of time, so I expected that he must not have learned sage art, or Mount Myoboku refused to guide. Chapter 140 Going as planned. Kaharu, do you mean to let Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Chinyu compete for the Hokage position? Danzo's eyes turned cold. Danzo has always been determined to get the Hokage position. If it weren't for a Sarutobi Hiruzen pressing him on the head, he would never be able to swallow this breath. However, now that the wait is over, the old stubborn Uchiha clan demanded in advance for a Hokage campaign. Danzo thought the opportunity would fall on his head. Unexpectedly, even his closest comrade in arms, Kaharu Udatane, one of the three advisors, is also inclined towards Namikaze Minato. Danzo, among the younger generation, only Namikaze Minato can compete with Uchiha Chinyu. Could it be that you have a better candidate? Kaharu Udatane looked at Danzo. I'm alone, and you all think that a guy in his early 20s is qualified for the Hokage position, what else can I say? Danzo snorted coldly and stood up. You can handle this matter yourself. I'll go back first. I hope you don't cause any trouble. Those words behind, Danzo turned and left. Looking at this back, the three generations of Hokage's expression became solemn. Sarutobi, do you think Danzo will stop here? Homura Mitokado couldn't hold his breath. For a time, everyone's eyes locked on him. Feeling the change in the surrounding atmosphere, the three generations of Hokage helplessly shook his head and said, I really want Danzo to be less troublesome. But, with his character, I'm afraid it's impossible. Next, Jiraiya, you continue to contact Minato, hoping to get in touch as soon as possible. Third generation of Hokage paused for a while, then looked at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, during this time, I hope you can stay in the village. If time permits, find out Chinyu's whereabouts. I don't believe he would just walk away like this. With the falling of orders one after another, the huge Konoha ninja village made waves again. After Danzo left the Hokage office, he went straight back to the route's old location. Although the route was forcibly disbanded by the three generations of Hokage, under the operation of the past decades, Danzo still retains a group of dead men, just to cope with the current situation. Danzo, looking at your expression, I'm afraid it won't be your turn for Hokage this time. Orochimaru came out in the dark. The orangutan Yuhi licked his tongue lightly on his lips, and said, since your dream has failed again, are we going according to the original plan? Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, clenching the crutches in his hand and said, Orochimaru, this is my business, and you don't need to ask. Since they don't value me, I have to use my own method to maintain peace in Konoha. Following Danzo's decision, Konoha instantly fell into the Uzumaki of the three major forces. At the same time, the famous house in the country of soup. A man wearing a black robe and holding a sickle of the orangutan Yuhi stuck out the tongue of the orangutan Yuhi and swept the blood from the blade. No, don't kill me, I shouldn't put a reward on you in the black market, as long as you don't kill me, I can respect the evil god cult as the state religion. A fat man was half lying on the ground, with a tear-like wound on his abdomen, and blood gushed out. If people in the underground black market see it, they will definitely find that this fat man is the key person in this reward. The dignified and famous mansion of the Tang dynasty was directly breached. Once this incident spreads, it will definitely make the entire ninja world a sensation. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 It's all rubbish. Hee, you are begging for mercy now, this is contempt for the heretic god sect. Under the cloak, a twisted cheek appeared. The ink-like color spread rapidly on the surface of the body, and in the blink of an eye, the surface of Hidan's exposed body had more mysterious black patterns. The feet swayed back and forth, instantly forming an inner triangle and an outer circle of the evil gods. Seeing this scene, Tang Zhiguo's face was as pale as paper, and he begged for mercy. No, please don't kill me, I can make you heretics become part of Tang Zhiguo. No, I can give you the position of the daimyo, please don't kill me. The urgent sound of begging for mercy echoed in the ruined hall. A wicked smile flashed on Hidan's face, he clenched the tail of the scythe with both hands, and walked to the center of the Matsuri altar, laughing like crazy. It's too late, those who disrespect the evil god, the only way is to let you try the pain of death. I hope you will live forever under the protection of the evil god in the next life. Do not. The Tang dynasty daimyo roared in despair. It's a pity that all words seem pale and powerless at this moment. The sharp spear pierced through Hidan's chest in an instant, the moment blood splashed. Tang Zhiguo's eyes were round, and he stared at Hidan with disbelief. After a moment of wriggling his Adam's apple, he hit the ground hard and died completely. The huge ruins were covered with an inexplicable silence. Holy Sun, the elders have a request. A man also shrouded in black robes rushed outside. Respectfully landed on the edge of the Matsuri altar, looking at Hidan whose heart was directly pierced, a flash of fear flashed on his face. What's the matter, are you afraid of me? Hidan's face, the black and white pattern quickly receded, and he pulled out the spikes on his chest with his backhand, and his face became a little grim. Damn it, every Matsuri ceremony is so painful, and sooner or later one will die. For these remarks, the man who respectfully stood by the side couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. The Holy Sun in front of him, but their evil god sect spent a lot of effort to develop a cursed body. Although, he doesn't know any ninjutsu, but he possesses immortality and powerful curse power. Enough to make the entire ninja world feel terrified. A pity that taking the entire Cthulhu sect with all their strength is only a successful example of cultivating Hidan. Others, although they also obtained some undead abilities through the power of the curse, but at most they achieved a partial form. With Hidan, the pervert, it is simply a waste of money. HMPH, that group of old men, let me go back, isn't it just for me to study it for them? Hidan stood up disdainfully and said, if there is a chance, I will definitely kill them and give a generous gift to the evil god. A group of old guys who have lived for decades, they are about to get old with Kiba, so don't hurry up and serve the evil god. Listening to these unbridled words, the muscles of the man's cheeks twitched, but he did not dare to speak out. It is no surprise that Hidan, who always stabs a knife in the back and threatens to offer Matsuri. Of course, in Hidan's eyes, this is revenge for the forced control of the elders of the heretic god sect. As for the elders of the three evil gods, they acquiesced to Hidan's actions. As long as it wasn't a mass slaughter, they didn't care about the lives of one or two ordinary people. Let's go, don't hurry up and show me the way. Hidan moved his body, took out a new set of black robes, put it on, and urged impatiently, after seeing those old men, I have to wait for the fun who will bring it to your door. Quote. When the heretic god believers heard these words, it was as if they had been granted amnesty, and they quickly turned around and led the way. On the other hand, because the famous name of the Tang dynasty offered a reward of 50 million taels, the bounty hunters and forces of all parties moved closer to the Tang dynasty. 5 figures wearing guerrilla Yuhi Shangyan robes rushed in outside the town gate and landed on the street. There is no one on this street. It seems that they are all imprisoned in the heretic god sect. King Mu said solemnly, I hope that the name of Tang Jiguo is not attacked, otherwise this reward mission will continue soon. Along the way, they have discovered 2 or 3 attacked towns, compared to this deserted town that was used as a stronghold by the heretic god cult. Along the way, they also inquired a lot of information. The evil god sect did not know why, and demanded the arrest of a large number of young adults. The euphemism is to ask to believe in the cult of evil spirits, but secretly many people are gone forever. As a result, the entire country of Tang was in a state of panic. The famous name of the country of Tang, after seeking help from the country of Soil, had no choice but to turn to the underground black market. They caught up again. An Akatsuki member in charge of perception hurriedly looked behind him. Soon, dozens of figures were seen, and they fell behind them. The one who took the lead was a man with a huge shuriken. Hee, little beauty, do you really not consider the suggestion I made? I am the young master of the Fengmo clan. The man took the lead in standing out. Conan frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed on his face, and said, Young Master Fengmo, we Akatsuki have always completed tasks independently. I hope you will not continue to entangle. For your kindness, I am very grateful. This young Master Fengmo is not a group of people who escaped from the underground black market with Conan and others. It was only halfway through, the clan forces that came with their clansmen and subordinates saw Conan. He took the initiative to flatter him and asked to join forces to eradicate the evil gods. Hee, little beauty, you are too assertive. This evil god sect has been able to take root in the country of Soup for so long, and its means and power are definitely not small. I propose to join forces, just for your safety. Fengmo young master smiled and stepped closer. However, he soon saw Kangmu, standing in front of him. Young Master Fengmo, please respect yourself. The headquarters of the heretic god sect is in front of you. I hope you will still focus on your tasks, so as not to conflict between us. You. Young Master Fengmo's expression froze, and anyone could hear the warning in his words. However, this slight anger just appeared on his face, and was quickly replaced by a playful smile. Hee, this young master is Jonin, so he won't care about some garbage. Kangmu's expression sank, and he was about to say something to refute, but when he saw 2 figures silently falling in front of the city gate, his face changed drastically. Hee, young Master Fengmo, I agree with what you said just now, and disagree with me a little. Chinyu smiled warmly and looked at Conan. If you say that this Kangmu is garbage, I agree with that, but in my eyes, everyone present is garbage. I advise you not to die, go back to wash and sleep. Chapter 142 _ Come back alive and take revenge. Is it all rubbish? These words fell, everyone in the field was blinded. The young Master Fengmo was even more furious. How could he say that he was also the new young master of the Fengmo clan, although some time ago, his father went out to perform a mission and died at a loss. It also caused the loss of most of the elites in the clan, but it was also the leader of the clan. When have you been so underestimated? However, as soon as this trace of anger came to his head, he saw Kangmu, who had been stalemate with him along the way, and didn't give in at all. Young Master Fengmo was right, Kangmu saw these 2 arrogant people in front of him. The first reaction was stunned. The second reaction is to turn around and leave. This process is not at all sloppy. After Conan looked back at Chinyu, he quickly followed. For a time, at the entrance of the huge town, only young Master Fengmo and his party were left, staring at the 2 thin figures in front of them. Young Master, why don't we go? A man in his 50s walked out of the crowd and said hesitantly. Since the last time the patriarch of the Fengmo clan took the assassination mission, he has never returned. The strength of their Fengmo clan was greatly reduced. Not only the number of people who can fight has dropped by more than half, but even the ninja village, which has always cooperated and hired their Fengmo clan to participate in the war, has also moved less. It is for this reason that after learning the name of Tang Zhiguo, he proposed a reward of 50 million to eradicate the evil gods. Their Fengmo clan intends to show this to let the huge ninja world know that their Fengmo clan has not declined. You let me go, young Master Fengmo said with a heavy expression. He said just now that we are all garbage, how can I swallow this breath? As the young master of a clan, it is inevitable to have a bit of playful habits and aura. Moreover, as a ninja family like a wandering soldier, there is a lot of burning, killing and looting, so in terms of temperament, it is obviously more violent. However, as soon as these words fell, the man standing behind him hurriedly grabbed the hand of young Master Fengmo. Young Master, the important thing is the most important thing. Let's hurry up and annihilate the heretic god cult. In case we let that girl, if you take the lead, that 50 million taels is a waste. What's more, Kunzi takes revenge. It is not too late for 10 years. We will finish the task and then deal with this matter. Speaking of this, the man's voice was obviously lowered, and he glanced at Qin Yu vigilantly. Yes, Kunzi, revenge. 10 years is not too late. I will wait for you to come back alive to take revenge. Go join in the fun, and give it away. Qin Yu of course listened to all this. The middle-aged man's expression was stagnant, and there was a hint of livid. In addition to the number of people, there were 9 of them, enough to crush Qin Yu and the other 2. On top of fame, the Fengmo clan is also famous. Moreover, in the voice of the other party's conversation, the person under the cloak in front of his eyes is a young man. Compared with his own group, regardless of the number, experience, and age, there is a big gap. It's just that, under these kinds of disadvantages, he can still be so unscrupulous. Apart from being a fool, I am afraid that he has some kind of trump card. Uncle Long, get out of the way. Young Master Fengmo's face sank, and he grabbed the shuriken with his backhand. Their Fengmo clan is best at attacking methods such as hidden weapons, ninja tools, and kunai. Among them, the Wind Demon Shuriken is the most powerful means of their family. It is also the leader in the various shuriken control methods in the ninja world. Now that someone has rubbed his nose on it, how can this make him calm down? Young master, don't be impatient. Feng Malong hurriedly reached out to stop him, and gave Qin Yu a wary look. All tasks are the most important. Chapter 143 _ You will be killed. Good. Young Master Fengmo clenched his fists, gave Qin Yu a vicious look, and said, after I finish the task, I will seek revenge on you. I hope you won't be so scared that shit and urine will flow. Abandoning these words, young Master Fengmo turned around and left. Feng Malong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. After looking back at Qin Yu, he buried his head and hurried on his way. In his eyes, he did not see the depth of this young man from beginning to end. Boss, why don't you let me destroy his clan? Kakuzu said indifferently. The last time Danzo invited him Hefeng Demon Clan to assassinate Qin Yu. It's just that he survived, and the remaining members of the Fengmo clan were directly crushed by the aftermath of Qin Yu's 3 balls. Thinking of that scene that day, he still had lingering fears. Don't forget why we came here. If he can't even deal with these people, what's the use of coming? Qin Yu looked at the tall tower stained with blood Yuhi in the distance. There were shouts of fighting, and it seemed that Akatsuki, who was in the advance unit, had already fought against the people of the cult. The evil god religion was originally the state religion of the kingdom of Tang. However, in pursuit of the so-called immortality, a large number of teenagers were captured and subjected to curse experiments. After the birth of the undead Hidan, although there is only a 10,000th chance. But there is no doubt that the upper echelons of the heretic god cult became even more obsessed with the pursuit of immortality. A large number of scavengers are used to carry out experiments and increase the chance of becoming undead, leading to the final break with the Land of Soup. It has evolved into the current situation. In front of the bloody courtyard, 5 figures descended from the sky. Konan-sama, we have to deal with the enemy quickly, otherwise, if those 2 people take action, we will probably return empty-handed. Karaki said in a hurry. Compared with the Hefeng demon clan, they had seen Chinyu's strength with their own eyes. Yeah, Konan glanced around and said, however, we still have to pay more attention to what that person said. Kangmu's expression froze, and he snorted coldly. Their strength is very strong, but it is too arrogant to assert that we will be killed before we fight. Our Akatsuki may not be as strong as him, but we will never give up this task. Karagi is right, don't worry, Konan-sama, I think they said this because they intended to exclusively use the quest rewards. A man in his 30s quickly agreed, and the next moment his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked behind him. Hee, how could this mission be without us? The young Master Fengmo led the 8 people down directly. Konan's expression changed suddenly, and he looked behind them subconsciously. Unfortunately, no trace of Chinyu was found. Little beauty, what are you looking at? Young Master Fengmo smiled. However, this smile had just emerged, and the next moment, it suddenly stiffened. Young Master, be careful, enemy attack. Lord Konan, be careful. 2 exclamations suddenly sounded. The perception ninjas on both sides hurriedly reminded, and the rest of the people reacted. Doden, earth style wall. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. 2 violent shouts sounded at the same time. Soon it was seen that the 2 walls were quickly condensed. The next moment, fiery winds and waves rushed in from all directions, and huge fireballs attacked head-on in a rolling posture. Boom! The collision, which was unrepentant in the slightest, made the whole world rumble, and a huge wave of air rolled down, and there was even a mist that filled the sky. Chapter 144 Battle of the Trapped Beasts. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded instantly like thunder. Figures fell in all directions, forming an airtight encirclement. Haha, I didn't expect so many people to come this time. An old man walked out, followed by 7 or 8 men in blood-colored robes. Hidan's figure impressively. However, he was obviously not interested in the words of the old man. The mist that filled the sky and the earth dissipated with the wind. Konan's group of 14 had a dignified expression on his face. Looking at the number of people around them several times, undoubtedly increased their pressure. 10 jonin, 20 chunin, the number of genin exceeds 30, and many ordinary people are approaching here. The voice of the perception ninja standing in the defense line also became solemn. The lineup in front of them is enough to crush them. Damn, doesn't the intelligence say that they are just a small cult? Young Master Fengmo turned blue. At this moment, he finally understood what Chinyu said just now. Such a number of ninjas are stronger than their ninja family. Kangmu had no time to argue with the young Master Hefeng. He subconsciously moved half a step towards Konan and said solemnly, Lord Konan, what should we do? The number of enemies has exceeded expectations, and we can't compete against each other. Konan's expression condensed, and he shouted sharply, I will create opportunities for you to break through, and persist until those 2 people arrive, there may be a chance of survival. As soon as the voice fell, the white paper floating around on the ground changed instantly. One by one mysterious patterns emerged, and they turned into detonating talismans. Blast me! Konan drank heavily. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded one after another. Under the tyrannical air wave, a huge shock wave was formed. Originally, the Cthulhu cultists who presented the encirclement obviously did not expect that Konan would bury the backhand from the very beginning. At the same time, there is such a rare paper escape. The wind, waves and gravel caused by the explosion filled the entire open space of the square, directly destroying the encirclement. The old man headed back and retreated, his face changed slightly, his hands flew down, and a series of futon wind-style spells were formed. Don't let them run away, kill them all, and let the whole ninja world know the power of our heretic god cult. Futon wind-style Datapa great breakthrough. Quote. The hurricane spewed out, instantly blowing away the dust and explosions in the sky. However, under this buffer, Conan and his party of 15 had already found an opportunity and fled in all directions. I still want to run. The old man's face flashed a ferocious look, and he shouted sharply, open the barrier. The heretic gods who guarded the quartet moved one after another. They were obviously well prepared, their hands fluttered, and after forming a series of spells, they slammed directly to the ground. A layer of blood-colored barrier quickly spread out, instantly surrounding the giant tower where the evil god sect was located. The violent scene changed the faces of Conan and the others. Young Master Fengmo couldn't hold his breath, and put his backhand on his wrist. The two-wind demon shuriken fell into his hands with a bang. Without any bells and whistles, he suddenly threw it out. Kaiden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Suiten, water style, water dragon bullet. Futon, wind style, wind side. The remaining dozen or so ninjas also started their actions. In the face of the sudden barrier, if they want to survive, they must break the barrier first. Boom. All kinds of shocks, like a blowout, hit the barrier in unison, forming a huge shock wave. However, this seemingly mighty attack just touched the barrier, and it only made a dent on the surface, and it was instantly absorbed in the next moment. The two-wind demon shuriken were directly bounced back. Just a few feet away, he directly rubbed the shoulders of young Master Fengmo, and finally slanted into a tree trunk not far away. Looking at the barrier that was still intact, whether it was Akatsuki's person or a member of the Fuma clan, his face turned pale. In a hurry just now, they may not be able to display the strongest ultimate move. But it is also one of the best in attack power. However, with the strength of more than 10 people, there is no way to penetrate the enchantment. Then what awaits them next will be the battle of the trapped tigers. There is a flaw. A joking voice sounded suddenly, tensing everyone's nerves. Young master, be careful. Feng Malong exclaimed, and threw the two shuriken with his backhand. Feeling the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air from behind, young Master Fengmo's complexion also changed drastically. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly turned his body, intending to avoid the attack. Yuhi, the chimpanzee, was enlarged in the pupils of young Master Fengmo, bringing the shadow of death. However, before he could react, the next moment, the two shuriken arrived first and collided with the sickle head-on. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Under the impact, Yuhi's sickle obviously deviated from its original trajectory. However, it still scratched his shoulder, and a series of hot blood spattered. Paper shuriken. Conan gave a low snort and clasped his hands together. A trail of white paper flew out from the surface of the body, turned into a shuriken that filled the sky, and attacked Hidan head-on. The violent attack made young Master Fengmo happy, and he threw out a Fengmo shuriken with his backhand, interrupting Hidan's pursuit. Not caring too much, he quickly pulled away and retreated, and finally leaned back against the barrier and landed on the ground. Young master, are you okay? Feng Malong led the crowd down, forming a circle. Conan and his party, although they were unwilling to cooperate with the Hefeng demon clan, they could only bite the bullet and keep up with the evil god sect that was coveting them. Don't worry, it's just a skin injury, but that person's body twisting technique is very fast. Young Master Fengmo glanced at the wound, but did not go deep into the bones. Then he looked at Conan and said, I knew the little beauty that she didn't want me to die, so she came to the rescue. After this matter is over, I will repay you well. Listening to these slightly mocking remarks, Kingmu and the others couldn't help but think and were about to scold. However, the sound of words drifting in the wind made their nerves suddenly tense. Hee, there are rumors that people who are dying are also good at their words, but I also agree that Conan is a little beauty, but I'm afraid you can't live without it. Chinyu took Kakuzu and landed outside the barrier, looking at the Hidan, who has completed the composition of the Matsuri altar, said with a smile. If you don't stop him, he will surely die. Stop him. Conan and the others couldn't help but startled, and hurriedly followed the voice. All they came to were fiery-looking cultists. Come on, this is the most sacred offering of Matsuri. The supreme power of our heretic god cult controls the life and death of others in its hands. Our cult is the greatest. The scene suddenly boiled, and even the skinny old man who was headed showed a smile. Facing this strange scene, young Master Fengmo showed a trace of resentment on his face and shouted sharply, You bastard, I planned to deal with you after the evil god cult was eradicated, but now it seems that you are in a hurry to die. The awe-inspiring voice revealed endless murderous intent. It's a pity that the anger on young Master Fengmo's face instantly condensed as soon as he stepped forward. Chapter 145_Murderer Forever. PFF'd. Blood splashed, and everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Hidan's chest instantly, like a suicide-like scene, shaking people's nerves. He actually committed suicide. Kingmu's expression turned pale, and he was about to take a step back, but a big hand grabbed his arm indiscriminately. Save me, I can't breathe, my heart hurts. Young Master Fengmo tightly clutched his chest and said struggling. However, looking at the blood spattered in his hands, everyone's foreheads roared. The location of this wound is exactly the same as Hidan's self-mutilation. Cough, every time offering Matsuri, it is troublesome and painful, can't this simplify one or two? Hidan, who should have been dead, wiped the blood remaining on the corner of his mouth. Under the terrified eyes of everyone, as if nothing had happened, he pulled out the spear pierced on his chest. On the chest of the wearer, after the spear was pulled away, the fast creeping healed. A strange scene, which made people feel an inexplicable chill, appeared on the soles of the feet. Young Master. Feng Malong's urgent cry made Conan and the others tense again. Looking back in a hurry, what caught the eye was the young Master Fengmo who couldn't die any longer with round eyes. At some point in the chest, a blood hole appeared. A large amount of blood spilled out, dyeing half of Yuhi's clothes. At this moment, everyone present finally understood what Chinyu said just now. This is not suicide, it is the curse of death. The evil god religion in front of him is definitely not simple. Haha, it's really refreshing to see the horror on your faces. Hidan laughed jokingly. Crossing the crowd, his eyes fell on Chinyu and said, You should also be entrusted by the great name of Tang Jiguo to eradicate me. Now that I have seen my strength, I advise you to flee as far as I can before I kill all the people here, or if I change my mind, you will also become a Matsuri product of the evil god. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and Conan couldn't help but said, Senior Kakuzu, I know you are not ordinary people. Just now, we were too reckless and misjudged the strength of both sides, so we didn't listen to your persuasion and rashly intervened in this reward mission. As long as you are willing to help, we are willing to help, and as for the reward, we clearly do not accept it. The slightly elusive voice made Kingmu and the others look tight. This time, regardless of the long distance, they came to the land of soup for the 50 million taels of bounty. It's just that I never thought that the bounty would not be available, and I would always post my life. If they were asked to choose again, the country of soup would never come. I'm sorry, I'm not here for the 50 million bounty. Qin smiled playfully and looked at Hidan. Want to be my subordinate? The small voice, at this moment, seems to be endowed with a magical sound. Whether it was Akatsuki or someone from the heretic god sect, they were stunned. Hidan showing Kamui just now, they are still vivid in their minds. Now Qin, as soon as he opens his mouth, invites others to be his subordinates. What's the difference between that and a certain thief king, who opened his mouth to be a son, and opened his mouth to ask for face? HMPH, Hidan is the holy son of our heretic god religion, so he won't agree to your requests from people of unknown origin. The old man said vulgarly, if you plan to use such means to delay time and find opportunities to save people. I regret to tell you that this barrier is the strongest defense of our heretic god sect. Even if we kill all the people here, you will never be able to break it. Unbridled laughter echoed in the heaven and earth. The attack from the dozen or so people just now confirmed the old man's words. Conan and the others were obviously unable to hold back their breath, and the moment they looked at Qin, what they saw was a warm smile. The next moment, the pupils suddenly contracted. You mean, is that so? Qin right 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, and at the moment when the thunder light crackled, without any bells and whistles, he slammed it out in public. Sage Art Heavy Thunder Axe. The purple lightning flashed out like a frenzy. A punch fell, mixed with the sound of dragons and tigers, tearing the eardrums and going straight into the sky. The seemingly indestructible blood-colored barrier dented slightly at the moment of contact. The impact he suffered reached its limit in an instant. Under Qin gaze, he shattered in response. Click. Like glass shattered, a crack emerged, and the next moment spread quickly like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, the entire barrier was like a chain reaction, and it shattered in front of everyone's eyes. The strange scene plunged the field into a dead silence. Standing beside Qin, Kakuzu said indifferently, Boss, in the future, if there is such a convenient method, remember to tell me in advance. I don't need me to do so much work in secret. The inexplicable words made everyone suddenly wake up. The next moment, one after another black blood vessels burst out of the ground in an instant, directly entangling the necks of the 10 people who cast the barrier. The sudden scene changed their expressions drastically. Unfortunately, before they could react, the blood vessels suddenly tightened. Blood splashed, and a crisp sound of bones cracking came out, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, the entire neck was instantly cut off by the waist. The terrifying scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly. Talking and laughing, 10 Chunins were assassinated unknowingly. This method simply shakes people's hearts. Kakuzu, a legend of the underground black market, a 9th-level bounty hunter. Feng Malong exclaimed, Do you remember our patriarch? How did he die? When the patriarch of the Fengmo clan accepted the mission, it was precisely because he knew that Kakuzu was with him, so he left a message that this was a guaranteed mission. Now, Kakuzu is still standing in front of them alive, but unfortunately the so-called patriarch of the Fengmo clan is dead. I killed it. Qin smiled warmly. The low voice made Feng Malong want to slap his mouth directly. Which pot is not uncovered, which pot is lifted? I saw with my own eyes that the barrier that even more than a dozen of them could not break with their combined efforts was broken by the opponent. They don't believe that a group of wandering soldiers can fight against him. Don't worry, I killed your patriarch, but I won't shoot at you indiscriminately. He assassinated me, and I killed him as a matter of course. A murderer is always killed. You didn't shoot at me, so I have no reason to kill him. Qin patted Feng Malong's shoulder. The slap that hit him almost made his scalp explode. Looking at the warm smile so close at hand, young Master Feng Mo, who was not even cold to his bones, hurriedly put on a stiff smile and said, This lord said it well, and killed it well. The murderer is always killed by people. Sure enough, the grievances are clear. Chapter 146 Kakuzu Stop Playing. Looking at Feng Malong, who was completely rubbing his integrity against the ground. The cheek muscles of Karaki and the others were twitching. However, in the face of this scene, no one dared to say no. Unless you are tired of living. You're showing your flaws. Hidan's playful voice suddenly sounded. With the experience just now, this time has undoubtedly become a death-like urging, and everyone's nerves are tensed. I saw Hidan instantly appear beside the believers who strangle and control the enchantment. The blood-colored sickle in his hand slashed directly at the black blood vessels. PFF'd. Blood splattered, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. This scene is the same as the young master Hefeng. They don't know the ins and outs of Matsuri. But it undoubtedly made them feel frightened. The scythe in Hidan's hand was instantly withdrawn, and at the same time he rolled over and landed on the Matsuri altar. Out the tip of Yuhi's tongue and lick it on the sickle. Black mysterious patterns spread out again on his body, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Haha, I thought there was a powerful character coming. At this distance, you should die for me too. I will make you tremble and make you all believe in the cult. Hidan pretended to growl frantically. The black spear clenched in his right hand turned in vain and stabbed straight into his chest. Start offering Matsuri, let me go to the arms of the evil god. A hysterical roar echoed in the sky. Pierced Hidan's chest directly. PFF'd. The blood splattered again, almost splitting the eyes. Hidan, who was half kneeling on the ground again, blood pouring frantically in his chest. Kakuzu, who was holding his chest tightly with one hand, with a painful expression on his face. Conan was in a hurry, rushed up with a stride, and shouted in a hurry, "Hurry up! You shoot quickly, with your strength, why didn't you shoot to save people earlier, he is your companion." However, Chinyu grabbed her wrist as soon as she took off. "You are wrong, he is my subordinate, but I have always believed in his strength." Chinyu smiled playfully. "Kakuzu, stop playing, I'll let you shoot this time." The inexplicable words made everyone's nerves tense. Hidan, who was half kneeling in the Matsuri altar, couldn't help but stunned and shouted in a hurry, "Are you stupid? He has already suffered the curse of my evil god like that Fengmo clan and died through his heart. You can see clearly with wide eyes." Hysterical words came out, but the next moment, Hidan almost split his eyes. Kakuzu, whose face was full of pain and covered his heart, showed a smile on his indifferent face. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and burst into an instant. "I got you." After another, blood vessels as black as ink spurted out from the ground beneath Hidan's feet. Like an incarnation, like countless tentacles, it wraps around Hidan directly. Just half a breath, Hidan was wrapped like a zongzi, and it was airtight. The violent scene made the expressions of the surrounding heretic gods change drastically. In their eyes, the son of God Hidan is their spiritual support Jinchuriki column. It never occurred to me that not only the curse of the evil god was invalid, but also Hidan fell into the hands of others in an instant. "You bastard, I told this kid not to be too arrogant, but that person is too weird. It's okay to be cursed by the heretic god. Do your best to rescue Hidan, and at the same time use the last resort, be sure to shock them all here." Chapter 147 I don't like tow oil bottles. As the elder's order fell, the surrounding heretic gods started to move. Kaden, fire style, the art of the balsam. Raiden, thunder style, ground walk. Suidan, water style, water whip. A series of ninjutsu, like a frenzy, went straight to Hidan and attacked. For the concept of hostages, they are completely absent. After all, Hidan is immortal, as long as his head is not destroyed, he can continue to survive even if he is decapitated. It is because they know this reason that they are able to unscrupulously perform this saturation attack. For a time, in the huge square, the ninjutsu flying across the sky looked extremely violent. Lord Conan, what should we do? Kangmu couldn't hold his breath, and glanced at Kakuzu and Chinyu with a little panic. In his eyes, young Master Fengmo died under the curse of the evil god. Kakuzu, who was also recruited, was still alive and well. This makes their scalp feel tingly. Let's help too, Conan said with a hint of hesitation, biting Yuhi's lips. This decision immediately stunned everyone in the field. Now that the barrier has been broken, Chinyu and the others are at a stalemate with the heretic god sect, so it should be the best time to escape. However, now Conan made such a decision, completely subverting their thinking. What's the matter, do you dare to escape? Conan saw through their thoughts and said, don't forget, except for Kakuzu, the 9th level bounty hunter, the boy he calls an adult is probably a more terrifying existence. If we run away rashly, there is only one way to go. We might as well do our best, and maybe we will be able to survive. Kangmu and the others looked stagnant, showing a grateful look. Facing Chinyu who doesn't know the depths, it is undoubtedly the best way to respond to all changes with the same. However, this thought just flashed in their minds, and the words that fell in their ears the next moment made people's nerves tense. I don't like dragging oil bottles. Chinyu looked back at them. However, it's a pity that you missed even the chance to escape. The inexplicable words made Conan stunned. The next moment, there was a loud noise from the ground, and Yuhi's curse pattern quickly emerged. Boom. One after another cracks like cobwebs ripped open in an instant. Chimpanzee Yuhi's bloody tentacles protruded from the ground in an instant. Like a pair of drills, he went straight to the Fuma clan and Akatsuki's people to catch them. Facing this violent scene, they couldn't dodge at all at such a close distance. But the only fortunate thing is that more of these bloody tentacles shot towards Chinyu and Kakuzu. The densely packed piece makes one's scalp tingle, there are literally hundreds of thousands. Be careful. Conan let out a terrified cry, and immediately displayed the paper escape, turning into white paper flying all over the sky, and dodging. Fuma clan and Akatsuki all around were also violent. PFF'd. Blood spurted out like fireworks. A bloody tentacle instantly pierced the chests of 2 members of the Fengmo clan. The blood flowed out and was directly absorbed by the tentacles, and the whole person turned into a mummified corpse. The terrifying scene made Conan's face turn pale instantly. Although she can turn her body into paper, she is immune to most physical attacks. But her subordinates couldn't, and hurriedly displayed the paper shuriken, forcing a tentacle back. He hurriedly looked down. The sight of her eyes made her pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 148 Take it a little more seriously. Master Conan, be careful. Karaki blocked the 2 tentacles with his backhand. Then he saw that the ground below was broken in an instant, and an unexpected figure, like a ghost, rushed towards Conan. I don't believe it will fail this time. Hidan growled frantically. In Kakuzu, the curse of the evil god, which has always been invincible, failed, which made him hysterical. Under various saturated ninjutsu attacks, as soon as Hidan broke free, he performed the Doden Earth-style stealth technique to find the target of the attack. Facing the crowd, the only woman was obviously planning to say hello. Orangutan Yuhi, with chakra circulating, was caught off guard and attacked fiercely. The paper escape that Conan had just released was obviously too late to activate it again. I could only watch the sickle helplessly, and it quickly enlarged in my pupils. When the strong wind blew the hair on her forehead, she couldn't help closing her eyes. When the crisp metal collision sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The long-awaited death has not come, so Conan couldn't help but open his eyes. Looking at the unexpected figure in front of him, he couldn't hold his breath. Why are you saving me? In Conan's eyes, Chin-Yu should be a decisive and cold-hearted person. Not at all willing to help. At least, watching the half of the Fuma ninja in the field and the Akatsuki members who were struggling to support. It seemed like she was the only one being treated special. I don't like toe oil bottles, but your beautiful toe oil bottle. Chin-Yu reached out and flicked Conan's forehead. The next moment, the right hand suddenly exerted force, and Li Guang suddenly broke the kiba tooth of the sickle in Hidan's hand. The violent thunder light, like maggots on the toe bone, spread to Hidan. Under the unexpected attack, he couldn't help but let out a painful cry, and quickly abandoned the death scythe in his hand and retreated violently. In the face of Chin-Yu, being able to come first, the speed far exceeds his instant technique. The first thing is to pull a sufficient distance, and at the same time, the hands are suddenly folded, and the tyrannical blood-colored tentacles around them seem to be pulled together. Under the frenzied condensation, it turned into a blood-colored python of more than 10 meters. The blood basin opened a big mouth and went straight to Chin-Yu Hengkong to bite. You are in the air, let me see how you can dodge this wide-ranging attack. Hidan roared like crazy. I won this battle, please treat me as a Matsuri product of the evil god. Tentacles from all directions were mobilized, even those who besieged Kakuzu. Karaki and the others, who were originally tired of defense, also got a chance to breathe. Looking at the dense blood-colored tentacles in the sky, frantically entwining towards Chin-Yu and Conan, and Kakuzu, who stood there with a cold expression without any warning, couldn't help shouting in a hurry. Kakuzu-sama, hurry up and help. Shut up, the boss said that even death can't prevent him from being a hero to save the beauty. Kakuzu scolded indifferently. As soon as these words fell, Kingmu and the others were immediately stunned. What is the law of this writing? Boom. The blood python Zupin bites down with a big mouth. Immediately after, countless blood-colored tentacles swept away frantically. In just a few breaths, it turned into a huge blood cocoon. Looking at this scene, not only the followers of the evil god sect, but also Hidan's face showed a smile. In their eyes, as long as Chin-Yu is taken out first, the remaining Kakuzu will be easier to deal with. Seal, the chief elder of the heretic god sect roared angrily. The believers around, like not wanting money, they are frantically exporting chakra. The intention was to use the bloody tentacles to completely suppress Chin-Yu. But compared to this powerful combination attack, the indifferent Kakuzu seemed out of place. Is this the strongest means of your evil god sect? To show my respect, I will pay you back with a little more seriousness. The voice that suddenly sounded, like an invisible hammer, hit the heart. The voice fell, and the huge blood cocoon swelled up in an instant. The gorilla Yuhi was like blood, and the pupil power that exuded the smell of disaster rushed out. PFF'd. The sound of fabric tearing suddenly sounded. Yuhi slashed out of the blood cocoon at a speed like a thunderbolt. The violent scene, the pupils of everyone in the field suddenly shrank. Hidan didn't even have time to think about it. He quickly raised his hands to block. However, all this seemed pale and powerless under the fierce offensive. Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, Hidan was cut in two. Boom. The two halves of the body fell heavily to the ground, and the pain was like a heartbreak, but it couldn't stop the urgency in Hidan's heart. Yuan stared at him, looking at Susano, who was more than 10 meters high, and Chin-Yu, who was unscathed in the sky, with disbelief on his face. No, it's impossible, this is the trump card of our heretic god sect, and it can't even cause even the slightest injury. The evil god sect's chief elder's expression turned pale, and the wooden crutch that was clenched in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at this scene in front of me, it was unbelievable. Their so-called full power can't be compared with the other side's words, a little more serious. How strong is the young man in front of him? Here, these are blood-colored eyes, 9 Tomo Sharingan. Conan looked at Chinyu in a trance, but the moment his eyes met, he was the first to lose his temper. You are Konoha Shinobi Village, bloody Asura Uchiha Chinyu. Uchiha Chinyu. Kangmu was stunned, and now he wished he could slap himself. Recalling the disrespect not long ago, the spine is still chilled. Bloody Asura. Half a month ago, the fast-rising Konoha was a super cage-level powerhouse. With one blow, the army of Kumogakure and Kurigakure was repelled. In the land of the earth, even more elites were massacred. The name of Scarlet Shira, but in these 3 battles, was reflected most vividly. Is enough to keep pace with the Konoha Yellow Flash that is widely rumored in the ninja world. But the name of cruelty is even more overwhelming. It's him. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't fight. The chief elder of the heretic god sect obviously also paid attention to the movement of the ninja world. Looking at the thin figure in the sky, I didn't have time to think about it, I turned around and ran away. Regardless of his age, he still walks fast when he escapes. In the blink of an eye, he escaped dozens of meters away. The rest of the heretic gods were simply scattered. Even the strongest support, Holy Sun Hidan, was cut in two. The method of pressing the bottom of the box has also been broken a little seriously. In this inevitable defeat situation, if you don't run away, you will be sorry for yourself. For a time, the huge evil god sect was empty in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Kuraki and the others looked at each other in dismay. A moment ago, the cult of the evil gods who fought to the death was also shown. Now he has run away without looking back. This is simply like the shadow of a tree, and it is brutal. Chapter 149_Hidan playing dead. Aren't you chasing? Conan couldn't help it. In her eyes, this represents the walking silver too. 50 million taels. For the current Akatsuki, it is a huge wealth. Now Chinyu and Kakuzu's actions are undoubtedly a loser. Of course, if Conan knew, in the original book, he was in order to deal with Uchiha Obito. With 600 billion detonating talismans prepared, I am afraid that the heart is tugging and hurting. Let Kakuzu know, the money he has worked so hard to save as a miser is wasted like this. I'm afraid even the coffin board can't hold it. The country of soup has been destroyed like this, do you think they still have money for you? Chinyu rolled his eyes. Also, when did you plan to fall into my arms? What? Conan's cheeks were ashamed of Yuhi. At this moment, she realized that she was like a sloth, holding Chinyu's neck with both hands, and was picked up by the princess. Before he could think about it, he quickly broke free from Chinyu's arms. However, without Chinyu's support, she couldn't stay in the depths of the air, and fell straight to the ground. Oh, it's really silly and sweet. If you weren't a more beautiful drag bottle, I wouldn't even want to save you. Chinyu's body was full of lightning, and he fell to the ground first, and took Conan into his arms. Feeling it, I took a short breath or two and revisited the powerful arms again. And the face that was so close at hand, Conan's cheeks were hot from Yuhi's shame, and he couldn't help lowering his head and said, "Thank you." That's it. Chinyu rolled his eyes. Conan was stunned, a thought flashed in his mind, his cheeks were almost like an apple, and he said, how bad are you? I wouldn't do such a thing. Am I bad? Chinyu released his hands directly. Conan, who lost her support, fell heavily to the ground, the pain in her buttocks made her cry out. I'm asking you, how long do you want to stay in my arms? Can this thinking be purer? Conan rubbed his butt and stood up, glaring at Chinyu angrily. Boss, I just received information that Tang Jiguo Daimyo was killed, but his heir is still there. We may be able to use his head to get some reward money. Kakuzu walked slowly. For flirting, he did not take it seriously. But for the obsession with money, Kakuzu's eyesight cannot rub the sand. Kakuzu-sama, it's better to leave this kind of thing to me. You can sit aside and rest first. Karaki hurried out of the crowd. Now that the Cthulhu sect has been annihilated, then facing the 9th level bounty hunter Kakuzu, and the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Chinyu, then they are fish on the chopping block. If you don't behave well, you will die. Really? Chinyu glanced at him. Lying on the ground, Hidan, who was not moving at all, coughed dryly and said, I remind you that it is best to prepare yourself mentally. Mentally prepared. Karaki was stunned for a moment, but he still picked up Hidan, who was cut in two, as if nothing had happened. The moment the four eyes met, those smart eyes made Kingmu stunned. My mother. Kingmu threw the corpse in his hand and fell to the ground. You bastard, if you dare to throw me out, I will curse you. Seeing that he failed to play dead, Hidan couldn't help roaring. However, his body was covered by Chinyu from the sky, and he slashed in two directly at the crotch. This is a clear loss of mobility. Unless someone can help him and sew up his body, I am afraid that in this lifetime, the undead will be abolished. Boss, someone's here, I'll cut off his head first and go get some money. Kakuzu stared straight at Hidan. 50 million taels of head, this is the temptation of ultimate. Don't kill me, didn't you say, let me be your subordinate, I really want to. What kind of look are you looking at? You don't like doing that kind of thing to a corpse. Kakuzu, who was approaching step by step, Hidan was completely confused and hysterically begged for mercy. Conan and the others on the side were also stunned. Okay, just pretend to be dead for me now. After Kakuzu receives the 50 million taels bounty, I will help you recover. Chinyu stopped Kakuzu. The purpose of this trip is to bring Hidan under his command. Now that the goal has been achieved, Kakuzu's heart cannot be cold. Okay, it's a promise, but I have a request, he must not touch me. Hidan looked at Kakuzu with a look of covetous eyes, as if he would explode his backyard at any time, and repeated it again and again. Facing this proposal, Chinyu could only pile up a serious expression and nodded again and again. If Hidan knows, the next so-called treatment will be shot by Kakuzu. Not only did he need to sew up his body, but even the little bug that was cut in two in the back court had to pass through Kakuzu's hands. I'm afraid, he also has the heart to die. After a short while, Conan and the others stood by, watching the high-level officials of Tang Jiguo rush over. Fiddling with Hidan's body, they all expressed their gratitude. Some even wept bitterly and handed over 50 million taels of silver tickets to Kakuzu. Looking at this scene, the cheeks of Conan and the others couldn't help twitching. They were really worried just now that Hidan would be playing with Chunin and suddenly opened his eyes and yelled at me to curse you. This scene will probably scare a lot of people to death. Okay, thank you all for your help, helping us in the kingdom of Tang to eradicate this abominable evil sect. If we come to the kingdom of Tang next time, we will definitely treat it well. The heir of the daimyo took Chinyu's hand. After the greeting, finally left with all the officials. The people walked away. Hidan finally couldn't hold back his breath, opened his eyes and cursed. Repeatedly greeting others' ancestor Tenyashira, he watched Kakuzu walk towards him with a blank expression. You, what are you doing, boss, what's going on? Hidan was stunned, watching Kakuzu dragging his two halves into the collapsed room, and there was a sound like killing a pig. No, you don't touch my shit. What are you using to get into my backyard? Your sister, my size is not that small. Bigger, make me bigger, why did you sew it with my thigh? I want to replace the boss, I strongly curse him, don't touch my body. A hysterical roar echoed in the ruins. Conan's cheek. Yuhi slapped her cheeks. She was unmanned, but in such a time of war, the birth of a baby at the age of 12 or 13 is still flying around. In particular, the scene in Chin Yu's arms flashed through his mind, and his cheeks were burning like fire. Do you have a fever? Chin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. A large warm hand directly covered Conan's forehead. The sudden scene made her let out a light cry, and quickly took a half step back, but she was quickly stopped by her. Chapter 150. The Cooking Skills of Brutal Natural Things. After half a day, Chin Yu left the capital of the Kingdom of Soup with Kakuzu and Hidan, who was scolding. Conan's group with Yuhi's cheeks were still closely behind him. Conan-sama, what are we going to do? Karaki asked with a gray face. Wearing a robe, there are many more holes. When Hidan was sewn up, he appeared in front of them alive and well. Euphemistically, it is said to learn from each other, but in reality, it is a meal of abuse. Only thing that makes people happy is that Hidan did not take it seriously and cast the curse of the evil god. Otherwise, after this meal, I'm afraid I don't know how many people died. As for this journey, King Mu and his party did not want to get rid of Chin Yu early. But there is only one way to leave the capital of the country of Tang, and at the same time they still have the most important thing to achieve. The idea of using hard flashed in my mind again and again, but the thought of just relying on Hidan, the son of the evil god, already gave people a headache. Now with the other two unfathomable monsters, daring to do it is too long for life. Don't worry, I'm being measured. Yuhi-jun on Conan's cheeks hadn't retreated. Thinking of the scene just now, my cheeks are still hot. Looking at the figure that was hurrying in front of him, he clenched his teeth. Okay, let's rest here for a while. Chin Yu stopped abruptly, causing everyone who followed behind him to be startled. Boss, I'm a patient. When I stitched just now, I didn't give me anesthesia. I don't want to do this chores. Hidan took the lead to rest on the tree trunk. Everyone who listened to these words had their cheeks twitching. When I cast the curse of the evil god a moment ago, I didn't see any anesthesia. Now take a break and throw the palm of your hand. This pot is beautiful. Conan and the others, 7 or 8 meters away, stopped walking when they saw a black shadow flashing out of Chin Yu's backpack. Boss, are you hungry? You wait for me, I'll be back when I go. I can already smell the lion's savage smell. Grandmas, I've been holding back for several days, and finally I waited until the boss was free. As soon as the 3 tails appeared, they didn't stop at all. They chose the right direction and rushed out. The speed was completely comparable to the wind. Seeing Karaki and the others stunned. Conan, are you hungry? Chin Yu looked at Conan, and he was lazy to explain Sanwei's misinterpretation. In the face of Erha, it is obviously impossible to reason. Conan came back to his senses and hurriedly said, We have dry food, do you want to eat some? He said that, Conan dug out the special compressed dry food for ninjas in his backpack. The dry piece could almost throw a dead dog. No, Chin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. For these things, let's not say that the taste is not complimentable. The probability of dying from choking alone is a bit high. For Chin Yu, who has always cherished his life, he still has to stay away from this compressed dry food. Oh, Conan responded a little disappointedly, making the atmosphere a little awkward. This disguised rejection made her feel an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. Feeling the wrong atmosphere in the field, King Mu hurriedly said, Master Chin Yu, was that a pet forbearance just now? It looks so cute, and the eyes of the adults are really good. After a while, it will come back and let me hug it well. A hug. As for Sanwei, who had just glanced at it, not many people present could see it clearly. But flattery and flattery talk, no one likes to listen to. However, if King Mu knew that this flattery slapped on the horse's leg, I'm afraid there would be no smile on his face. Well, it shouldn't mind. Chinyu responded casually, took out a scroll, and spread it out on the ground. The surgical seal in the hand changed, and under the astonished eyes of everyone, a lot of kitchen utensils were changed. Is this going to be a picnic? Conan was startled, looking surprised. In their eyes, Chinyu's strength is unfathomable, and it has nothing to do with cooking. Fortunately, he didn't invite us just now, otherwise he would really be a guinea pig. Karaki couldn't help but lowered his voice. I'm going to boil some hot water first. Everyone boils the compressed biscuits, it's easy to tap. While talking, Karaki turned around and lit the portable gas stove, boiled the kettle he carried with him, and put the compressed biscuits in the water and boiled them together. It can be said that this is the easiest way to perform tasks in the wild and solve food and clothing. Conan has long been accustomed to Karaki's operations. She secretly looked at Chinyu with great interest, and the sight of her eyes made her eyes shrink suddenly. In her eyes, especially as a refugee from a Megakure village, a meal is enough to satisfy both food and clothing. But I never thought that there would be so much attention to it. Some people combine highly accomplished ninjutsu with food. I saw that Chinyu had already placed the cooking utensils. The right hand probed on the knife, and under the lightning splash, Sharingan suddenly opened. Meat. As soon as the voice fell, Kakuzu on the side reacted instantly. A piece of hind leg meat weighing 10 pounds was thrown directly into the air. Under the lock of Jutomo Sharingan, the texture on the flesh was instantly understood, as if all the secrets were revealed. Chidori Current Ranblade Crusade. Endless lightning surged, and under Sharingan's powerful insight, the kitchen knife in Chinyu's hand was instantly unsheathed. The speed is as fast as running thunder. Conan and the others just saw a flower in front of them. The 10-odd gins of hind leg meat was instantly cut open, turned into a rain of minced meat, and fell on the cutting board. The sound of the electric arc reverberated, and the electric light was still flowing on the minced meat. Under the rich meat aroma, it perfectly locks the gravy. At the same time, Chinyu threw a backhand, all kinds of spices fell on the minced meat, and the chopsticks caught in his hand quickly stirred under the flow of futon, wind-style chakra. Starch. Chinyu looked at Kakuzu on the side. The muddy skills, and Chinyu's combination of ninjutsu and cooking, were 1,000 miles away. Chinyu frowned and poured the minced meat into the starch with his backhand. Under the soaring chakra of the right hand, it instantly condenses into a Rasengan. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he directly smashed the starch and minced meat in the big basin. The sudden scene made people's pupils shrink, and they took a half step back subconsciously. Rasengan in Chinyu's hands, it exudes terrifying destructive power. In this way, 9-tomo Sharingan, and various ninjutsu techniques are used for cooking. It's just a bit brutal, isn't it? Moreover, they can't believe it without frying. Chapter 151_Eat enough to lose weight. Boom. Rasengan smashed into the big pot, but did not appear, the scene of the frying pan in their minds. The uniform rotation speed and persistent rolling made Conan and the others almost split their eye sockets. This chakra is too manipulative. Conan couldn't help but muttered to himself. Moment when Rasengan was formed, they clearly felt the violent force in it. However, this kind of explosive power was precisely controlled by Chinyu. Tolerate and act as a culinary dish. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. I seem to have found out why he is so strong. Kangmu couldn't help but said. I'm afraid he has been using his cooking skills to hone his ninjutsu control. Only by increasing his control to ultimate can not only improve the speed of chakra condensing, but also reduce the consumption of chakra. I am afraid that he is not only cooking, but also practicing ninjutsu. In the face of this self-improvement, Chinyu also had to write a word for Kangmu. He didn't even think of this deep level, so he let King Mu force the two together. Moreover, Conan and the others were stunned when they heard it, but they couldn't refute it. However, Chin Yu was too lazy to explain. After watching the minced meat wrapped in starch into a ball, the chakra in his right hand was filled, and a raging flame immediately burned. As soon as I pressed it towards the wall of the pot, the oil inside boiled instantly. Without any hesitation, Chin Yu put the meatball into the hot oil with his backhand. With the sound of zera, the meatball quickly turned golden yellow when it was visible to the naked eye. An oily smell that was mixed with various spices and gathered, dissipated with the wind. When the lion's head was fried until it was 7 mature, Chin Yu backhandedly opened the earthenware pot the size of a wash basin, and the already boiled soup inside exuded a faint smell of abalone. This is Chin Yu's homemade abalone juice. In the ninja world, which often encounters wars, this kind of seasoning has obviously never appeared. When Chin Yu put the lion's head into the earthenware pot, the rich but not greasy soup rolled over, and the scent of the two gathered together caused a subconscious sniffling sound in the field. The sudden scene made Conan's cheeks comprehend Yuhi. Looking back, Karaki's compressed cookies that were boiled into a paste were simply unappetizing. Compared with the strange food in front of me, it's a slag in seconds. Looking at it, Chin Yu did the same and put thousands of Yuhi burnt lion heads into the big basin. After closing the lid, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. I couldn't help but feel regretful thoughts. Your compressed biscuits are going to be boiled, Chin Yu reminded with a smile after washing his hands. Conan regained his senses, glared at King Mu bitterly in his heart, and said, "You are all hungry, go back and eat." Meal. King Mu and the others looked at the lump, which looked like diarrhea. Compared with the magical food that Chin Yu showed just now, it was a glimpse. This horse riding is disgusting. Recalling the contempt just now, King Mu could not wait to give himself a slap in the face. If you say what you say, if you pretend to be coercive, you still have to bear it silently. Come on, let's go eat first. Karaki used a bowl to take out the smashed compressed biscuits. Conan's nose twitches as he stares at the hot diarrhea. Thinking of this trip, not only did the mission not complete, the bounty was not obtained, but also people were injured. After putting in so much effort, I still have to eat this kind of sloppy food. If there is no manifestation of the glimpse just now, perhaps I will not feel wronged in my heart. But now, the backlog of small emotions, at this moment, exploded directly like a volcano erupting. The hot tears were rolling down Yuhi's eyes, and he sniffed. Although the children of the poor are in charge early, who knows the bitterness behind this? Especially in the midst of the war, he was struggling to support Akatsuki. How heavy the pressure on his little shoulders was, he could only bear it silently. This thing is delicious, Chin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. Under Conan's blurry vision, she looked at a slightly familiar big hand, picked up her spoon, and directly put a spoonful of flaky compressed biscuits into her mouth. Conan was stunned when she looked at the choked expression and the words that fell in her ear. It's a courtesy. I ate your food, so I should invite you to have a meal too. Come and try it together. The ingredients are not enough, but the taste is pretty good. Chin Yu raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from Conan's eyes. That guy, he should be coming back soon after smelling it. King Mu and the others were stunned, watching Chin Yu drag Conan's hand and walk towards the big pot of food, a little desire in their hearts. Come on, one more person and one more pair of chopsticks. The scattered voices made King Mu and the others' eyes light up, and excitement flashed on their faces. Just as he was about to step forward, a feeling of shaking the mountain hit. Yes, is it an enemy attack? King Mu's expression changed suddenly. Even Hidan, who was yawning beside him, looked solemn. In such a huge scene, only Chinyu and Kakuzu were able to maintain their composure. Don't worry about it, it's the third son who is back. Chinyu lifted the lid without turning his head, and a strong fragrance dissipated with the wind. The scent made them sniff at the same time, watching the huge body that suddenly appeared after the trees in the distance were rampaged and cut off. The bloody lion in the big mouth of the blood basin almost split its eye sockets. Looking at the mountain-like figure, is this riding horse still the cute little three who was praised by King Mu just now? Boss, where did you get the lion's head? The smell is killing me. I just found 7 or 8, and was about to pursue it, when I was greedy for you. You're not going to hide it from me and secretly open a small stove. A series of complaining voices came out of Sanwei's mouth. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, you are a tailed beast. You eat when you open your mouth and shut your mouth, and your body is gone. How will you fight in the future? Boss, didn't you say that you need to eat enough to lose weight? I'm hungry, but I can't lose weight. Sanwei looked at the uncovered cover. Those golden and crispy Yuhi burnt lion heads lit up instantly. He directly threw the lion in his mouth far away and turned it back into the size of Erha. With a yawn, he stood beside the pot and stared at him. By the way, little Sanzi, someone said just now that they want to hug you and serve you to eat. See if you can do it. Chinyu quickly slapped a starch on the Yuhi burnt lion head in the pot. The soup became more intense, with golden lion heads and boiled cabbage-like accessories. It was completely full of color and flavor. Chapter 152 Problems that money can solve are not problems. The fragrance drifted into the forest, and Karaki's face turned blue. Thinking of the flattering words just now, I can't wait to smash my mouth. This step on a horse is a disaster. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Sanwei didn't look at him too much, and said, Boss, I don't want it. You deliberately want to weaken my combat speed. Boss, is this all right? I'm almost waiting until the flowers are gone. In the face of Sanwei's last words, it was obvious that everyone's heart was expressed. Chinyu looked at the people who had been drooling dry, smiled and handed the Yuhi burnt lion head to Conan and said, This is for you, wait a while, I'm afraid you won't be full. My. Conan was visibly flattered. However, for Sanwei, the eye sockets were almost split. Complaining together, they opened 3 times. Do not. It should be said that since learning to use chopsticks with claws, it has reached the level of Wukai. Don't get in my way, it's all mine. Boss, this is too hot, are you trying to burn me to death? However, this taste is so refreshing. The entrance is crispy, the gravy inside is locked with Raiden, thunder style, and there is a numb feeling. With this special chan juice, it is a delicacy in the world. Boss, you still owe me 2 meals. No, I can kill you when I'm full, slap one of those, eat 1, kill 10. Conan was stunned when he saw Sanwei, who was gobbling up and talking incoherently. He couldn't help but said, is this really the legendary tailed beast? In the eyes of Conan and others, the tailed beast should be a symbol of disaster. Every time it appears, it will be a disaster for one party, causing huge losses, killings and destruction. But in this scene, Sanwei seems to be living as a mascot. It's weird. Chinyu looked up at the sky with a smile, and said, their violence is only given by human ambition. If they can choose, they also want to live the way they want. Perhaps, this is the pressure of life. Conan was stunned, looking at the profile of the young man in front of him, and the words that were completely out of age, but with deep meaning, were a bit ecstatic. Eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly, and found that he seemed to have forgotten something. Ah! The sound of a crow, in this twilight, seemed very disturbing. Chinyu looked up, and soon saw a black crow hovering on his shoulder. Looking at the mark on the leg, this should be Sasori's special communication pet. At the beginning, it was learned from Kakuzu that Sasori was aiming at Hidan, the undead body, and planned to create an adult puppet before taking over the task of the country of Yuno. However, there was no trace of it along the way. Although Chinyu was a little surprised, why did this paranoid artist disappear halfway after finding a piece of rough jade that could be carved? But now I see that I have found something more interesting. Boss, is there something wrong? Kakuzu kicked Hidan, who turned into a gourmand foodie, and couldn't help asking. Chinyu shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter, let's eat it first." About Sasori leaving halfway. Conjoin Akatsuki are all awesome beings. If it weren't for the plot kill, in this ninja world, there are very few people who can kill them. What's more, Sasori is known as an existence that can destroy the country when 300 puppets are opened. If you delay 10 days or 8 days, I am afraid that you will not die. A meal was quickly over by the wind and clouds. Sanwei was lying on the ground, burping with a big belly, and shouting in his mouth that he wanted to bring his new younger brother, Kingmu, to catch some lions, and make Yuhi burn the lion's head. This scene made Kingmu look bitter, flattering on the side, which caused the audience to burst into laughter. Looking around the entire arena, only Conan frowned slightly, looking preoccupied. Let's be honest about it. Although I don't expect you to show promise, I'm also a good young man who can help an old woman cross the road. Chinyu sat beside Conan with a smile. Conan was stunned for a moment, feeling the warmth emanating from Chinyu's body under the cool night wind, and subconsciously moved to his side. However, this move was quickly stopped by her. Her cheeks were slightly yuhi, and she lowered her head and said, "This mission is very important for us Akatsuki. The damage caused by the Second Ninja World War to a Megakure village has not recovered yet. The Third Ninja World War has started again. Hanzo of the Salamander, as a hired ninja, has made many chaos wars implicated in the Land of Rain again." Having said that, Conan paused, bit Yuhi's lip, and looked at what appeared in front of her eyes, tears welling up involuntarily. If money can solve the problem, this is not a problem. Chinyu patted Conan's shoulder with a smile. "Take it, I may not have other things, but I actually have a lot of money." Hearing these words, Kakuzu, who was not far away, almost spit out the old blood. In his eyes, this step on the horse is to use his old book to pretend. Kakuzu, who has lived for nearly 100 years, can definitely be called a rich and enemy country. He relies on the overlord meal to eat, and he does everything by robbing him. He wanders in the world of ninjas alone, and he doesn't need to spend the slightest bit. Only the accumulated wealth can support Conan's 600 billion detonating talisman in the original book. I can't take anything from you. Conan hurriedly wanted to return the silver ticket in his hand to Chinyu. But as soon as the hand was halfway out, it stopped abruptly. This money is not only what she desperately needs, but also the refugees of a Megakure village and the foundation of Akatsuki's continued existence. Thinking of this, Conan bit Yuhi's lips tightly and took out a scroll with his backhand. "I have no way to pay you back this silver ticket, but this scroll contains the sealing and enchantment technique that Nagato accidentally obtained. I heard that it seems to be from the ruined Uzumaki clan." Nagato thing. Chinyu raised his brows involuntarily. Nagato, that is Akatsuki's bright face boss, the means he has are all awesome. Although many of them rely on Rinnegan, there are also many things that make Chinyu envious. Moreover, the sealing and enchantment technique from the Uzumaki clan is definitely an awesome existence. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan would not die because of hostility from other shinobi villages. Chinyu quickly took the scroll and opened it directly. Looking at the above techniques and descriptions, a playful smile appeared on his face. "Conan, your thing is worth 50 million taels. You can take it with peace of mind." Kakuzu, who was so depressed that he vomited blood, couldn't help but stunned, and hurried over to join in the fun. In his eyes, there is nothing that can be worth 50 million taels. Chapter 153 Generate electricity for love. Boss, you said that this ninjutsu is worth 50 million taels. Kakuzu said indifferently. However, anyone could hear the persistence in his words. 50 million for a ninjutsu, this horse is not caught in the forehead, it is to generate electricity for love. This scene made Conan's cheeks shy and Yuhi couldn't help lowering his head. Okay, Kakuzu's 50 million is not a drizzle for you. Chinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder and said, when the ninjutsu is displayed, you will know whether he is worth 50 million. Quote. Looking at Chinyu, who was still selling off, Kakuzu didn't say much. Who let this be his boss? The boss generates electricity for love, and if you are a small horse, you must bite the bullet and support it behind. You want to learn this ninjutsu? Conan heard the words and said anxiously. Nagato said that this ninjutsu is rated A, but if it is not for the Uzumaki clan to learn, the difficulty is at least S level. You are very powerful, but in the short term, I'm worried you won't learn. I don't want this money. Conan hurriedly stuffed 50 million taels back into Chinyu's hands. In this scene, Kangmu and the others were all tense at the god level. This is about their Akatsuki, and the safety of the refugees in Omegakure village. However, watching Chinyu push the silver ticket back again, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, it's not too early. Let's take a night's rest and leave tomorrow. Chinyu changed the subject. In this world of the jungle, money is not the most important thing. The most important thing is who has the bigger fist and who speaks. If Chinyu was willing, he would go to Daming and grab it for as much money as he wanted. However, Chinyu was alone, and there was a local tyrant brother by his side, so he didn't need to do this. Looking at Chinyu who stood up straight and left, Conan was stunned at first, clenched the silver ticket in his hand, bit Yuhi's lips and said, thank you. However, in the face of Conan's thanks, Chinyu didn't have a head, just waved his hand casually and walked to the camp. Conan-sama, I didn't expect that we would succeed in the end. This is a beautiful trick, but it's very smooth. Karaki hurriedly lowered his voice. Conan Yuhi squinted and said, I don't have any beauties. I owe him. Also, what is his relationship with Mr. Jiraiya? Why did he help me 3 or 4 times? Thinking of this, Conan couldn't help but be silent. All along, these refugees have been yelled at and killed. If Jiraiya didn't show up, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to save their lives. Conan-sama, you won't be tempted. Kangmu suddenly said this sentence. Immediately caught the attention of others, Conan woke up in a trance. Yuhi gave a sullen look and fled towards the makeshift camp. On the other hand, after Chinyu and Conan separated, Kakuzu and Hidan have come to get together. They were fighting just now, but they still care about the crows used for emergency communication. Boss, what happened to that guy Sasori? Kakuzu asked first. Hidan raised his brows and said, Sasori, is that the puppet guy? I met him once before, and after a short fight, the guy seemed to find something interesting and ran out again. Originally, I thought I would fight him again soon, but I didn't expect to become a companion. He wouldn't be like the boss to generate electricity for love again. Chinyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. In the communication of the crow just now, the guy found out that an incredible person had been singled out. Chapter 154 Unknown Enemy. Boss, Sasori mentioned in the newsletter, who? Kakuzu licked his dry lips. If it's worth a lot of money, it's exciting. Hehe, the boss has promised to let me preach the greatness of the heretic god cult, let me solve this person. Hidan also eagerly wanted to try. I originally planned to give it to the puppet guy, to understand the power of the evil god's curse. Now it seems that it can only be placed on other people. Who made him despise my evil god art? Looking at Hidan who was relentless, Chinyu really had the urge to strike. For him, Sasori was a bloodless puppet, invincible from the start. If the two are 55-5, Hidan will definitely lose. I didn't mention it, I just had time to send a scroll and a short speech. It seems that this person is so powerful that even Sasori, who can destroy the country with 300 puppets, can't do it. Chinyu shook his head. However, although Sasori is no match, his life-saving means are still very strong. In the original book, Sasori's human puppet, anyone can become his stand-in. As long as the core is not injured, it can be resurrected infinitely. It can be said that this method is more pervert than Orochimaru, Kakuzu et al. If the water was not deliberately released in the original book, the third scroll would not be used. I'm afraid even Sakura and Chio are going to get their lunch boxes. This scroll should hide a way to find him. Shall we leave now? Kakuzu glanced at the sky. Although it is late at night, the battle during the day is not too much loss for them. It's too late, so let's go. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and said, otherwise, let Sasori know that we are still chatting here, and I'm afraid he will really make a fool of himself. Untie this scroll seal first. As he spoke, Chinyu placed the scroll on the ground, flipped his hands under the hand seal, and slapped the scroll abruptly. Boom! White mist shrouded, and a palm-sized puppet crow immediately appeared. The moment his eyes lit up, he let out a strange cry and swept away violently into the distance. Seeing this scene, Chinyu and the others raised their brows. This puppet crow should be connected to Sasori's safety. So impatient now, it seems that the person Sasori is eyeing is a ruthless character. I hope that the sealing and enchantment technique I just got can surprise that guy. The morning sun is like broken gold, covering the entire basin. Although he didn't complete the task, he got 50 million taels in disguise, which solved the big stone in his heart and let Conan fall asleep peacefully after a long absence. Conan, it's time to get up. A familiar voice came from outside, causing Conan to wake up suddenly. After climbing out of the tent, I saw a familiar face. Why are you here, Yahiko? Let me introduce someone you know. His name is Uchiha Chinyu, Konoha's blood-colored Asura. Conan hurriedly looked towards Chinyu and others' camp. It's just that there is no sign of anyone there. Conan, you were the only ones here when I arrived. In the report, didn't you say that the mission opponent was too strong? Yahiko frowned, seeing the loneliness on Conan's face. Did the mission fail? Conan, don't worry too much. Even if it fails, we have initially made contact with the land of Earth. They are willing to negotiate with our Megakure village, and may be able to temporarily stop the war's damage to our Megakure village. If Chinyu heard these words, he would definitely be secretly surprised. This means that Danzo soon reaches out to the village of Megakure and joins forces with Hanzo of the Salamander. No, Conan returned to his senses, shook his head and said, although the mission failed, Chinyu gave us 50 million taels of silver tickets, but I didn't expect them to leave without saying goodbye. Chapter 155 Please suicide if you can. The country of soup is adjacent to the country of soil, and to a certain extent, it is regarded as a dependent country. It has always been in the country of Tang. When any major event occurs, the country of the earth will be asked for help. If this time, it wasn't for the melee of the five great powers, and the Shinwukun bridge was destroyed, I'm afraid the country of Tang would not be disturbed by the evil gods. Whoosh! 3 figures in black robes passed quickly through the woods, and rushed out of the forest in the blink of an eye. Looking at the rocky landform in the distance, he stopped. Boss, the frontier is the land of the land, where is the puppet crow now? Hidan glanced around. As the holy son of the evil god sect of the Kingdom of Soup, he still knows a little about the landforms of the Kingdom of Earth. Be careful, they're going to start. Chinyu raised his brows, and there were bursts of roaring sounds from the surrounding rocky ground. One after another, the thorns were like long spears, and they shot straight at the three of them. The speed was so fast that they were obviously prepared. The lightning flashed on Chinyu's body, and instantly disappeared out of thin air. Kakuzu and Hidan seemed to be a beat slower, and were directly pierced by the earth cone. PFF'd. The blood splattered, looking startling. Chinyu landed on a rocky mountain dozens of meters away, feeling the chakra fluctuations around him that were gradually becoming stronger, and he felt helpless. Hundreds of years away, he had already used Mangekyo Sharingan to sense that something was wrong. Moreover, there are so many people in ambush here, although they have deliberately restrained their murderous aura. But it also frightened the bird and fled. However, in order to find out what happened in the land of the land, is it related to Sasori? They had no choice but to count. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, the sound of breaking through the air flashed in all directions and landed next to Kakuzu and Hidan. Looking at the 20 or 30 figures that appeared, it was obvious that they were ninjas from Iwagakure village based on their forehead guards and costumes. Congratulations, Lord Tulong, he killed 2 outsiders as soon as he shot. A Jonin flattered and said to a feminine man. HMPH, it's a pity I didn't wait for that guy, otherwise it would be a big credit for catching him, and the next position of Tsuchikage will be able to fall on my head. Tulong snorted coldly and looked at Chinyu. Boy, looking at your young age, the technique of Raiden Thunder style is easy to use. It seems that in Kumogakure village, it is also a genius. It reminds me of Onoki's little clay playing kid, who has the best hope of being the next Tsuchikage, just fart. For Tulong's misunderstanding of his origin, Chinyu did not take it to heart. Instead, he finally mentioned the little boy who played with clay. Make him a little interested. According to Konoha's chronology, Deidara should have been 7 or 8 years old at the end of the Third Ninja World War. In the war-torn ninja world, it is indeed already showing its edge. Moreover, being able to accept the third-generation Tsuchikage as a disciple for 2 days is enough to show his high talent. Why didn't you speak? Tulong snorted coldly and said, you are the only one left, do you think that you will surely die, so when you are thinking about your last words, after I catch you, you can give time to think slowly. Lord Tulong, you are really kind. In the face of these Kumogakure who are crazy enough to sneak into the land of the earth, and intend to encroach on our people's Jinchuriki column force, you should kill them first and then hurry up. As soon as these words fell, there was an echoing laughter in the arena. Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, I finally know why you can't even compare to a kid who plays with clay. He is strong and arrogant, you are not strong and arrogant, who told you that I only have one person left? The inexplicable words made Iwagakure in the field startled. Before he could react, he suddenly looked up when he saw 2 people pierced by earth cones. It really hurts, but I like the feeling. Hidan grinned grimly. The sickle clenched in his hand danced like a full moon. The violent attack caught people off guard. Within a radius of 5 or 6 meters, Iwagakure's complexion changed dramatically, and the sickle had rapidly enlarged in his pupils, as if the god of death urged his life. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and 7 or 8 Iwagakure slashed directly at the waist wherever they passed along the way. The shocking scene made the surrounding Iwagakure wake up in a panic. Too late, Kakuzu said suddenly. The ground with a radius of 100 meters, at the moment when the rumbling echoed, black blood vessels, like tentacles, broke out of the ground directly and wrapped around their legs. At the same time, Kakuzu clasped his hands together suddenly, and the black robe covering his body was torn apart instantly, revealing the masks of Futon Wind Style and Kaden Fire Style. Futon Wind Style Datapa Great Breakthrough. Quote. Kaden Fire Style Head Hard. As soon as the Windfire ninjutsu came out, it instantly fueled the fire, and the radius of several hundred meters turned into a sea of fire, which drowned together with Kakuzu and Hidan. Seeing this crazy fighting method, Chinyu was instantly helpless. This horse only has the capital of the two undead men. However, looking at the fire rising into the sky, a playful smile appeared on Chinyu's lips. I didn't expect you to be a coward in addition to being arrogant. The soil clone was pretty good just now. It deceived your subordinates, but your subordinates are all dead. How long do you want to hide? A small voice echoed above the sea of fire. Doden, Earth style, Earth dragon bound. The roar sounded suddenly. The Tulong, who should have also been buried in the sea of fire, appeared behind Chinyu. His hands clasped together suddenly, and the tyrannical chakra poured out like he didn't want money. I don't know why you found me, but under this large-scale Doden, Earth-style, seal, even if you were the Kumogakure of Grandmaster Raiden, Thunder-style, you can't break free in an instant. As long as I catch you, I can also get out of your body. Tulong growled hysterically. He didn't figure out why Hidan and Kakuzu were pierced and didn't die. But guessing that these two people are obviously headed by the young man in front of them. As long as he is caught, he will have a chance of survival. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use most of the chakra to cast this sealing technique that was infinitely close to the S level. I'm sorry, who told you that I am Kumogakure? Chinyu smiled playfully, and suddenly raised his head. The earth dragons attacked from all directions, and the astral wind they brought up tore off his cloak. Chimpanzee Yuhi, the bloody nine-tomo Sharingan, and Yuhi, the chimpanzee who emerged quickly, filled with the smell of disaster. Let the surging, swooping Tulong, as if hitting an invisible barrier, completely isolated from Chinyu. Watching that gradually taking shape, Susanoo looks like an Asura. Tulong's face was as pale as paper, and the kunai he had just touched in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. In his mind, flashed the battle report from Shinwukun Bridge not long ago. Don't even think about running away once you meet Nine-Tomo Sharingan. If you can, please kill yourself. Chapter 156 _ Let him deal with himself. Please kill yourself if you can. This ridiculous idea emerged in Tulong's mind. For him, who has always been cautious, he was able to survive the ambush just now because he had cast his Earth clone in advance, and of course he would not commit suicide. He quickly suppressed this thought and desperately wanted to get out of this ghost place. However, when he moved, he realized that his entire body had completely cut off contact with him. The blood moon-like eyes met, the Nine-Tomo turned in vain, and the whole sky turned around. After reacting in a hurry, I realized that I had been nailed to a cross in a world that was already deep in blood. In all directions, countless numbers of themselves rushed forward, and the chakra knives in their hands were directly stabbed to the body. What? The screams resounded throughout the world, feeling this heart-piercing pain. Although he clearly knew that this was a demonic illusion, it was one thing to know it, and it was another thing to crack it and get out of it. No, don't kill me, I can tell you everything you want to know. Tulong resisted the rhythm of the crazy white knife entering and Yuhi's knife, begging for mercy. As soon as the voice fell, he soon saw the self around him suddenly stop. A demon-like figure appeared in front of him. I originally thought that you could hold on for a while, but it seems that you overestimated your next Tsuchikage. I'm curious how you passed the stubborn test and became a Jonin. Chinyu smiled playfully. Tulong has long since ignored this sarcasm and begged for mercy. Your Excellency is right, I am not worth getting your hands dirty. What the Lord wants to know, the villain must know everything. As long as the adult doesn't kill the villain, it will be fine. Seeing the Tulong who was instantly subdued, Chinyu was also bored and said, Are you here to ambush a puppet master? For the sudden disappearance of the puppet crow here, Chinyu still kept an eye out. Tulong was stunned when he heard the words, and then said anxiously, Sir, the person we ambushed is Hokage I, the third generation of Kumogakure village. As for the puppet master you mentioned, the villain is also the Grand Master tracking technique. As long as the Lord doesn't kill me, I can help you find it. Quote. 3 generations of rakeage. Qin Yu's expression was stagnant. It was mentioned in the original book that the 3rd generation of Hokage I was known to have the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Although it is very contradictory, the strength is indeed awesome. If it wasn't for the sake of breaking Kumogakure and fighting tens of thousands of Iwagakure for 3 days and 3 nights, I'm afraid he wouldn't die from exhaustion. However, Qin Yu did not expect that Sasori guy would be eyeing the 3rd generation of rakeage. No wonder he was killed and called for help. This operation is simply 666. Sir, do you have anything else to ask, such as the secrets of Iwagakure village? I also know a lot. Tulong said eagerly. As a person who wants to survive, only by giving full play to his waste heat and showing the value of use can he survive. I'm not interested. Qin Yu looked at Tulong with a cowardly face, and really felt sorry for Iwagakure village. No wonder Onoki still occupies the position of Tsuchikage at the age of 70 or 80. It seems that there is no successor in Iwagakure village. Even the most talented and capable successor, Deidara, ran away. Not to mention others. Untie. Qin Yu Mangekyo Sharingan, instantly lifted. Kakuzu and a displeased Hidan walked out of the sea of fire, and a lot of clothes were burned. Fortunately, what should be exposed was not exposed. I said, can't you stop the fire next time? This clothes can't be worn again. Can't you answer me? Hidan ripped off his clothes, took out a storage scroll naked, and took out a brand new robe to put on. Looking at the spot where the hot eyes were just sewn, Qin Yu felt helpless. Boss, is there any news? Kakuzu also changed his clothes and looked at Tulong indifferently. Kunai, clenched in his right hand, slashed straight towards Tulong's neck like lightning. The violent scene made the Tulong who had just walked out of the demonic illusion space. His pupils shrunk suddenly, and he had no time to defend, so he could only stare round, cover his throat, and said intermittently, You, do not keep your promise, Mingming, say don't kill me. I promised not to kill you, but they didn't. Qin Yu smiled warmly. For such a person with even the slightest bit of integrity, he could be considered an early death and early life. This human head is worth 300 taels on the black market. I heard that 2 villages were massacred. Kakuzu cut off the head of the Tulong with a skillful technique. Hearing the reward amount, Qin Yu's mouth twitched. If Tulong knew that he died so cheaply, the coffin board would not be able to hold it down. Hey, Kakuzu, I'm talking to you, can you respond to me, or I'll kill you. Hidan kept yelling, just like the original, because the 2 were immortal, they were just happy friends. Qin Yu rubbed his slightly swollen temples and said, Okay, stop arguing. I learned 2 pieces of information from Tulong's mouth. First, the person they ambushed was the 3rd generation Hokage I, and second, Sasori was probably being hunted down by him. 3 generations of rakeage. Hidan and Kakuzu looked stagnant. They may not have seen rakeage, but the existence that can be called shadow cannot be ignored. Boss, can you find his whereabouts? My sickle is already hungry and thirsty, so let me deal with him. Hidan spoke first. Kakuzu's indifferent face also showed a hint of fiery, and said, Cage-level head, on the black market, is also very valuable, let me do it. Looking at the 2 who became excited for a moment, Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, It's not that I hit you. With your sickle, I can't break through Rakeage's defense. As for Kakuzu, it is a Grandmaster's 5-element chakra, but it doesn't have the attributes you specialize in. Your futon wind style alone won't come in handy. Looking at them for a moment, they directly denied them. While Hidan and Kakuzu were slightly startled, they didn't say anything to refute. After seeing Qin Yu's strength with their own eyes, they clearly knew that if Qin Yu was not qualified to comment, then no one in the huge ninja world would be qualified. The boss, do you have a way to deal with it? Kakuzu asked. Although he knew that Chinyu's strength was unfathomable, facing cage-level powerhouses reminded Kakuzu of the shadow of facing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara that day. Don't worry, the method is very simple, let him deal with himself. Chinyu smiled playfully and was about to enter the system. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the distance. The billowing black smoke rose into the sky, and the strong wind caused by the explosion also rolled back in front of everyone at a distance of 10,000 meters. Chinyu frowned, and after the three of them looked at each other, they rushed away without any pause. Sasori is an existence that claims to be able to destroy the country once the 300 puppets are opened. But facing the strongest spear and strongest shield of the 3 generations of Reikage. As long as the defense cannot be broken, it is obviously not enough to see. In case the support is late, let Sasori take the lunchbox, not Chinyu wants to see it. Chapter 157 I seem to be just in time. Little devil, give me death. A stern shout echoed in the rocky ruins. The right hand entwined by lightning, the 5 fingers combined, like an indestructible spear, stabbed towards a young figure across the sky. Drink. The golden hair was blown up by the incoming storm, and there was a hint of madness on the tender cheeks. He squeezed his right hand and shouted violently. Boom. The voice fell, and a thunderous explosion resounded, and the detonating clay hidden in the rocky ruins exploded instantly. The violent air wave rolled up a large amount of sand and gravel dust like a tide, and even blew the small figure directly out, evading the attack like a thunder spear. Puppet guy, don't hurry up. Deidara shouted anxiously. There was a rumbling on the ground around, and black iron sand cones burst out like spears. Iron Sand Realm, Thousand Spear Hell. The black iron cones stabbed at the 3rd generation Reikage in an instant, and the sharp gesture made the sound of cloth tearing in the air. Accompanied by the dull roar and collision, thousands of iron cones stabbing from all directions hit the 3rd generation Reikage. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound from the ground beneath his feet, and 7 or 8 centipedes, all white and 30 or 40 centimeters in size, instantly wrapped around the 3rd generation Reikage's body. Damn old man, give me death. Deidara held the spell in her hand and shouted angrily. Drink. The snow-white clay centipede swelled up in an instant, and a powerful explosion wave spread out. HMPH, a Bakuten explosion-style kid, a puppet kid who can even kill his own cage. This kind of naive method also wants to kill this Reikage. The 3rd generation Reikage snorted coldly. The violent Raiden thunder style chakra mode, the bursting wind blows away the dust in an instant. Falling into the eyes of Sasori and Deidara, the thousands of black soil cones seemed to be against the body of the 3rd generation Reikage, but they were obviously blocked by a layer of Raiden thunder style armor. The black pattern on the right hand suddenly burst into a violent aura. Black Thunder. The 2 words were uttered, and the blue thunder light changed instantly, and the violent black thunder light surged out like a frenzy, instantly tearing up the 7 or 8 snow-white centipedes that were ready to explode. There was a pallor on Deidara's tender cheeks. For him, who was only 7 or 8 years old, it was not bad to fight cage-level powerhouses to this extent. Moreover, Raiden Thunder style restrains Doden Earth style. These detonating clays, as long as they are swept by the lightning arc, will be destroyed instantly and lose the ability to detonate. This time, if it wasn't for the willful sneaking out, he planned to experiment with the art of explosion, arrogant enough to sneak up on Reikage, intending to impress the teacher Onoki. Sasori, he won't be reduced to being hunted down for a day and a night. Is this your full strength? To kill Ben Reikage like this is too arrogant, or to underestimate me. 3 generations of Reikage snorted coldly. Hell Assault 3 books. 3rd generation of Reikage snorted coldly, and the 4 merged fingers suddenly changed into 3 fingers. the originally violent black thunder suddenly condensed like a boil. With 3 fingers, it turned into a lightning spear with a length of 10 feet. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed the iron cone in front of him. When the iron cone was instantly defeated, and the violent thunderlight stepped forward with the 3rd generation of Raikage. Thunder Prison, righteous axe sinks into thunder. Boom. 1 step down, like a thunderous explosion, the whole ground seemed to be overwhelmed, and shattered in response. Cage puppets lurking under the dirt were cut off in an instant. Thousands of soil cones that stabbed out instantly collapsed. Seeing this scene, Sasori's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted sharply, "Little devil, hurry up and escape." As for Deidara, he didn't catch a cold, but the 2 of them joined forces to develop a relationship. 3 generations of Raikages clearly locked on Deidara's body, making him unable to wait to drink violently. Playing puppets, when did the person you mentioned come? If this goes on, we will all die. Deidara's face changed drastically, and she was drinking anxiously. C1 detonating clay spider with his backhand and slammed it in front of him. It can be said that this is his last chakra, and the attack he can cause. The only extravagant hope is that he can stop the attack of the 3rd generation Raikage and give him a chance to escape and breathe. It's too late, you all have to die. The awe-inspiring voice drifted away. Along with the gang wind, the crackling sound of thunder arcs echoed between heaven and earth. Deidara just felt a flower in front of her, and under the entanglement of black thunder, there was an iron tower-like body. Wherever they passed along the way, those clay spiders were cut off in an instant. A 3-finger merged, like a black thunder spear, stabbing straight ahead. Boom! The thunderous thunder rumbled, and the violent airwaves rolled back like a hurricane. The breath that seemed to be urging death was cut off in an instant, causing Deidara to wake up directly. Seeing the same lightning entanglement, the thin figure shrouded under the black robe, his expression couldn't help but stagnate. Especially that layer of blood, which exuded a calamity-like power, formed a huge Susanoo, which made his pupils shrink suddenly. "Boss, you've finally arrived." Sasori was also taken aback, and then heaved a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I seem to be here just in time." Chinyu raised his head suddenly, the black cloak slipped down, revealing a pair of Gorilla Yuhi's bloody eyes. Looking at the sudden figure, and how could there be a pair of blood moon-like eyes, the face of the 3rd generation Raikage changed, and he quickly looked away. At the same time, the thunder arc in the body crackled, and the blue and black thunder light rolled down, directly breaking the balance of the chakra in the body. Without thinking much, as soon as he stepped on the foot, the whole person quickly pulled away and retreated. After falling more than 10 meters away, the 3rd generation Raikage said with a gloomy face, "9 Tomo Sharingan, Bloody Asura, it seems that you are Aina, the Konoha ninja Uchiha Chin you mentioned in the information. However, I didn't expect that the traitor who murdered 3 generations of Kage got acquainted with you, and even the genius Bakuden, explosion-style kid from Iwagakure village is also with you. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid the whole ninja world will be a sensation, and the Konoha ninja village will become the target of public criticism. As Raikage of Kumogakure village, he is obviously very good against the demonic illusion of Sharingan. In the original book, even Might Guy was able to divert his gaze through taijutsu and fight against Uchiha Itachi. 3rd generation of Raikage, after discovering Chinyu's identity, quickly reversed the confrontation with the help of the Black Thunder and Raiden Thunder style in his body, disrupted the trajectory of chakra circulation, and stimulated himself to come out of the demonic illusion space. Moreover, he did not meet Chinyu's gaze, but instead activated the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode of perception. Chapter 158 _ The monsters under his command. Is it the blood-colored Asura from Konoha Shinobi Village? Deidara's expression changed slightly. Although he had guessed that Sasori's Hidan's mouth was not simple, but he did not expect that it would be the genius ninja of Konoha who suffered a lot from Iwagakure village recently. Probably incompatible with Sasori, who murdered the village cage level and carried the identity of the culprit. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? Puppet guy, we meet again. Hidan and Kakuzu also arrived. Raiden Thunder style instant technique with all his strength, the speed of the two of them was obviously one beat slower. However, after landing on the field, all eyes were attracted by the three generations of Reikage. After all, being able to suppress Sasori, who is at the same level as them, and ask for help, is not something ordinary people can possess. Boss, you really took this madman from the heretic god sect, but looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he has suffered a lot. Sasori was not surprised. After glancing at it, a smile appeared on his face. Hidan was immediately displeased and said, Puppet guy, what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't suffer a bit. Head. Kakuzu, who was standing beside him, sank. I saw a roar on the ground under the feet of the third generation Reikage. After another, black blood vessels, like a shot, pierced out of the ground in an instant, as if incarnated into countless tentacles, madly entwining the figure of the third generation Reikage. The violent blow seemed to make the three generations of Reikage unable to react. At a close distance, the limbs were directly blocked. Hidan, who was still arguing with Sasori, had lost his luster. A ghostly figure protruded directly from the ground behind the third generation Reikage. The cage-level powerhouse of the 5 great ninja villages is the most worthy of the curse. Hidan's face was hideous, and the yuhi sickle he held in his hand, like a god of death, slashed towards the neck of the third generation of Reikage. This seemingly cumbersome scene is but a short period of time. As soon as Hidan and Kakuzu appear, it is obvious that the calculation begins. When the crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. Sickle of Yuhi, the gorilla, slashed directly on the neck of the third generation of Reikage. However, from an inch away, he was directly blocked by the violent Raiden Thunder-style armor. It seems that from the ninja world war more than 10 years ago to now, you little bastards have really forgotten my horror. 3 generations of Reikage's cold and stern words spit out. Black Thunder. The black thunder light exploded like a frenzy. The more violent thunder arc, as if transformed into countless sharp blades, shattered all the black blood vessels in response. At the same time, the 3-fingered infernal thrust, Sanbin Guansho, stabbed towards Hidan, who was close at hand with an unstoppable gesture. The violent blow made Hidan's pupils shrink suddenly. He was about to withdraw and retreat, only to find that his body was affected by the black thunder. There was a numbness all over his body that could not be recovered for a moment or 3. Although he is immortal, it does not mean immunity, any abnormal state. Under this delay, I looked at the 3 books that were rapidly expanding in my pupils. With this stab, the immortal body is the strongest, and the brain is like smashing a watermelon, and it will also die. Messy thoughts flashed in Hidan's mind, and a figure also entwined with blue thunder light appeared one step ahead. The right foot was mixed with violent thunder, and it was thrown directly to the face. Boom! A dull thunder-like collision sound resounded loudly. The huge impact made Hidan fly upside down like a cannonball, hitting the ruins dozens of meters away. The 3 hands entwined with black thunder stabbed directly on Susanoo in the next moment. Boom! The collision, which was not in the least conceited, rolled up a fierce hurricane. Even the ground beneath his feet was cracked and shattered like a cobweb because it couldn't withstand the raging thunder. Susanoo, more than 10 meters high, and the 3-generation Reikage bathed in black thunder appeared tit for tat. I'm sorry, my people are a bit self-willed. I'm the boss, I still have to let them give up. Chinyu smiled genially. I have to say that the current 3-generation Reikage is even more powerful when it was reincarnation by Kabuto Impure World than in the original. It can be called a Heyday, and even Heilei, a method that even the 4th generation of Reikage has not inherited, has also displayed it. Boss, can't your foot be lighter? Hidan stood up in the ruins. The broken right cheek, under the body of the undead, quickly healed itself. Seeing this strange scene, the 3rd generation Reikage's face sank, looked at Uchiha Chinyu and said, as expected of a character who has been lurking in Konoha Ninja Village for more than 10 years, he has gathered so many lunatics in secret. If I remember correctly, the person who cast a grudge over there should be the S-rank ninja Kakuzu who slaughtered the top of the Taki Ninja Village and then defected decades ago. The puppet player over there should be the puppet genius Sasori of the Red Sand, who disappeared from Sunagakure Village a few years ago. This method of causing a war in the ninja world and murdering 3 generations of Kazekage is simply a good plan. If you count the undead lunatics over there, they should be the heretic cultists of the Tang Kingdom. Your commanders are all monsters, including you. Speaking of this, the 3rd generation Reikage suddenly raised his head, the 3 fingers of his right hand suddenly changed, and the whole person's breath became more violent. Hell Assassination 4 books consistent. This is an attack method that the longer the battle continues, the more powerful it becomes. Once the Raiden Thunder style chakra in the body is accumulated to the ultimate, it becomes a level of mastery. Even the 8-tailed bull ghost, the strongest horn, can be easily cut off. At this moment of delay, the 3rd generation of Reikage has obviously reached the accumulation of power. Hell Assassination Second Hand. The awe-inspiring words came out, and the 3rd generation of Reikage suddenly slammed his 2 fingers together, with a gesture of tearing the air, and stabbed towards Susanoo head-on. As soon as he hit it, the Black Thunder light sword, like a frenzy, crashing into Susanoo's body surface. Boom! The thunder ripped apart, bringing up the violent wind that rolled backwards. Susanoo, more than 10 meters high, flew out of its huge body as if it had been hit by a meteorite. At the same time, the 3rd generation of Reikage was unreasonable and stepped down with great strides, chasing after him like a thunderbolt. Infernal Stabs, 2 books, stabbed frantically with afterimages all over the sky. Rumble boom. Every shot down is like a raging tide. Not only was the thunder roaring incessantly, but there were also black thunders splashing out, turning 100 meters into a thunder pond. Retreat quickly, or we will all be affected. Kakuzu glanced at it, and retreated indifferently. Hidan also didn't hesitate, even Sasori in the distance was no exception, only Deidara's expression froze. Chapter 159 Strongest Spear vs Strongest Shield. Aren't you going to take action? Deidara looked at, and several people who were up and down quickly pulled away from the battlefield, obviously unable to hold back their breath. In his eyes, Konoha's reputation as a blood-colored Asura is very loud in the ninja world. Reikage, who have been famous for a long time, fought for a day and a night, and are still unscathed, it seems a little insufficient. According to Deidara's thoughts, all those present were called monsters by the world. If you team up to attack the 3 generations of Reikage, even if you can't break the defense, you can grind him alive. This is the boss's order. If the joint attack fails, after we give up, we will leave the battlefield as soon as possible and leave everything to him. Kakuzu gave Deidara a cold look. What's more, didn't you see that the boss was laughing all the time? Deidara was stunned, and hurriedly followed, and the sight made his pupils shrink suddenly. In the eyes of outsiders, Chinyu seemed to be pressed and rubbed on the ground, but when he was inside Susanoo, his expression never changed. This indifferent attitude, in the eyes of others, is completely a silent provocation. Reikage who can't break the defense, and the offensive is crazy like a storm. What way does he have to turn things around? Click. The crisp crashing sound, under the collision of the rolling thunder, seemed very disturbing. With the slight change in the expressions of everyone present, they hurriedly followed the sound. Susano, who was invincible, had a hideous crack. His defense is broken, let's take action quickly. Didara's face changed drastically, and she reminded anxiously. After watching this shocking battle and being rescued by Chinyu, he obviously forgot the opposing positions of the two sides at the beginning. Seeing that Susano was cracked, I couldn't hold my breath. Hidan and Sasori also looked at Kakuzu subconsciously. Feeling everyone's gaze, Kakuzu uttered the only word after being silent for a while. Wait. However, compared to Kakuzu's and others, in the depths of Reikage's eyes, the fierce light instantly soared, and he roared loudly. Boy, it seems that I won this time. Your strongest defense is no match for my strongest spear. The hysterical roar rolled away like thunder. Like lightning, Nihon Kansui clicked again at the location where Susano had cracked. Boom! The violent air wave rolled backwards, directly knocking Susano into the air, and the cracks quickly spread open, forming a cobweb-like posture. At the same time, the third generation of Reikage's right and second fingers changed again. When only the index finger was left, the whole world changed color, and the black thunder soared into the sky, attracting the light of the animation sky. The black thunder swallowed by the index finger of the right hand was like an indestructible blade, and the violent and raging thunderlight caused a twist in the space of more than 10 meters. Without any bells and whistles, the third generation Reikage stepped out in one step, and the entire ground rumbled and shattered. The entire body was like a black thunder, chasing after Susano, who was more than 10 meters away, and appeared in front of him in an instant. Without any bells and whistles, the right index finger went straight to Susano. Boy, pick up my strongest spear, Hell's Thrust. One of the best. Boom. The black lightning burst, dazzling like a small sun, the surrounding rocks were instantly smashed, and even the space was distorted. Susano hit head-on, the shattered phantom spirit body shattered with a slight touch. The next moment, Yue stabbed Chinyu who was hiding in Susano's body. PFF'd. The black thunder spear instantly penetrated Chinyu's body, and his violent posture even shattered the black robe on his body. The violent scene made Didara and the others' pupils shrink suddenly. Even if they were hundreds of meters away, they were shocked by this fierce attack, and a chill rushed to the forehead under the soles of their feet. He's dead, Didara couldn't help exclaiming. However, the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Boom! A piece of white mist disintegrated on Chinyu who was pierced, and the figure that had been pierced directly disappeared in an instant. There is only one mysterious spell that is worn on the Thunder Spear. The violent scene changed the expression of the three generations of Reikage. He never thought that the only opponent he could kill after fighting for so long and using the strongest attack method was just a shadow clone. Just when he was about to burst into rage, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. Boundary art, mirror self-attack art. Boom. The moment the white fog of shadow clone dissipated, another expressionless third-generation Reikage appeared in front of Reikage. The mirror surface replica body, without any fancy, the black thunder accumulated by the index finger of the right hand, turned into a stab of hell. With a tenacity-like posture, he stabbed directly into the scar on the chest of the third-generation Reikage at a close distance. PFF'd. Blood splattered like a bright firework. Called Indestructible Raiden Thunder-style armor, the strongest spear of the three generations of Reikage, the Hell Stab Yiguang, is like a piece of paper, and it pierces through in an instant. Looking at the flying blood, together with Didara and others in the distance, they were all stunned. Someone is here, hurry up and recover the body, if you have any questions, please ask later. Grandma, I didn't expect Reikage in this state, and directly drained the chakra from my body. If it wasn't for the third child, I would have become a human. The familiar voice of complaining came from the dark. Sasori's expression changed, looking at the third-generation Reikage, who was still full of disbelief, and with a movement of the puppet line in his right hand, the third-generation Kazekage, who had been lurking underground, got in touch again. Directly performed Doden, Earth-style, stealth, dragging two third-generation Reikages into the ground. All of this may seem complicated, but it is really just a few short breaths. The time is short. I am afraid that even the three generations of Reikage, like them, have not figured out the ins and outs of the whole thing. Two third-generation Reikages disappeared. The Iwagakure army led by Lois arrived. As soon as they set foot on this messy battlefield, before the dust in the sky was blown away, they saw a scene that they will never forget. If I explained it afterwards, I would definitely say, fuck, the third Reikage and the third Reikage stabbed each other to death. On the other hand, Chinyu took everyone to escape the battlefield quickly, and at the same time, he kept going through the three tails to restore the chakra that was drained from his body. After escaping for dozens of miles without any pause, he stopped. Whoosh! As soon as Deidara stopped, she fell to the ground, gasping for breath. He could have left secretly in the middle, but he couldn't bear the confusion in his heart, so he couldn't help but follow. In his eyes, the scene just now was beyond expectations. That battle was simply too good. Not only did he deceive the enemy, but also his companions. At the last moment, the strongest spear faced the strongest shield. That sharp-edged confrontation with absolute defense is simply shocking. Chapter 160_Kidnapped a Bakuden, Explosion-Style Kid. Boss, how did you do it? Hidan asked in a hurry, unable to take his breath away. As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes were locked on Chinyu's body, with a hint of urgency. In their eyes, this can not only copy the appearance of the opponent, but also copy ninjutsu and fighting methods. This is completely subverting cognition. Do you still remember the ninjutsu that I spent 50 million taels in Conan's hands? Chinyu smiled playfully. This mirror self-attack technique is Conan's mouth, the high-level seal enchantment technique that strikes the Uzumaki family. Ordinary people may need to spend a lot of time thinking about it. Even Nagato, who is the Uzumaki family, can't understand it before he awakens Rinnegan. However, for Chinyu, who has a one-key full-level system, it is only a matter of thought to learn. Only thing that made Chinyu feel a pity was that the Uchiha clan was indeed lacking blue compared to the Uzumaki clan. If it wasn't for the support of Sharingan's pupil strength, I'm afraid that in the original book, Sasuke and Naruto hadn't perished together, and he would have consumed blue and died. Under these congenital conditions, Chinyu was only able to copy the power of the three-generation Reikage's blow. It seems that the boss is still missing, Kakuzu said indifferently. However, the shock in the depths of his pupils could not be concealed either. If you let him face this trick, I am afraid he will also hate it. Fight with yourself. How do you fight this horse? Okay, it's not far from the battlefield. After a little rest, let's continue on our way, Chinyu said lightly. In this battle, Sasori was also injured a lot, and others were also damaged. Everyone, just follow me and rest near Konoha Ninja Village for a while. For this decision, Kakuzu and Hidan have no opinion. Moreover, Sasori's eyes also showed a trace of fiery, after getting the body of the third generation of Reikage. He put a seal on his heart in time before his vitality collapsed. Only given enough time to Sasori, he is confident that the three generations of Reikage can be remade into adult puppets. At that time, there will be another puppet in his hand, a puppet above the three generations of Kazekage. Boss, what to do with this little brat? Hidan looked at Deidara with a fierce face, a hint of playfulness flashed across his face. I can't curse that old Thunderbolt man, Let him have a good experience of my evil god's curse and feel the taste of fear. Deidara, who was still immersed in the art of mirror self-attack, woke up instantly. This Bakuden explosion-style kid in Iwagakure village is also worth 5,000 taels on the black market. This month's food expenses should be enough. Kakuzu also said coldly. Deidara's neck couldn't help but feel cold, and she was about to curse in her heart. For a month's food bills, the dignified genius problem child will be clicked. This horse riding is too ruthless. Is it a dedication to art? Deidara fumbled for the 2 empty clay bags, and the chakra that had already been lost in her body, and her heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. Looking at the people who were staring at them, I couldn't help but take a half step back and said, "Don't come here," but I called. Call. Chinyu rolled his eyes. In this era of war, the kid's thinking is too jumpy, and he slapped him directly on the back of the head. Want to join me? Let him join. Sasori and others were stunned. This is a 7 or 8-year-old brat, and it seems a bit inappropriate to treat him so solemnly. Boss, if you invite a child who still wets the bed this night, will it lower the level of our team? Hidan said dissatisfiedly. I still want to curse, but my hand is itchy. Facing Hidan's objection, Kakuzu, who was standing aside, did not speak. To a certain extent, he was the first to join Chinyu's command and witnessed everyone being recruited. At first, he was confused about Chinyu recruiting anyone, but after seeing with his own eyes, various means and strengths, there was a little more confidence in my heart. I agree, his future achievements should be very high. Sasori, who had always been silent, suddenly said. Even Deidara showed a hint of surprise, and after looking at Sasori, he fell into hesitation. Seeing this scene, Chinyu's lips curved into a smile, and said, "It's getting late, let's go." Going. Deidara was startled, and said anxiously, "Aren't you going to recruit me?" In Deidara's eyes, he was a genius no matter what, and in the village, he was a highly anticipated existence. Now it's just put aside, the gap is a bit too big. I did recruit you, but I didn't say I would wait for you. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "Could it be that you need to be supported by the 8-person bridge? I don't have this kind of leisure." Abandoning these words, Chinyu turned around and chose the right direction to leave. Hidan and Kakuzu laughed dryly and quickly followed. Seeing Chinyu jumping out of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, Deidara stomped her feet angrily and quickly chased after him. Hey, can't you invite me one more time? Otherwise, half a time is fine. Is there any welcome ceremony, or an entry gift? A series of questioning voices echoed in the forest. If Iwagakure village knew. The genius Bakuden explosion-style ninja, whom even Onoki cherishes, was kidnapped with a few words. This is probably the impulse of the day. Meanwhile, in the rubble of the battle, Lois was still amazed. Scattered among the ruins, looking for traces of the battle just now. Any clues? Lois stood on the rock, overlooking the surrounding ruins. Looking at the collapsing ground and the crumbling rock mountains around him, his mind gradually sank. This time, Reikage, the 3rd generation of Kumogakure, personally led a team to infiltrate the village of Iwagakure, intending to attack Jinchuriki column force, after being discovered by Onoki. After a fierce battle, the 3 generations of Reikage finally broke off voluntarily and had a series of fierce battles with them. It even killed hundreds of their Iwagakure, and seriously wounded thousands. I thought that by pushing him to the border with Tang Jiguo, I could ambush him in advance, capture him alive, and then negotiate with Kumogakure village. But I never thought that the 3 generations of Reikage would be lost. When I found it again, I saw the 3 generations of Reikage fighting with myself. Also killed himself. The thought of this gave Lois a headache. The 3rd ninja war kicked off, And it was also because of the disappearance of the 3 generations of Kazekage that Sunagakure village found an excuse to start the war. Originally, Iwagakure village encountered Konoha blood-colored Asura at Shinwukun Bridge, which has hurt some vitality. Now the 3 generations of Reikage have disappeared within the boundaries of their land of the land. According to the nature of Kumogakure village, I am afraid that it will never give up easily. You can't tell them, your father killed himself, right? Lord Lois, we have found some clues. In addition to the 3 generations of Reikage, another important person has appeared in this battlefield. A perception ninja stepped forward and said,